You are a person who is known as the clean body knife god and a eunuch. After you kill chickens and take eggs from the 9,999th man, a strange ink painting suddenly appears in front of you, because you have cut off the hopes of 9,999 men and made them lose their dignity. Your sins are heinous. Do you want to feel the boiling of hot blood in your body? Do you want to become a real man again? Whether to become a complete man again is a great temptation for you. When you were 6 years old, you were sent to the palace by your gambling father, and you were cut 3 times, 2 to remove the testicles and 1 to sever the root. You were assigned to the previous head eunuch of the clean room as an apprentice, and for the following year, you observed and diligently practiced knife skills. Under the crazy pressure of your twisted master, you were forced to start wielding the knife at the age of 7. Now, 13 years have passed, and you can't even remember how many testicles you have cut. Your heart has become as cold as your knife. But now, there is a chance to become a true man, and the dormant heart is now stirring. You gain the sinful deduction panel. Not only do you turn back into a man, you even gain a cheat code. My whole life is like walking on thin ice. You whispered in your heart. Your mind moved, summoning the panel of sin deduction. Sin level 1. Realm of refining the body 6 times. Basic martial arts, small achievement in body refining. Great achievement in chicken killing knife technique. Sin deduction times 0. The prompt explains that the current sin level is too low, and only the sin deduction times can be used for martial arts deduction. After careful contemplation, you began to calculate how to escape from the palace. Restore your male identity, and it is difficult to hide in the palace. It's not about bending down or using money to get through the inspection. It's not a permanent solution. In the past, there was nothing below, and there was no need for a white face, and others couldn't see anything, but now that you have it, you will grow a beard, and someone with a keen eye will notice. Anyone who has grown a beard should know one thing. After shaving, there will be beard residue on the face, unless you endure the pain and pluck them out one by one with tweezers. But plucking too many can easily lead to folliculitis and acne. Moreover, being too big is also a kind of trouble. You are both happy and sad. The next inspection is the second time this year. With a little help and some silver, you might be able to get through. Those eunuchs in power naturally do not want to be inspected. This is an unwritten rule, even if you can avoid it once or twice. What about the 3rd, 4th, or 5th time? No one can guarantee that you won't be caught, so you must escape from the palace as soon as possible. Once you enter the palace gates, it's as deep as the sea, not something you can enter or leave as you please. You are calculating in your heart how much silver to give to the senior eunuch, in order to transfer yourself to work as a master surgeon outside the palace. You are grateful that you are not a eunuch in the inner court harem, because eunuchs in the inner court are almost impossible to leave the palace. As everyone knows, the emperor of Dakian is capricious, and killing is all based on mood, so the eunuch in charge of the cleansing room on this side is often busy, leading to the emergence of private cleansing rooms outside the palace. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Jiang Gonggang, good news is coming. The official in the inner court wants to transfer you to work in the harem. The voice was clear and gentle, but the news was bad. Who is the official? Why is he doing this to me? A young eunuch walked into the room. The young eunuch in front of you looked young, but his eyes were restrained, with a hint of hostility lingering around him, and he even had the scent of sandalwood used by nobles. After confirming with a glance, he was someone you couldn't afford to provoke. May I ask how to address you? Sir, you said cautiously. Jiang Gonggang, please call me Xiaoanzi. Xiaoanzi bowed slightly. Very polite. May I ask which official it is? Do you have an order from the Ministry of Internal Affairs? This kid's eyes were strange. You felt a jump in your heart, and asked in surprise. Yan Zhuanggangang is the chief official in front of the emperor, and he is an old friend of Jiang Gonggang, Xiaoanzi said as he took out the order. You frowned slightly and looked at the order. The chief official in front of the emperor is a 4th-rank eunuch, and he serves in front of the mad and tyrannical emperor. Jiang Gonggang, do you not remember Yan Gonggang? Xiaoanzi observed your reaction and asked. Yan Gonggang may have mistaken me for someone else. I don't think I know him. You wanted to resist a bit. You really didn't want to go to the inner court. Upon hearing your response, Xiaoanzi's eyes dimmed slightly. But pain in my heart is like a knife twisting, blaming you for forgetting him, for doing such things to him but not remembering him. You are simply not human. The number of deductions for guilt simulation increased by 1. Nonsense, Xiaoanzi. So you are Yan Zhuang. What is this inexplicable pain in the heart like a knife twist? I am male in gender, and I love women. At this moment, you were completely confused. Please ask Jiang Gonggang to prepare early and follow me to the harem. Yan Zhuang said, without hesitation. You took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Yan Zhuang, and Gonggang. I am unwell. Can you consider me as already dead? Once the order was issued, it became a foregone conclusion. But if you were willing to slip some silver notes, then the order would just be a piece of paper. What does the order matter? It's just a matter of Yin Zhuang's words. Although you couldn't figure out what Yin Zhuang wanted you to do, you absolutely could not go to the harem. There were many concubines and palace maids in the harem, and you were afraid you wouldn't be able to control yourself. Jiang Gonggang, what are you doing? Please don't disappoint Yin Gonggang's kindness. He is also good to you. Staying here may bring disaster upon yourself. Yin Zhuang did not take the silver notes but earnestly warned. You knew that struggling was futile, so you could only obediently pack your belongings. I will go with Jiang Gonggang, and I can help him carry the bag. Yin Zhuang bowed slightly, becoming more polite. What are you? A eunuch of the 4th rank, playing at? Although you didn't know what Yin Zhuang was planning, through the hints in the ink text, you felt that Yin Zhuang's emotions towards you seemed quite complex. As you walked halfway, you once again activated the guilt simulation panel. What a useless panel. Why can't there just be a system that gives you 100 consecutive draws at the beginning, so you can gain thousands of years of power, wield divine weapons, and achieve the supreme Tao body? Then, you can directly storm into the Golden Wang Palace, capture the mad tyrant, and sit on the dragon throne to start a happy life. You even have the lines ready. Why does your majesty rebel? Daring to sit on my dragon throne, do you want to be executed along with your 9 clans? Unfortunately, you sighed lightly in your heart. The next moment, you decisively handed over the only guilt point in your hand, the lonely guilt simulation count, converted into a year of simulation time, which you added to the chicken killing knife technique. On the first day, you started practicing knife skills frantically, thinking that only extremely dry knife skills could lead to extreme dryness. By the 123rd day, you had already calmly passed the test of purity, becoming more and more crazy, feeling that practicing hard in seclusion was too dry. And of course, the art of killing chickens had to be understood through killing chickens. In addition to daily chicken slaughtering and egg collecting, you also targeted various small animals in the wild. From then on, a perverted legend was left in the palace. On the 314th day, you, who were full of evil and madness, had perfected the art of killing chickens. At the end of the year, although you had occasional inspirations flashing through your mind, your accumulation was too little, and your realm was too low to grasp them. This deduction is poisonous. How can it be so unreliable? What does this sinful deduction take me for? Your talent in knife skills should be considered decent. Even your trashy master had said such words before his death. Xiao, you are a rare talent in knife skills that appears once in decades. It is you who have shown the mastery of the art of killing chickens to your master. Unfortunately, your body has an extremely peculiar and extreme Tian Suiju my constitution, as if all your talents are concentrated on the knife, while the rest is all negative, belonging to a typical biased war god. Tian Suiju mai, in simple terms, means that you cannot draw in qi, only specializing in refining the body. Although your comprehension in body refining techniques is not good, your body refining effect is better than that of ordinary people, but the price is that you need to use resources to stack up. With a large amount of resources for cultivation, you would be a dual specialized biased war god in body refining and knife skills. On the other hand, the mainstream cultivation system in Deqian is the martial path of martial arts, with a very high limit, such as shattering mountains, breaking rivers, and punching through the void, which are all within reach. All the way without speaking, you pondered in silence, while Yin Zhuang silently followed behind. When you arrive at your residence, you tidy up while examining the bottles and jars in the room. These bottles and jars are filled with other people's treasures. According to the rules, things that are cut off when entering the palace are stored by the eunuch in charge, and if those eunuchs want to redeem them later, they need to pay a sum of money to the eunuch in charge. This was also the bulk of Jiang Evening Feng's financial resources in times past. On a monthly salary alone? Then he'll be subsistence at best. At the same time, Yen found a bottle from the corner amongst the many bottles and jars. There was a small slip of paper attached to the bottle, and the word Yen was clearly written in Dakian script. Jiang Evening Feng, who noticed this, instantly had his scalp tingling. He vaguely remembered Yen. This was at least a decade ago. Eunuch Jiang, do you remember Eunuch Yen now? Yen asked quietly. Chapter 4, Yen repays her favor. A small, secluded courtyard. Eunuch Jiang, do you remember Eunuch Yen now? Hearing Yan's words, Jiang Wanfeng's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally died. It was a statement that he could either take or leave. It's a giveaway. Jiang Lianfeng remembered 10 or so years ago, when he should have just taken charge of the sword not 2 years ago. On that day, facing Yen, who had been sold into the palace by her unscrupulous parents and was still young, Jiang Evening Feng softly comforted her, and as much as possible, make your knife a little faster. At the same time, seeing Jiang Evening Feng remain silent, Yen said quietly, Eunuch Yen always said that you were the first person in his life to be kind to him, and the only one who was genuinely nice to him. One can't help it if one is in the palace. He never blamed you. If you hadn't held the sword that day, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. In his heart, you have always been his beloved family friend and brother in arms. Yen still didn't identify himself, still telling it as Shaoanzi, but the hidden gratitude in his eyes did not seem fake. Jiang Wanfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that Yen had transferred him into the inner court harem because he wanted to torture him for revenge. Turns out, it's to return the favor. Eunuch Yen. He's overstating things, Jiang Eveningfeng said. Yen placed his treasure into his arms and shook his head. Just being honest. Eunuch Yen said that you are a good person. Eunuch Jiang. Mindful of the fact that he was young at the time, you also made a point of cutting a little deeper, so that he was spared the pain of stubble cutting for many years. Such a favor is as good as any other. He would be willing to die even if you let him. Before that, he was not sitting in the position he is in now. Otherwise he would have transferred you from the purification room a long time ago, saving you from working hard day in and day out. Yen had a serious face. Jiang Wanfeng, however, was silenced by the dry. In that year, his knife skills had not yet been greatly accomplished, and his handiwork was naturally not that exquisite. And there is something to be said for cutting deep and shallow. If you cut too shallow, you need to keep cutting. Quite literally, you have to suffer twice. Cutting too deep tends to create an inward collapse that makes urination inconvenient. Wetting your shoes is minor. Frequent uncontrolled pants peeing is all but inevitable. This is the reason why many eunuchs will put silk cloth in their pants. At the same time, because of the existence of this phenomenon, many eunuchs will have a vague odor of urine. This is also the origin of the name smelly eunuch, which in turn led to many eunuchs like to smoke incense, wear scented bags, and even apply powder. It's a way of using external objects to cover up the odor on your body. But since Yen was young at the time, he should have sprung up some more later in his growth and development. Just about flush? So not only do you save yourself the trouble, but you are also spared the pain of having to cut the stubble after checking the net. This is also considered to make up for the omission of Jiang Eveningfeng's miss that year. Let's go. Jiang Eveningfeng reluctantly looked at the house full of bottles and cans last glance. This can be all money while going through layers of exploitation and all kinds of piety. But over the years, he had also saved a few thousand taels of silver because of these treasures. Although the eunuch was crippled during his life, he was preoccupied with being buried intact. So, one after another, as long as they are not dead and not badly mixed up, they come to redeem their treasures. Noticing Jiang Eveningfeng's gaze, Yen reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of silver tickets. Don't worry, Eunuch Jiang. Eunuch Yen has already made arrangements. Definitely won't let you get away with it. After saying that, Yen shoved the silver ticket into Jiang Eveningfeng's hand. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Jiang Eveningfeng was polite before stuffing the silver ticket into his arms. Although he didn't count it in detail, he saw the silver ticket at the top, which was 500 taels in denomination. This stacked up to a rough estimate of several thousand taels. It's a real generous gesture by Yen. In this palace, money is life. It takes money for favors, for getting up and down the ladder. If something goes wrong, you'll get a slap on the wrist or something. Spend some money to make some arrangements. The big eunuch will step in to bail out, so that the person in charge of beating the board will be gently lifted and put down. Of course, when something big happens and you offend a nobleman, then don't expect to be bailed out. However, on New Year's holidays, it is still necessary to pay homage to the senior eunuch. No way. If you pay the money, it is difficult for people to ensure the big things, but they will try to ensure the small things. If you don't pay, then you're out of favors and the rest of your life is full of accidents. It's realistic. Subsequently, under Yan's lead, Jiang Wanfeng left the outer court of the palace and went to the inner harem. No words on the way. When Jiang Eveningfeng arrived at his destination, he completely dropped his heart. At this moment, he was in a small secluded courtyard next to the cold palace. Unsurprisingly, this was for him to look after the cold palace consort. Yes, just babysitting, not serving. They've all been knocked out cold. They're lucky to be alive. Eunuch Jiang, you should stay here for a while. On weekdays, it is only necessary to slightly take care of the fragrant concubine in the cold palace. The entire cold palace, she alone, the last eunuch who watched over this place, withholding his meals, allowed the only maid of the fragrant concubine to die of starvation yesterday, and was relegated to the rank of a miscellaneous eunuch by the eunuch in charge. Yen paused and lowered his voice to add, "You must not overstep your bounds and starve Princess Xiang to death." Understood. Jiang Eveningfeng nodded. Within the palace, the reality was immense. But where the mother's family is a little bit of power of the consort, even if the emperor does not like, at best, is not favored only. It doesn't usually hit the ground running, only made a mistake, or the emperor is extremely disgusted and so on, will fall into the cold palace. It also represents the cold palace consort with no one behind her. The status is so low that it's not even as good as eunuchs and courtesans. This waist tag, you take it with you. If you run into trouble, just say you're eunuch Yan's man. At this moment, Yan slipped a waistplate to Zhang Yingningfeng. Thanks a lot. Zhang Wanfeng received the waistplate with both hands and saw that the metal waistplate was engraved with the word Yan. Afterward, Yan said some more notes to Zhang Yingningfeng, and then took his leave. After seeing Yan leave, Zhang Wanfeng was somewhat moved. What great thighs, both arranged for a free job, and stuffed him with a large amount of silver tickets and belt tags, as well as arranging for a better place to live. He also said before he left that he would make time to come and visit me during the week. I'll tell him when the time comes that I'm going out of the palace to visit my family, and he should arrange it for me, right? Zhang Wanfeng stroked his chin, feeling that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as he could get him out of the palace, he would absolutely never go back. Even if he can't leave the palace for a short period of time, he is sure that he will be able to muddle through next month's purity check. However, as soon as Zhang Wanfeng recalled the weird look Yan had given him, he was suddenly a little uneasy again. Simply to return the favor? Zhang Yingningfeng took a deep breath, suppressed all sorts of speculations, and surveyed the small secluded courtyard. Around the yard, there are 4 grey fences with an old wooden gate at the entrance and exit. On the left side of the courtyard next to the cold palace side, there was a well with a large water tank next to it. In the center of the yard, there is a leafy and fruitful orange tree. In the right front of the courtyard, near the fence, there is a small vegetable plot of more than 10 feet in length and width, planted with Chinese cabbage and sweet potatoes. Not far behind the vegetable patch, an earthen stove was being built. At the very back of the yard was a rustic, simple adobe house with a poor gray tile roof. Overall, it's not bad, if not great, too good to be true. As a matter of fact, next to the cold palace, there shouldn't be a small secluded courtyard with a special guard. Just as Zhang Wanfeng was about to enter his room, put down his bag and do some packing. Bang, 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 bang. The wooden door to the small courtyard was slammed. The other guy seemed to have a lot of resentment and looked like he wanted to slap the wooden door apart. Chapter 5. Are you polite, Shannon? Who? Zhang Wanfeng's expression changed, and the narrow blade in his sleeve, already probing out like a spirit snake, was gripped into his palm. The bag, too, was casually thrown to the ground by him. In a world where human life was worse than a dog's, only his knife could give him a shred of security. Exhausted thing, the hour of 5 o'clock is approaching, and do not know to open the door and wait, but also want me to knock on the door. So rude, get out. At that moment, a shrill, grim voice came from outside the door. Zhang Wanfeng frowned, then let out a sigh of relief. The hour of 5 p.m. M. to 7 p.m. M. in his former life was rather the time of the evening meal for the nobles. But in the great Qian palace, the only nobles like the emperor, empress dowager, concubines, and so on, are the 3 meals a day, cold palace consorts. On the other hand, and eunuchs and palace maids general treatment, only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. Breakfast is called dashi, or morning meal, and is usually eaten at the hour of the Ian, which is between 7 and 9 o'clock in the morning. The Imperial catering room would make breakfast in advance, transport it by the handyman eunuchs, and rush it to the palaces before the hour. Dinner, on the other hand, is a light meal, also called a nursing meal, and is normally eaten at Shan hour, which is between 3 o'clock and 5 p.m. However, it is impossible for the Imperial catering room to individually make it in advance for the cold palace consorts, so the delivery time will be tailored to coincide with the noble people's 5 o'clock mealtime, and delayed to be delivered before 5 o'clock. This also led to the cold palace consorts not only in eunuchs, palace maids, the same, only eat 2 meals a day. Dinner is also later than eunuchs, palace maids eat. Coming. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Yingningfeng casually answered, and the narrow blade returned to his sleeve. When he first arrived, he wanted to be as nice as possible to people. Of course, if the other party didn't know what to do, he also had corpse chemistry powder in his bag. Squeak! Zhang Wanfeng opened the wooden door. What came into view was the hand-carrying lunchbox. Sharp-tongued, thin, hatless, handyman eunuch. This handyman eunuch, seeing Zhang Wanfeng open the door, after seeing the gray eunuch hat on top of Zhang Wanfeng's head, he slightly froze, and when he looked at Zhang Yingningfeng's face, the handyman eunuch's eyes immediately showed a fierce light. Yo, I wondered who had taken my place, but it turns out to be Eunuch Zhang, the sword god of the purification room. You traitor, do you still recognize me? The handyman eunuch gritted his teeth. Palace eunuch rank, mainly to the eunuch cap color to judge. From high to low, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray and black. Without a eunuch's hat, you're a journeyman eunuch who doesn't make the grade. A black eunuch's hat is a 9th grade eunuch. The gray eunuch's hat, on the other hand, is the 8th rank, and so on. In the eyes of the miscellaneous eunuchs, Jiang Wanfeng, an 8th grade eunuch, did not stay well in the outer court purification room, but was placed next to the inner court's cold palace. He also took his place and did the work that only a 9th grade eunuch would do. This is clearly a devaluation. Another one that I castrated? I have castrated so many people. How can I remember who you little yakuza are? Jiang Eveningfeng revealed a kind smile. This eunuch looks good. It turns out to be an old friend. Quickly please come in. I have a good gift to give. Jiang Eveningfeng sidestepped his body and made an inviting entry gesture with his left hand. At the same time, his gaze, quickly and unobtrusively, scanned the outside of the courtyard. After realizing that the handyman eunuch was delivering the meal alone, the narrow blade in his right arm sleeve was already moving stupidly. Count on you to know what's good for you, the Imperial cuisine, but you won't be doing your share. From now on, if I deliver 2 meals a day, I'll just spit on one of them and see which one you steal. My baby, still hosted at your place. When you were transferred to the inner cold court, did you bring my baby in with you? The handyman eunuch said as he lifted his feet to enter the courtyard. Although he said he was only spitting on one of the meals, he had made up his mind to turn around and spit on both. But just as the handyman eunuch brushed against Jiang Eveningfeng made his sword. Swish! Jiang Wanfeng's knife. It was fast. The tip of the knife went upwards, penetrating through the jaw of the handyman eunuch, piercing through his mouth and straight into his brain. A dash! The handyman eunuch made a low sound of unknown significance. He never expected that Jiang Eveningfeng would suddenly strike. Pop! Jiang Lianfeng tapped upward at the end of the blade, allowing the narrow blade to stab deeper. The handyman eunuch was suddenly silent. Only his body was still twitching again, and fell forward. Jiang Wanfeng was quick on his feet, grabbing the back collar of the handyman eunuch with his right hand and grabbing the lunchbox in the other's hand with his left hand. Also hooked the wooden door with one foot and closed it gently. At this point, weirdly twisted ink writing manifested itself. Although he has pushed people to their deaths, assassinated his colleagues, poisoned and killed people, peeped at the palace maid's bath, and tried to spit in the meal, he is not a good person. But you sneak attack and assassination, not martial arts, simply shameless. The number of sinful deduction is added 1. Jiang Wanfeng, sick? Holy mother? Jiang Lianfeng was speechless, then turned his gaze to the corpse of the handyman eunuch. Into the palace also do not know how many years. Mixed to now did not go to him to redeem the baby. Poor and stable being a cold palace caretaker and withholding meals, letting other people's maids of honor starve to death. He's been relegated to the position of a servant eunuch, but he still doesn't know how to die, and he's still thinking of spitting into his meal. Jiang Wanfeng had been disgusted. After placing the lunchbox and the body down smoothly, Jiang Wanfeng immediately turned around and went to put the bolt on the door. With that, he launched a search of the handyman eunuchs. 3 10-20 silver bills and some crumbs of silver were all the man had. What the hell? Jiang Eveningfeng's face twitched, feeling that this guy's poverty simply broke through his perception. On second thought, though, he thought it was reasonable. After all, this guy was originally just a cold palace caretaker, and he took advantage of the fact that the small secluded courtyard could be self-sufficient, and he could still withhold his meals and have a good time. Neither eunuchs serving nobles in the various palaces almost not get the rewards of the New Year's festivals, nor are they the eunuchs on duty at various places, unable to take advantage of their position to rake in the dough. It is true that one cannot save much money by relying on the monthly salary alone. He was in the purification room before. At least he was the eunuch in charge of the sword, and he was able to slightly share some silver when other people redeemed the treasure. Although, the bulk of it went to his top, but he had accumulated 377 taels over the years and still saved up. This cold palace caretaker is an idle job with no oil or water. It beats being laid back and being able to give yourself a little treat. Jiang Wanfeng instantly had a clear perception of his future life. Of course, what he meant by opening a small stove was cooking for himself, not stealing meals made by the Imperial catering room for the cold palace consorts. After being disgusted by this unknown handyman eunuch, he had no interest in the contents of the lunchbox. Between thoughts, Jiang Eveningfeng silently dragged the body of the handyman eunuch to the corner of the courtyard wall. Then he folded back to where he had put his bag and took out the corpse powder. Then he began a series of aftermaths that sought to leave the other side in the dust. It's time to go and bring the fragrant lady her food. Jiang Wanfeng lifted the lunchbox and went out of the courtyard door. People are in the harem, and the way forward is unclear. The most important thing to do right now was to raise his strength as soon as possible, but he is new to the world. If he goes to molest the next door cold palace incense princess Brush Sin, is not too polite. However, when Jiang Evening Feng entered the cold palace, what came into view was a slender silhouette dressed in red, suspended by the neck by white silk. Jiang Evening Feng, oh incremento? My first day on the job and you play hang yourself? Are you polite, princess? Chapter 6. Looking at the red-clothed fragrant concubine who was hanging straight up, Jiang Evening Feng casually placed the lunchbox on the ground. Then he scurried away in a puff of smoke. Xiang Fei can't die. At least not before he escaped the palace. Otherwise, he will surely be implicated. Jiang Evening Feng was fast, and after saving fragrant concubine, he immediately put the other party down and probed his heart. The body is still warm. The heartbeat is weak but at least it hasn't stopped. Jiang Evening Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, he immediately launched CPR, artificial respiration and a series of first aid. Unconsciously, the faintly intoxicating ethereal fragrance of the fragrant concubine's body made Jiang Wanfeng a little distracted. Taking advantage of someone's inability to resist. Your misbehavior and licentiousness is a great sin. Add 1 to the number of sinful inferences. Between the mesmerization, Jiang Wanfeng was awakened by the ink and water words floating in front of his eyes. He instantly stopped the exchange of verbal jabs and turned around and stood up quickly, turning his back to the fragrant princess. You, insolence! The fragrant princess, who had been rescued and awakened, only reacted with hindsight at this point. Looking at Jiang Evening Feng's tall and straight back, a layer of redness colored her fair and pretty face that could be blown out. Shy and angry, all sorts of complex emotions stirred in her heart. Princess Xiang, I swear on the lamp that I was trying to save you just now. It was never selfish. And it wasn't me who offered to stick my tongue out in the back. Jiang Evening Feng, who had his back to fragrant concubine, spoke quietly. After saying that, Jiang Evening Feng even smashed his mouth a bit, somewhat unfulfilled. Concubine tall and plump, skin as white as snow, cloud waterfall silk randomly scattered, more obvious skin white. The fruit was so full that the loose red coat could barely hide the caul. The waist is too thin to hold. The curves under the waist are quite straight and round like a ripe peach. Beautiful legs are long and touching. It is called the year of leg play. The face is delicate and playful, with a few exotic flavors, a kind of mixed race beauty. Innocence and charm coexist. Moreover, it seemed that because she was dressed in red and had committed suicide with a grudge, her expression was poignant and inexplicably gave people a conquering desire to bully her. The most critical thing is, the fragrant princess body comes with a strange intoxicating fragrance. Before almost let him hold the, just as Jiang Wanfeng was reminiscing, fragrant concubine, who had heard Jiang Wanfeng's reply, changed her face. She was mortified, but she was powerless to refute it. Later, indeed, she was the one who gave the response in a daze, but she never thought that even that crazy tyrant of Chen didn't take a single advantage of her, and now it was cheap for a eunuch. The most irritating thing was that she hadn't even seen this eunuch's face just now, but judging by the figure, at the very least it wasn't the nasty eunuch from before. Who let you save it? Even if I die, I won't cheapen you. Fragrant concubine was annoyed. She said absolutely nothing about her confused response earlier, making up her mind to proceed to kill herself when the eunuch in front of her left. At those words, Jiang Evening Feng frowned slightly. Does it sound like you want to keep dying? Princess Xiang, please also think twice. You just hanged yourself. Your face is blue and your tongue is hanging out so long it's scary to look at. It took me overcoming a great deal of inner fear and the fearlessness of giving up my life to get down. Jiang Evening Feng was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Without waiting for fragrant concubine to speak, Jiang Evening Feng continued to use words to discourage the other party from trying to commit suicide. Not only will you hang yourself, you will die an ugly death. If you hit your head against a wall or a pillar, your skull will sink into a piece, and blood will flow all over your face, making your death extremely ugly. In the case of suicide by throwing oneself into a well, the body would be swollen and white with water and extremely disgusting. I won't go into the gruesome state of the bodies of the rest of the deaths. I think that Princess Xiang should not want to die ugly after a lifetime of beauty, right? By the way, I took over from the last cold palace caretaker eunuch and live next door. If I hear a commotion, I will come at once. If the queen is really dead, I will take advantage of the heat. I don't suppose you'd want to die and be subjected to a desecration you can't imagine. Princess Xiang, would you? Jiang Evening Feng said quietly, making Princess Xiang listen in shock, fear and anger. How dare you? I'm a noble consort ordained by your mad emperor of Dakian. And what can you, a eunuch, do? Fragrance clenched her fists in anger. If she hadn't had all her cultivation wasted, she would have absolutely had to fight this eunuch in front of her. Jiang Evening Feng smiled, hearing the shaken intent in fragrant concubine's words. Your Highness, Times have changed, and although you were a noble consort, you are now in the cold palace. Jiang Evening Foam laughed. In order not to be implicated by the fragrant concubine, he absolutely would not allow her to die before he left the palace. Although it was a bit primitive to threaten a weak woman who had attempted suicide, his intention was that he didn't want the other woman to continue to commit suicide. Offhand, just at this moment, a line of ink writing once again appeared in front of his eyes. In the face of Nailin Jingxiang, a weak concubine who just attempted suicide. You went too far and made threats. You are shameless and sinful. Add 1 to the number of sinful projections. Get out. Get lost. Nailin Jingxiang dragged out her sobs and cursed angrily. And please, Princess Xiang, remember to have your meal. I'll come by a little later to retrieve the dishes. I live next door, so if you need anything, call me, so that I don't take advantage of you. Please make sure that the queen is alive and well. And I don't suppose you want me to take advantage of the heat, do you? Jiang Evening Foam was not humble and left after saying that. As the cold palace caretaker, he wasn't just responsible for delivering food. He would have to come over to retrieve the dishes when the fragrant concubine had finished her meal. When the handyman eunuch who was responsible for delivering the meal came back again, he had to hand the meal box and cutlery back to the other party. Although the original handyman eunuch, he killed. But when the morning rolls around, the disappearance of that handyman eunuch will attract attention, and a new handyman eunuch will naturally take over then. However, the disappearance of that handyman eunuch will surely draw inquiries from the inner courtyards. Jiang Evening Foam was secretly thinking while walking on the road away from the cold palace, but he didn't worry too much about it. In the Dakian palace, eunuchs and palace maidens' lives are as low as grass, and they die. The disappearance of a journeyman eunuch wouldn't attract much attention. Even if the inner courtyards check, they will only make routine inquiries and will not go deeper. After all, it's not like the emperor was assassinated, the concubines were killed, or anything like that. Afterward, Jiang Evening Foam summoned the panel and looked at the number of sinful deductions left, which was still 3, and nodded in satisfaction. Sneak attack kills the handyman eunuch and gains 1. Shannon contributed 2 times, together with the 1 time Yen had contributed earlier. He was now only 6 times short of raising the panel's sin level. 10 birds in the forest is better than 1 bird in the hand. Not waiting for the panel to level up, transforming it into strength first is most important. Jiang Evening Foam thought like this, but just at that moment, there were suddenly ink words in front of his eyes, floating out of nowhere. Chapter 7, Jiang Wanfeng intends to pry open fragrant concubine's mouth. Nailin Jingxiang, while organizing her messy clothes, secretly shedding tears and cursing you for not being a human being. As with the firstborn, your sin is increased by 1, and the number of sinful projections is increased by 1. Jiang Wanfeng was stunned. It could still be like this? Looking at the number of sinful thrusts on the panel, it rose to 4. Jiang Evening Foam wanted to give Xiang Fei artificial respiration a few more times. At this time, Jiang Wanfeng, who had already returned to the small secluded courtyard, silently closed the door and added all 4 times of sinful deduction to the basic body refining technique. In the first year, you begin to work on refining your body, day and night. But even if you work extremely hard, because of the influence of the Skylock Jedi vein, you get half the result with twice the effort. You're getting crazy. You want to take the easy way out. You work on refining your body while going out daily. You traveled openly and honestly between the inner court cold palace and the outer court purification rooms, carefully observing the patrol patterns and shift changes of the Imperial guards and inner court guards. And you focused on observing the 2 places, the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital, which are situated in the outer court. Because you are a eunuch and have Yan's waistband, you have not attracted too much attention from others. Year 2, a thunderstorm night. You, who have long practiced countless times in secret, sneak out of the inner court's cold palace in the dark, and rush to the Imperial hospital stealthily and swiftly. You, who know the inner court guards and the Imperial guards patrols and shift changes very well, came to the Imperial hospital unnoticed, utilizing the advantage of having stepped on the spot many times before. You quietly infiltrated the Imperial hospital and reaped the rewards. Then you extended your clutches to the Imperial kitchen. You, who have labored all night, return quietly to the secluded courtyard in the darkest hour before the dawn comes. I'm so focused on practicing hard behind closed doors that I don't care about the storm outside the courtyard. You started a daily grind, as well as a routine of feeding the fragrant princess. In the 3rd year, you who have consumed all the herbs and pills from the Imperial hospital, and the great tonic ingredients from the Imperial catering house, the basic body refining technique has come to a great completion. Not only that, but your realm, too, has broken through to the 9th level of body refining. At the beginning of the martial way, you have reached the end. The road ahead is blocked, and you don't know how to continue to break through. Due to your insecurity about Yen and not wanting the other person to find out your body secrets, you did not ask for help. Gradually, your sinful eyes, looking into the cold palace, the seeds of sin, in your heart, sprout quietly and grow over time. In the 4th year, you finally couldn't hold back the madness and didn't control yourself. Your claws, reaching out to the cold palace, you have grasped 2 key points and pressed the fragrant concubine. First, do you have any private cultivation resources? Second, is there a way to improve the skylocked absolute vein? Princess Xiang has a hard mouth, and although she is shocked that you are not a eunuch, she is unwilling to say anything. You grasp the 2 key points and launch a domineering verbal education, thinking that if you go down to the bottom and rigorously torture them, you can definitely find out. The Xiang Fei, whose cultivation is exhausted, inexperienced, and powerless to resist, has been refreshed by your hundreds of tricks, and has learned a lot of new knowledge. The door to a new world opens to her. Under your frantic questioning, fragrant princess, who holds your hand, finally spills the beans. She didn't hide any cultivation resources. She had nothing but herself. 2. She knows 2 ways to improve the skylocked extinct vein. Seeing her sell out, you launch into a stern verbal education of her. Fragrant concubine gives an answer with tears in the corner of her eyes, either to find a great master with thick cultivation, so that the other party will laboriously open up the meridians for you without sparing a great loss of vitality. Either that, or find a peculiar technique that has the utility to cleanse the marrow and transform the bones. You're frowning and in a dilemma. I Ching's marrow washing and bone changing techniques. Perhaps there is a collection in the Dakian treasury? But the state treasury is heavily guarded. Not the Imperial kitchen, the Imperial hospital and such, can be compared. As for finding a great master to lose his own energy, he will not spare the hard work to open the meridians for him. Yen may be willing, but that would inevitably expose the secret that he is not a eunuch. Time passes. You sometimes frantically refining your body, sometimes pulling fragrant concubine with you. I don't know for what reason, but the fragrant concubine didn't reveal the secret that you weren't a eunuch. Maybe it's a love that grows over time? As time passes, fragrant princess becomes more and more dependent on you, and her favor grows. One day, she was in a trance and inadvertently revealed some clues about special feats. You continue to press the issue and she is vague. She seems hesitant. Perhaps she needs more time to observe you. At the end of the 4-year period, your basic body refining technique stops at the state of great accomplishment and fails to be perfected. As he watched the ink text in front of him gradually dissipate, Zhang Wanfeng began to receive the sense of merit brought about by the deduction. Although a lot had happened in the sinful deduction, the memories he could receive were only limited to the Gongfu senses. But through the deduction, Zhang Eveningfeng sharply focused on the point. With all her cultivation and no experience, isn't she the woman of the Mad Emperor? Fragrant concubine was sent to the cold palace and also hanged herself in red. There must be a hidden agenda. With the way Princess Xiang is currently treating me, questioning her directly will most likely be fruitless. The next time you see Yen, you can ask about it sideways. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Zhang Eveningfeng's mind. With that, he stripped off his upper body clothing and with bare shoulders, he stood in the center of the small courtyard and began to perform the basic body refining technique. While refining his body to enhance it, individual fragments from the sinful deduction flashed through his mind. Regarding the special technique of I Ching washing the marrow and removing the bones, Fragrant Princess actually knew the clues, but it requires raiding Fragrant Princess and boosting the other party's favorability to pry her open. It's useless to use force. The other side is very wary. In the deduction, even if it is day-to-day, the other person only unintentionally reveals some clues. It's more important to open the other person's heart than to whip and force them. After some hard practice, Zhang Eveningfeng felt that his body had slightly improved. After the great completion of the basic body refinement technique, the speed of my body refining was significantly faster than it was originally. If you then assist with tonic medicines, or eat great tonic ingredients, the speed will be even faster. Zhang Wanfeng clenched his fist, feeling his progress. He, for one, was too eager to progress. On the contrary, that damned heaven-locking Jedi vein was like a shackle that always firmly bound him. Zhang Eveningfeng went back to his room and took out the soap horn from his baggage. Then he removed his outer pants and wore his profane pants and went to the courtyard and drew water from the well. Wow! The cold well water rushed down and washed away his sweaty body. After a wash, changing into a rotating eunuch's uniform, Zhang Eveningfeng once again went out. Before he left the house, he also broke an orange with leaves from the orange tree in the yard. Want to take first, carrot and stick. Want to pry open the mouth of the fragrant concubine. Can not just swing the big stick, but also to give the fragrant concubine a little sweet taste. Chapter 8. Thank you, stranger. After a series of things such as delivering food in the cold palace, rescuing fragrant princess, returning to the small courtyard, practicing and bathing. At this moment, the hour of the 10th hour had passed most of the way, and the 11th hour was not far away. Translated into the time of his previous life, it was about 6 o'clock in the evening. There's no going back after all. Jiang Evening Feng sighed softly in his heart. The remaining sun in the sky was like blood, and the twilight was getting thicker. Jiang Evening Feng walked out of the small courtyard and headed towards the main gate of the cold palace. At that moment, ink writing twisted and floated steeply before his eyes. Nalan Jingxiang scolded you for being lazy. She had finished eating and washed the dishes, but you were late in showing up. How can you let her do the dishes? Don't you know that girls are meant to be loved? The number of times you've sinned is increased by 1. Jiang Evening Feng slightly stunned. Xiang Fei even robbed him of his work. Was given a hard time by the last cold palace caretaker and developed the habit of doing so? Good habit. Keep it up. Jiang Evening Feng's mouth hung a smile and entered the cold palace. Cold palace. Located in a remote corner of the inner court harem, next to the northeast side of the palace wall of the harem. It was called the Cold Palace, but in reality, it was only a separate compound with not even a plaque on the main entrance. In terms of floor space, it was roughly 4 times the size of the small, secluded courtyard where Jiang Wanfeng lived. Entering the door, there is an old tree in the courtyard, with a tall body, thick branches and trunk, and withered fallen leaves. In the corners on either side of the doorway, there is an outhouse on one side and a simple kitchen on the other. Not far away, there are wells with mottled traces on the outside of the wellhead. Further in, apart from the large, dilapidated house, looking around was an old courtyard wall with overgrown weeds in the corners. Under the twilight, within the walls of the courtyard, the atmosphere was so gloomy that time seemed to have frozen here. The grade is a cut above the Qingyue small courtyard, and at first it should be the residence of eunuchs or palace maidens, only to be abandoned later and gradually evolve into a cold palace. Jiang Evening Feng's mind flashed with conjecture. Within the great Chen Imperial Palace, there were numerous buildings. As time passes, not every area is properly maintained. Either they are abandoned and left unused, or they are simply repaired and put to other uses. For example, the eunuchs and courtesans group quarters, the jail house, the palace house, and so on. The only eunuchs and palace maids who serve in the various palaces and are on duty in various places will have corresponding allotted rooms and ear rooms. Otherwise, it's all about living in group homes and eating out of pots and pans. This cold palace, look at the size specifications. With material grade, early should be eunuchs or court ladies' small collective quarters. In the middle of his thoughts, Jiang Evening Feng entered the house. The first thing he saw was that the lunchbox and dishes were packed and sitting on the table in the center of the hall. And it seemed that the fragrant princess had heard the commotion early and had gone into the inner room without showing her face. On the beams of the room and the hall, the white damask from before was still hanging, and the fragrant concubine did not put it away. Princess Xiang, I picked some oranges for you and put them on the table. You also have some snacks to top it off if you get hungry at night. This white silk, I'll just put it away for you for now, so you don't have to do anything stupid again. Zhang Lianfeng said over toward the inner room while she was busy. Shannon didn't respond. After removing the white damask, Jiang Evening Feng looked in the direction of the inner room, and saw that there was no movement after a long time, and muttered in his heart, Princess Xiang, are you okay? If you don't squeak, I'm going to go in and check it out. If you're not okay, I'm really going to have to get it while it's hot. Jiang Evening Feng's voice raised a few points and raised his feet toward the inner room. Although he entered the cold palace before the ink text also appeared because of the dark scolding of Princess Xiang. But there's no guarantee that the other person will kill themselves after cursing. As the words fell from her lips, the fragrant lady was in a hurry. Don't you come over. Fragrant concubine's voice rang out suddenly. Aha! Listening to the location of the voice, how did it feel like fragrant concubine was picking at the door to peek out? Jiang Evening Feng was slightly stunned. Although he was a man of 2 lives, his previous life was just a fledgling who had been indoctrinated by countless movie and television productions and had extremely rich theoretical experience, with 0 actual combat experience. It is natural to have a poor understanding of what goes on in a woman's mind. It must be known that fragrant concubine experienced a narrow escape from death by being resuscitated by Jiang Evening Feng. In a trance, he suddenly realized that he was responding to Jiang Evening Feng, and with a start, Jiang Evening Feng suddenly drew back and turned his back on her. It made her not even look at Jiang Evening Feng's face. The complexity of the emotions afterward was something that Jiang Evening Feng could figure out. Hiding behind the door and peeking through the crack, fragrant concubine just wanted to see Jiang Evening Feng's true appearance. It's good to know that Lady Shannon is okay. Then I will leave you for now. If you call me, I will come. Jiang Wanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it was the fear of being implicated, the clues to the gongfu on fragrant concubine's body, or some unwillingness to let go of a different emotion at work, he didn't even want Xiang Fei to die. After saying that, Jiang Eveningfeng didn't drag his feet at all and turned around. Before he left, he also took a copper basin in the corner of the hall. Only after listening to Jiang Lianfeng gradually walk away did fragrant concubine come out of the inner room, bringing some oranges over, but taking my bathtub. The denizen. Fragrant concubine's face was complicated, unable to figure out what Jiang Evenfeng wanted to do. She then looked to the oranges on the table, her gaze a little hesitant. She knew there were orange trees in the small, secluded yard next door, and that November was just about the time for the ripening season to arrive. But the last cold palace caretaker eunuch never brought it this way. And the last cold palace caretaker eunuch was an extremely nasty villain. Once privately molested her maid and tried to eat against her maid, but because of her maid's decisive refusal, that nasty villain deliberately deducted from the meal. So much so that her faithful maid, in order that she might eat more, ate gradually and less, grew weaker and weaker, and even starved to death. She hanged herself with white silk today partly because she didn't want to continue to be humiliated. On the other hand, it was because it was so hungry. As a matter of fact, before Jiang Eveningfeng delivered the meal today, fragrant concubine actually hadn't had a full meal in a while. Thank you, stranger, Shannon whispered mentally. Born in northern Mang, she is a child of the grasslands and not a child of the great Qian. It was not so rigidly calculated for the morose class in the palace. Despite being very mindful of Jiang Wanfeng's eunuch status, she didn't look down on it. What she regretted more was that just now, as the twilight was getting thicker and the light inside the house was dim, she didn't get a good look at Jiang Eveningfeng's face through the crack of the door. I'll be able to see it when he comes over again in the morning. Xiang Fei's eyes flowed, and she couldn't help but recall the scene where Jiang Eveningfeng saved her before. Her pretty face gradually reddened. She raised her hand and picked up an orange, peeled it, and began to eat it. Well, it's a little sweet and delicious. On the contrary, Jiang Eveningfeng sighed. He couldn't help but smile with joy as he watched the ink words in front of him gradually dissipate. Although Nailan Jingshan doesn't know what you're up to, she called you a denizen when you took her bathtub. You're harboring evil intentions and plotting against me. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Not bad, not bad. 3 more times and the panel's sin level will go upwards. Jiang Eveningfeng was satisfied in his heart. Chapter 9, The Red Moon Shines in the Sky. Who comes in the middle of the night? Jiang Eveningfeng took the copper basin and returned to the small secluded courtyard. At this time, the sky was dark, and there was very little of the remaining light of the sunset in the sky. Jiang Eveningfeng brought the copper basin inside and casually placed it on the table. Then, he rummaged through his bag and pulled out some air-dried dried meat, and a large cake, and ate it hastily. This was his previous reserve of dry food, which was kept as a night snack on weekdays. After all, if he only ate 2 meals a day, it was really a serious violation of the eating habits he had developed in his previous life. But in this palace, except for the nobles, everyone else basically has to follow the 2 meals a day system. It's the law of etiquette, and it must not be transgressed. Even the vegetable patch in the yard, with cabbage and sweet potatoes, and the well-built earthen stove. In the corner of the room, there were pots and pans. He couldn't risk a fire for cooking at this hour, either. Otherwise, when they see the smoke rising, the inner courtyards will be like super-hung hyenas, dogs, eager to rush over and launch an anal pulverizing attack. This was the harsh rituals followed by the feudal dynasty. The word cannibalism is in fact found in all the words. This pitiful hellhole. Jiang Eveningfeng shook his head and sighed lightly. Compared to the Imperial guards on the outer court side, the inner court guards on the harem side would be more impersonal. The former because it mainly patrolled the outer court area, including but not limited to the Golden Palace, the Imperial Study Hall, the Imperial Hospital, the Imperial Catering Room, the Purification Room, and various other institutions. They were not allowed to trespass into the inner court and harem without military orders, so the Imperial guards were not required to purify themselves. The inner court guards, on the other hand, were mainly composed of eunuchs and palace maids who practiced martial arts and were responsible for patrolling the inner court harem. So much so that in some ways, the inner court guard would be tougher than the Imperial guard. The Imperial guards were at least normal people, and there was a chance that they would be authorized to go home and visit their families when they caught the break and took their leave in advance. The inner court guards, on the other hand, are relatively elderly eunuchs and courtesans who can barely get out of the palace and would be in a relatively perverted psychological condition. After all, in this deep palace court stayed for a long time, whether it is the body, or the spirit, more or less will be lonely. So much so, it's inevitable that the psyche will be tainted with perversion. After eating the dry food, Jiang Eveningfeng walked out of the house and went to the courtyard to fetch water. At this time, night fell, dark clouds covered the moon, and there was not a single bright light around. Tons and tons and tons. Zhang Evening Feng adapted to the darkness and drew water to drink in the dark. The well water is cold and sweet, and the main focus is a pristine, pollution-free. Lighting a lamp at night costs oil, and in this palace, costing gas is costing money. He generally left the lights on at night if he didn't have to. There shouldn't be too many of a traveler who mixes it up to be as stingy as he is. Zhang Wanfeng had actually thought about utilizing the advantages of being a traveler for his own benefit. For example, copying poetry, making soap, fine salt, cement, glass, saltpeter for ice, etc. But the world, it's really quite anomalous. Not to mention what Zhang Wanfeng could think of, even what he couldn't think of. This world had. It's as if there had been a traveler who came along a long time ago and invented all sorts of things and copied all the poems he could. It just doesn't leave anything at all for those who come after them. Don't look at Zhang Evening Feng living in an adobe house and really think that Deqian is backward. The main reason was because Zhang Evening Feng's identity was here. The status is too low to enjoy anything too high profile. But the nobles in the palace are actually doing well in their daily lives. There was soap for bathing, and important palaces were built with cement. There is no shortage of seasonings for the meal, fine salt, soy sauce, oyster sauce, chili peppers, and so on. Catch the hot weather. The ice cellar ice is not enough. Immediately get nitrate ice. Even, they will take the fruit and juice it and make popsicles to eat. Paper making has been around for a long time, and gunpowder has been in use for a long time. Fireworks and cannonballs, flintlock muskets and artillery were not uncommon. However, because of the existence of the transcendental cultivation system in this world, Deqian did not put too much effort into technological development. After all, for cultivators, the power of artillery was just that. It was still sloppy against low-level cultivators and low-level demons. But further up, it wasn't enough. I also don't know how that old countryman who traveled in front of me is doing. Zhang Evening Feng whispered in his heart. He then picked oranges from the tree and ate them one by one. He had two guesses about this world. 1. There really has been a previous crossover that drained the crossover benefits already. 2. He didn't travel to other worlds. He just traveled through the timeline to countless years later. But Zhang Evening Feng preferred the first guess. Because, in this world, he had never heard of the kind of high-rise buildings, airplanes and automobiles left behind in his previous life. And, the poems that were copied and the various things that were invented were all of unknown authorship. It was as if there was a force in the underworld that erased the existence of that previous traveler. Even some of the myths and legends of this world were only somewhat similar to those of his previous life, yet they were very different. Then there's the size of the landmass. On this continent he was currently on, there were many dynasties, demons, and the land was vast and vast. Ordinary people could not walk to the edge of the continent, or even the boundaries of the country they were in, even if they spent their entire lives. This could be far bigger than the world of his previous life. The bottom line is that the celestial stars are different. Zhang Evening Feng looked at the scarlet moonlight spilling down around him and couldn't help but look up at the red moon hanging high above the sky. The dark clouds that had previously covered the stars and obscured the moon had disappeared at some point, allowing the scarlet moonlight filled with demonic colors to fall. Zhang Wanfeng thought of the he that had appeared in the ink writing before, associated with the unknown authorship of those poems and inventions. It's as if the presence of that traveler has been erased. Zhang Evening Feng couldn't help but be more vigilant in his heart. It's only fair to be more robust and not expose my secrets. Zhang Evening Feng secretly admonished himself in his heart. It was out of these suspicions that after he awakened the memories of his past life, he had always hidden himself as much as possible. Strive to make yourself and the people around you not too different. He didn't want to be cleaned up by unknown, powerful existences that treated him as an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. In the middle of his thoughts, Zhang Evening Feng bathed in the scarlet moonlight, went back inside, and closed the door. He lit an oil lamp and took a quick and careful inventory of the money he had on hand. With his original savings, and the silver ticket given by Yen, plus the meager contribution of that handyman eunuch, the total was 12,681 taels, and 2 small pieces of silver that added up to less than a tael. Sniffing the faint unique ink scent on the silver ticket, Zhang Wanfeng was at ease. Is this just the smell of special ink? No, it was the taste of wealth, a great security for the rest of his life to come. Born into a chaotic world, the most reassuring things for him are knives and money. Zhang Evening Feng put the silver ticket back into his arms and stored it close to his body, blowing out the lamp. He came to the bedside and placed the narrow blade in his sleeve under the pillow. Then he lay down and closed his eyes and began to brew sleep. Go to bed early and save lamp oil. And most of the people in this day and age work at sunrise and sunset. Sleeping at this hour, he's considered staying up late. Pillow to pillow, sleep for an unknown length of time. Trance is the middle of the night. Zhang Lianfeng vaguely heard that some movement rang out in the house. It's not like a mouse or something making a noise. It's someone picking at something. Who? Zhang Wanfeng woke up with a start. His body tensed up, and his right hand subconsciously probed towards the bottom of the pillow. Chapter 10 Sin Level Up. Zhang Eveningfeng held the narrow blade and let his eyes adjust to the dimness of the room. He didn't get up in a hurry, but slowly inclined his head to where the voice came from, calm as a hunter hidden in the darkness. This adobe house. There is no distinction between a hall and an inner room. Beds, tables, chairs and the like, all in the same space, belonging to an ancient version of a large open room. Under Zhang Eveningfeng's gaze, he vaguely saw that the floor of a certain area not far away was being slowly lifted up from below. Down here, there are even tunnels in this flip-flop hidden entrance and exit mechanism? Zhang Wanfeng frowned with both eyebrows. He had wondered before why a small, secluded courtyard was purposely built next to the cold palace. With the status of a cold palace consort, it's not really worth sending a dedicated guard at all. It turned out that the existence of this small secluded courtyard was to conceal the existence of this tunnel entrance and exit. At the same time, the visitor lifted the flip-flop floor entrance and exit completely and poked his head out to check it out. It seemed that because of the dim light in the room, the other party didn't seem to notice Zhang Wanfeng's presence. The visitor gently lowered the entrance and exit of the organ and landed on the ground, and then walked out gently. At this moment, Zhang Eveningfeng moved. He exploded with power, moving like running thunder. Just as the visitor had just set one foot on the ground and the other was still dangling in the air, Zhang Eveningfeng kicked the man in the heart with a flying kick. An inch is short, an inch is dangerous. His narrow blade, though sharp, was too short in length. Therefore, he took a more prudent offense and did not risk getting close enough to fight with his narrow blade. Put! The man was sent flying by his vigorous kick, and the man was in mid-air, spewing blood from his mouth. The man then hit the wall with a thud. The wall of this old adobe house was shaken by the impact, and even the whole room shook a little, and the roof shook off some dust down. Between the flying dust, after the man hit the wall, he was recoiled and dropped back to the ground, in the position of a rolling gourd, and was tumbling. In the meantime, Zhang Wanfeng had already switched to holding his sword in his left hand and sprinted away after a slight freeze. He made a diving tackle, and in a flash of lightning, the visitor stopped his tumbling and landed face down on his back, and Zhang Eveningfeng was already at the back of the visitor, restraining him in an extremely weird position. He had his right knee on the visitor's lumbar spine, his left knee on the back of his opponent's heart, his right hand counterclasping his right wrist, and the narrow blade in his left hand against the visitor's neck. Who is coming? Zhang Eveningfeng's tone was cold and murderous, though he had just kicked the visitor in the heart and realized the touch was off. But after a moment's dismay, he immediately launched into pursuit. Even if the other party was a woman, if she couldn't explain why she snuck into his room in the middle of the night, he would still kill her. Big brother, do you believe me when I say I'm just passing through? Underneath Zhang Eveningfeng, the man dragged out a sobbing voice and said in an aggrieved voice, should I say no? The voice is pretty good. She's a weak woman who just wants to escape from this cold and heartless palace and return to her warm home. What's wrong with her? You attacked a poor passerby in the middle of the night. Your crime is so heinous that the number of sinful projections is increased by 1. In front of Zhang Wanfeng's eyes, there were steeply bizarre twisting appearances of ink and water words, which disguisedly confirmed the woman's words. Zhang Eveningfeng, eat my full force and est foot. Just spit out blood. This is called a weak woman? He didn't let his guard down, didn't fully trust the description of the inked text. He felt that the other party should be inexperienced, and that was why he succeeded in his sneak attack. In terms of realm alone, he felt that the other party was higher than him. Once he let go of the clamp, there was a chance that the other party would be able to kill him back by virtue of his realm. Who are you? What do you want to do when you're up in the middle of the night, scurrying through the tunnels? What did you come in here to me for? In the tunnels? What's there? Zhang Eveningfeng opened his mouth to inquire. The woman then began to give her account. Her name was Xiang Fei, and she was a palace maid. Exploring the tunnels is an attempt to find an exit, escape the palace, and return to their homeland. This was because the tunnels deep in the earth were full of four-way streets and extremely divergent paths. Sometimes there are upward steps, sometimes there are test levels. Xiang Fei was blocked by a test barrier in front of her, just as there was an upward staircase leading to Zhang Eveningfeng's room next to her. So, she came up here to find a way out. In a sense, there doesn't seem to be much wrong with saying it's passing through. In the dead of night, riding a man and dominating a woman. You're like a newborn. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Zhang Eveningfeng ignored the ink text and continued to cross-examine. You say you're a courtesan, so where did you get the civilian clothes, and a woman dressed as a man? Do you live in the palace courtyard, or do you live in the palace allotment of any nobleman? What exactly is this test level you speak of? Listening to Jiang Wanfeng's questions, Tong Feiqiu answered them fluently. For a moment, Jiang Wanfeng was unable to find any cracks. However, there is still one more time to go, and the panel's sin level has risen. Jiang Evening Maple decisively continued to interrogate. After a while, Tong Feiqiu dragged out a sobbing voice and said, "Big brother, you're hurting me. Can we talk in a different position?" Seeing that the water and ink text was slow to reappear, Jiang Evening Feng sighed in his heart and got up to let Tong Feiqiu go. "I'm sorry, old girl, I was being overly cautious. After all, I panicked when you suddenly appeared out of the ground in the middle of the night. Let's call it a night without a fight. From now on, you call me brother and I'll call you sister." Jiang Evening Feng returned his sword to his sleeve and reached out to pull Tong Feiqiu up from the ground. Tong Feiqiu was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. "You're panicking?" Came up and gave me a kick in the ass. Didn't even know if I was deformed. Tong Feiqiu resisted the urge to check her injuries, but then she heard Jiang Evening Feng coldly venture out. "Right, old girl, have you eaten? If not, eat my punch?" When Jiang Wanfeng said this, Tong Feiqiu was instantly shocked and her face turned white. "In the middle of the night, alone with a man and a woman, you terrorize a weak woman. Animal. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Accumulated 10 sin pushes. Sin level of sin pushes panel rises to 2. The panel space opens to a space size of 1 fathom in length, width, and height, and can currently be used for storage only. Sinful deduction. From a single 1 year, upgraded to 2 years. Sinful deduction. In addition to access to the deduction of the relevant feats of perception, but also random access to the memory of the relevant experience. 1 number of sinful inferences to gain 1 random memory of a related experience. Special reminder, sinful projections are only one of billions of futures projected at a time. Believable, but not completely believable. The future is like the sea, ever changing. In the middle of the sea, the only way is to ferry yourself. Looking at the large swath of ink text twisting and floating in front of him, Jiang Wanfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the second time I came back from the cold palace, I didn't immediately give Stud the 2 sinful extrapolations that Shannon had contributed. At the moment he had 5 sinful thrusts in hand, enough to evolve 10 years of thrusting time, and still, just as Jiang Wanfeng was pondering, Tong Feiqiu said weakly, "Big brother, I've really eaten, can you not give me a fistful?" Chapter 11, he wants to be a good guy. It's so adorably stupid. A punch in the face is sure to wink and cry for a long time, isn't it? Silly, I'm teasing you. Jiang Evening Feng smiled and patted Tong Feiqiu's thin shoulders. Based on the previous series of interrogations, he could roughly determine Tong Feiqiu's character. It's silly and naive and kind of big-headed. "Big brother, you just scared me. By the way, do you want to come down with me and check it out while it's still light?" Tong Feiqiu extended an invitation. Jiang Wanfeng looked at the dark entrance, which was like a ladder leading to an abyss. "You turn around and turn your back to me." Jiang Wanfeng neither agreed nor refused, but had Tong Feiqiu's back to him. Tong Feiqiu was a little hesitant. Then, Jiang Wanfeng silently raised his fist. Tong Feiqiu chose to follow her heart and obediently turned her back to Jiang Evening Feng. In the next moment, Jiang Evening Feng reserved 3 sinful thrusts, intending to subsequently add to the chicken-killing blade technique. The remaining 2 sinful thrusts were brought in to test the waters, and were piled on him on the spot for basic body refining feats. In the first year, you refined your body while stepping onto the ladder to the deep underground with Tong Feiqiu. After a long descent, you come before the test level. It was a stone door that was integrated with the sides of the underground passage, and it was hard. It's the kind of hardness you can't break. You see on the stone door, the test inscribed in Dakian script. That's the first 2 lines of one of your cold poems, and the test is to get someone to answer the last 2 lines. But coincidentally, you knew the last 2 lines of the poem, and you told the answer to Tong Feiqiu, who answered. For to answer the question, one must answer with blood, with thoughts, and smear the blood on the door. You think it's too evil and weird and you don't want to bleed. After Tong Feiqiu's reply, the stone door quickly retracted into the ground. You're not sure if this is an organ technique? Behind the stone door is not the passageway out of the palace that you had hoped for, but instead a long passageway down into the deeper parts of the earth. You became furious and felt that Tong Feiqiu had snubbed you, and you extended your devil's claws to her, and you wanted to refine your body with her. Tong Feiqiu, who had injuries, resisted, struggled, and cried. In the end, she was forced to refine her body with you. Afterward, you look at the blood that got on you and you feel a little guilty. "I hate you." Tong Feiqiu cried out these words and stumbled away. You have an inexplicable premonition in your heart that you and her may not see each other again. After seeing Tong Feiqiu leave, you return to the small, secluded courtyard. but you find that when you close that flip-flop floor entrance and exit, it's tightly closed and there's no way you can open it again. This year, you refined your body while raiding Neilan Jingxiang, and from time to time, you also research the entrances and exits of the short-lived underground passageways. Without the help of external objects, your progress in refining your body is extremely small. Because you were too purposeful, you caused Neilan Jingxiang to be wary of you, and stayed on guard against you. Even that underground passageway, even if you were under that floor and dug 30 feet into the ground, you didn't find it again. Underneath, it was surprisingly all dirt and rocks. That passageway magically disappeared, just like Tong Fei Shui. You think that you might indeed really not see her again. In the second year, you stopped focusing on that underground passageway entrance and exit, and focused on practicing martial arts, as well as raiding Neilan Jingxiang. Meanwhile, you repeat your old trick of observing the movements of the inner court guards and the Imperial guards, and go to the Imperial catering room and the Imperial hospital to step on the spot. On some rainy night, you went out. You utilized the panel space to scour the Imperial hospital and the Imperial cuisine. The size of the panel space, 1 fathom in length, width and height, is quite a small room. You filled the panel space with swag. The next day, things got so big that those embezzling eunuchs, as well as the Imperial chefs, couldn't pocket it. They've decided to level the playing field with the thefts. The Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital exploded with a staggering number of thefts, which shocked the people and caused the Mad Emperor of Dacian to be enraged and order a thorough investigation. When you heard about it, you cursed those people for being worse than dogs and pigs, and you were used to settle the score. You who can keep all your loot in the panel space don't care if anyone tracks it down. There is a constant storm in the palace, and the Imperial guards and the inner court guards search everywhere and find nothing. The speed of your body refining begins to skyrocket with the help of tonic medicines and great tonic ingredients. Meanwhile, you're still raiding Neilan Jingxiang. In the third year, you couldn't hold back any longer. One night, you attacked Neilan Jingxiang at night, but even with all your tricks, she still didn't give in. Even if you get her person, you can't get her heart, and you can't pry her mouth. So naturally you can't get the clues to the special technique you want. As a person of North Mang, a child of the grassland, Neilan Jingxiang likes to be overbearing with gentleness, gentle with affection, affection with. In short, that's when you realize that you were on the wrong track from the beginning. I knew the sweet-talking man couldn't be trusted. Neilan Jingxiang said this. 2 heads and a big you. Regardless, focused on grabbing her and you refining your body. In the 4th year, you who have practiced hard day and night, the basic body refining technique is complete. Neilan Jingxiang remained stiff-lipped and even guessed your purpose. She knows you're here for that special technique that can change the meridians in marrow and transform the bones. She, for one, is completely desperate for you, like a dead fish, at your mercy. You can't do anything about it. You can't spare your life. You just silently pick up the little whip. Even if you become like a newborn, you still have a bottom line. So, you focus on refining your body during the day and pull her along with you at night, day after day, night after night. You vaguely have some insights and think you can improve the basic body refining technique. You have almost arrived at the limit of the refinement realm, but your way forward is broken. Your heaven-locking Jedi vein traps you firmly, preventing you from breaking through to a higher realm. At the end of the 4-year period, with your extremely high talent for the Tao of the Blade, as well as other heavenly negative abstractions of enlightenment, although you had some enlightenment, you failed to improve the basic body refinement technique, stopping short of perfection. The corners of Jiang Wanfeng's mouth twitched. He felt like a blackened version of him in this sinful push. He's not that nascent, he's just trying to be a nice guy who's nice to people. Immediately after that, along with the Gongfu sensation came 2 randomly acquired memories. One section is a memory related to his observation of the movements of the Imperial guards and the inner court guards, and stomping on the Imperial hospital and the Imperial catering room to successfully carry out the raid. The other section is the memory of being in the underground passageway and refining the body like crazy with Tong Fei Shui. With the memory into the brain, Jiang Wanfeng directly cannot be suppressed. Chapter 12, No Queen for Those Who Meet. Jiang Evening Feng's breathing became slightly thicker and more urgent. Just as he was trying to calm down, Tong Fei Shui sent out an inquiry. Big brother, what's wrong with you? As the words fell, Tong Fei Shui's body moved slightly, and she wanted to turn over to check. Hearing Jiang Evening Feng's breathing suddenly become ragged and rapid, she was afraid. Don't you move, old sister. I was just looking at your back and thinking of our passionate, fire-like encounter tonight, of our love for each other without a fight. To think that I'll always have your silent support behind me from now on. I'm just a little excited. Jiang Wanfeng hurriedly opened his mouth to stabilize Tong Fei Shui. Can he make Tong Fei Shui turn around? As soon as the other man turned around, the secret that he wasn't a eunuch was exposed. Like the eyes that want to knife someone, The gun that wants to stab someone can't be hidden. But let him turn his back on Tong Fei Shui, right? He wasn't comfortable with that. At those words, the corner of Tong Fei Shui's eyes twitched slightly for a few moments. A passionate, fiery encounter? A sneak attack without a word? A love affair without a fight? You really kicked me in the heart with that nesting kick. Backed by. You better be. Tong Fei Shui's heart was full of grooves, but she didn't dare to spit. She was afraid of being beaten. Jiang Evening Foam calmed his mood, but he failed to calm his body. Then to calm himself, he silently piled the remaining 3 sinful thrusts on the chicken-killing blade technique. In the first year, while practicing your sword, you accompanied Tong Fei Shui into the underground passage and instructed Tong Fei Shui to pass the test level. Face the back of the test level, the passage that leads further down, which you and Tong Fei Shui continue to explore. However, you didn't get far out. Your eyelids got heavier and heavier, and without waiting for your strategic exit, you fell into a coma with Tong Fei Shui. When you opened your eyes again, you were back in your room and Tong Fei Shui had disappeared. The flat floor entrance and exit to the subterranean floor has long since been closed tightly. You don't believe me. Digging down again. The passage, once again, has eerily disappeared. You're frustrated, and you suspect you may never see Tong Fei Shui again. In the years since then, you have focused on practicing your sword, occasionally showing your dominance and gentleness to Nailan Jingxiang when delivering meals. You are cold and hot to Nailan Jingxiang, caring at the right time, but keeping your distance. Nailan Jingxiang did not perceive your true intentions and gradually began to have some good feelings towards you. You would occasionally chatter, and you would listen quietly, listening to Nailan Jingxiang tell those interesting stories about how she used to herd sheep and horses on the grasslands. It's just that you and she both know that there's no going back. In the second year, you continued to focus on practicing the sword, and the aura in your head gradually accumulated. In your spare time, you would chat and joke with Nailan Jingxiang, and your relationship grew closer and closer. You've become good friends, but you always felt she was hiding a lot of secrets. Sometimes, without realizing it, you think of Tong Fei Shui, the mysterious girl who comes quietly and fleetingly in the dead of night. You recall some of the details you once inquired of her, and you know which court of nobility she serves. You admit that you have so much hang-up and curiosity about the child Fei Snow. Even as cautious as you are, you still try to find Tong Fei Shui. However, when you went to that palace and privately paid off the eunuchs there, the news you've gotten is that there's no such person. Tong Fei Shui may seem naive, but she's not being completely honest with you. You're a little angry at first, but on second thought, it makes sense. Why wouldn't they defend themselves against a hand when they're just meeting each other? Since then, you have lost the clue to find Tong Fei Shui. You recall what happened that night, whether it was in your room or in the tunnels. The light was dim, and you actually only vaguely saw the outline of Tong Fei Shui's face. Although you didn't get a good look at her real face, you thought she would be a beauty. In the third year, Tong Fei Shui still didn't show up, and that night's experience seemed like just a dream. There were no mysterious courtesans who broke into the room at midnight, no weird tunnels that quietly appeared and mysteriously disappeared. You didn't pursue Tong Fei Shui anymore. You gave up. When you focus on practicing your sword, the aura in your head is like a pregnancy, thriving day by day, but you always feel like something's missing. One night, you attacked Nailan Jingxiang at night and spoke of your full love for her. She believed it. She actually believed it? Though shocked that you're not a eunuch, she takes it from you. In the fourth year, you practiced your sword daily and arranged flowers and smelled incense every night. The aura in your brain is accumulating more and more. You feel so close to the membrane. Just by stabbing it, the chicken-killing blade technique will undergo a metamorphosis and go to the next level. You've been practicing hard day after day, not daring to slacken off, and you think it's getting close. One night, the wind and rain stopped. The rain hit the delicate flowers, not to win the tenderness. Nailan Jingxiang mentioned to you her life. She was originally the illegitimate daughter of a tribal leader in North Mang and a person from Dakian. Identity and real name, not many people know. Coinciding with the Northern Mang royal family's deployment of troops to exterminate the tribe, all of her friends and relatives died. Because of her mixed blood looks, she did not look like a direct descendant of that tribe, and because she was able to convince the emperor of Beimang with a false name and identity, she was able to escape. Not only that, the North Mang emperor took her as his daughter and gave her the surname Wanyan. Originally she wanted to lurk in the royal family of Northern Mang and find a chance to assassinate the emperor of Northern Mang, but the other side suddenly sent her to make peace with Great Chen. Unable to find an assassination opportunity and unable to escape her marriage, she could only come to Dakian. In order to take revenge, she chose to assassinate the crazy emperor of Daqian on her wedding night, and she did not intend to succeed. She simply wants to take advantage of Daqian's anger to send troops to overthrow North Mang to avenge her blood feud. However, After the assassination failed, the crazy emperor of Dakian only wasted her cultivation and sent her to the cold palace, and did not kill her, nor did he send out troops to crusade against the northern Mang. Since then, she can only stay in the cold palace until she meets you. Hearing Nalan Jingxiang say heartfelt words to you, you were greatly moved, and even more so, you dared to move. Your relationship, getting better and better. On a certain day in the 6th year, you are thick and thin, and succeed in transforming and sublimating the long successful method of killing chickens. You named the new sword technique Encounter Without a Queen, because whether you cut above or below, the knife that meets you is destined to leave the other person without a queen for the rest of his life. You were greatly pleased and focused on practicing your sword, perhaps because of the sake of day-to-day. One day later, Nalan Jingxiang and you mentioned, her family has an ancestral secret. Chapter 13, the prettier the woman, the better she is at deceiving people. You were excited inside, but you pretended to be careless and inquired about the efficacy of her family's ancestral secret technique. She said that the I Ching washed her marrow and took off her bones, but according to the ancestral tradition, it can only be passed on to the direct lineage children of the Nalan family, not to outsiders. But she sees you practicing hard every day, but you're slow to break through the body refining realm, and she wants to help you. You are righteous and decisive in your refusal. Because of your vigilance against Nalan Jingxiang, you've always adopted the strategy of taking things slowly, and you suspect that this is a test run. You feel that at times like this, you should make 3 resignations and 3 concessions to show that you are full of sincerity. However, because of your refusal, Nalan Jingxiang breathed a sigh of relief and directly stopped mentioning the matter of passing on the art. You're confused. You didn't expect Nalan Jingxiang to go out of her way, but you're not discouraged. You think there's still time. You'll let Nalan Jingxiang see that you're overflowing with full sincerity. At the end of the 6-year period, your chicken-killing sword technique has been transformed into the Encountered Without a Queen sword technique. Stopping at proficiency. Jiang Evening Phone. Are you okay? Nothing to pretend. And 3 resignations and 3 concessions. Jiang Wanfeng was simply speechless at his own self and the sinful deduction. Steadiness and caution are his thing. Do you, a toolman in the middle of a panel's sinful extrapolation, need to be robust and cautious? Recklessness is enough. Jiang Wanfeng felt a slight headache and planned to save up a little bit more sinful deduction times next time before continuing with a big wave. He was going to show the fragrant princess what it meant to live and die by the day. In the next moment, a large amount of Saber senses came surging in, accompanied by 3 random memories. One section was the experience of him and Tong Fei Shui going deep into the tunnels and passing out in a weird way after they passed the test level. One segment was his daily routine of raiding Nalan Jingxiang and showing dominance and gentleness. The last paragraph shows him arranging flowers and smelling incense in the cold palace one night until dawn. With the memory into the brain, Jiang Evening Phone breathing rough and rapid, originally has been a little calm. At this time again began to suppress the big brother. Are you really okay? You're not letting yourself get emotional again by thinking about silently supporting me behind the scenes later, are you? Tong Fei Shui couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire when she heard Jiang Evening Feng's gasp. The sin push may seem to have taken a long time, but the outside world is just a snap of the fingers. Tong Fei Shui didn't know anything about this, and naturally didn't understand why Jiang Evening Feng inexplicably breathed slowly and sharply in a short period of time. Seeing that Tong Fei Shui had the tendency to want to turn around again, Jiang Wanfeng hurriedly opened his mouth to stabilize the other party. Don't you turn around and come over here. I don't want you to see me in tears. I am on the one hand a little emotionally stirred by the thought of silently supporting you behind the scenes in the future. On the one hand, it's because I think you're a weak woman, trapped in this palace with no one to turn to, and you have to explore the tunnels to find your way home. It's just so hard in my heart. Older sister, you are so heartbreaking. Jiang Evening Phone was talking nonsense in a serious manner, but because of the abnormality of his current state, his tone, too, became somewhat heavy and alien, falling into Tong Fei Shui's ears. The credibility instead increased by a few points. Tong Fei Shui was a bit moved, although Jiang Evening Phone had given her a nesting kick earlier and had questioned her repeatedly. But after all, there were reasons for what happened and there were extenuating circumstances. It was only a casual encounter, but the other party had thought so much for her. In this cold and unfeeling Dechen palace, it is simply rare. Big brother, don't call me old sister from now on. You can call me Fei. That's what my family calls me. Tong Fei Shui turned her back to Jiang Evening Phone, her tone sincere. Jiang Evening Phone, you quickly stop talking. I'll think about it if you do. Okay, Fei, just be quiet for a minute. I'll calm down. Jiang Evening Phone opened his mouth. Tong Fei Shui didn't squeak again either, and the room fell into silence. Jiang Wanfeng pondered slightly, and he decisively summoned the panel in order to get off the fire. He thought it would be quite a downer to watch this stuff. Sin level, 2, 0 out of 100. Realm, 6th level of body refining. Martial arts, basic body refining technique, perfect. Encountered without descent, proficient. Number of sin projections, 0. After the sin level has been raised, and you want to upgrade again, the number of sin accruals, from the original 10, has risen to 100. As for the chicken killing sword technique, because it was only in the 6th year of deduction that it metamorphosed and sublimated into the encountered without a queen, so that the realm of his sword technique only stopped at proficiency. But for a partial war god like him who was extremely gifted in the way of the sword and negatively abstracted in the rest of his days, it's not that difficult to raise the no queen for those in distress. After the metamorphosis and sublimation of the encounter without a queen, it was even more exquisite than the chicken killing knife method, elevating the technique to the extreme of his current knowledge. Within the blade, between the same realms, he was invincible. Between thoughts, Zhang Evening Phone gradually calmed down. He looked down, relieved. Fei, you can turn around now. I'm fine, Zhang Evening Phone said as he raised his hand and wiped the corner of his eye slightly with his sleeve. It looked like he had just finished crying. Big brother, you're too sentimental. In the dimly lit room, Tong Fei Shui thought Zhang Wanfeng was really wiping his tears. Although she said on her lips that Zhang Evening Phone was sentimental, a trace of emotion swept through her heart. In this man-eating palace, it turns out that there are still people who will genuinely think about her. Well, let's get ready and head into the tunnels. Zhang Evening Phone nodded, got up and walked over to where his bag was and rummaged through it. His baggage was more than just body powder, dry food, a change of clothes, and so on. He also had poison powder on hand. After all, in this cruel court where people eat people, one more means, one more point of safety. Between rummaging around, Zhang Evening Phone asked, seemingly quite offhandedly, by the way, Fei, you said before that you were in Suiwei Palace, serving Consort Liang. In the future, if I have something to do, or if I miss you, may I go to Suiwei Palace to look for you? As soon as Zhang Wanfeng said this, Tong Feiqiu instantly froze. If it was in a different situation before Zhang Evening Phone and she had drawn closer, she would have definitely said, naturally, she could, but now she and Zhang Evening Phone, already considered a friend, say this kind of words. In case Zhang Wanfeng really went to Suiwei Palace to look for her when she turned around, it would be embarrassing. Big brother, I didn't dare to tell the truth when you were so fierce before. Actually, I'm not a courtesan of the Suiwei Palace. I live in the Changxian Palace. Tong Fei Shui spoke the truth. Why don't you say that the prettier the woman, the better she is at deceiving people? This girl was really fooling me before. Zhang Evening Phone skimmed his mouth. The courtesan of the Changxian Palace. Words which concubine lives in the Changxian Palace? Zhang Wanfeng, who did not know much about the inner court and harem, did not even know where the Changxian Palace was. It's okay. Extenuating circumstances. I can understand. You didn't lie to me about the rest, did you? Zhang Evening Phone asked casually. Tong Fei Shui stiffened again. Chapter 14, Weird Passage. Trembling like a tide. No more. Tong Fei Shui was a little heartbroken. She was glad that the dim light in the room made it impossible for Zhang Evening Phone to see her face. Moreover, Zhang Evening Phone was still packing up his things and didn't stare at her all the time. Zhang Evening Phone didn't answer. He could naturally hear the hint of weakness lurking in Tong Fei Shui's words. But everyone has secrets. There's no point in probing to the end. After all, they're not yet in a know-it-all relationship. I'm good to go. After a while, Zhang Evening Phone straightened up, and everything was ready. Ostensibly, he took what he had prepared and tucked it into his arms. In reality, he just made the motion of tucking it into his arms, and the stuff was transferred into the panel space by him. He had always been wary in his mind about that weird passageway in the ground, though in the 2 previous rounds of pushing, they hadn't encountered any explicit dangers in the underground passages. But the second round of pushing, that inexplicable fall into a coma, the genuine was very unsettling to him. Especially after 2 rounds of pushing, Tong Fei Shui all but disappeared on this. He could understand the disappearance of Tong Fei Shui in the first round, because he had forcibly pulled Tong Fei Shui along with him to refine his body. It made sense that Tong Fei Shui hated him and didn't want to see him again, but it doesn't make sense that after the second round of bizarre comas, Tong Fei Shui also disappeared on that. Let's get going then. Tong Fei Shui waved her small fists, her fighting spirit full. Just a moment, there's one last thing left to do. Zhang Evening Phone took out his fire folders, removed the bamboo cap above, and blew on the roll of fire paper inside. Zip! The roll of fire paper that had a faint spark burst into a small flame. Let's recognize our faces, and if we miss today, there will be a time to recognize each other in the future. Zhang Evening Phone held up the fire discount and shown it at Tong Fei Shui. Big brother, you're too cautious, talking as if we'll get lost on a trip down there. Tong Fei Shui couldn't help but laugh. In the firelight, her bright smiling face, clear and beautiful, although a little tender, but noble and not lose the spirit. The eyes were like a flood of autumn water, bright and clear, with an aura that overflowed, as if the eyes could speak. Dyed eyebrows like willow leaves, but let Jiang Evening Feng associated with eyebrows together with the spring mountain competition. The skin is white and tender, the cherry lips are red and petite, as if it were the spirit of heaven and earth. Even if Tong Fei Shui wore civilian clothes, without powder, and also dressed as a man, the inner bound breasts do not show the peaks, but this is still hard to hide. It's clear and stunning. Not to mention that Jiang Evening Feng has kicked a nesting foot before, naturally very clear about Tong Fei Shui's hidden chest boasting, especially Tong Fei Shui is petite. Her appearance shows tenderness, and she looks like she is very easy to bully. Inexplicably makes people want to see her cry out. To describe it in the words of Jiang Evening Feng's previous life, child-faced giant nigh, legitimate lowly, and one can't help but want to make a mistake. What a stunner in the midst of the fire. Jiang Evening Feng secretly felt emotion in his heart. He knew that Tong Fei Shui was a beauty, but he didn't expect it to be so stunning. Stunningly unlike an ordinary courtesan. Fei, how old are you? Jiang Evening Feng issued an inquiry. In this era, a woman was considered an adult at the age of 15, and was said to have reached maturity. Maturity bun is the hairpin, zun, used by women to bind their hair, and when a woman reaches the age of 15, she ties her hair and inserts maturity, which is the age when she can marry. In many families, the engagement is basically completed when the girl in the family is 13 or 14, and at 15 she is directly married. If you haven't married by the time you're 18, you're an old girl in this world. Almost 18. A big girl. Tong Fei Shui puffed out her chest, as if she didn't want Jiang Evening Feng to underestimate her. Well, it doesn't look like it on the surface, but it's really quite big. Jiang Evening Feng nodded and spoke the big truth. Tong Fei Shui was a bit confused, feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. But she didn't dwell on it too much and just thought that Jiang Evening Feng was complimenting her on her tender looks. Go on, lead the way. Jiang Evening Feng didn't say any more and held up the fire folders, letting Tong Fei Shui walk in front. Tong Fei Shui took the lead and lifted her foot to step into the staircase leading to the ground. Jiang Evening Feng, who was walking behind, was holding up a fire discount in one hand and closing up the flip-flop floor mechanism with the other. After closing the organ together, Jiang Wanfeng carefully surveyed the bottom of the floor organ. It was tightly fitted, as if it were made from scratch, with no handle, just a strange shallow groove. Big brother, this organ is opened by a token. The tokens are obtained by passing the test levels in the tunnels. I forgot to mention it before. Tong Fei Shui came over and took out a bronze token, showing it to him. Jiang Evening Feng nodded, and instantly figured something out. Afterwards, he let Tong Fei Shui lead the way in front of him, and he held up the fire discount, following closely behind the other party. At the same time, in his mind, he once again recalled some of the details of the previous 2 rounds of deduction. In those 2 rounds of deduction, it looked like there were a lot of descriptions of refining the body together and arranging flowers and smelling incense. But in reality, there is a huge amount of information hidden in other experiences. Tong Fei Shui's hidden mysterious origin, the route and details of the rainy night raid on the Imperial hospital and the Imperial cuisine, and the tragic life of Fragrant Princess, how to get the special secret techniques from the mouth of the Fragrant Princess of Raiders, as well as the sensitivities of Fragrant Princess and Tong Fei Shui. Ahem. Those aside, the information related to this underground passageway alone is bizarre in every way. The downward staircase that mysteriously appears and inexplicably disappears under the flip floor mechanism. This can be explained by the token. He didn't have a token, so he couldn't open the passage. Whether it was the ladder leading to the deep underground passage, or that passage, I'm afraid that only the token holder could open it. The passage, which is not objective in the conventional physical sense. The token can open the entrance and exit of the mechanism, but the token needs to be obtained by passing the test level. But it shouldn't have been possible for Tong Fei Shui to obtain a token out of thin air in the beginning? Then, it must be because Tong Fei Shui used some means to open the entrance and enter the passageway. That's what allowed the passage to appear to get the token. It felt as if Tong Fei Shui had opened some exclusive special space that outsiders could not enter. Fei, you just said that the token was obtained when you passed the test level in the tunnels. So how did you open the entrance to the underground passageway in the first place? Jiang Evening Feng asked the doubts in his heart. Tong Fei Shui hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. It's blood. The blood I unintentionally spilled on the floor. It's actually so bizarre. Jiang Evening Feng frowned. It occurred to him that when the stone door was answered, blood was required to be applied to the door by using blood as a medium and answering with thoughts. I didn't expect Tong Fei Shui to open the entrance for the first time with blood. Jiang Wanfeng didn't communicate with Tong Fei Shui anymore and focused on counting up the downward steps. In this downward stepped passage surrounded on both sides by walls of earth, it is not a regular type of slanting up and down. At times it meanders and twists. At times it spirals downward. At times it turns sharply and diagonally. It made it difficult to judge the exact depth at all. So from the start Zhang Wanfeng had the distraction of memorizing the number of steps he walked down. 4,444 steps. When he walked out of the latter passage, Zhang Wanfeng frowned even more tightly. Turning his head once more, he looked toward the stone door that was close at hand. Under the firelight, Zhang Eveningfeng could see the problem on the stone door. In an instant, Zhang Eveningfeng's pupils quake. Unconsciously his body tenses up, and a trembling sensation like a wave surges out of his heart. Chapter 15. He, who hunts travelers. No, it shouldn't be like this. Zhang Eveningfeng's heart cried out furiously, forcibly resisting the urge to turn his head and run, maintaining calm as much as possible. Most of what he saw before him was just as it had been deduced. Next to the stepped passage is the stone door in question that serves as a test level. The top, bottom and sides of the stone door and the underground passageway are all one and the same, and not a single gap can be seen. Although he hadn't gotten his hands on it yet, his initial judgment was that the material of the stone door, as well as the surrounding walls above, below, and on both sides, were hard that he couldn't break through. But the bottom line is that the question on the stone door changed. In the previous 2 rounds of deduction, he had not only seen in the description of the deduction about the problem of the stone gate, but had also obtained 2 related memories. In the first round, he instructed Tong Fei Shui to pass the test of questions and open the stone door, but did not step into the passage that led deeper. On the second round, they opened the stone door and stepped into a deeper passage, inexplicably falling into a coma. And in both rounds, the test questions on the stone door all asked for the second half of a cold poem. And the question is inscribed in Dacian script. But now, the text that appears on the stone door is clearly the simplified Chinese characters of his former life. Not only that, but the questions have changed and are very relevant. In what country is the price of watermelon so high that it causes most of their people to only be able to afford to eat the rind, and will eat it pickled and cold for a change? At the same time, this country is arrogant, obviously weak, but considers itself the number 1 power, and likes to steal the history of its neighbors. And there is a certain segment of the population in this country that is extremely annoyed by a certain gesture. On the stone door, next to this question, there is a hand-pinching gesture. The thumb and forefinger will be closed, leaving a tiny bit of a gap. It's targeted and already no different than just reporting your ID number. Just as Zhang Eveningfeng was forcing himself to stay calm, with all sorts of thoughts stirring in his head, Tong Fei Shui spoke. On this stone door, this unintelligible writing has appeared again. Big brother, it must be because of you. It's what made the problem with this stone door change. It clearly wasn't like this before. Tong Fei Shui looked at the simplified Chinese characters on the stone door, her demeanor as usual, and from what she said, it wasn't the first time she'd seen simplified Chinese. Upon hearing this, Zhang Eveningfeng's back, his sweaty hairs stood on end, and cold sweat broke out crazily. What is the reason for this? Which country's writing is this? It's strange. Zhang Eveningfeng forced himself to calm down and issued an inquiry. What do you mean it's because of him that the stone gate issue is changed? It's hard to believe that this weird passageway can still detect the identity of the traveler. In any case, just pretend you can't read it. The Dacian script, extremely complicated, resembles seal script, and the simplified characters on the stone door are not neatly inscribed. To describe it in words, low EQ very scribbly, high EQ pen and paper. Even if you really are a traveler and recognize the simplified characters, it takes a while to identify them. Big brother, it's true that you can't read it either. Although I don't know which country's writing this is. When I first entered the passage, such writing also appeared on the stone door of the test. But in another night, the writing will change and become Dacian writing. This time it should be the first time you came in. That's why the stone door suddenly changed. I forgot to mention this before. Tong Fei Shui explained with her usual expression, not noticing Zhang Wanfeng's abnormality in the slightest. It turns out that the questions on this stone door will still change. It's really amazing. Zhang Wanfeng let out a small sigh of relief and casually agreed. At this moment, he realized that his palms were already full of cold sweat. There are newcomers who enter the passage for the first time, and on the stone door in question, there is a problem with the scribbled, simplified characters that are inscribed. This is screening for crossers, right? But why didn't this happen in the 2 previous pushes? Zhang Wanfeng thought of the special reminder of the ink text when the sin level was raised before between the rapid turn of thoughts. Special reminder, sinful projections are only one of billions of futures projected at a time. Believable, but not fully believed. The future is like the sea, ever changing. In the middle of the sea, the only way is to ferry yourself. What happened before he moved to come down after completing the 2 rounds of projections? What makes the future, after entering the underground passage, change? Is it simply the fact that the future is so instantaneous that it has kept 2 previous rounds of extrapolations from extrapolating to this future? Or, at this moment, Jiang Wanfeng suddenly associated with the Sin projection panel. From him, perhaps a manifestation of power? Was it a trace of his power that resonated with the underground passageway, causing the change? So, is he, then, hunting the travelers? Jiang Eveningfeng thought carefully. Now that I think about it, was it really because he cut off the hopes of 444 men that he attracted his attention? Is it possible that anyone who shows the slightest abnormality in this world may attract the attention of him? Jiang Eveningfeng exhaled and stopped the internal conflict. Instead of scaring yourself, just go with the flow. At least for now. It is certain that he should not have discovered his identity as a traveler. Although the sinful extrapolation panel has seen numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. However, due to the suspected presence of previous travelers, the world just doesn't have simplified Chinese characters, but the numbers are still passed down. That's why Jiang Wanfeng didn't care much about it before. But now the sudden appearance of simplified Chinese characters, and this kind of targeted questions, at first not mentally prepared, really surprised him. But after calming down at this moment, the emotion stirring in his heart gradually calmed down. He was at least a traveler, but he could still be scared out of his wits by a guy who was suspected to be an indigenous god. The big deal was that he had died in 2 lifetimes. But the fact that this stone door can show this kind of problem means that the traveler's hometown that was once suspected to have appeared should have been eaten up by him. This thought flashed through Jiang Eveningfeng's mind, and he couldn't help but be more vigilant. Big brother, why are you sweating so much? Xiang Fei looked at Jiang Eveningfeng and realized that on Jiang Eveningfeng's forehead, there were some beads of sweat hanging. I worked too much yesterday and slept late, and you barged in the middle of the night and left me all unsettled. Walking down in a hurry, coupled with the stifling heat of these tunnels, it's only natural to sweat a bit. Jiang Eveningfeng very calmly raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat and gave a reasonable explanation. After saying that, he added, since we can't even read the questions, let's come back tomorrow night. I don't know if it's an illusion caused by psychological effects or something else. Jiang Wanfeng always felt that in this underground passageway, in the darkness that he could not see, there seemed to be something that was quietly observing him. If he doesn't go, something unexpected may happen that he can't anticipate. Chapter 16, No one is exempt from the rule of law. Then I'll send you back first, big brother. Xiang Fei nodded. The writing on the stone door in question was, again, unreadable. There's no point in guessing and wasting blood. After all, to answer a question, you have to answer it with blood, with thoughts, and smear the blood on the door. Good. Jiang Eveningfeng took the lead, holding up the fire discount, and walked into the stairway passage. He wanted to return to the small courtyard of Qingyu, and he needed Xiang Fei's token to open the entrance and exit mechanism. Xiang Fei naturally needed to send him off, and he didn't want to stay in this hellhole for a moment longer. After entering the ladder passage, he moved upwards while keeping his ears peeled for the sound of Xiang Fei's footsteps behind him. Occasionally, he would find some irrelevant topics and make small talk with Xiang Fei. If anything, when he came down, he let Xiang Fei walk in front of him because of instinctive caution. Well, he would rather have a Xiang Fei behind him at the moment than walk at the very back, with his back to the endless darkness. After a while, when they re-entered the small secluded courtyard, Jiang Wanfeng closed the floor organ at the first opportunity. Big brother, why did you cover the organ? I have to go back. Xiang Fei was a bit confused. You and I met for the first time this night, and you came to me. How can you leave so soon? At least let me entertain you. Jiang Eveningfeng couldn't help but yank up Xiang Fei's hand and head out of the house. He didn't even feel safe talking in the house because of the entrance and exit mechanisms. Big brother, behaving so monstrous. Xiang Fei's face was slightly red and did not struggle. When he had exited the adobe room, Jiang Wanfeng closed the door behind him, which made him relax a little. At this moment, the night was thick, the red moon was in the sky, and the hour was unknown. Keep your voice down in the courtyard so as not to disturb the patrolling inner court guards. Jiang Eveningfeng lowered his voice and whispered. Xiang Fei nodded, somewhat curiously surveying the small secluded courtyard. The yard was small, but the presence of the vegetable patch and the orange tree had piqued some of her interest. Then, her gaze left the courtyard and went to the towering palace walls not far beyond. Big brother, it turns out that you are so close to the palace wall here. Xiang Fei murmured. It's no use being close. It's not like you can get out. Jiang Eveningfeng shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about going over the palace wall and leaving. Although the palace walls were extremely high, he was at least a cultivator, not an ordinary person. but the entire Great Qian Palace was surrounded by the Palace Protection Formation. Whether it's over the palace wall to enter or exit, or flying in and out of the palace, it will touch the Palace Guard Formation. A light siege or a shock and kill. If you want to enter and exit the Great Qian Palace from the ground, the only way is the Palace Gate. Even if Tong Fei Shui wanted to leave through the underground passage, it was only an attempt. The guarding power of the Palace Protector Formation similarly penetrated deep into the ground. Otherwise, just any cat or dog can dig a tunnel into the palace. Then the harem has long been in disarray. Unusual tunnels are definitely out of the question. But that underground passageway that can appear and mysteriously disappear in a bizarre way might have some chance. The red wall towers high, and though it is near, it shall not be free. Tong Fei Shui sighed and withdrew her gaze. The next moment, her attention shifted to the fact that Zhang Evening Phone was still holding her hand. Big brother, this is trying to hold until when? If it is an unusual man, this is considered a denizen. But big brother is a eunuch. He shouldn't have that kind of idea. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Wait, I seem to remember that some eunuchs in the palace would eat with courtesans. Big brother, you're not looking at me, are you? At that thought, Tong Fei Shui had a complicated expression and subconsciously pulled her hand away from Zhang Evening Feng's palm. Zhang Wanfeng had noticed it, but he didn't think much about it and turned to ask about the weird passageway. Fei, you said before that you've been exploring the tunnels for more than half a month now and have never seen anyone else in the tunnels. In the meantime, are you sure you haven't encountered anything else? Anything else? That isn't human? Upon hearing this, Tong Fei Shui changed her face and said in a small, pouting voice, Big brother, it's the middle of the night. Don't scare me. I've never encountered anything. Not only did she never encounter anything inside the tunnels, even the occasional upward stairway passage, where she opened the entrance/exit mechanism to come up, was into some deserted palace, and she never encountered anyone. It caused her to subconsciously let her guard down when she entered Zhang Evening Feng's room. She had thought it was another deserted and uninhabited place, but she didn't expect to be immediately sneaked by a nesting kick from Zhang Evening Feng. The night was deep, the red moon was in the sky, and under the orange tree, the two looked at each other. Zhang Evening Feng looked at Tong Fei Shui. He raised his hand and picked 2 oranges, handing one of them to Tong Fei Shui, then spoke quietly. Fei, truth be told, my family has an ancestral means of fortune-telling. Though I entered the palace by mistake when I was young and learned little, I can still do some math sometimes. Before we went down the tunnels, I secretly projected and realized that there was a possibility of you disappearing if we opened that test stone door. That's why I asked if I could come to you later before I went down there. After arriving at that test stone door, I made another secret projection and realized that behind that test stone door, 90% of it was a passageway leading deeper underground. If we go deeper, I may be fine, but you'll most likely disappear, and we may never see each other again. Zhang Evening Phone didn't say too much, lest he wouldn't be able to finish it later. The future presented by the sinful projection is only a very few of billions of futures and is not absolute. So big brother, you still have this tactic. Tong Fei Shui didn't question it, but only blushed slightly, as if she had thought of something. At this moment, Zhang Wanfeng inexplicably had a sense of he was telling a horror story to a little girl in the middle of the night. Add 1 to the number of sinful deductions for terrorizing a clueless girl in the middle of the night. In front of Zhang Wanfeng's eyes, there were ink words twisting and floating steeply, with the shadows under the orange trees and the scarlet moonlight that filtered through the cracks in the branches and leaves. The atmosphere was inexplicably colored with a bit of weirdness. Fei, from now on, don't go in that tunnel if you can help it, and don't rush out of the palace. Wait in peace. I have a way to get out of the palace, so when I make some connections and set a time, I'll find you at the Chengxian Palace. Zhang Evening Feng opened his mouth. With Yan's position as the Imperial Chief Eunuch, it should be easy to find an opportunity to arrange for him to leave the palace. Piggybacking on a palace maid disguised as a little eunuch shouldn't be too much of a problem. When they leave the palace, they will disguise the illusion of an accidental death, and they won't implicate Yan. But before that, he needs to stay in the palace and continue to deduce the secret ancestral techniques of the fragrant princess. However, since I can piggyback on a palace maid, and then a cold palace concubine disguised as a little eunuch, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? At those words, Tong Fei Shui hesitated for a moment and lightly opened her cherry lips and said, before the year-cold sacrifice of the ancestors, the Great Qian Imperial Palace, only in and out. No one can make an exception. Chapter 17, Year-Cold Ancestor Sacrifice, Crown Prince Contest? Before the year-cold sacrifice of the ancestors, the Great Qian Imperial Palace, only in and out. No one can make an exception. Hearing Tong Fei Shui's words, Zhang Evening Feng frowned both eyebrows. The ancestor sacrifice at the end of the year is a ceremony performed by the Dacian royal family on the last day of the year. What's the reasoning behind not letting people leave the palace before the yearly ancestral festival? That hasn't been the rule in years past. Is the crazy Emperor of Deqian having another seizure? Fei, is this accurate information? Zhang Wanfeng was a bit puzzled. I heard it from the nobles in the palace. It should be accurate. Tong Fei Shui's mouth said that she should, but her tone was very certain. Without waiting for Zhang Eveningfeng to inquire carefully, Tong Fei Shui added, I've heard that there may be a big change in this year's yearning cold sacrifice. Therefore, if we want to get out of the palace, we can only rely on the underground passageway, and other paths mostly won't work. Tong Fei Shui was filled with sadness and didn't hold much hope for Zhang Eveningfeng's path. She didn't know that the underground passage was full of oddities, but she had no choice. Wanting to go home was just one of the reasons she wanted to escape the palace. The other reason is that before the yearly cold festival, she may die if she doesn't escape from the Dacian palace. A big change? Zhang Wanfeng frowned. What about the civil and military officials? They go to court and leave court every day. Can't they leave the palace too? Zhang Wanfeng immediately thought of the omission in Tong Fei Shui's words. The civil and military officials, who go to the court every day, after the end of the day, are to return to their posts to deal with small and large affairs. Not out of the palace? They're in the palace, playing an ancient version of telecommuting? Can't. Tong Fei Shui shook her head. Since yesterday, all the civil and military officials who attended the court have been arranged to live in the outer court of the palace. Zhang Wanfeng heart thumped. Yesterday was arranged to live in the outer court of the palace? It was news that he didn't even know about. He was nestled in the purgatory, killing chickens daily, but he was lagging behind in the news. Wait, when Yen arranged for him to enter the inner court harem, he once said that if he continued to stay in the purification room, he might be in danger of being killed in the future. The purification room is located in the outer court of the palace. What does the crazy Emperor of Dacian want to do? Allow me to go back and try my way. If it still works, and we'll discuss it then. You'll quietly return to Chengqian Palace from the ground later while it's still light. Don't use the underground passage. Zhang Wanfeng opened his mouth, not wanting Tong Fei Shui to enter the underground passageway again. He was worried that Tong Fei Shui had disappeared after this trip. It is now the middle of November, and I am not sure when the cleanliness test will take place next month. After checking the purity, it should be the yearly cold festival for the ancestors. During this period, there are 100 officials in the outer court who are stranded, and they will be detained in the palace for nearly a month and a half by the Dacian Mad Emperor. Not only are outside affairs, large and small, likely to be affected in some way, but the outer court area might be better suited to muddy waters? It's time to find an opportunity to visit the royal cuisine and the Imperial hospital in the near future. He needs resources to practice. I can't go back up there. I have to go through the tunnels. It would add a lot of unnecessary trouble in case someone finds out. Tong Fei Shui rejected Zhang Eveningfeng's proposal and insisted on taking the tunnel. Then when it's dawn, I'll go to the Chengqian Palace to find you. Zhang Eveningfeng said. No, the Chengqian Palace is heavily guarded. If you go over there, big brother, you will definitely be questioned as to why you are acquainted with me. Remember, never ask anyone about the Chengqian Palace. If not necessary, never look for me in the Chengqian Palace either. Tong Fei Shui hesitated for a moment and continued. There is a taboo locked up that the great Qian crazy emperor doesn't want to be known. Zhang Eveningfeng's complexion was aghast, and he didn't pursue the matter further. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Tong Fei Shui came from a mysterious background and was on duty at the Chengqian Palace, and was able to listen to information that he did not know. Perhaps Tong Fei Shui desperately wanted to leave the palace, and in addition to wanting to go home, she might have heard some wind. Kill the body. Can't inquire. Can't go over. Chengqian. Inheritance of the great Qian? But the crown prince of the day is in his prime. Understood. I won't reveal in plain sight that we know each other. Zhang Eveningfeng opened his mouth and said, thoughts racing through his mind. When the crown prince is still in power, the Chengqian Palace is closed in the taboo that the Qian Mad Emperor does not want to be known. It's not some commoner's prince, is it? This year among the cold ancestors, afraid not also involved in the abolition of the first concubine of the crown prince of the struggle? Since ancient times, the royal family has no affection. The matter of the crown prince of the fight, that is a bloody storm. He was a small 8th grade eunuch, and if he got involved, he would be pulverized in an instant. That concubine prince who was suspected to exist should not be old enough to leave the palace, and Tong Fei Shui in Chengqian Palace on duty, should be from the mouth of that prince heard the wind, so it is urgent to want to escape from the palace. Well, it's good that you understand, big brother. Tong Fei Shui nodded and peeled up an orange to eat. The night, it was quiet. The late fall evening breeze was chilly and drifted quietly in the scarlet moonlight. Under the orange tree, Zhang Wanfeng and Tong Fei Shui stood opposite each other, eating oranges, speechless for a moment. Not far away, The red wall towers, this high palace wall. I do not know how many prisoners of the deep palace loneliness. After a while, Jiang Evening Feng and Tong Fei Shui chatted for a while longer, and agreed that Tong Fei Shui would come to Jiang Evening Feng every night in the future to explore the underground passage together. Of course, this was based on the fact that Jiang Evening Feng's path didn't work. If Jiang Wanfeng could think of a way to escape from the palace, then, naturally, there was no need to risk exploring the tunnels. Take your time and be careful in the tunnels. Jiang Evening Feng said this to Tong Fei Shui while shoving a bottle of poisonous powder into the other party's hand. There was only one token, and even if he wanted to send Tong Fei Shui back, coming back would be troublesome. Therefore, one could only hope that Tong Fei Shui, this way, would not have any accidents. If Tong Fei Shui disappears, the road to the underground passageway, even if it is broken, he was not going to take his own blood and risk triggering the organ entrances and exits. Big brother, don't worry, I've never had an accident down there. Not to mention that this time it's just returning the same way, not exploring deeper, so just wait in peace and see you tomorrow night. Tong Fei Shui put the bottle of poisonous powder into her sleeve and said with a smile. Afterward, Tong Fei Shui entered the stairway passage under Jiang Evening Feng's watchful eye and stepped into the darkness that led to the depths of the earth. Jiang Evening Feng raised his hand to gently close the flip-flop floor mechanism, and a hint of scorn flashed in his eyes when he saw the tightly sealed floor. Before the age-old ancestor sacrifice, he wasn't sure if Yen could arrange for him to leave the palace. This needed to wait until the next time he saw Yen before he could ask. Before this, even though the underground passageway was permeated with strangeness, based on Tong Fei Shui's experience and his previous deduction, the danger should still be within the acceptable range. With a billion points of caution and a deduction before each exploration, you should be able to circumvent most of the surprises. It's really the wolf before the wolf. Jiang Evening Feng sighed in his heart. Deep underground, unknown dangers lurk, and the tunnel exit to the outside of the palace is unknown. A month and a half after the Age of Cold Festival ancestor, and may involve the crown prince of this change. Hidden danger. Chapter 18, When the morning bell rings, cows and horses get up. Jiang Evening Feng was lying on his bed, thoughts running through his head. He wasn't sure about one thing. Could Yen arrange for him to leave the palace ahead of time before the yearly ancestor sacrifice? And even if he could leave, for the sake of the ancestral secret art in the hands of fragrant concubine, it would not be good for him to pull out and leave in the short term. A secret technique that allows you to transmute your body and marrow and transform your bones. Currently, this was the only means he had encountered that could possibly resolve his heaven-locked Jedi pulse. We need to speed up the pace of raising our cultivation, and synchronize our rapid rating of fragrant concubine to obtain the secret art. This thought flashed through Jiang Evening Feng's mind. With that, he closed his eyes and began to try to fall asleep. The fact that the morning bell had not yet rung meant that it was not yet dawn, and there was still time to catch up on sleep. Dang! When Jiang Wanfeng was sleeping in a daze, he vaguely heard the sound of a melodious bell. He immediately opened his eyes and gradually came to his senses. In the Dakian Palace, there are bell towers and drum towers in the outer court. Every day when the dawning hour arrives, a morning bell will ring, and when the bell rings 3 times, it's time to get up. Dawning time, which is from 5 a.m. m. to 7 a.m. m. Quite literally, once 5 a.m. m. arrives and the morning bell rings, even the Mad Emperor of Dakian has to get up and get ready for the court. The eunuchs, palace maids, imperial cooks, etc. in the palace also had to get up and work, each going about their own business. So, in ancient times, clocking into work was also called punching in. In the case of the imperial chefs, they wake up at dawning time and have to start handling the ingredients to make the nobles' breakfast. Then, to hurry before the hour, before 7 o'clock, by the handyman eunuchs will be ready meals to the palaces. Considering the speed of the footwork of the handyman eunuchs, quite literally the imperial chef would have to wake up at 5, and breakfast should be ready at 6, to be delivered to the handyman eunuchs. Of course, the imperial chef mainly only cooks for the nobles, and cold palace consorts like Princess Xiang are just piggybacks. As for the eunuchs and palace maids and the like, they either dine at the various places on duty, or eat the cauldrons of the jailhouse and gongyi house. Like when Jiang Evening Feng was in the purification room before, he also woke up at dawn every day to wash up, and then he had to go to the public cafeteria of the House of Internal Affairs to eat. Then, it kicked off a day of cattle and horses. The day was not over until the evening, when the twilight drums sounded on the other side of the drum tower. Morning bells and evening bells. Morning and evening, all the drudgery. I came in such a hurry yesterday that I didn't have time to go over to the House of the Interior to collect my salary rice. I need to go over and claim it back today, and if I delay for a few more days, those assholes in the House of the Interior will be ready to embezzle my share. Zhang Lianfeng got up and put the narrow blade under his pillow into his sleeve. His monthly salary, Consisted of 2 parts, 2 taels of salary silver and 30 caddies of salary rice. He receives his salary in silver every month, and after daily expenses, the rest has long been exchanged for silver tickets, which are easy to carry around. Salary rice is deposited in the House of Internal Affairs Food Bank, by the food bank treasurer to guard the scheduling, daily by the responsible for cooking the handyman eunuch's support, do the morning and evening meals. Now that he had been transferred to the inner harem, there was no need for him to rush over there every day at dawn to eat. Get your salary rice back as soon as possible and cook it yourself to save you from having to run around every day. John Eveningphone walked out of the house and went to the well to fetch water to wash. When he was done, he picked cabbage and dug sweet potatoes in the vegetable field, although he still had some leftover dry food in his bag. Who had nothing to eat dry food when he could cook for himself? Those dry rations, but he kept them as a stockpile for the evening meal. After all, he was so consumed by practicing martial arts that in the open, he could only build a fire and make 2 meals a day. You can't just wake up in the middle of the night hungry and have to eat oranges. Cook more sweet potatoes. You can put them away for lunch if you can't eat them all. Jiang Eveningphone thought so while under the scarlet moonlight, he started washing and choosing vegetables, and took well water to rinse the soil from the sweet potatoes. When the moonlight faded and the sky began to become slightly cloudy, Jiang Wanfeng built a fire and put a pot on the earthen stove. Cooking smoke rises. A little more smoke and fire in the small secluded courtyard. In the first pot, add water. Put cabbage and cook cabbage soup. When you go to the House of the Interior to receive your salary rice, you have to buy some meat. On the way, alas, my silver. John Eveningphone fell into despondency while adding firewood to the earthen stove. Poor literature and rich martial arts. He is a martial arts practitioner. How can he eat only cabbage with sweet potatoes at all times? But the prices in the palace set by the Ministry of the Interior are hard to describe. Internal Affairs Bureau, in charge of the palace of large and small matters. Under the division of the Department of Instrumentation, the Department of the Department of Prudent Criminal Justice, the Department of Construction and so on, the Purification Room, merely under the banner of one of the divisions, usually eat in the public canteen of the Ministry of the Interior. The standard food is, want to eat meat and vegetables? Pay up. Outside the restaurant can eat a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, meat and vegetarian money. In the palace to find the Ministry of the Interior side to buy, at most buy a meat. The matter of searching the Imperial Catering House and the Imperial Hospital should be executed as soon as possible. Jiang Evening Maple secretly made up his mind. The silver in his body can be relied on for the rest of his life after leaving the palace, and cannot be touched lightly. If he took it to the House of the Interior to buy meat and vegetables, buy qi and blood elixirs, and let him eat freely, all of this money is estimated to last no more than half a year. When his master was alive, his savings of tens of thousands of taels were eaten away by Jiang Eveningphone. Otherwise, Jiang Wanfeng wouldn't have been able to ascend to the 6th level of body refining. Poor in literature and rich in martial arts, it was especially evident in Jiang Eveningphone. He still remembered how much of a meathead his master had been at first. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party knew that he didn't have much life left and extremely appreciated Jiang Wanfeng's talent in the Tao of the Blade, he wanted to have a successor to his mantle. Based on Jiang Wanfeng's matter-of-fact, half-perfect physique with a skylocked extinct vein alone, consuming more resources than others. It was like a gold-swallowing beast with a bottomless pit in its stomach. With his master's character of treating money as his own, he would have swept him out of the door or even cleaned up his house long ago. Old man, now that I think about it, you've been gone for years. Jiang Wanfeng's face was complicated, remembering that stingy and generous old eunuch. That old man, he had the grace of passing on his art, sheltering him, and raising him, but the 3 stabs he received when he entered the palace were also from the old man. That's why he has mixed emotions about his master. Although the other party was also on duty at that time, as soon as he saw this old man, Jiang Eveningphone couldn't help but recall the scene where the other party had once wielded a knife at him underneath. This is the reason why the eunuch in charge of the sword is not popular in the palace. After all, even if the other party is voluntarily cut into the palace, as long as they see the cut their own hand eunuch again, the emotions are always inevitably complex. If you run into a careful one, and it happens that the other person has climbed to a high position, you may face liquidation. His master had been in the purification room for decades and had castrated countless people, and some individuals had later climbed to high positions, so naturally he had targeted them. This not only led to his master stopping at the 7th grade eunuch and not being able to move up, but he was also assassinated and died early. He was also implicated in some of the cases, and was called the sword god of the purification room, but his rank was only 8th grade. Pure body room 2 other knife eunuchs. The craft is far less than him and his master, but our simmering seniority simmered into the 6th grade. It can't be helped. Who let the other side castrated people did not rise up. while his master castrated people on the side of the high position. Just as Jiang Wanfeng was secretly contemplating, a light knock suddenly sounded at the courtyard door. Aha! You're here early? Jiang Eveningfeng raised his eyes to the still somewhat dim sky. The handyman eunuchs who delivered the food should not have arrived so soon, right? Chapter 19, Maple's Half-Life Drifting. If you don't abandon it, I'd like to worship my righteous father. Who? Jiang Eveningfeng raised his feet towards the courtyard door and opened his mouth to inquire. Looking at the color of the sky, it should be about half past dusk at this time. At best, it was considered to be 6 o'clock in the morning in his previous life. At this point in time, over at the Imperial kitchen, it was estimated that breakfast had just been made. The handyman eunuchs in charge of transportation should not have left yet or just left. So who would come knocking on his door at this hour? Eunuch Jiang. It's me, Xiao Anzi. Outside the courtyard door, Yan's voice came, still using the identity of Little Anzi to talk to Jiang Eveningfeng. Squeak. Jiang Eveningfeng opened the courtyard door, and the narrow blade that was originally poised in his sleeve completely subsided. What met his eyes was Yan, who was carrying 2 lunchboxes in his hands and his body was full of large bags. Eunuch, you've come as you are. Why are you carrying so many things? Jiang Wanfeng was a bit surprised. I was negligent in my arrangements yesterday and was reprimanded by Eunuch Yan when I returned. So as soon as the day dawned, I went to the house of the interior first, to fetch for Eunuch Jiang the salary rice deposited in the food bank over there, and picked up some meat along the way. It just so happened that I was passing by the Imperial catering room. So I brought Consort Xiang's portion of the meal on the way, and the Imperial kitchen accidentally made more today. So it's just as well that we can eat together. Yan spoke briskly, and noticed the earthen stove behind Jiang Eveningfeng, cooking cabbage soup. There is no coming late. Yan revealed a childlike innocent smile. Eunuch is polite. Eunuch Yan has a heart. Jiang Eveningfeng was a bit moved. By the way, just happened to pass by. Accidentally did more. You, an Imperial principal eunuch, is really a heart. Then, after some courtesy, Jiang Wanfeng grabbed the big bag on Yan and carried the things into the house together with Yan. Although he didn't take a close look, when he weighed it in his hand, the salary rice that Yan helped him retrieve was only a little more. As for some of the meat that Yan had taken in passing, it was several pieces of bacon and a few pounds of fresh beef. Jiang Wanfeng instantly had a craving. Ever since he was reincarnated into this world, he had never eaten beef. It is important to realize that in the context of this feudal era with its many dynasties, the plowing oxen were extremely important. It is a felony to kill a cow privately. Even cattle that died accidentally or were too old to plow were reported to the officials before they could be slaughtered. Beef is basically not sold on the house of the interior side. And even if there is an occasional shipment, that price is extremely high. Eunuch is really broke. If I give you money, it will look like a stranger. It just so happens that I have cabbage cooking in the pot. So I'll make a beef and cabbage soup and let Eunuch taste my handiwork. Jiang Eveningfeng didn't stuff money to Yan. Moreover, he never poked Yan's identity. Just as it should be. If Eunuch Jiang were to stuff me with money, it would be an insult instead. More than money, I want to taste Eunuch Jiang's handiwork. Yan revealed a smile and reached out to roll up his sleeves to give Jiang Wanfeng a hand. But Jiang Eveningfeng was very measured and didn't let Yan help. After letting Yan sit down in the house, he began to cook up the beef. After doing some simple processing, he trimmed the beef into thin slices and dropped them into the boiling cabbage soup. And Yan not only took salary rice, meat, and 2 lunch boxes for breakfast, but also some seasonings from the Imperial kitchen. No need to think. It's by the way again. After some seasoning by Jiang Eveningfeng, a large pot of beef and cabbage soup was completed. Pouring the beef and cabbage soup into several large sea bowls that had been washed long ago, Jiang Wanfeng added water to the pot and made boiled sweet potatoes. At this time, Yan also came out to bring soup into the house and greeted Jiang Eveningfeng to eat together. By the time Jiang Wanfeng sat down at the table and looked at the table full of delicacies, he was moved. It's been too long since I've eaten this well. Compared to the beef and cabbage soup he made, the 8 treasures tofu, handmade green dumplings, bamboo rolls and other breakfasts made by the Imperial chef finished him off. Both the appearance and the aroma are worthy of an Imperial chef's hand. But Yan's first target was the beef and cabbage soup he made. The beef is smooth and tender, the cabbage is sweet, and the soup is clear and flavorful. It's truly the best on earth. Yan praised it profusely. Jiang Evening Maple, are you sure it's just soup, vegetables and meat you're eating? I'm afraid there's emotion added to it. At this moment, Jiang Wanfeng became skeptical. Did Yan have Stockholm Syndrome? The genus is overblown. The eunuchs in charge of the sword have a delicate position in the palace. Into the new eunuchs cannot be separated from them. But who can treat the people who have castrated themselves with a normal heart? Not retaliating is already forgiving. Even he used to look at his master with some discomfort in his heart occasionally. It was already rare for a castrated person like Yen to treat him, the former sword wielder, calmly. What's more, Yen also showed him all kinds of kindness in the name of repaying kindness, which is simply unheard of. Eunuch, I would like to make a trip out of the palace soon to visit my family at home. I don't know if Eunuch Yan sighed. Is it possible to make arrangements? Zhang Eveningfeng asked casually while eating the beef and cabbage soup. At those words, Yen frowned. Not in the near future. I'm afraid. His Majesty has decreed that before the year of cold and the ancestor sacrifice, only those within the palace will be allowed to enter. Even the civil and military officials have been arranged to live in the outer court for the time being. Yen looked at Zhang Eveningfeng with some surprise in his eyes. Is this some kind of rumor you've heard? Okay, then let's wait until after the age-cold sacrifice. Zhang Eveningfeng saw fit not to pester. The news from Tong Fei Shui's side was really true. It seems that a big change will indeed happen at the time of the yearly cold festival. The battle of the Crown Prince? He meticulously here, should not be able to wave. Eunuch Jiang, stay here at ease. No matter what happens, Eunuch Yen will keep you safe. Yen said decisively, and silently added in his heart even if he spelled everything out. Zhang Wanfeng noticed Yan's change in demeanor, and just by looking at him, Zhang Wanfeng inexplicably had a feeling of being burned. Eunuch Yen has a heart. Feng has been drifting around for half his life and has had a rough life. If Eunuch Yen does not abandon him, I would like to worship him as my righteous father. Eunuch Yen has also been extremely kind to me, so if you don't give up, let's behead chickens, burn yellow paper, and be brothers. Zhang Eveningfeng avoided Yan's eyes and said in a serious manner. At those words, a trace of consternation flashed across Yan's eyes, and he was somewhat at a loss for words. In Eunuch Yan's heart, you have always been his beloved family friend and brother in arms. He regards you as his closest brother. How can he be your righteous father? As for Xiaoanzi, I am just begging for a living under Eunuch Yen. I dare not climb high. A short while later, Yen weighed his words and said this. After finishing, he added, Eunuch Jiang, eat, don't let the food get cold later. Seeing Yen forcefully digressing from the topic, Zhang Eveningfeng didn't say much more. In the next moment, there were ink words twisting and floating in front of Zhang Wanfeng's eyes. Yen is quite painfully confused. Not knowing what he has done wrong? Your sin is so great that the number of sin projections is increased by 1. Bang, bang, bang. At that exact moment, the sound of clapping suddenly resounded from the other side of the courtyard door. Chapter 20. See the thighs on my back? Zhang Eveningfeng's face was calm and he had already guessed the identity of the visitor. Yen brought Consort Xiang's breakfast, along with her, from the Imperial kitchen. Then there was no need for the new handyman eunuch in charge of transporting breakfast to make another trip. It turns out that the handyman eunuch, who was killed by him yesterday, definitely won't show up at dawn this morning. This would surely be detected as abnormal by the eunuch in charge, and then reported to the Ministry of the Interior, and then handed over to the Imperial guards and the inner court guards to probe. And this position is located in the corner of the inner court and harem, and the one who comes is naturally the inner court guard. I'll get it. Zhang Eveningfeng got up, looking as usual. Yen nodded silently, holding up the bowl of soup and following behind Zhang Wanfeng. Who? Zhang Eveningfeng asked knowingly as he walked towards the courtyard gate. Cut the crap. The inner court guards are investigating the case. Open the door quickly. Outside the door, there was a shrill, grim voice, and one could tell it was a eunuch. Squeak. Zhang Wanfeng revealed a dumbfounded expression, opened the door, and asked, what is it? In the palace, it's natural to check when someone is missing. Although the lives of eunuchs and palace maids were cheap, it was possible to threaten the nobles if there was an unknown danger lurking. That's why eunuchs and courtesans don't matter. It's whether there's any danger lurking behind them that counts. Yesterday, of the 3 eunuchs outside the door, the one in the lead was just about to start questioning, only to raise his eyes and see Yen behind Zhang Wanfeng. The man's pupils suddenly shrunk, revealing an expression of having seen a ghost, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Yen, why is this killing star here? Meanwhile, Yen, who was holding the soup bowl, looked at these inner court guards with an indifferent face, slowly shook his head, and signaled with his eyes. Although Zhang Wanfeng didn't turn around, he knew that the inner court guards recognized Yan's identity. It's seeing the thigh behind him, thick as a mountain. This eunuch, what happened yesterday? Zhang Eveningfeng opened his mouth to answer. The eunuchs who have been in the palace for a long time. Which one of them is not a human savant? See the rudder. Human feelings is a handful of normal instincts. At the same time, ink writing twisted and floated before his eyes. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1 if you bully others and ask questions knowingly. Zhang Eveningfeng. So this is bullying? I didn't even move the knife. but the number of sinful deductions has accumulated to 3. Not bad. Upon hearing Jiang Evenfeng's words, the eunuch who was leading the group was immediately filled with smiles, like a chrysanthemum that had suddenly blossomed. The handyman eunuch who was in charge of delivering the cold palace meals yesterday was found missing at dawn today. According to the inquiry from the outer court side, yesterday this person took the meal into the inner court and never went out again. And last night he did not return to the prison bar courtyard. Just now he also went next door to the cold palace and asked Princess Xiang. Her second meal yesterday was delivered normally. We surmise that he would have disappeared into the inner court after completing his delivery. So I'd like to ask this eunuch if he noticed yesterday which way that handyman eunuch ended up. This inner court guard eunuch smiled brightly and guided John Eveningphone without showing any signs. Normally, based on the information gathered so far, John Eveningphone was the last person to contact that handyman eunuch, and had some suspicion. But when he didn't see that big thick leg behind his opponent, the district is a handyman eunuch, and when people are gone, they're gone. Offend Yen, the killing star who was valued by the Mad Emperor some time ago, who was promoted to 3 ranks in a day, and immediately began to remove all kinds of dissidents? Think he's stupid, did not pay attention. John Eveningphone shook his head. He wasn't worried at all when he dared to do it yesterday. He knew that the absence of the handyman eunuch man would lead to questioning by the inner court guards, but as a palace veteran, he had long ago thought of answering dialogues and was ready to stuff money to the inner court guards. Even if Yen wasn't there, he would be fine because it would have been a small matter. As long as the inner court guards confirmed that the disappearance of the handyman eunuchs would not hide a danger that threatened the nobles of the palace, they simply did not care how the handyman eunuchs had disappeared. But what Jiang Wanfeng didn't expect was that fragrant concubine would help him perjure himself. Yesterday, the handyman eunuch was a normal meal delivery, and he wasted some time destroying the body. By the time he delivers the meal to Shannon, it's supposed to be a little later than it would be in the past, but Shannon says it's a normal delivery. I'm afraid that in the heart of the fragrant concubine, it is not to wish that the deduction of meals, starve her maidservant eunuchs to die. Then I won't intrude too much, we'll ask elsewhere. The eunuch in the lead arched his hand and turned around. The other 2 eunuchs who were following behind, one of them even turned his head to look at John Eveningfang's side with some curiosity. By the looks of it, this eunuch appeared to not recognize Yen. Eunuch Jiang, let's go on eating and ignore these inner court guards. To disturb a man's dinner for nothing is truly sightless. Yen greeted John Eveningphone. Shouldn't I send a meal over to Fragrance's side first, before I miss the hour? Why don't you eat, and I'll be right back? Jiang Wanfeng looked at the sky and felt that the hour was approaching. No, she's a cold palace consort, late on some food, not in the way. On the contrary, if you go over there and come back, the food may be cold, rather than beautiful. Yen opened his mouth. Then let her wait a little longer. John Eveningphone nodded and didn't reject Yen's kindness. When he re-entered the house and took his seat, John Eveningphone pretended to be careless and inquired about Princess Xiang. Though in his previous sinful deduction, he already knew roughly what was going on with the fragrant princess. However, in order to better raid Shannon, he felt the need to know more details. And after hearing Jiang Eveningphone inquire about it, Yen gave John Eveningphone a somewhat odd look before talking about the fragrant concubine. As a woman sent by neighboring North Mang to make peace, Dakian's intelligence officers had long searched for information on Princess Xiang before she entered the palace. According to the intelligence, the mother of the fragrant concubine from a small family of travel merchants in Dakian followed the caravan to the northern Mang in the early years, by the prairie tribes looting. From then on, Xiang Fei's mother was trapped in the tribe and gave birth to Xiang Fei the following year. Fragrant concubine took her mother's name, Chang Jingxiang. Later on, the tribe was annihilated by the North Mang Emperor's Imperial troops because they had offended the North Mang royal family. Because of Xiang Fei born extremely beautiful, look and not tribal pure-blooded descendants, the North Mang Emperor will be Xiang Fei adopted as a volunteer daughter, given the surname Wan Yen. Then, this Wan Yen Jingxiang as the North Mang princess, married to Dakian, used as a bargaining chip for peace. Unexpectedly, this bold and courageous woman assassinated on the spot on the night she first served the current emperor. In the end, His Majesty was furious, out to abolish the cultivation of Princess Xiang, into the cold palace. So that's it, she's got a lot of nerve. Who knows that His Majesty's feats are unfathomable? How dare she assassinate? His Majesty was truly kind-hearted when he didn't give her death. Jiang Eveningphone appropriately showed a shocked expression. But honestly, it's amazing that Princess Xiang didn't die when she assassinated the Mad Emperor. This really broke Jiang Wanfeng's old impression of the Mad Emperor. Geeky, but not necessarily. Yen revealed an intriguing expression. Chapter 21, you killed him, didn't you? How? Jiang Evening Maple color a flinch. That Dakian crazy emperor. It is difficult to not want to get out of the way. Do you want to let the fragrant concubine suffer from loneliness, hunger and cold in the cold palace, and be tortured to death? Or is there another plan? But yesterday, the fragrant concubine almost succeeded in hanging herself, and there were no experts in the dark to hide and watch over her? Could it be that the fragrant concubine still had the backhand of the great Qian crazy emperor hidden in her body? And that even if he didn't save the fragrant concubine yesterday, the fragrant concubine would have ended up coming back to life? Just a guess on my part. The heart of a gentleman is hard to guess. Don't pry. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Anyway, just do your part. Don't go overboard. After the year-cold sacrifice, if you don't want to stay here anymore, Eunuch Yen will transfer you out. Yen hesitated and didn't voice his guess. In fact, he wasn't sure himself. He simply had some ideas. The ideas of that majesty are so deviant and outlandish that it is difficult to speculate. Okay, we'll talk about it then. Zhang Evening Foam didn't pursue the question. Although he couldn't figure out why Yen was hiding his identity so far, he had to know the difference. There are some things that, once poked and prodded, may change the relationship. Afterward, Zhang Evening Foam and Yen chatted while they ate. To be honest, the beef and cabbage soup he made was really just at the level of an ordinary home-cooked meal. After all, before he crossed over, he was merely a clear-eyed senior who had just come out for an internship as a social animal. With his cooking skills, the things he made could only be said to be not bad, but definitely not comparable to the Imperial chef. But Yen was the only one who ate the beef and cabbage soup he made with great joy. A brother-in-law? Zhang Wanfeng didn't know either. When breakfast was finished, Yen got up to take his leave. Before he left, he reached for 2 boiled sweet potatoes from the pot, ignoring the boiling water. Eunuch and truly extraordinary. Zhang Evening Foam opened his mouth and complimented. Looking at Yen, who had a feminine and beautiful face, he couldn't help but sigh at the other party's rough and tragic fate when he was young. He was sold into the palace as a eunuch by his gambling dogfather, while Yen was sold by his unscrupulous parents, quite literally doubling his damage. At least his mother only died early and was still extremely kind to him while she was alive. However, Yen, the poor man, had made it through. Cultivation is profound, and the importance of the Qianlong Emperor, young is the 4th grade of the Imperial eunuch. The future is very good. Perhaps it was Yen's tragic experience when he was young. Back then, he only took a little care of Yen, and the other party remembered him for so long. But compared to him having the shelter of a pitiful master, Yen as a child should have lived a hard life in this deep palace. Right? Just as Zhang Wanfeng was secretly lamenting, Yen laughed and said, "If Eunuch Zhang wants to learn, I'll come back next and teach you. I sometimes get so busy that I'll miss the afternoon meal and take 2 sweet potatoes back for the evening. If Eunuch has any leisure time in the evening, he may come and eat at my place. I'll make more in the afternoon, and can use the charcoal to keep it warm until evening, so the cooking smoke won't be detected by the inner guards." Zhang Evening Foam spoke after a slight pause. He wasn't sure if he was acting out of sympathy for Yen, or did he want Yan's next time to come earlier so that he could learn Yan's technique? Maybe it's both. Upon hearing this, Yen hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth to decline. "I'll be busy until late at night, so I won't come to disturb Eunuch Zhang's rest." Okay. Zhang Evening Foam nodded and didn't insist. He wasn't sure what time Tong Fei Shui would come over tonight. If Yen came too late, there was a chance that he would bump into Tong Fei Shui, which was indeed inconvenient. As for the reason why Yen would be busy until late, Zhang Wanfeng could actually roughly guess it. Dakian crazy emperor. Diligent government does not love the people. Every night will be criticizing the Zhangji until very late. Yen, as the imperial chief eunuch, was surely to serve along with him, and in general, it was indeed difficult to get away from him. At this time, he excused himself and left, presumably to seamlessly connect with the time of the Daqian mad emperor's exit from the court. After all, Zhang Evening Foam had heard that the great Qian crazy emperor only took a nap for 2 hours a day. 1 hour in the middle of the night and 1 hour in the afternoon. Although the cultivation of the great Qian crazy emperor is unfathomable, his days are more than a cow or a horse. Before Yen left the courtyard gate, as if he thought of something, he turned back towards Zhang Evening Foam and explained, "Eunuch Zhang, don't think too much about it. The reason why I said I'd come back and teach you again, it's because of the ancient books of my kung fu, which I destroyed long ago. I still need to go back and rewrite it before I can bring it to you. It takes too long to transmit the power verbally alone." There was a hint of hidden apprehension lurking in Yan's eyes, as if he was worried that Zhang Evening Foam would misunderstand. "It's fine if Eunuch arranges it. I'm sure Eunuch would never harm me," Zhang Evening Foam said with a smile, although he had only met twice. After the 2 encounters, he felt that Yen could be a friend and a brother. Yen was a little moved, his face twitching a little, as if he had been touched. "Your florid words, fooling a teenager, deepen your sins, and add 1 to the number of sinful deductions. Ink text appeared steeply before Jiang Wanfeng's eyes. This panel. So God gold. I'm off then. See you next time. Yen revealed a smile towards Jiang Evening Phone, as he had a feminine and beautiful face. This smile was somehow soft and moving. Jiang Wanfeng's back immediately went cold and his body tightened. Dude, let's just say that you don't want to make up. I just think of you as a friend. You're touched. I'm not afraid to move at all. Sinning. After watching Yen go away, Jiang Evening Phone sighed in a low voice. He then turned around and went back inside, grabbed his breakfast for Princess Shannon, and started the day. Just now, during the meal session, Yen had greeted him and asked him to leave a lunchbox behind and not have to hand it back to the handyman eunuch who had come over to deliver the meal in the afternoon. The lunchbox has a certain heat preservation effect, leaving one behind for Jiang Evening Feng's own use. A meal for a cold palace consort, surely made by the Imperial chef in passing. How shabby. After carrying the lunchbox out from the house, Jiang Evening Feng was under the orange tree and opened the box to check it out. A bowl of noodles, a small plate of vegetables, gone, compared to what they had just eaten. This one, fragrant princess, was really shabby. With this kind of portion, just 2 meals a day, and the meals being withheld before, it's no wonder her maid starved to death. Let's pick her some oranges and fish for some sweet potatoes. Jiang Evening Phone lifted his hand to pick some oranges, and then went to fish for 2 sweet potatoes. The beef and cabbage soup was mostly dazzled by Yen, and even Jiang Evening Phone only drank 1.5 bowls. The other breakfasts made by the Imperial kitchen were even all eaten by him and Yen. As a person who practiced martial arts, if you really want to let go of eating, that meal is incredibly large. After packing the sweet potatoes and oranges into another compartment of the lunchbox, Jiang Evening Phone carried the lunchbox and went straight out the door to the cold palace. Entering the cold palace and coming to the house, Fragrant Princess still did not show up. Just as Jiang Wanfeng was about to open his mouth to make sure that Fragrant Concubine was alright, behind the door of the inner room, Fragrant Concubine opened her mouth quietly. You killed that nasty little man who lived next door earlier, didn't you? Chapter 22. Finally, he thought of his abstract heavenly negative. There's no proof. Lady Fragrance don't taint anyone's innocence. Jiang Evening Phone was all righteous. Nailin Jingxiang was annoyed and cursed you for opening your eyes. This is the sin of lying. And the number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Not bad. The number of times accumulated ice up to 5. Jiang Evening Maple, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. You delivered the meal yesterday. And you came later than the man before, who came even later. Fragrant Princess said in a nonchalant manner. It must be known that the previous eunuchs who looked after the cold palace would withhold their meals. This certainly suggests that after the meal is delivered, the other party will have to portion out a portion of the meal to pass their lips and eat it before sending it out into the cold. This will naturally be a little later than the normal delivery time. And Jiang Evening Phone came even later yesterday, which was obviously delayed by the destruction of the corpse. Lady Fragrance, look at you. I'm not late. I had to go through a lot of trouble to revive you yesterday, and wasted a lot of time in the process, so much so that Lady Shannon thought I was late delivering the meal, when in fact I was already there. Jiang Evening Phone straightened up and didn't show any cracks. She knows he did it, and he knows she knows he did it. But what does it matter? It's not like there's any evidence. Shannon, who was hiding behind the door and peering out through the crack, choked. The eunuch was quite circumspect and good-looking for a few moments, though. But that's a mouth that's really clever. Mouth. Fragrant Concubine involuntarily recalled something, and suddenly her face flushed with a pang of shame. Nailin Jingxiang curses you for being artful and smooth-talking. Nailin Jingxiang was unusually ashamed and cursed you for being rude yesterday. You're worse than a beast. Add 2 to the number of sinful deductions. Tong Feichu was still too atmospheric. Unlike Fragrant Princess, it is simply a treasure girl. Jiang Evening Feng is happy. Princess Xiang, you don't want people to know how I saved you yesterday, do you? Jiang Wanfeng decisively added another fire. In this palace where danger is everywhere and people's hearts are unpredictable, under normal circumstances, the only way to become good friends is to hold each other's handles. Of course, he only wanted the fragrant lady to hold his grip and embrace his weakness. He, on the other hand, only needed to tighten his grip on Xiang Fei's brokenness to rub and hold his opponent. You, shameless. Fragrant Concubine was so angry that she couldn't do anything about Jiang Evening Feng. The day before, her maid had been starved to death, and she was barely hanging on, also starving. By yesterday afternoon, when she saw that there was a delay in the delivery of food, she was unwilling to live on, and eventually died of starvation and cold. That's why she changed into red clothes and hung herself from a beam with white silk, wanting to die. When she hanged herself, it was later than the previous delivery time. Zhang Lianfeng was late or not, could she not know? But she had no intention of denouncing it, or she wouldn't have decisively perjured herself in the face of questioning by the inner court guards. Previously, She had spoken out to test the waters, but only to confirm whether the other party was the real culprit who had killed that nasty villain. And she wanted to thank the other party for avenging the death of her maid. But the other party is dripping, obviously suspicious of her, but also take words to anger her. Simply inappropriate. Nailin Jingxiang is greatly annoyed and scolds you for being shameless. The number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Nailin Jingxiang feels that her good intentions have been treated as a donkey's liver and lungs, and is angry that you are suspicious of her, and secretly curses you for being an inappropriate son. And the number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Good lord. The cumulative number of sinful deductions is up to 9. You're quite angry. Fragrant princess, you alone have given me 5 times today. I know in my heart how good Lady Xiang is to me. My goodness to your highness will be known later, and though it is despicable, please don't mind it. On weekdays, if the queen is bored, she can call me for company at any time. I'm right next door. As the saying goes, day by day, you'll have a deeper understanding of what I've done in return for the queen another day. Jiang Evening Phone laughed, his words full of deep meaning. When he finished, he turned around and left without dragging his feet. Bold. You're reckless. How dare you speak such a monstrous and transgressive word? You don't want to live. Behind Jiang Evening Phone, there was a scolding from Princess Xiang. However, before Jiang Wanfeng's eyes, this time, there was actually knowing text appearing. Aha! You're a bit arrogant, aren't you? Nailin Jingxiang, you're a bit arrogant. Jiang Evening Phone had a smile on his lips as he walked further and further away. In terms of court etiquette, although the fragrant concubine was sent to the cold palace, she was ultimately the emperor's consort. On weekdays, the eunuch secretly withholding meals. Slightly difficult. Fragrant concubine cannot do anything, but if others have overstepped the mark, by the fragrant concubine made a scene, will certainly not be good, and may even lose his head. But what should be overstepped, shouldn't be overstepped. Jiang Evening Phone has been overstepped yesterday, and it's not bad now. Only after Jiang Evening Phone left did fragrant concubine come out of the inner room with a complicated expression. This eunuch, he's so angry. I'd like to see what you're good for me. Shannon opened the lunchbox. The top layer was pasta and the center layer was a small plate of vegetables. This was obviously from the Imperial catering house. And the meals made for her, a princess of the cold palace, were so little that it was like feeding a cat. The bottom layer, on the contrary, was stuffed with some oranges and boiled sweet potatoes. Count on you having a conscience. The corners of fragrant concubine's mouth had a tendency to curl up slightly, and then she pushed them down hard. I didn't get a chance to ask him just now what he took my copper basin for yesterday. Fragrant concubine frowned slightly, intending to wait for Jiang Evening Phone to come over in the afternoon before asking. Fragrant princess silently glanced in the direction of the small, secluded courtyard next door, her eyes fluttering. Thank you for avenging Xiaolian's death. Little Lotus, the name of her dead maid, Jiang Wanfeng, who had returned to the small secluded courtyard, was in an extremely good mood at this moment as he looked at the 9 remaining sinful deduction counts on the panel. It's still fragrant princess who's so chipper that she'll give me a swish and add to the count after a little teasing. Unlike Tong Fei Shui, who was delivered a nesting kick by me last night, and was pinned to the ground and cross-examined for a while. She woke up today and didn't notice the swelling and bruising? Didn't she curse me a little? These thoughts flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind, hoping that the storm would come harder. Afterward, Jiang Evening Phone was a bit guilty again. 9 sin push opportunities can evolve into 18 years of push time. By all rights, it should be spread out and added on top of the encounter without a queen and basic body refinement technique to raise his average level. However, because of Nailin Jingxiang's ancestral secret technique, he needed to pile on a certain martial arts feat all at once. This is the way to come with a big wave at once, using time to prove that day-to-day love, and then pry open the mouth of the wary Nailin Jingxiang. Is it added to the encounter without a queen to enhance my killing methods? Or added to the basic body refining technique to boost my cultivation speed? Perhaps we can first add the encountered without a queen, then wait a bit for Yan's transmission, then add on the feats taught by Yan, and just give up the basic body refining feats. Wait, I seem to have a billion points of overestimating my abstract heavenly negativity. I may not be able to learn Yan's feats. Jiang Evening Phone pondered for a while, and finally thought of his abstract heavenly negative. He has all the talent in the world, but it's all in the knife. Chapter 23 You of the Skylocked Absolute Vein wants to try to open up a new cultivation system. Jiang Evening Phone was in a dilemma, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. According to the division of De Qian's martial arts technique grades, from high to low, they are the 4 grades of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Between each order, there are 4 grades, lower, middle, upper and extreme. Don't look at his previous deduction of the chicken killing blade technique and basic body refinement technique. It looked as if the difference in difficulty wasn't too great. In fact, the difference between these 2 grades is enormous. The chicken killing blade technique. Originating from the remnants of the nameless blade technique that his master had obtained by mistake, the original grade was unknown. According to what the old man said during his lifetime, the chicken killing knife technique was a unique knife technique that the old man had expended his efforts on, combined with his daily use, to complete and improve, and could be entered into the lower grade of the Earth Order. John Evening Foam used to take care of the old man's face and didn't want to hit the other party's self-confidence, so he didn't say that the other party had pulled down the grade of his sword technique after he finished mending. The predecessor grade of the chicken killing blade technique should be far higher than the lower grade of the Earth Order. Unfortunately, his master only got the remnants and had no way to cultivate it, and after a flurry of changes, not only did it pull down the grade of the sword method, but it also raised the difficulty of cultivation. Back then, after the old man obtained the remnants of the nameless blade technique, he burned the remnants, and I didn't even read them. Then he made a flurry of alterations and changed the chicken killing blade, which was obscure and raw in parts of the articulation, with my talent in the Tao of the blade. Before yesterday, it was still a matter of practicing and making changes as I went along before I broke through to the realm of great accomplishment. When I was a kid, I even got sidetracked for a while by the old man's pit. John Wanfoam remembered the past and spat madly in his heart. Back then, when his master died, the chicken killing blade technique was always stuck at the entry level. On the one hand, his master's qualification and enlightenment was there, and on the other hand, the chicken killing blade technique had been altered to make it very difficult to practice. Before his master had died, John Wanfoam had realized the problems with the chicken killing blade technique and began to alter it. Moreover, he did not hide anything, and on the premise of taking care of the other party's face, he had also secretly guided his master to correct the wrong place of the sword technique many times. Unfortunately, that old codger, to his dying day, ignored him and always stuck to the chicken killing knife method he had originally adapted. Perhaps in the heart of that old eunuch, who had no children and no relatives, being able to complete and improve the method of killing chickens was the most gratifying work of his life. I have not read the remnants of the nameless blade technique, and I do not know the correct and convenient way upward. My revamped chicken killing knife technique was based on the first version of the chicken killing knife technique that had quite a few omissions, and was changed by myself. It's higher than the barely lower earth rank of the first version of the chicken killing blade technique, and it should be able to rank as a middle earth rank. The metamorphosed encounterer without a queen from this should be of the upper grade of the earth rank, or barely be included in the extreme grade of the earth rank, but basic body refinement. Once he thought about this, John Evening Foam couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. Basic body refinement technique. Not into the product. It wasn't even a lower yellow rank. This basic body refining technique, which belonged to the big road, was similar to the radio gymnastics of his previous life, although the main role is to strengthen the body. But when it comes to the effect of refining the body, it is actually extremely poor. It wasn't that John Wanfoam hadn't seen an entry-level body refining technique, but even if it was a lower-grade yellow-ranked body refining technique, he couldn't understand it. Look, no, get it, that's his abstract tensho, all in the knife. If he had to give an example, the feeling was like that of a social animal in his previous life, graduating for many years, and then going back to do a college entrance exam paper. Obviously you can read the words when you take them apart, but when you put them together, you scratch your head on the spot. Under normal circumstances, it was clear that the rank and cultivation difficulty of the chicken killing blade technique was far higher than the basic body refining technique. But in sinful extrapolation, hey, at first glance it looks like it's about as difficult as it gets. From this, it could be seen how big the gap was between his talent in the Tao of the blade and his abstract heavily negativity in other areas. That's just it. Let's add it to the basic body refining technique. My body refinement realm, which hasn't broken through for a long time, needs to improve its cultivation efficiency. This thought flashed through John Evening Feng's mind. Immediately afterward, he shuttled all of his 9 sinful deduction counts to the basic body refining technique. In the first year, you start refining your body like crazy. After refining your body, you raid Nailan Jingxiang during the day and accompany Tong Feichu to explore the tunnels at night. You are busy all day long. You lament that you are like a cow or a horse. It didn't take long for you to find the opportunity to raid the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering House one rainy night. The palace is starting to fall into chaos. You don't care. You focus on refining your body, raiding the fragrant concubine, and exploring the tunnels. Soon, the yearly cold festival arrives. The big change you thought was going to happen, the so-called battle for the crown prince, didn't happen. What seems to be happening in the palace? But nothing seems to be happening? You who live in deep seclusion and give Nailan Jingxiang on time every day, only notice that the handyman eunuch who delivers the meals from the Imperial catering room has changed to a new face. You didn't ask more questions because it's normal to change people. Maybe the original handyman eunuch made a mistake and was caned alive? Shortly after the yearly cold festival, you once again asked Yen to leave the palace and said that you would take 2 little eunuchs with you. Yen looked at you deeply and offered to meet the 2 little eunuchs. You had a bit of a headache, and after much hesitation, you didn't tell the truth. You want Nailin Jingxiang and Tong Feiqiu to pretend to be eunuchs and blend out of the palace with you. Can this be known to Yen? Can you still leave if he knows? You were not sure, and from then on you never spoke to Yen about the palace, and you placed your hopes of leaving the palace in the underground passage. In the 5th year, as spring goes by and fall comes and goes, you have long since perfected the 9th level of body refining amidst the successive years of theft from the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering House. You randomly patronize these 2 places every year, committing felonies as if you were a newborn. Although the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering House upgrade their anti-theft methods every year, there are only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? Not to mention, you're a hard-to-prevent house thief. There is a gradual accumulation of sensations in your brain, and you have long since gained an insight into all the wonders of the basic body refining technique, and you can vaguely see the road ahead. Even after the 9th level of body refining, which is the realm of body refining perfection, you have vaguely glimpsed the path. Who said that after the 9th level of body refining, you have to refine chi? You, who have a heaven-locked extinct vein, want to try to open up a new cultivation system, body cultivation. You have been refining your body all day long. A few times as if you were crazy. It is inevitable that you will neglect Nailin Jingxiang and Tong Feiqiu. They are a little riled up. In the passing of the years, you have forced yourself to reach out to them countless times, and they have never realized your true form and have grown fond of you. This year, you are 25. Nailin Jingxiang is 26, and Tong Feiqiu will soon be 23. You just have to feel that the fruit is almost ripe, and you don't have to wait for it to be ripe. You're waiting for a season when all things come back to life. In the spring of the 6th year, you attacked Nailin Jingxiang and Tong Feiqiu at night. Your relationship, growing stronger by the day. One day, you lament that there are only tired oxen, not plow. At a certain moment, you suddenly have a realization, and the basic body refining technique begins to metamorphose. Chapter 20. For the world is already like a purgatory. Where can I rest? The metamorphosed basic body refining technique has become somewhat evil and seems to have hidden dangers. Apart from the sword, with your abstract heavenly negativity in other areas, you don't even realize that you have stepped into the path of going astray. You have named the new technique Brute Bull Kung Fu. Once you get started, you will only realize that the body refining effect of the Brute Bull technique, even if it is just an introductory one, is far better than a complete basic body refining technique. But you don't notice the subtle changes in your body. In the 10th year, your Brute Bull Kung Fu, from introductory to skillful, your body has gradually become stout as you practiced hard day and night. Even Nailin Jingxiang and Tong Feiqiu, who staggered each other and refined their bodies with you, were killed by your brute bull charge, throwing away their armor and begging for mercy daily. Due to your prudence, the refining times of both you and the 2 of them are staggered, causing the 2 of them to not have met yet. Time passes, and one night, you and Tong Feiqiu discover the tunnel exit to the outside world. You didn't flee immediately. You told Tong Feiqiu that you had one more person to take with you. Tong Feiqiu readily agrees. On the following day, you found an opportunity to meet Yen, and very subtly expressed that you were looking for an opportunity to escape from the palace, so that he would clear the air with you as soon as possible. Yen understood what you meant, and a hint of sadness flashed under his eyes. Over the past years, you've been tested for purity by the contacts you used to accumulate in the purgatory, and the fact that you know how to be human. But more than that, he's helped to cover it up. He has already noticed your abnormality. Can't you just brush it off? Shortly afterward, you take Nailin Jingxiang with you and flee with Tong Feiqiu in the night. Tong Feiqiu's expression became a bit subtle after learning of Nailin Jingxiang's identity, but didn't say anything. Discreetly, you faked your deaths. But as you leave the Dakian palace and go further and further away, you have truly seen what it means to be harshly taxed, corrupted, demonized, and deprived of life. You haven't been out of the palace for too long. You haven't been out of the great Qin Kyoto for too long, and the world has long since become unfamiliar to you. Even Tong Feiqiu has not found her former home. The earth is already like a purgatory. Where can I rest? In the 11th year, incognito, you hear the news from afar. The Mad Emperor was furious. Yen was implicated by you and was escorted to the execution ground. Yen was stripped naked and humiliated in front of countless spectators, and then lynched for 3 days and 3 nights before he died of gas. It is said that before he died he didn't even say a soft word to beg for forgiveness. He kept smiling and his last words were only 4 words: I have no regrets. Firstborn as you are, your heart aches and you feel your conscience is condemned. You cultivate harder and harder. refining your body all day long. You want to avenge Yen. Though you have a negative abstraction of heaven in body refining, the barbarian bull kung fu you created by mistake is cool and evil, giving you a chance to break through upwards. This year, you broke the routine of refining the body to the 9th level of perfection, into the 10th level of refining the body. In the 12th year, you have a vague uneasiness in your heart and a sense of crisis in the storm. You faked your deaths again and fled the hermitage, because you are not in the deep palace. You and Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feichu also do not pay as much attention as you did when you were in the palace. Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feichu were both pregnant at this time, and you have even thought of a name for your child. But it didn't take long for you to welcome the hunt. On the run all day, the baby is gone. After experiencing so much, Nailan Jingxiang finally taught you her ancestral secret technique, the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad technique, in one of her solitary moments. But she made you promise one thing: when you've learned your lesson, you will avenge the destruction of her tribal kin. It's a pity that you, a negative abstraction, don't understand the 9 defects of the Divine Silkworm technique at all. You can only refine your body painstakingly and go mad as a devil while you study the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses mythic art by heart every day. You, on the way to going off the deep end. In the 18th year, after years of flight, you have suffered. Your barbarian bull technique has gone from proficiency to minor accomplishment. Your body refining realm has broken through to the 11th level, and the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses Myriad technique is still uninitiated. In this year, you have noticed the effect of the brute bull kung fu on your body. Not only have you become incredibly fit and have excellent stamina, but your meridians seem to be vaguely mutating. At the same time, years on the run have given you deep experience in detection and counter-detection. You gradually realized something was wrong. The pursuit team sent out by the Mad Emperor of Dakian doesn't really seem to want to quickly capture you guys back. You run around like wild horses all day long, but it's like they're catching cats and mice. They've got the order of the crazy Emperor of Dakian to torture you on purpose. You guessed this, but you couldn't break the game, so you could only flee while frantically refining your body. One day, a figure fell from the sky like a god or a demon. You've never seen him before, but looking at the Black Guilt Emperor's robe on his body, you know his identity, the Mad Emperor of Daqian. He merely glanced at you lightly, as if looking down on an ant, and you were in tatters. When you were dying, you heard Tong Fei Shui's mournful cry, saw Tong Fei Shui's steep green silk turn into snow, and saw Nailan Jingxiang rushing to fight for her life against the Dakian Mad Emperor. Is this the man you've been eyeing? Hey, in the end, you blacked out and vaguely heard only this sentence from the Mad Emperor. You're dead. The push is over. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down Zhang Eveningfang's forehead. This was the first time he had died in a push. The Great Qian Crazy Emperor has personally moved to kill him in seconds. As far as that goes, in the next moment, all sorts of sensations about the basic body refining technique and the advancement technique barbarian bull technique came rushing in. Immediately after that, there were 9 more random memories that flooded into his mind. After 18 years, the random memories he had gotten were very scattered. There was experience in breaking through the 9th perfection of body refining, experience in habitual thievery and going from the inner court to the outer court to raid the Imperial hospital and the Purification room, and experience in partial detection and counter-detection, respectively. The rest were the individual experiences of exploring the tunnels with Tong Fei Shui, the daily routine of spending time with Nailan Jingxiang, the daytime body refining routine, the nighttime body refining routine together, and so on. Zhang Wanfeng took a long breath and finished digesting the sensations and memories he had received. Habitual thief, detection, counter-detection. I am on the road of the extra-legal fanatic, going further and further. Zhang Eveningfeng's corner of the eye twitched. It doesn't make sense. It's too weird. The Mad Emperor is as busy as a gyroscope every day. Why would he move to kill me himself? After the fragrant concubine entered the palace, arranged to serve him the first night, on-the-spot assassination. After failing, he was sent to the cold palace, and the two had no feelings for each other. Many doubts flashed through Zhang Wanfeng's heart, completely unable to figure it out. Could it be the pride of being a man? Chapter 25 Breakthrough and Inventory. In the middle of his thoughts, Zhang Eveningfeng was in the open area of the courtyard, executing his small completion brute bull technique that covered off the basic body refining technique. Although the barbarian bull kung fu was an evil kung fu that he had mistakenly passed on, cool and evil, and there were also hidden dangers, suspected of causing abnormalities in his meridians, and even, it puts him farther and farther down the path of going off the deep end. But in the pushback, it seems that his so-called going off the deep end has no effect, and it's getting fitter and stronger. The body refining effect of the barbarian bull technique is far superior to the basic body refining technique, and it seems that the body refining side of going off the deep end just makes the body change in a certain way. Unlike refining chi, Going off the rails could potentially trigger a reversal of true chi, a riot of true chi, or even an explosion of the body. Practice first. The big deal is to change while practicing. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind as he began to work on refining his body. At the same time, he was double-minded and began to recall inventory and analyze the information from his previous push. First of all, there was no major change in the yearly ancestor sacrifice, nor was there a battle for the crown prince, but something seemed to be going on in the palace, but deep down, he didn't notice. The deduction simply embodies the handyman eunuchs who transported the meals of the Imperial dining room and changed a raw face. This is a very rare thing. Seemingly worthless? Next time when we deduce, we'll have to pay attention to the details in this area. Zhang Eveningfoam made a decision in his mind. Then there was the matter about leaving the palace, and based on the events in question, Yan was absolutely trustworthy. This brother, something is really on, and he doesn't even regret being lynched. Moreover, after 10 years, the environment outside the palace would become even more hostile, and even Tong Fei Shui's home would be gone. According to the information in the projection, I have been able to muddle through the net inspection every year with the help of Yan. Then it doesn't seem like I have to escape the palace. Doesn't it smell good for me to be in the palace compared to the hell on earth outside? Jiang Wanfeng thought so while performing the movements of brute bull kung fu, the wind of his fists hunting. As long as he took good safety precautions when he refined his body with Tong Fei Shui and Nailin Jing Xiang in the future, he wouldn't mess up anyone's life. In this way, it should not be discovered by outsiders. If you have to escape from the palace, then take Yen with you and go together. After leaving the palace, they would leave separately so that Yen would not be implicated. I just don't know if Yen is willing to do it. Then, Zhang Eveningfoam recalled the relevant information about being chased. The great Qian crazy emperor had sent people to hunt them down as if they were catching mice and cats, leaving them terrified, windswept, and tortured. Is this just for spite? Nope. Combine that with the last words of the great Qian crazy emperor. This is the man you're looking at? Ha! In addition to venting his anger, perhaps he wanted to show Xiang Fei how powerless he was, as a way to humiliate Xiang Fei for not being able to choose a man with a good eye. By the way, there is Fei saw the abnormalities of my body death. Mournful crying. Steep green silk into snow. Is this the special bloodline lurking within Fei? But this time, it's a bit more regrettable that the memories I randomly obtained don't contain any memories about the contents of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad technique. Zhang Eveningfoam secretly calculated in his heart and felt a bit sorry. He had just checked the panel and the sin level up progress was 9 out of 100. Basic body refining technique, covered off by brute bull technique. The two techniques he was currently practicing were the brute bull technique, minor achievement, and encountering no queen, proficiency. The blade technique, encountered without a queen, by his estimation, should be somewhere between the top grade of the Earth Order and the very top grade of the Earth Order. He is not a good estimator of brute force feats, because he hadn't practiced a body refining technique of the entry rank. He couldn't even read it, so how could he estimate it? He only knew that the brute bull technique was far superior to the basic body refining technique. Anymore it should be the top grade of the Yellow Order, right? But the barbarian bull gong is more special. Although there are hidden dangers that will trigger mutations in the physical body, but it can allow people to break the barrier of the regular body refining 9 perfections. It was a bit narrow to divide it purely by rank, but it could be categorized as a special technique of unknown rank. Pop. Zhang Eveningfoam, who had two minds, used the top horn of the savage bull at this moment, and hard hit a sound explosion. Crackle. At the same time, a sound of popping beans rang out from him as if he were frying beans in a lower pan. The 7th level of body refining. Finally a breakthrough. Lacking in tonic. I've been stranded at the 6th level of body refinement for a long time. Jiang Wanfeng revealed a smile despite the fact that he was starving at this time and his face was a bit white. Those breakfasts he had eaten had been frantically digested as he performed the barbarian bull technique, partially transforming into chi and blood that nourished his body. He reached up and felt the muscles in his arms, which were a bit tighter compared to before. Sure enough, it's still too little supplementation, lack of nutrition, and insufficient chi and blood. Otherwise, I should be getting a little stouter than before. This barbarian bull kung fu is indeed a bit evil. Jiang Wanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the drawbacks of this brute bull technique. When the body does not take in enough energy from the outside world, this barbarian bull gong is like turning on self-feeding, and will consume his body flesh and blood as energy, forcibly pushing his cultivation progress. In a sense, it's rather like losing weight in general. It's done. Let's eat first. Zhang Eveningfoam walked to the side of the earthen stove, picked up the pot of boiled sweet potatoes as a click and dazzle. At the same time, he looked up at the position of the sun and judged the time. Right now it should be most of the way through the hour, which translates to just after 8 a.m. Maybe almost 9 a.m. Originally, this boiled sweet potato was what Jiang Wanfeng was going to use for lunch. As a result, it's now turning into an extra meal after his morning workout. After nibbling on boiled sweet potatoes, he munched on oranges. Sweet potatoes are still undercooked. Luckily there's an orange tree in the yard, and it just happens to be ripe again right now. Otherwise, I'll just have to go eat dry food. Jiang Wanfeng peeled the orange, feeling that the stock of food that could be eaten immediately was still small. The cabbage and sweet potatoes in the ground need to be tended to, not eaten raw. The same was true for those bacon that Yan had brought, as well as the remaining fresh beef. The only things left to eat immediately were oranges, and what little dry food he had left. He hoped that when Yan came next time, he would not only bring him the gongfu, but also bring him more ingredients. Wait, that's not right. I was receiving too much information all at once before and there was an oversight. Yan clearly made an appointment with me that he would bring me feats the next time we met, but this didn't come up in the deduction. What went wrong? Jiang Wanfeng realized something was wrong. He recalled the contents of his earlier deduction in more detail. At the beginning of the first year, he was frantically refining his body, taking time during the day to raid fragrant concubine, and accompanying Xiang Fei Shui into the tunnels at night. It wasn't long before he waited for a rainy night and went to scour the royal catering house and the Imperial hospital. Then, there is the yearly ancestral festival. After the yearly ancestral sacrifice, he asked Yan to leave the palace and said he would take someone out with him. In the content of the deduction at that time, Yan had given him a deep look, indicating that he had already noticed his abnormality. In the subsequent content of the deduction, there is also content that confirms this speculation of his. Yan has long detected his abnormality. Just as Jiang Wanfeng was contemplating, there were ink and water words that twisted and floated out in front of him steeply. Chapter 26, Waiting for a Storm. Shouting Long learns from his mistakes and vows to kill you the next time he sees you. The number of sinful inferences is increased by 1 even though you've done something so outrageous to him and you don't even know who he is. Jiang Wanfeng blinked. Xiao Tanglong? He really didn't recognize it. Is it one of the 444 people he once castrated? Unintentionally thought of him and hated him enough to kill him? Painful. That would have been recently cut. I don't even know who he is. Not to forget. Oh, got it. It's the foul-mouthed brother who was taken to the clean room by Squinty yesterday. Is this after being cut yesterday and passing out from the pain? Finally slowing down and waking up? Very good. Very spirited. Better blow your lungs out. Ugh. Actually Fei can be petty. I don't mind. Jiang Evening Feng secretly said in his heart, hoping that Xiang Fei Shui wouldn't be so atmospheric. Immediately afterward, ink writing appeared before his eyes again. Xiang Fei Shui looked at the place you kicked her last night. Not only was it bruised a great deal, but it was also swollen, and she was very sultry. You're a real firstborn. Add 1 to the number of sinful deductions. Jiang Evening Phone was happy. Yes, that's the rhythm. Fei, you don't know too much. Learn more from Jing. Be more chipper and preferably swish and add times for me so I want to get into it more. Well, I want to be quiet too. Afterward, Jiang Evening Feng sank his heart and continued to think about the matter regarding Yan. Yan should have sensed his abnormality before the age-cold sacrifice. In the projection, what did he do before the arrival of the yearly cold festival at the end of next month? Refining his body, taking time out during the day to raid Jing, accompanying Fei into the tunnels at night, and going out one rainy night to raid the Imperial catering room and the Imperial hospital. Out of these 4 things, there should only be 2 that could make Yan change his mind and not pass on the power to him. He was discovered by Yan when he went to the cold palace to carry out a raid, or when he explored the tunnels at night. It is known that the great Qian Mad Emperor's nap time is usually 1 hour in the afternoon and 1 hour in the middle of the night, combined with Yan's status as the Imperial head eunuch. Then there were probably only 2 time periods in which Yan could move freely each day. One was late at night until the end of the morning court, a period of time during which it was Yan's time to rest and not have to serve before the Mad Emperor. The other, I believe, is the afternoon Shen hour, that is, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Yan appeared at about this time yesterday. This morning, I asked him to come to my place for dinner tonight, and he said he would be busy until late and didn't want to disturb my rest. Then it can be ruled out that he found out about Fei and I exploring the tunnels. So the odds are that one afternoon recently, he finished copying the Gongfu tome and then came to find me and found me in the cold palace. Jiang Evening Fang's mind reasoned for a moment and suddenly realized, during the deduction, he was inadvertently discovered by Yan, who noticed his abnormality. This must be circumvented. Come to think of it, there were basically only 2 time periods in which Yan would come to the Qingyu small courtyard. It is possible that he will come and bring him breakfast every morning between the hours of dawn and dawn. Every afternoon at Shenzhen. There is a possibility that they will come over to visit him and have dinner together by the way, as this is the time period for the eunuchs. palace maids and others in the palace to have their meals. Only the nobles are having their evening meal at the hour of 5 o'clock. In the future, during these 2 time periods, I will try not to go to the cold palace, and even if I do, I will not be able to molest Jiang Eveningfeng secretly made a good decision. Afterwards, Jiang Eveningfeng went straight out of the small, secluded courtyard and headed towards the cold palace. Naturally, he wasn't there to raid the fragrant princess, but to go to the outhouse. He had eaten so much for breakfast, and under the pressure of the barbarian bull technique, he had already converted the nutrients into chi and blood, hammering his body. What's left is only impurities. Then he had to find the nearest latrine to get rid of the impurities. After all, he lived in a small secluded courtyard. The grade is lower than the cold palace. There is no thatched toilet. On his side of the fence, only the corner of the small yard holds the night-scented bucket, or toilet. As Jiang Wanfeng entered the cold palace, Consort Xiang, who saw Jiang Wanfeng's arrival in the hall, immediately hid in the inner room again. But out of fragrant concubine's expectation, Jiang Lianfeng went straight to the outhouse? Nalan Jingxiang bursts into exasperation. Cursing you for not knowing the rules. What kind of place do you take this for? If outsiders see you, you are to be chastised. You have committed a sin of disrespect. The number of sinful projections is increased by 1. Yo-ho, this is named as a secret curse. But in fact, he is worried that he will be chastised. Jiang Eveningfeng laughed. Shizuku, it's true that the mouth is too big for the body. Jiang Lianfeng squatted down on the thatched pit and began to soundly liberate himself, benefiting from all the inventions of the one who once traveled through the world. The level of fortification in this world is not that bad. Despite the ancient setting, there is a sewer line underneath the outhouse. The sewage pipes would transport the excrement to different centralized points, and then certain eunuchs and courtesans from the Zinjiku would make deployment arrangements. For example, fertilizing the imperial gardens located in the inner court of the palace, such as the occasional need for the medicinal gardens over in the outer court, etc. The excess will be put into vats and transported to the palace gates in manure carts to be disposed of by manure men outside the palace. That's not a bad way to get out of the palace without knowing what's going on. But it's still spared. It's too gruesome. Jiang Wanfeng suddenly thought of a way to get out of the palace, but he vetoed it in a whirlwind. Who's a decent guy who hides in an oversized bucket of and hangs on with his breath shut until he gets out of the palace? He's not a warrior on this track. And it's not a surefire way to do it. It depends on luck. I've heard that the guards at the palace gates, in order to prevent people from escaping from the palace by hiding in buckets of feces, occasionally stick their lances into the buckets. It's a good thing you don't get a check. The ones that don't are dead in the tur. When Jiang Eveningfeng finished handling the work related to impurity removal, he left the cold palace, walking very dryly. Nalan Jingxiang is a bit haughty and likes to be bossy with a touch of gentleness, and needs to be hung out to dry once in a while. Being a licking dog all the time would instead be looked down upon by Nalan Jingxiang, and might even cause her to become wary. After all, she's alert and tight-lipped. If you want to get the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses mythic art, you still need to plan for it. When Jiang Eveningfeng left, Xiang Fei, who was hiding behind the door of the inner room, couldn't help but change her face for a while. I can't believe he didn't come in and say hello too. Come when you want to come, leave when you want to go. Not being the son of a man, Shannon was a little angry. On the other hand, on Jiang Wanfeng's side, there were ink words twisting and floating out in front of his eyes. Nalan Jingxiang was annoyed that you didn't go in to find her and scolded you for not being a proper son. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Jiang Eveningfeng smiled and narrowed his eyes. It was true that it was still fragrant concubine who had a great temperament. He didn't do anything but go into the cold palace to use the toilet. And fragrant princess added 2 sinful pushes to him, counting 1 each from Tong Fei Shui and Xiaotinglong. He had now accumulated 4 more sinful push. Jiang Eveningfeng, who had returned to the small secluded courtyard, silently looked up at the sky, to wait for a storm. Chapter 27, Uninvited Guests. Jiang Eveningfeng secretly calculated and made a good decision. According to the information he had gotten from his previous deduction, every time he went to raid the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering Room, it was a rainy night that he committed the crime, and the next rainy night is in the near future. I'm just not sure on what day. If he wanted to use the brute bull technique to refine his body, he would need to absorb a large amount of tonic herbs, great tonic foods, and the like. So, in the near future, once the rainy nights arrive, it's time for him to head out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to carry the consumption of the barbarian bull technique at all, and his realm would stagnate. A poor man is not a rich man. Jiang Eveningfeng laughed lowly. With that, he began to pack up the house. He just moved in yesterday, hasn't had a chance to clean yet, and expects to stay for quite a while to come. It is natural, then, to keep the place where you live. clean and tidy. The handyman eunuch who lived here before also put night pots under the bed to facilitate midnight urination. Yesterday he smelled the odor as soon as he entered the house, and immediately threw the night jug into the corner of the yard to keep the night-scented bucket company. Xiang Evening Phone was not in a hurry to carry out the sinful deduction and focused on cleaning up. He had only accumulated 4 sinful thrusts so far, and there was no need to use them. According to the situation of his last round of sinful deduction, he and Fragrant Princess, however, had gone through the events of falling in love with each other over time, escaping from the palace, and encountering a manhunt. It wasn't until the 12th year that Princess Xiang passed on to him the divine silkworm 9 metamorphoses wonderful technique. Shannon's mouth. It's really tight. On the contrary, he hadn't randomly arrived at the relevant memories of the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad technique. Therefore, he had to accumulate at least 6 full sinful thrusts before it was necessary to use it. Time passed, and it was noon. Xiang Evening Phone, who had finished cleaning, looked up at the high sun to determine the time. Rest for a while, wait for the unspecified hour, then build a fire and cook. Zhang Lianfeng went into the house and moved a chair out, sat under the shade of the tree, and ate an orange. In this Dacian palace, except for the Imperial kitchen and the private kitchens of the nobles, the rest of the places are not allowed to make fires for cooking outside of specific hours. Like here at Xiang Evening Maple, there was only the dawning hour to make breakfast, and there was the undawning hour to make dinner. The unspecified time, that is, between 1300 hours and 1500 hours. The 2 meals a day system in an ancient context is just so impersonal. When we're done eating, should I go out and get something going? Accumulate some more sinful push counts. An idea flashed through Zhang Wanfeng's mind, but he whirled around and vetoed it. Because of the disappearance of the unknown handyman eunuch, he had drawn the attention of the inner courtyards today. Although he relied on Yen as his thigh to gently bring this matter to light, he still needed to live deeply and not draw attention to himself as much as possible. What's more, just waiting for the rainy night to appear, he was going to sneak into the outer court's Imperial kitchen and the Imperial hospital to scavenge. There's no need to make an issue out of it at this point. Moreover, it's possible that Yen will come over to dine with me at the Shen hour after the unspecified time, but not necessarily. After all, Yen just said this morning that when he comes next time, he's going to pass on his kung fu to me. The ancient book of feats he learned has long been destroyed, and it will take time for him to rewrite it. He has to serve at the Mad Emperor's heels in the morning and at noon, and I don't think he's started writing yet. Xiang Evening Phone secretly pondered, feeling that there was little chance of Yen coming back today. But even if Yen didn't come, between the hours of Shin and Yu, there would be a handyman eunuch who would bring meals from the cold palace. There wasn't much time that he could go out and be free. With this in mind, Zhang Wanfeng made up his mind that within a short period of time, he would still have to stay in the small secluded courtyard and live in a simple place. Shouting Long endured the pain of his injury and was forced to start working, secretly cursing you for being an improper son. If he can get out of the palace some other day, he will kill your whole family. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Zhang Wanfeng looked at the ink writing that suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was a bit shocked. Just mowed yesterday and working today. What kind of cow or horse can be used like that? A normal eunuch who has been cut is usually required to recuperate for 10 days and half a month before he starts to arrange to go to work. Squinting eunuchs are quite ruthless. Really have enough care for Shouting Long. This Shouting Long is also the arrogant young master of an unknown family, and he wants to kill his entire family and clan at the drop of a hat. But I have a big heart, so if I get a chance to see you again, I'll just kill you alone. Until then, I hope you'll live well under the care of the squints. Zhang Evening Phone thought this, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He then got up and walked out of the shade of the orange tree to the vegetable patch. Although it was not yet time to build a fire and cook, he could handle the ingredients first. After washing the cabbage and sweet potatoes and treating them separately, he went back to the house to get some of the celery rice and bacon, wash the rice and cut the meat. Only after doing this, did Zhang Evening Phone take out the fresh beef from the panel space and cut out half of it. Granted, it's late fall and the temperature has dropped a bit, but unlike the hardy ones like bacon and fresh beef is expected to stink if it sits out for more than a day or two. So after Yen left, he put the beef into the panel space to keep it fresh. After all, the panel space can store items, time frozen, to keep the meat fresh for a long time. When he was done with the beef, Zhang Wanfeng looked up at the sun in the sky. It should be well into the unsettled hour, so you can build a fire and cook. Zhang Evening Phone then walked towards the earthen stove and pulled out the fire folders. In order to play it safe and leave a few more traces of life in the secluded little courtyard, he only put small items like fresh beef, fire folders, and poison powder into the panel space. Celery rice, bacon, change of clothes and other things were kept in the adobe house. In this way, even if someone secretly sneaked in and searched the place while he was out, there would be no suspicion. It only made more sense for him to have a bit of a stockpile of supplies in his small, secluded home. After building a fire, Zhang Wanfeng first poured water into the pot and waited for it to heat up. There's not much dry wood in the yard. Not much. After a while, it's going to be a shopping trip over to the interior. Sad face **. Ugh. It's time to be the spendthrift again. Zhang Evening Feng sighed, a bit despondent. In this palace, small and large chores are inseparable from the house of the interior. If you want to buy supplies, you naturally have to go to the Ministry of the Interior. But the prices, which had risen year after year, were so expensive that it hurt him every time he thought about it. He didn't mind spending money in moderation, but he hated being the wrong seed that got ripped off. Zhang Wanfeng waited quietly until the water in the pot was heated up, and then he began to drop in the cabbage. With that, he added a small portion of sliced sweet potatoes. Sweet potato and cabbage soup sounds a little niche, but he had eaten it in his previous life, and the soup was sweet and the flavor was actually quite good. It's a pity that you can't go back. Zhang Evening Feng thought of this, and his eyes darkened slightly. Like the time when he had just had the pain to revive his memories of his past life, he almost wanted to try to see if he could die and go back. But a good death is better than a good life. And after so many years, all the emotions have faded a lot after all. It's just that whenever he remembers his past life, it's so trance-like that it's like a dream, and he has to accept the reality that he can't go back home. After all, it's not like he was an orphan in his previous life and had a beautiful family. Much better than this one. At that moment, a knock sounded at the courtyard gate. Zhang Evening Feng frowned slightly. It couldn't be Yen before the Shenauer arrived. But who else would come to him now? Chapter 28 Yen. You hurry to come. I'm under a lot of pressure. Who? Zhang Evening Feng lifted his foot towards the courtyard gate and issued an inquiry. Eunuch Jiang. It's me. A voice with a hint of familiarity came from outside the door. Zhang Wanfeng recalled briefly, remembering the squinty-eyed eunuch who took Xiaotinglong to the purification room yesterday. His heart stuttered. What was this man doing here again? It can't be for him to give Xiaotinglong another cut, can it? Squeak. Zhang Evening Feng opened the door. A humane smile piled on his face. I said why I heard magpies chirping endlessly this morning, so it's because there's an honored guest. Zhang Evening Feng looked at the squinting eunuch, babbling in a serious manner, and swept the surrounding area without a trace. Came alone. Didn't bring anyone. It was also true that this was a guy he couldn't fight or mess with, and if he really wanted to deal with him, he didn't need to bring anyone with him. How come this wasn't in the Sin projection? Because it's another trajectory in a billion futures? Or is it too small to be reflected in the projection? Eunuch Jiang is truly a wonderful person, and his mouth is really good at talking. Relax. I'm not here to silence you. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? The squinting eunuch seemed to see Zhang Evenfeng's scruples and revealed a seemingly kind smile. Ha ha ha. I was so happy to see the eunuch that I lost my manners. Come in quickly. Zhang Wanfeng hurriedly invited the squinting eunuch inside, deliberately ignoring the dangerous words in the other party's mouth. Extermination. This squinting eunuch did not know where he came from, and he did not know which nobleman's dog leg in the inner court harem. He met the squinty-eyed eunuch twice before and after, and the other person deliberately did not wear the eunuch's hat. This was obviously not wanting to reveal the grade in origin, but Zhang Evening Feng could clearly tell that this squinting eunuch was an expert by observing the other party's demeanor and movements. It was a master he couldn't beat. Eunuch Jiang should not think too much. I just happened to be passing by today and didn't intend to come in at first. But seeing the smoke rising from your yard, burning the fire for cooking so early, I simply came in to rub you a meal. So don't blame me for being abrupt. The squinty-eyed eunuch said something about being abrupt, but he stepped into the courtyard with great ease and sat down on a chair under the shade of a tree. The whole thing, full of randomness. Your Excellency is too kind. You are welcome to come whenever you wish. Zhang Evening Feng closed the courtyard door with his backhand, knowing the ways of the world very well, but in his heart, he was secretly slurring. Who actually started the saying that if you're not motivated to eat, you have a problem with your mind? Isn't he just eating too aggressively right now and comes to him? I just happened to be passing by this remote corner, and you're just fooling around. Your Excellency, wait a moment. I've only just begun to cook the soup, and I still have to cook and cook. Please bear with me. Your Excellency. For the poor greeting, Zhang Wanfeng came to the earthen stove and had to turn his back on the squinting eunuch as he stirred up the soup, though he felt like a man's back. The mouth of the stove was pointed right at the side of the tree, and if he stood next to or on the back of the earthen stove to cook the soup, the defense would be too obvious again. He couldn't wait to procrastinate now with the excuse that he still had to cook and cook, so that the squinty-eyed eunuch would wait until he got impatient and hurry up and get out himself. He didn't believe that the squinty-eyed eunuch was just passing by, and even if he wasn't silencing him, there was definitely something rotten and dirty for him to do. Those rotten and dirty jobs. Once the other party says it, then he is not to do it. Don't do it? If you know and don't do it, do you want to be silenced? Do it? You're not going to be silenced afterward. There's no rush. Just take your time, Eunuch Xiang. I'm free today, the squinty-eyed eunuch said cheerfully, and even got up and picked a few oranges and ate them slowly. So the eunuch is off from his duties today. I am truly flattered. Zhang Evening Feng said in a vaguely tentative manner. Dog thief. You don't go to other places to play on vacation. You come to my place for food. Is your master eyeing me? I'll ask Yen to inquire and see which palace squinty eunuch is taking a break today, and then I'll be able to follow the trail. At that, the squinting eunuch smiled without saying a word, and the main fight was a dribble. A silence fell over the small, secluded courtyard. Zhang Evening Feng's mouth twitched. Facing a small character like me, do you need to be so careful as a big eunuch? Yes. Jiang Wanfeng's judgment on the identity of the squinting eunuch was that it was the Grand Eunuch. Why did Jiang Wanfeng have this judgment? There are two reasons. It must be known that the Great Qian Palace covers an extremely wide area, outside the court as the most, where not only the Purification Room, the Imperial Cuisine, the Imperial Hospital, the Supervisory Column House, the Palace of the Palace of the Palace of the Golden Emperor, and so on. There are also the Ministry of the Interior, the Royal Forestry Army Resident, the Inner Court Guard Resident, the headquarters of the East and West Factories, various institutions, etc. Covering the largest area is the Royal Hunting Ground. Daki and Crazy Emperor love hunting. Not long after ascending the throne in spite of the opposition of the civil and military, insisting on large-scale construction, expanding out of the edge of the court in the area of the Royal Hunting Ground. It's a big area, and it needs a lot of people. This resulted in the number of eunuchs alone in the palace being over 100,000 in number. Because there are so many living people, the foundation is there, and there are a handful of eunuchs who die every year because of all sorts of. This led to the need to replenish a large number of eunuchs every year, causing Zhang Evening Feng to be often too busy when he met the peak of the castration season when he was in the purification room before. The busiest time is late spring and early summer, when he sometimes has to cut hundreds of people a day because of the favorable climate, fewer mosquitoes and less chance of post-operative infections, and most of those who can enter the palace as eunuchs can't survive outside. These people, with no savings and no connections in the palace, how can they go far in the martial arts? To be able to have a body refining 3 or 4, is considered a chance. So just based on the slight strength that the squinting eunuch showed on the surface, it was enough to judge that the other party was an expert, and 80% of them were big eunuchs. The remaining 20% comes from the squinty eunuch's acting style, carrying Xiao Long to the outer court's purification room as if no one else was there, and then carrying the other party back to the inner court afterwards as if he were a small chicken. The Imperial guards and inner court guards are not blind. They will surely make inquiries. If this is not a Grand Eunuch, what can it be? And it is still the Grand Eunuch of the Grand Eunuchs. The identity of the master behind it is definitely not simple. With this in mind, Zhang Wanfeng opened his mouth and asked, Eunuch, do you have any dining preferences or taboos? Xiao Tinglong is obviously a son of a powerful family. Can say castration like this? The master behind the squinting eunuch. The scope of identity can be narrowed down a lot. It is nothing more than the crazy emperor of Diqian, the demonic empress dowager, the empress of the righteous palace, the crazy emperor's favorite consort, and so on. The prince is old enough to be ruled out as he has long since moved out of the eastern palace and opened a residence outside. Whatever. Eunuch Jiang is free to do as he pleases. The squinting eunuch was still dripping with water, and always had a kind smile on his face, as if there was goodwill lurking, and as if he was admiring Zhang Evening Feng's struggles. Yen, you hurry up and come. I'm under a lot of pressure. Zhang Wanfeng thought silently like this in the bottom of his heart. He kept remembering the image of yesterday's squinty eunuch pulling silk cloth out of his crotch and stuffing it into Xiao Tinglong's mouth. The foul-mouthed brother. Today immediately let Xiao Tinglong work on the ground again. This mouth stinks brother but just cut yesterday squinty-eyed eunuchs. Petty and vindictive and vicious. Chapter 29. Are you waiting for Eunuch Yen? In the small, secluded courtyard, there were no words for a moment, and silence once again reigned. Zhang Evening Feng was silent as he cooked the soup, and placed some sweet potatoes in the right place at the mouth of the stove, turning them from time to time to make baked sweet potatoes. Right now the Shen hour had not yet arrived and it was still in the unseasonal hour, and Yen was unable to get away from it on the Mad Emperor's side. The only solution now is to stall. He was going to drag it out until Shenzhen, betting on the possibility that Yen would make another trip over today. At that time, relying on Yan's face, perhaps the squinty-eyed eunuch wouldn't let him do those rotten and dirty jobs. As long as the words don't come out of his mouth and he doesn't know about them, trouble won't find him. This Diqian's rule is also a pit. Why judge the grade by the color of the eunuch's hat? If it could be judged by the eunuch's clothes, it would save trouble. Jiang Evening Feng secretly thought. In this palace, eunuchs have 7 colors of clothes. They are gray, blue, purple, tea, camel, black and red. Among them are gray, blue, tea and camel, which need to be worn according to the season. In the spring and fall, rotate with gray and blue. In the summer and winter, it is rotated with the 2 colors of tea and camel. Every major holiday and the birthday of an important nobleman, you need to change into the purple eunuch uniform. And when it comes to special days, the anniversary of the death of an important nobleman, the black eunuch uniform is changed. The so-called important nobles refer to the emperor, the empress dowager, the late emperor and so on. Even the emperor's favored consorts rarely get this treatment, as it is against etiquette. As for the red color, it's a bit more specific. Eunuchs are allowed to wear red on their birthday every year, which is a reward from the Dacian royal family to a certain great eunuch who once performed great feats and benefited all the eunuchs. It's barely a formalistic honoring of the inferior by the superior as a way to buy people's hearts. This also led to the fact that the clothes of all eunuchs, which were all the same, could not be judged in terms of grade by color or style. Otherwise, even if the squinty-eyed eunuch didn't wear a hat, he could still judge the grade based on the other person's clothes. Thus, he knew whether Yen could subdue the other side. Yen is at least a 4th-grade Imperial eunuch in charge. There aren't many eunuchs who can outrank him in this palace. Jiang Wanfeng flashed through this thought. His heart slightly settled. Afterward, Jiang Evening Feng poured the sweet potato and cabbage soup, which had been boiled to boiling, into the soup pot. Flip another bottom for the baked sweet potatoes. After finishing, Jiang Wanfeng proceeded to mess up the stir-fried beef. At that moment, the squinty-eyed eunuch opened his mouth coldly. Eunuch Jiang, I see that these meals and celery rice you prepared should be the amount for 2 people. Are you waiting for Eunuch Yen? Think he might come over later and dine with you? I did dip into Eunuch Yan's favor. He won't have time to come over later. I have heard that today His Majesty is extremely excited, and at noon first went to the Empress Dowager's chambers, accompanied the Empress Dowager for lunch, and then went to the Empress's chambers. Later on, when the sun is warm, we will also go with the Empress to enjoy the flowers in the Imperial garden. The squinty-eyed eunuch's words came down to Jiang Evening Feng's heart, which was in his throat. Knowing that his thigh was Yen, and knowing so much about the movements of the Mad Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress, the meaning of these words was not that he should not expect Yen to come over and save the day. Even if he was covered by Yen, it would not work. Come on. In this palace, higher grade than Yen eunuchs, there are only so many individuals. He today is considered to have met a hard opponent. I see. It's a coincidence. No wonder I have this honor today. Jiang Evening Feng said with a smile, and planned to use 1 sinful deduction count to deduce what the squinty eunuch was trying to do. He had currently accumulated 5 sinful projections for a maximum of 10 years, failing to reach the time threshold of the previous round when the fragrant concubine transmitted the divine silkworm's 9 metamorphoses mythic technique in the 12th year. So using it 1 time is considered the best value for money. But just as Jiang Wanfen's thoughts moved slightly and he opened the panel, preparing to use the number of sinful inferences, the squinty-eyed eunuch spoke again. Eunuch Jiang actually doesn't need to be so polite with me. Between us, there is a connection. In my eyes, you've always been a knowledgeable and kind-hearted junior. You don't need to worry too much. Say, haven't you ever noticed in my eyes before that I'm kind to you? The squinty-eyed eunuch's voice was filled with sincerity. Unlike a falsehood, Jiang Wanfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and closed the panel, but then felt the groove was full. Brother, I've seen you twice and you've never opened your eyes to talk to me. I can see nothing. I'm flattered that the eunuch and I, in fact, have a connection. Jiang Evening Feng's tone was light and brisk, with a hint of doubly honored joy, and implied temptation. He didn't ask what the origin was directly, the other would have said it directly if he wanted to. In this palace, it's always right to be cautious. Some people can have their tongues removed or even lose their lives if they accidentally say the wrong thing. Test the waters and see what the other guy really has with him. If the other party was really well-intentioned, he could hit the snake and come up with a phrase. Maple has been drifting for half of his life. If he doesn't give up, he would like to worship him as a righteous father. Anyway, the squinting eunuch looked like a rich, fat man nearing middle age, so he wasn't really at a disadvantage. If he had the squinty-eyed eunuch and yen to cover him, he would be able to walk sideways in this palace. For the most part, Eunuch Jiang doesn't need to be flattered. You and I go back a long way, and in terms of age, I'm even from your parents' generation. Yesterday, I didn't want you to get too involved, so I told you not to ask too many questions and just lay down the knife. But just as I left on the front foot, Eunuch Yen transferred you into the inner court harem, a place of wrongdoing, and I'm afraid you'll have a lot of trouble in the future. If you have the chance, It would be better to leave the palace as early as possible. The squinty-eyed eunuch said this, and in the end, he even let him leave the palace as early as possible. Jiang Wanfeng's heart tightened slightly as countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Yan said that if he stayed in the outer court's purification room, he might meet with a murderous fate, so he transferred him to the inner court's harem. The squinting eunuch, on the other hand, told him to leave the palace as soon as possible and stay away from this place of wrongdoing. These two were in high positions and must have known something he didn't, which was why they made a move. But according to the last round of deduction, nothing clearly happened at the age-cold sacrifice, right? At least he wasn't affected. What details did he miss? Thank you for the eunuch's mention. Feng is grateful. Jiang Evening Feng opened his mouth to thank him. The squinting eunuch smiled but didn't pick up on it. After Jiang Wanfeng finished stir-frying the beef, he went back to the house and took out the Imperial lunchbox and put the stir-fried beef in it to keep it warm. Then, in turn, he made fried cabbage, steamed bacon, and cooked rice in a wok. He had lived in the palace for so many years. How could he be gullible just because of someone else's words? Even if the squinty-eyed eunuch said that Yen would not come over at Shanhour, he also had to stall for time until the arrival of the Shanhour to see if Yen really wouldn't come over. However, until the rice was almost cooked, the time had not even reached the Shang hour. Jiang Wanfeng went back to the ground to dig up sweet potatoes and made boiled sweet potatoes. Eventually, a large pot of hot water was even fired up, citing the desire for a hot bath. However, Yen didn't show up until the Shanhour. The squinty-eyed eunuch just watched Jiang Evening Feng stall for time, and occasionally made small talk with him as if he were nagging a family member. But the squinting eunuch had been watching him from behind, giving Jiang Wanfeng a constant feeling of being on his back. His instincts told him that the squinty eunuch was definitely not treating him with pure kindness. At least, not all of them. Chapter 30, People Like Me. In the midst of secretly gazing on guard, Jiang Evening Feng brought the dishes into the house and set them on the table. The squinting-eyed eunuch sat peacefully like a mountain, just quietly looking at Jiang Evening Feng, the color of remembrance vaguely flowing in his narrowed and almost invisible eyes. After a while, Jiang Evening Feng greeted the squinting eunuch over when he was ready. Sweet potato and cabbage soup, stir-fried beef, stir-fried cabbage, steamed bacon, baked sweet potato, boiled sweet potato. Looking at Jiang Wanfeng's handiwork, the corner of the squinting eunuch's mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. Your Excellency is very kind. Crude tea and food should hardly enter Your Excellency's eyes. Jiang Evening Feng has a say. He made this meal. For those who live in the prison pen courtyard, eat a big pot of rice for the low-level eunuchs. That is simply better than the New Year's dinner. But as a big eunuch among big eunuchs, the other party must have his own independent small courtyard, with palace maids serving the right food. Food and clothing are absolutely all very good. This kind of crude food may even be despicable food for squinty-eyed eunuchs. It's a rough meal, but it depends on who made it. The squinty-eyed eunuch laughed. When he finished, he started moving his chopsticks. Jiang Wanfeng made a polite remark and followed suit. Throughout the course of the meal, the squinting eunuch's words were not many. Only occasionally will comment a few sentences, such as okay, can eat, sweet potato soft, sweet soup, not bad, beef fried old and so on. Jiang Evening Feng always had a smile on his face, coping with the other party and keeping a secret gaze on guard. To be honest, he still couldn't figure out what the squinty-eyed eunuch was trying to do. If it's true that he wants him to do crappy and dirty work, even if he doesn't mention it before dinner, he should have said it at the table? How to make it look like you just happened to be passing by and stopped by to rub it in. When the meal was finished, the squinting eunuch continued to behave as usual, making Jiang Wanfeng's scorn deeper in his heart. I should also take my leave. The squinty-eyed eunuch stood up. Consider this meal money. After saying that, the squinty-eyed eunuch pulled out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Many thanks for the generous gift, Your Excellency. Jiang Evening Feng hurriedly stood up. But what is in this? If it's expensive, I would never dare to accept it. At this moment, the vigilance in Jiang Evening Feng's heart reached its peak. Looking at the small porcelain vials, they were mostly filled with pills, powders, and the like, so let's just consider it a favor. But in this world, how can there be benefits for nothing? Take someone with a soft hand. If you take it rashly, you may be on the wrong side of the boat. You guess? The squinting eunuch laughed, and turned away after that. Looking at the back of the squinting eunuch as he walked towards the door, Jiang Wanfeng was slightly stunned. Just go? Eunuch, I'll see you off. Jiang Evening Feng followed up and copied the small porcelain vase on the table with his left hand. Between shakes, he sensed that it contained pills, but didn't know the exact effects. Just as Jiang Wanfeng had just followed the squinting eunuch's footsteps and arrived behind the other party, the squinting eunuch turned around abruptly. This physically and mentally obese squinty-eyed eunuch managed to keep his legs unchanged in front of him, and his upper body twisted nearly 180 degrees to his back. In a flash of lightning, the squinting eunuch's left hand was like electricity, and his palm became a sword, chopping at Jiang Evening Feng's head. Jiang Wanfeng was caught off guard. There was no time to think, and instinctively reacted with his right narrow knife out of his sleeve, stabbing at the squinting eunuch's throat. Between the square inches, both sides did not dodge. Hera is actually a same position. In the next moment, the squinty-eyed eunuch raised his right hand and stretched out 2 fingers, narrowly catching the narrow blade when it was almost touching his throat. At the same time, his left palm blade also managed to stop at Jiang Evening Feng's ear. Why don't you back off? Because it's not scary. Why aren't you afraid? Brain is slow to turn. Now I'm afraid. What is the eunuch up to? Between the questions and answers between the squinting eunuch and Jiang Wanfeng was already sweating. He didn't retreat because he wasn't afraid? It was that he simply couldn't retreat in time and subconsciously wanted to die with the other side. Eunuch Jiang is still not cautious enough, knowing that in this inner court and harem, the dangers are far above the outer court. But still, quick reflexes, that's not bad, and courageous to fight, too, especially the talent for the way of the sword. It's amazing that you were able to make your way back in the wrong direction. You're really good for not being held back by your master's blindly altered set of swordsmanship. The squinting eunuch let go of the narrow blade and withdrew his hand, turning back as he said his critique. It was as if nothing had happened, as if he had just been joking with Jiang Evening Feng. Thank you for the eunuch's advice. I will be more cautious in the future. Jiang Evening Feng put away his sword into his sleeve and arched his hand to thank him. For what it's worth, the other side seems to be warning out of the goodness of their hearts, just in a rather intimidating way. But the squinty-eyed eunuch even knew that his master's sword technique was faulty, so it seemed like an old acquaintance? You know, after he took the sword at the age of 7, his master soon began to stop working because his old injuries were getting worse. To have seen his master strike and know that there was something wrong with the sword technique, this squinty-eyed eunuch had known his master at least more than a decade ago. So, an old friend? Now coming to mention him as a junior? Can't be a hater. Jiang Wanfeng couldn't help but associate it with his master's old stubborn character. Well, there should be quite a lot of enemies. Moreover, he was quite certain that eunuchs of high rank existed in his master's family of enemies, only that he did not know their names or identities, and had never shown his face. Those who are in high positions and want to make things difficult for those at the bottom no longer need to personally step in, but will naturally have a dog's leg to serve and add to the problem. During the time before his master's death, his mouth was constantly cursing, and I don't know who he was cursing at, but it was quite dirty anyway, just as Jiang Wanfeng was secretly thinking. The squinting eunuch, who had walked to the courtyard gate, suddenly stopped. He turned his back to Jiang Evening Feng and said faintly, "By the way, there's also a trivial little thing. When I was on my way here, I saw a eunuch attached to the inner court guards, wandering around here, who seemed to be a bit interested in you. It's better to go out as little as possible in the last few days so you don't step in." Jiang Evening Feng's complexion was aghast as he thanked him again. "Thank you for your concern, eunuch." The squinting eunuch still had his back to Jiang Evening Feng, and his tone turned cold. "Eunuch Jiang, why don't you ever ask? What is the origin of me and you?" Jiang Evening Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine and didn't want to pick up the conversation. But even though Jiang Wanfeng didn't say anything, the squinty-eyed eunuch said to himself, "Do you know that I was castrated by your master?" As the words fell, the squinting eunuch's neck felt like it had no bones as his head steeply rotated 180 degrees to look at Jiang Evening Feng. A smile filled with malice rippled at the corners of his lips. "Eunuch Jiang, do you know that there are not a few people like me in this inner court harem? But we were all castrated by your master back then." Chapter 31, Are you tied to the cold palace thatched toilet? Jiang Wanfeng's scalp went numb for a while, and his heart went cold. "No, you're castrated by my master. Go down and find him if you dare." Nor did he wait for Jiang Evening Feng to speak. The squinting eunuch twisted his head back to the front and said indifferently, "You need to be more careful in the future. And you can't trust anyone in this palace. A lot of people may not be bothered with you, but there is no guarantee that some of the small-minded ones will come over and get you in trouble. Yen isn't the one who can stay by your side all the time. Go away." After saying that, the squinting eunuch pulled the bolt on the courtyard door and prepared to leave. Jiang Evening Feng bowed slightly, arching his hand in thanks. Once again, I thank the eunuch for his much-needed advice. Though the squinty eunuch's reminder was intimidating in its way, it was essentially well-intentioned. He was mainly worried about the ones he had castrated before, who would come looking for trouble, but he didn't care much about the ones castrated by his master. Eunuchs are very careful. Even though his master was long dead, the debt had fallen on him, and there was no guarantee that someone would come after him. The squinty-eyed eunuch's reminder was a valid one. Squeak! The squinty-eyed eunuch opened the wooden door and walked straight out, but his mouth said, "Eunuch Jiang might as well guess. The bottle I gave you, is it a tonic, or is it poison? Again? What kind of bad taste are you?" Jiang Evening Feng's corner of the eye twitched. However, looking at the squinty-eyed eunuchs fading back, Jiang Wanfeng let out a long sigh of relief. The pills in the small porcelain vial, whether they were poison or tonic, were not a big problem for him. After you have saved up 6 times for the sin push, turn on the push to verify it. The main thing was that this squinty eunuch's nature was truly too harsh, inexplicably like a pervert. Back and forth. Is it fun? It really is. Jiang Evening Feng's heart was full of grooves, but he didn't spit them out. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and realized that his hand was filled with cold sweat, and even a few strands of his hair fell with it. Jiang Evening Feng's pupils shrank as he grabbed the strands of hair and examined them in detail. Knife breath. It was still a blade chi that hurt the hair but not the skin, and was controlled with exquisite subtlety. What does that mean? If you can break his hair, you can decapitate him. This squinting eunuch, with such a bad character, has not been beaten to death so far, so he is really strong. Jiang Wanfeng closed the courtyard door in silence, turned around and went back to the house, packing up the uneaten meal. The future is like the sea, ever-changing, and the slightest tiny move can make a huge change in the future direction. For example, in Yan's transmission, during the deduction, Yan inadvertently discovered my abnormality, causing the transmission event to be directly nullified. And then just now, for example, this episode wouldn't have happened, but because I got stuck building a fire and cooking, I attracted squinty-eyed eunuchs, people who might not really have wanted to come in originally. Jiang Wanfeng thought darkly while putting the meal into the lunchbox. He carefully recalled the series of events that had happened since the squinting eunuch had arrived at the small, secluded courtyard. Unsurprisingly, the other party should have originally just come over here to do some business, or wanted to observe him in secret, but because he was stuck cooking, people just came in and rubbed their noses in it. Despite his opponent's capriciousness, he was, in essence, being kindly reminded of him, especially the eunuchs of the inner court guards that the other party had mentioned when they were saying goodbye, and the others who had been castrated by his master. These, in turn, are potential crises, especially that inner courtyard eunuch, who had nothing better to do than to wander around his neighborhood, was suspecting something, still clinging to the disappearance of that handyman eunuch from yesterday. When did the inner court guards become this dedicated? Just as Jiang Evening Feng was pondering, another knock sounded at the courtyard door. Jiang Evening Feng raised his eyes and looked at the sky. It should be almost 5 o'clock. He silently got up and went to open the courtyard door, and at the door stood none other than a handyman eunuch responsible for delivering the cold palace meals. Round face, white, looking not very old, with some constraint and timidity in the eyes, not tall, somewhat thin. Based on the face and eyes alone, the eye is an honest child who has not been in the palace for long. Good day, Eunuch Jiang. This is Lady Xiang Fei's evening meal. The round-faced handyman eunuch was very humble and his attitude was 100 times better than the one from yesterday. Good. Wait a moment while I fetch you the lunchbox from yesterday's evening meal. The lunchbox from this morning is still at the Lady of Fragrances, so come forward with me and take it all together. Jiang Wanfeng took the lunchbox and said this to the round-faced eunuch. Eunuch Jiang, according to the rules, I can't enter the cold palace. I'll just take back the lunchbox from yesterday's evening meal, and I'll pick up this morning's lunchbox in the morning. Eunuch Jiang, don't blame me. A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the round-faced eunuch, and he bowed repeatedly to explain. Jiang Evening Feng, what are you doing? Afraid to join me in the cold palace and then I'll gash you? It's okay. Jiang Evening Feng didn't make things difficult for the other party. He reckoned that this honest child, probably because he hadn't been in the palace for long, was often given all sorts of bullies by those other old and oily eunuchs. As a result, they are now like birds of a feather, afraid of being taught a lesson if they make the slightest mistake. Jiang Evening Feng wanted to say something, but he didn't and went straight back to the house, fetched yesterday's lunchbox and came out to hand it over to the round-faced eunuch. The round-faced eunuch bowed slightly and accepted the lunchbox with both hands before saying his farewells and leaving. After the yearly cold festival, will this child be replaced in other positions, or is it dead? Jiang Evening Feng looked at the back of the other party, and his eyes were a little meaningful and difficult to understand. Jiang Evening Feng closed the courtyard door with his backhand, turned around and came back to the adobe room, took 2 baked sweet potatoes from his own lunchbox and put them in the lunchbox for Princess Xiang. When he was out of the room again, he reached out and closed the door behind him, and he made a point of pinning a strand of hair in a hidden spot at the edge doorway. Before he left the house, he picked 2 more handfuls of oranges from the tree and put them in the lunchbox together. After doing this, He was not in a hurry to deliver the meal to the cold palace, but instead practiced his brute bull kung fu under the tree. After a while, Jiang Evening Feng, who was sweating profusely, lifted the lunchbox and slowly went out of the small secluded courtyard. When he entered the cold room, he placed the meal on the table in the hall, and the voice of the fragrant concubine came quietly from behind the door of the inner room. "You're late again today. Have you gone to kill someone?" Jiang Evening Feng, "In your eyes, I must kill people every day, right? What a word! What a word! For no reason at all. Princess Xiang, how do you defile someone's innocence? In vain I was afraid that the empress was starving and cold in the cold palace. Ha! Some of my thoughts really went down the drain. My lady, you are just too chilling." After saying that, Jiang Evening Feng walked away without looking back. Fragrant concubine was all confused. She just casually said that. Should she react so much? I don't know what the idea was, but the fragrant princess ghostly opened the door and stepped out. But when she stepped out and looked towards the door, she saw Jiang Wanfeng dive headfirst into the outhouse. Fragrant concubine, for the second time today, are you bonding with the cold palace outhouse? Chapter 32. Jiang, walking on thin ice. Evening maple. Nailan Jingxiang feels that you may have some kind of special fetish for the cold palace latrine, and secretly scolds you for not being a proper son and having no rules. This is a sin of disrespect, and the number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Looking at the ink text that suddenly appeared in front of him, Jiang Wanfeng, who happened to be squatting, couldn't help but be happy. Fragrant concubine, truly a blessing to him as well. Seeing that the number of sinful deductions had already reached 6, Jiang Wanfeng squatted in the pit while adding all the times to encountered without a queen. In the first year, after the end of the great unraveling, you turned back to the small secluded courtyard and began to focus on practicing your sword. Afterward, you look closely and realize that someone did come into your house and move your things after you went out. You are seething with anger and secretly lamenting your life as if you were walking on thin ice. You held back for the time being and began a daily routine of practicing your sword, taking time during the day to cultivate a relationship with Nailan Jingxiang, and exploring the tunnels with Tong Feixiu at night. But this time, you, who have other plans, only see Tong Feixiu as a friend. You want to pour your energy, your time, into Nailan Jingxiang to speed up the speed of obtaining the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis mythic art. In the meantime, you take the pills given by the squinty-eyed eunuch, scrape off a small bit of powder, and sprinkle it next to the ant hole to test the medicinal properties. The next day, you noticed that those ants became stronger. You took boiling water and filled the ant holes and took the tonic given by the squinting eunuch. Soon, a rainy night falls, and you, who have some experience in scouting and counter-surveillance, are more careful this time. After confirming that no one was watching, you went out and searched the Imperial hospital and the Imperial cuisine. You're loaded. The palace is in an uproar. You ignored the court storm and focused on practicing your sword. It wasn't long before Yin came to you, and he took out the recopied Lotus Treasure Code, telling you that if you wanted to practice this technique, you must first commit suicide. But he thinks you're a eunuch, and this gongfu restriction has no effect on you. You are outwardly immovable, but your heart is full of helplessness. You also asked Yan about the identity of the eunuch about the squinting eyes, and Yan's face changed slightly, and he only said that the man was a smiling tiger, and that you should just not contact him. Afterward, you looked at the Lotus Book of Treasures and hesitated to commit self-mutilation, but in the end you didn't have the heart to go under the knife. Of course, it's not because you're not ruthless enough, it's mainly because you can't read the Lotus Treasure Canon, and your heavenly negative is too abstract. You are bitter in your heart, but you have not given up your study of the Lotus Treasures, and you still go out occasionally to loiter. You think it might be inspiring and you're watching everyone you meet. Do you want to explore what happens when you make a yearly sacrifice to your ancestors by comparing and contrasting? Time passes, and after the examination of purity, it is the coming of the yearly cold sacrifice, and you don't notice anything happening. By the time the yearly ancestor sacrifice is over and you go out to loiter, you realize that the Imperial guards, the inner court guards, and even the palace maids and eunuchs you used to observe are partially missing, and many positions have been replaced with new faces. You ask the handyman eunuch in charge of delivering meals to the cold palace where the round-faced eunuch, who was there before, has gone. The other side was not very clear, only that it was a forced conscription by the Western factory, which sent the round-faced eunuch elsewhere. Western factory? You have a hidden suspicion in your heart. In the third year, the encounterer has no posterior minor accomplishments, while your feelings with Nailan Jingxiang grow deeper by the day. This time, not wanting to waste time, you refined your body with her at her half-hearted request. You say to Nailan Jingxiang, you grew up together and shared a common destiny. Nailan Jingxiang, very moved, believed your bull *******. After that, you focused on practicing your sword daily. sometimes refining your body with Xiang during the day, sometimes at night. Sometimes, you even deliberately cold shoulder Tong Fei Shui, lest she fall in love with you over time and have unwanted repercussions. On the one hand, I want to make Xiang trust you completely as soon as possible and pass down the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad technique. On the other hand, it's because you know that after you leave the palace, you're bound to be hunted down, and you don't want to implicate Tong Fei Shui and Yen. In times past, in order to pave the way, you occasionally expressed vaguely to Yen that you aspired to the freedom of the outside world, and said you wanted to go with him. You tell him that you want to be a good brother to him for the rest of your life. Yen has a complicated face and ignores you, and in the passing of time, the squinty-eyed eunuch did not reappear, and even the eunuch of the inner courtyards, who used to roam around the small, secluded courtyard, also disappeared. You suspect that Yen secretly may have done something. In year 9, your encounter without a queen has become a great success, and you have used some of the memories you once gained of tunnel exploration to rule out several tunnel branches. This also makes you and Tong Fei Shui's exploration speed improve a little bit. You have found the tunnel exit to the outside of the palace in this year. You tell Tong Fei Shui that you're taking someone with you and agreeing to leave on the second night. A hint of sultriness flashed under Tong Fei Shui's eyes and she agreed. The following night, you made an appointment with Yen. While Tong Fei Shui and Xiang had already changed into civilian clothes, you were gathered before the open tunnel entrance and exit. But the moment Yen saw Tong Fei Shui, her expression went out of control, as if she had seen something horrible. You were greatly puzzled, and were about to ask a follow-up question, when Yen opened his mouth first and questioned you, do you want to take them out of the palace? You nodded your head and asked Yen to go with you. Yen's face shifted, and then he sneered, how can I give up my honor, wealth, and position of power to seek death with you? You were silent, but you didn't realize that Yen's right hand, which was behind his back, had clenched into a fist, with nails into the flesh and blood oozing out. The blade light lit up. Yen closed his eyes, not dodging or staging. Xiang and Tong Fei Shui were completely unprepared for this shocking turn of events. But with this slash, you didn't chop at Yen, but at yourself. You chopped off your left arm, perhaps because of guilt, or perhaps because you didn't want Yen to be implicated by you. You say, brother, take this left arm of mine and go and stabilize your glory, your wealth, and your position of power. Subsequently, you entered the tunnels with Tong Fei Shui and Xiang and closed the entrances and exits. In the coolness of the night wind, Yen held up your left arm. His expression seemed to cry like a smile, whispered, so in your heart, I really am a person who covets wealth and power. To which, quick and deep groundhog, you didn't hear. After you get out of the Great Qin Palace, you say goodbye to Tong Fei Shui and prepare her mentally that her family should be gone. Tong Fei Shui looks at you, red-eyed, and turns away. As you look at Tong Fei Shui's back as she moves away, you seem to vaguely see tears dripping down, and at this moment, you feel that the night breeze is a bit bleak. Xiang looked at the far-away Tong Fei Shui, and then at you. She murmured, in the North Mang grassland, a strong man is able to have many wives. Chapter 33, he suspected that the Great Qian Crazy Emperor was laying a big trap. You didn't pick up on this, but only asked her if she was willing to ride with you to the ends of the earth, given the difficult road ahead and the uncertainty of the future. Xiang says, I do. This night, perhaps because I saw your brotherly love for Yen, or perhaps I was touched by your deep love for her, or perhaps I didn't want to see you without a hand? She opened her mouth to pass down the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses Mythic Art and told you that the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses Mythic Art can not only change the meridians in marrow, but also rebuild a severed limb. She made you promise to avenge the destruction of her tribal kin when you have learned your lesson. This is the night you started the escape. After a few months, you heard the news from afar that Yen was ordered by the Mad Emperor to split his body into 5 horses because of his failed assassination attempt on him. At this moment, you realized that the reason Yen stayed was to delay you. You were ruthless in your heart, practicing your sword in an almost insane manner and comprehending the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques. Your knife become faster, harder, more demonic, more devilish. In the 12th year, the encounterer without a queen gradually approached perfection in your diligent cultivation, but because of the influence of your mind, it became incomparably paranoid and almost devilish. However, 3 years have passed, and you still have no sense of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques to begin with. Xiang comforts you and tells you to give up. You asked her, so no revenge? Xiang laughed, and she said that it would not be reported. She seems to be relieved, and like there is some kind of regret lurking. Do you feel that maybe she's hiding something else from you? Maybe what you got isn't the complete Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Mythic Art, and there are certain hidden secrets hidden in it? And since initiation is perhaps the key to you being able to obtain deeper hidden secrets from Nalan Jingxiang's mouth, you can't help but secretly sigh. Nalan Jingxiang's mouth. It's really tight. It wasn't long before you moved again with Nalan Jingxiang. In the past 3 years, you basically wouldn't have lived in one place for more than 3 months as you defended yourself in advance against the pursuit from Dakian. And, every time you moved, you faked your and Nalan Jingxiang's deaths as a way to blind your pursuers. Even for the sake of safety, you and Nalan Jingxiang, sufficiently well protected, have not been able to get anyone killed. But you feel, those pursuers, as if they are getting closer to you. These hounds, as if they were on the scent, never gave up tracking you. You're glad you didn't take Tong Fei Shui with you. At least this time, you didn't implicate her. Several more months have passed, and you are still focusing on practicing your sword every day, comprehending the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, and balancing body refining with Nalan Jingxiang. But the pursuers are still coming, surrounded on all sides, attacking without the slightest reticence. You barely took away 2 people though you relied on your skill with the sword, but you are limited by your realm. Your strength is limited, and you will soon be seriously injured and dying. You watched the visitor take Nalan Jingxiang away and then you were beheaded. You're dead. This push is over. Jiang Evening Feng, who was squatting in the pit, had a puzzled look on his face. Dead? Just like that? It doesn't make sense. What about the cat and mouse in the last round of pushback that had them fleeing in all sorts of ways and on edge? Great Qian Crazy Emperor this time. Why didn't he show up? He took away Nalan Jingxiang. Wouldn't the Great Qian Crazy Emperor want to torture him and then kill him himself to vent his anger? Wait, is it because he didn't bring Tong Fei Shui this time? Jiang Wanfeng frowned. He recalled that in the last round of deduction, Tong Fei Shui's head full of green silk steeply turned into white hair after seeing him die. He had a certain doggone guess before, such as whether Tong Fei Shui could be the illegitimate daughter of the Great Qian Crazy Emperor, but after the last round of projections, he dismissed that conjecture. The special bloodline of the Dakian royal family won't make black hair turn gray. At that moment, the epiphany about encountering people with no posterior inserted itself forcefully into his mind, interrupting Jiang Wanfeng's thinking, and the 6 random memories, which followed suit, were inserted forcefully, stirring up all sorts of excitement in his brain. Among these random memories were the scene where he took boiling water and dunked an ant nest, the 2 experiences where he and Tong Fei Shui explored the tunnels, and the daily routine of refining his body with Nalan Jingxiang. The rest of that segment is a memory of him faking a fake death scene and utilizing some anti-detection tactics to confuse his pursuers. Jiang Wanfeng frowned. The memories obtained from this kind of deduction were too random. If you want to get the memories related to the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, you can only rely on the number of times to spell your luck. Tong Fei Shui's special, as well as the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques are pressed down for the time being. Let's first run through this deduction to see if there's any details that I've overlooked. Jiang Wanfeng thought like this. He thought darkly as he began his hearty release. First of all, there was indeed someone staring at him from the shadows, and also entered his house to rummage through things while he was out. And the other party was most likely that inner courtyard eunuch, but it was uncertain whether it was the eunuch who had led the way in the morning, or one of the 2 ordinary eunuchs who had followed to investigate the case. It's a destabilizing factor that needs to be dealt with at some point. Secondly, the squinty-eyed eunuch really didn't mean him any harm, giving a tonic and not coming back to him afterward. Then, there was Yan's transmission. The Lotus treasure code that Yan practiced had to be cut off in order to practice it, which made it no wonder that Yan hadn't mentioned the transmission of the power after noticing his abnormality. It's not a big problem. If the Lotus flower treasure code does serve as a reference, I can GA myself in the deduction and use it to refer to the Lotus flower treasure code, then try to randomize to the relevant memories of the Lotus treasure code and bring them out to deepen my accumulation, so that I can create my own higher order techniques. But the primary goal at the moment is the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis miraculous technique. Anyway, this ancestral secret technique of fragrant concubine can not only change the meridians in marrow, shedding the bones, but also revive severed limbs. When I first learned the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, and then in the deduction, I'll self-garnish the Lotus treasure canon, and then I'll randomize my memories to deepen my accumulation. Jiang Evening Feng silently thought this way. Wasn't the self in the projection used to sweep the minds for his sufferings? This line of thought, no problem. Make him self-aggravate in reality? No way. Then, Jiang Wanfeng thought of the age-cold sacrifice, as well as those who had disappeared, and the West Factory, the eunuchs of the West Chamber, mainly responsible for probing for information from all over the world. They would disguise themselves, mix with the people, and keep a close eye on the situation everywhere. Most of the people in the West Factory are not in the palace, and their exact number has always been a mystery. It should only be the Mad Emperor and the top eunuchs of the West Factory who know exactly how many people have been sent out. But it's not just eunuchs that have disappeared. It's also Imperial guards, palace maids and the like. Jiang Eveningfeng secretly pondered. He suspected that the great Qian Crazy Emperor was laying a very big game. Chapter 34, this guy has threatened everything he owns. In accordance with Jiang Wanfeng's rough understanding of the West Factory, under many years of deep plowing, the West Factory eunuchs should have long been secretly lurking around the entire territory of Dakian, a well-established intelligence network, constructed long ago. The sudden disappearance of a portion of the population after the yearning cold sacrifice should not be a way to replenish the intelligence network within the Great Qian. Mostly, then, they expand outward and are sent to the neighboring countries. Crazy Emperor, this warmonger, is preparing to open up his territory again. Jiang Eveningfeng's mind flashed through this thought. It makes sense that before the war starts, intelligence comes first. At this point, Jiang Eveningfeng was in two minds, thinking up Tong Fei Shui's abnormality while carrying out the aftermath of impurity elimination. There is a description in the deduction that Yen lost control of his expression the moment he saw Tong Fei Shui, as if he had seen something horrible. There is no respect and deference, only fear. This should not be the normal behavior of seeing a princess. Tong Fei Shui should not be the illegitimate daughter of the Mad Emperor. The Chengqian Palace, which holds the taboo that the Mad Emperor does not want to be known. Tong Fei Shui can only take the tunnel in and out of Chengqian Palace, and is unwilling for me to go to Chengqian Palace to find her, indicating that she can't go in and out of Chengqian Palace freely on the surface. Jiang Eveningfeng thought secretly and walked out of the thatched toilet. At this time, concubine Xiang was dining in the hall, and seeing Jiang Wanfeng come out from afar, she hesitated to go back to the inner room for a while. Go back. It feels like she's afraid of the other guy. If she didn't return it, she would feel embarrassed in case the other person came over to talk to her about the shyster rescue yesterday. Just as concubine Xiang had all sorts of tangles in her mind, Jiang Wanfeng unexpectedly didn't even look at her and directly walked towards the outside of the cold palace. Not as a son of man. Am I going to eat you? How dare you not even look at me? Fragrance Princess cursed in her heart and was a bit ashamed. It felt like she was afraid of Jiang Eveningfeng coming over to molest her, but was angry at Jiang Eveningfeng for ignoring her. If it was just an ordinary eunuch who was unusual and irrelevant, concubine Xiang wouldn't have taken the other party to heart at all. But yesterday, Jiang Eveningfeng had done that to her. This is for the untouched fragrant concubine. Naturally, she will have some strange emotions towards Jiang Eveningfeng, and will inevitably suffer. Nailin Jingxian cursed you for being an ungrateful son. She wanted to eat you. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Jiang Wanfeng, who had just stepped out of the cold palace, looked at the ink and water writing floating in front of him, and he was slightly stunned. Want to eat me? Fragrant concubine isn't that forthcoming, is she? I don't think so. Jiang Wanfeng thought about it briefly, and he suspected that it was this panel, which was like a dead thing, that had misinterpreted fragrant concubine's meaning. How complex is the human heart? And how can this panel fully understand human emotions when it doesn't even have the intelligence to communicate with people? By wanting to eat him, I think it was supposed to be that the fragrant princess was a little pissed off, angry at his ignorance? We'll have to coax a little later. Jiang Eveningfeng secretly said in his heart, as he walked back to the small, secluded courtyard. He pondered over the lack of Tong Fei Shui causing him to GA early. Now that I think about it carefully, the words that the great Qian Crazy Emperor said in the last previous round of deduction. This is the man you have your eye on? Ha! This should not be said to Princess Xiang, but to Tong Fei Shui. There should be some sort of special relationship between Tong Fei Shui and the great Qian Crazy Emperor, so much so that when he abducted Tong Fei Shui, the Crazy Emperor of Deqian would send people after them without killing them, teasing them in all sorts of ways, and finally moving to kill him himself. It seems that for future projections, if an escape route from the Imperial Palace is chosen, we still need to bring along Tong Fei Shui. With her here, even though the great Qian Crazy Emperor will have a fit, it can buy me a little more time. In this way, I can have more time to enroll in the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques, or I can try other tricks. Jiang Eveningfeng was secretly calculating in his mind, and his people also returned to the small secluded courtyard. In the last round of deduction, he had spent 3 years without being able to feel introductory to the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques. The fragrant concubine then advised him to give up, and even preferred not to take revenge. In the description of the inferred text, it seems to express her alien emotions. Perhaps getting started on the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad technique was only the first threshold for learning this secret art. And in the heart of the fragrant concubine, there are actually more secrets hidden about this ancestral secret art of hers. That mouth is real tight. To be able to both transmute and wash the marrow, shed the bones, and rebirth a severed limb, This has already transcended the scope of heavenly ranked gong methods, right? It's simply unheard of. It should be that my realm is too low, my status is not high, and I still know too little about the hidden secrets of this world. Many thoughts flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind, and then he opened the sinful deduction panel. Sin level, 2, 16 out of 100. Realm, 7th level of body refining. Martial arts, savage bull kung fu, minor achievement. Demon, encountered without queen, major achievement. Number of sin projections, 1. In front of the encounter without a queen. How did the word devil? Jiang Evening Maple was slightly surprised. Was it because in the later stages of the deduction, influenced by his paranoid mindset of wanting to avenge Yan's death, he ended up letting the sword technique of encountering without a queen completely enter the devil's path? It's just that. If you don't go crazy, you won't be able to live. It doesn't matter if it's a devilish sword technique. Anyway, the barbarian bullgong will still make people go crazy and mutate their bodies. Jiang Evening Feng regained his composure. He then walked to check the door of the adobe. Before he goes out to deliver food, he clips strands of hair into the concealment of a side doorway. Jiang Evening Feng took a look. The hair had indeed fallen to the ground, and it seemed that it had not attracted the attention of the intruder at all. Squeak! Jiang Evening Feng pushed the door into the house and launched a further examination inside. He realized that the intruder was an old hand, and although there were signs of rummaging through his things, they were all restored to their places afterwards. The whole thing is done so subtly that it's hard to notice. If it was some careless person, they wouldn't be able to find it at all. But in the eyes of Jiang Wanfeng, who had already had a number in mind, those hidden traces were magnified countless times. Jiang Evening Feng associated it with the 3 inner courtyard eunuchs in the morning when they were leaving. The guy who was walking at the end and looked back at him. That guy's age, younger than the other two, is still relatively young, and he shouldn't have joined the inner courtyard for long. And he looks like he doesn't recognize Yan. Excluding such small probability events as fervent justice and persistence in investigating the case, the other party most likely inquired about Yan's rank afterward and thought that I would befriend Yan and would be oiled for the money. He can't afford to mess with Yan, but he can steal from me and see if he can steal some favors. And I don't have any evidence anyway. Plus he's still an inner courtyard, so even if he's found out, he can use the investigation as an excuse. Jiang Evening Feng reasoned secretly in his mind, feeling that the other party's abacus beads were about to collapse on his face. Jiang Evening Feng walked to the tree in silence, pulled out the small porcelain bottle given by the squinty eunuch, poured out a pill and took it. This inner courtyard eunuch has threatened everything he owns. It must be removed as soon as possible. Bang! Jiang Evening Feng punched out a powerful sound and started practicing brute bull kung fu. Chapter 35, Do you need me to wait for you to take a bath and change your clothes tonight? The medicinal power began to work its way through his body, gushing out warmth that quietly moisturized his body. In the execution of the brute bull technique, his body transformed into a hungry abyss, crazily devouring up the medicinal power. Refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining bones, refining membranes, refining blood, refining marrow, refining organs, refining orifices. These are the 9 essentials of body refining. The 9 essentials, that is, 9 points, are also 9 keys. In no particular order, it's equally important. It's about overall improvement. There's no such thing as practicing which one comes first and which one comes second, let alone performing a body refining technique. Even if it's a simple run, does it only work the leg muscles and not enhance the rest of the body in the slightest? It doesn't make sense. Therefore, this world's martial arts cultivation system, the general outline of the theory for the refining realm, was to strengthen the whole, and go hand in hand. To be honest, back then, when Jiang Wanfeng first entered the martial arts path, when he heard this speech, he was all a bit subverted in his perception. Obviously, those metaphysical novels he had read in his previous life were all based on the realms of refining skin, refining flesh, and refining sinews, gradually ascending, with a clear order of precedence. I didn't realize that this world's martial arts cultivation system had another insight, inexplicably having a novelty that shouldn't have appeared in this era. It's really just a matter of refining the pupils. Later, Jiang Evening Feng had a conjecture that the traveler who had been there had not only made all kinds of inventions and copied all kinds of poems in this world, but had also influenced the cultivation system. That unnamed old folks. Back then, I'm afraid that he went extremely high, which is how he was able to influence the ideological theories of the cultivation system. Jiang Evening Feng thought this while refining his body, but in the end the presence of that traveler, along with many traces, was erased. Let many of the verses and inventions that have been passed down in this world become of unknown authorship. Unsurprisingly, the traveler was afraid that he had an ominous death in his old age, and had become a stepping stone and a source of food for him. Long Ao Tian Nobel Wrong Me, who said that travelers descending into a foreign world can kill all kinds of brainless gaga mess. The natives of this world are fierce. Zhang Wanfeng was using two things at once, and while thinking in his head, he performed the barbarian bull technique to refine his body. After a while, he stopped, his face flushed, and he exhaled white air from his mouth. It's getting cooler. Zhang Eveningphone looked out at the setting sun, backhandedly poured out 3 more pills from the small porcelain bottle and tilted his head back to swallow them. This medicinal pill, which he didn't know what it was called, had an okay effect, and one of them allowed him to refine at the 7th level of body refinement. 3 of them down should be enough for him to break through to the 8th level of body refinement. Squinting eyes. Forget it, call him Uncle I from now on, at least gave me such a big gift. Be polite. In this bottle, there are a total of 10 pills. Put it on the side of the Ministry of the Interior and sell it. The price should be a big few thousand taels. Even nearly 10,000 taels are possible. Having eaten 4, there are still 6 left, and I don't know if they can last me until I reach the 9th level of body refinement. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Eveningfang's mind as his body gradually began to burn and redden all over under the effect of the raging medicinal power. He gathered his thoughts and focused all his attention on the barbarian bull technique, concentrating on digesting the medicinal power. His body was getting hotter and hotter, and the sweat that came out during the process of performing the brute bull technique evaporated quickly, turning into a wisp of white gas. It wasn't long before Zhang Eveningfang seemed to be in a small piece of faint white mist, his figure somewhat indistinguishable. He had no reaction to this change, and was only carefully comprehending the effects of the barbarian bull technique on his body. Then, in addition to refining his body, he began to try to fine-tune up the barbarian bull technique. After a while, he collected his energy and stopped, frowning slightly. Surprisingly, the estimation was wrong. Just a little bit worse. The pitiful heaven-locked Jedi pulse. Zhang Evening Maple was speechless, silently playing water from the well. Tons and tons of water to replenish the water. Then he went back inside and ate the leftovers from earlier. It's medicine that's poisonous, so the remaining 6 pills, it's better to wait until tomorrow to take them. Otherwise, you may accumulate medicinal poison from taking too much medication in a short period of time and turn around and have difficulty expelling it. With the qi and blood transformed by this food, it's enough for me to break through the 8th level of body refinement. Zhang Eveningfang secretly estimated, then resumed practicing the fine-tuned brute bull technique. Gradually, in a gust of white vapor, Zhang Eveningfang's tendons and bones chimed together, breaking through into the 8th level of body refinement. Phew! Zhang Eveningfang let out a long breath and stopped as he saw fit. You can't over-practice. If he squeezed all the food and nutrients out of the food, the brute bull kung fu would have to turn on self-feeding to consume his flesh and blood again, and he would be hungry again when it was later. Zhang Eveningfang looked at the already dim sky. He shed his clothes and wore a pair of profane pants, took a wooden ladle and basin and went to the earthen stove. Wow! He ladled hot water outward from the pot, then took the basin and went to take a soothing hot bath. Earlier, he had boiled a large pot of water in order to delay the entry into the shenanigans, although he had extinguished the flame in the stove before entering the Shenzhen hour. Lest he invite the inner court guards to come to his door to find fault, he retained the charcoal that had burned until it was red hot at the time. The continuous heat dissipation of the charcoal was utilized to keep the pot of hot water hot until now. After washing up and changing into another outfit, Zhang Eveningfang took out the fragrant concubine copper basin with a refreshed look and poured in all the hot water left in the pot. When he retrieved this copper basin from the cold palace yesterday, his intention was to boil hot water for bathing, and incidentally share a portion of the hot water for concubine Xiang. Girls always like to smell good. I don't know if fragrant princess will be touched. Kind of looking forward to the expression on this haughty quiet face. Zhang Eveningfang thought this while holding the copper basin filled with hot water, and went straight out the door. This time, he didn't bother to do anything with the door. The things that were really worth something were put into his panel space anyway. Even if that inner courtyard eunuch sneaks in again, he can't take any favors. In no time, Zhang Wanfeng arrived at the cold palace. The 2 lunchboxes that had been delivered this morning and in the evening had been placed neatly on the hall table by Chantal, and Xiang Fei, the arrogant Jing, surprisingly hid into the inner room again and didn't take a picture with Zhang Eveningfang. Zhang Wanfeng had some regrets. Princess Xiang, you've been starving for a long time. You don't have enough nourishment, and yesterday you couldn't think straight. Although there is no major harm, but this a lot of tossing and turning down. The body is inevitably weaker than usual. The weather has also recently turned colder by the day. You should not wash cold water in the future. I'll make you hot water every day to warm you up. Zhang Eveningfang looked towards the inner room and opened his mouth to utter these words. Although he didn't have any real-world experience in his previous life, as a youth of 5 who had experienced the baptism of the internet, he had a lot of theoretical experience. He wants 3 words to warm the fragrant princess all day. Hearing Jiang Wanfeng's words, surprise and touching flashed in fragrant concubine's eyes. She had indeed had enough of cold showers. Even though there was a kitchen in the cold palace where she could make a fire to burn water, there was no firewood here, so she naturally had to fetch water from the well to come into the house to wash. But lately the weather had gotten colder and colder, and every time she took a bath, she was always freezing. However, she did not expect that Jiang Wanfeng took away her copper basin and turned out to go to boil hot water for her. Thanks. The fragrant concubine tangled for a moment and let out an imperceptible whisper. But just then, the sound of Zhang Lianfeng's footsteps approaching the door of the inner room resounded from outside the door, followed by a voice. Lady Fragrant Concubine, do you need me to wait for you to bathe and change tonight? Chapter 36. This panel's comprehension. Problematic. Unbridled. Fragrant Concubine almost exclaimed angrily, but as the words came out of her mouth, Chantal paused. The eunuch can have any bad thoughts. He may be worried that I am weak and want to help me rub my back. Just being kind. Xiang Fei's mind flashed through this idea. No, I can do it myself, Fragrance said softly. After saying that, Fragrant Concubine was a bit shy. She felt as if her tone was too gentle. She shouldn't talk to a eunuch like this, especially this eunuch, who had previously said to take advantage of the heat. Bah, how can he be kind? Maybe he's holding something bad. Speak and be angry. But he also said this before, to keep me from taking advantage of it. Please make sure your mother lives well. Yeah, he's just a eunuch. What kind of crooked mind can he have? He just wants me to live well. Just as the thoughts in the fragrant concubine's mind turned 100 times, she heard a voice from outside the door. Okay, then your highness remember to take advantage of the heat. It's not good if the water gets cold. I'm going to the latrine, and in the meantime, I'm going to visualize and, monitor the perimeter in case outsiders are peeping into the Empress bath. After the words, Zhang Lianfeng put down the copper basin filled with hot water and left without looking back. You said while it was hot again. And you also said the visual monitor. You just said the visual monitor right. Fragrant Concubine was so angry that her teeth were itching. Unbecoming son. Give me back my touch. Give it back to me You'd better peek. I'll fight you right away. Princess Shannon darkly scolds you for not being a proper son, tells you to give her the dare to move, and encourages you to peek and try to splice in with you. You're an animal. Add 1 to the number of sinful deductions. Jiang Evening Feng, who had just stepped out of the house and headed to the thatched toilet, looked at the ink writing that surfaced in front of his eyes and fell into deep skepticism. Are you sure that's what Princess Shannon meant? There is definitely something wrong with the comprehension of this panel. It can be referred to, but it can never be trusted in its entirety. This thought flashed through Jiang Evening Feng's mind. Ignoring the ink text, Jiang Wanfeng entered the toilet and started squatting. On the contrary, on the side of the fragrant princess, after bringing the copper basin into the house, she began to tangle with it. If I wash it now, will he actually peek? But if we don't wash it, the water will slowly cool, and there's no telling how long he'll stay in the outhouse. This is the 3rd time he has come to the cold palace today to use the toilet. Is there something wrong with his body? Or did he eat a bad stomach? Many thoughts flashed in the mind of the fragrant princess, and silently moved to the window, opened a crack, and looked out. It was getting dark, and the other side did seem to be in the outhouse. Well, the sky is already dark. The red moon is still not out. Even if he dares to peep, he absolutely can't see it. And I didn't light the lamp. Fragrant princess is slightly relieved. Then the fragrant princess closed the window, came to the copper basin and began to undress. Princess Xiang suspects you have a physical problem. You're worse than a beast. The number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Before Jiang Wanfeng's eyes, there was once again ink text twisting and floating. I have a health problem? Where is this coming from? There's definitely a pitfall in the ink text cues of this panel. A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea, is inherently complex. There's no way to fully understand this panel, and that's normal. Jiang Wanfeng ignored the ink text and silently opened the sinful deduction panel. The next moment, he frowned slightly. After the number of sinful pushes is added 2 times, the panel upgrade progress reaches 18/100, and the number of remaining available times reaches 3. The realm was also updated to the 8th level of body refinement, and these were normal. The only thing that was abnormal was that the brute bull kung fu next to the devil encountered without a queen, great achievement, became evil brute bull kung fu, small achievement. For no apparent reason. Why is there an extra evil in front of the barbarian bull kung fu? Could it be because I fine-tuned the barbarian bull gong? Conjectures surged in Jiang Evening Feng's heart. Aside from the Tao of the blade, how abstract was his heavenly burden in other areas? He clearly wanted to circumvent the problem that the brute bull kung fu would cause people to go off the deep end and mutate their bodies, and had intended to fine-tune the brute bull kung fu in a normal direction. How did he change the brute bull kung fu into evil kung fu? Is he abnormal? Or is this panel abnormal? When Jiang Wanfeng came out of the toilet, Princess Xiang also finished wiping herself and opened a window slit to quietly observe Jiang Wanfeng. Jiang Eveningfeng noticed the subtle rattling of the window being pushed and pulled, silently looked in that direction, and waved goodbye before turning around and leaving. The night was deep at this time, and the scarlet moonlight of the red moon spilled down. In the wordless and cold palace, the old house, old trees, dead leaves and weeds, under the moonlight, there is a treacherous bleakness. He didn't say anything, she quietly watched him leave, and between the two of them, a tacit understanding seemed to have been vaguely formed. When Jiang Eveningfeng returned to the small secluded courtyard, he didn't immediately go to bed, but started to wash his clothes. In the spring and fall, eunuchs are required to rotate in gray and blue eunuch uniforms. Today, practicing brute force kung fu, he didn't wear bare shoulders. The gray set was wet and dry and wet. It was time to wash it. There are also profane pants, lingerie, etc. By the time Jiang Wanfeng had finished washing with the soap horn and dried the relevant clothes, ink writing once again surfaced before his eyes. Nailan Jingxian laughed and scolded you for your sloppiness. Both lunchboxes were not taken away. Thanks to her washing the dishes, you neglected your duty. The number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Jiang Eveningfeng had forgotten about those 2 lunchboxes. Jiang Wanfeng was about to lift his foot to go out the door, and then he stopped moving. Right now it was getting late, and if he went to the cold palace again, he would have unnecessary trouble if he fell into the eyes of someone with an interest, especially that inner courtyard eunuch, and now I don't know if he's spying in the dark. It's just a matter of waiting until tomorrow to go a little earlier. Jiang Eveningfeng turned around and went back to the house, closed the door tightly, and went to bed to sleep. He's going to get his strength up and wait for Tong Fei Shui to arrive. It was late at night, and Jiang Wanfeng was still sleeping peacefully. Da. A slight rattling sounded in the room, and Jiang Lianfeng immediately opened his eyes. This was the code word he and Tong Fei Shui had agreed upon and were to change every night. Each time in the future, they would agree on the secret code for Tong Fei Shui's notification the next night and Jiang Eveningfeng's response when they parted the night before. People in the palace, killing at every step. Jiang Wanfeng has gotten used to being careful. When Tong Fei Shui arrives each night, he first lifts the floor organ a small crack and taps or claps, a specific number of times and in a specific rhythm. If the code words didn't match, Jiang Wanfeng could confirm that the visitor wasn't Tong Fei Shui, and could sneak attack or hide far away depending on the situation. Pop. Jiang Eveningfeng got up and raised his hand to applaud. This was the code word he and Tong Fei Shui had agreed to respond to. If the response code does not match, or there is no response, Tong Fei Shui immediately closes the floor mechanism and stays away from it. At this time, Tong Fei Shui, who had heard Jiang Eveningfeng responding to the secret signal, lifted the floor organ and poked her head out. Big brother, are you ready? Tong Fei Shui pressed her voice and asked in a low voice. Okay, let's go. When you came, did you see the following question? Changed? Jiang Eveningfeng lifted his foot towards Tong Fei Shui and threw out a question. If the question remains unchanged, it means that the underground passageway below may have really locked him in as a traveler. Chapter 37 Jiang Wanfeng began to sweat. Changed. It turned into a question involving the previous dynasty, and I know the answer. Tong Fei Shui opened her mouth and said, with a confident look of certainty. Jiang Wanfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that after he went down before, it caused the problem to change. It's just that the underground passageway is screening the travelers according to the usual practice. After he didn't show any abnormality, this underground passage returned to normal. Fei, you actually know about the previous dynasty. You are really knowledgeable. Jiang Wanfeng followed closely behind, praising the other party as he followed Tong Fei Shui into the stairway passage. He knew very little about the previous dynasty. It was too old after all, and he didn't usually have access to many books. Many of the rumors about the former dynasty and the history of Diqian, and even some of the rumors about this world, came from his master's mouth. The rest is basically an occasional exchange between him and the people involved in the purification room, and what he saw and heard before he entered the palace. After all, he had entered the palace at the age of 6, taken charge of the sword as an oxen and horses at the age of 7, and since then had spent most of his time in the purgatory cutting and slashing, in addition to sleeping and eating. Jiang Wanfeng recalled the information he knew about the previous dynasty while walking in the stairway passage leading to the underground. It is rumored that the unknown former dynasty was brutal and unkind back then, leaving the people in the territory in dire straits and suffering. It was the founding emperor of Daqian who rose up and drew all the people of the world to join him, and then this righteous division, like a divine army, destroyed the former dynasty in one fell swoop. After that, there will be the 10,000 years of prosperity of Daqian. To be honest, Jiang Eveningphone was skeptical about this. History is a little girl to be dressed up, and the history books are written by the victors. After the crazy emperor of Dacian ascended to the throne, he swept away the east and the west, conquered the south and the north, and swept away the 6 kingdoms by thunderous means, and also went out to war in the name of justice every time. It made Jiang Wanfeng really have no way to look straight at the word justice. However, during the reign of the Qianlong emperor for hundreds of years, he did make a lot of achievements, such as the car on the same track, the book on the same text, the opening of the Anka, the opening of canals, trade and so on. However, there are actually many places where the crazy emperor of Dacian is criticized by the world. For example, the great construction of barely lived-in palaces in the states, the raising of the social status of merchants, the reintroduction of slavery, and so on. It must be known that in these times, the scholar peasants, the farmers and the businessmen were the first and the merchants were the lowest. However, the crazy emperor of the Great Qian dynasty hard uplifted the status of merchants and gave a lot of preferential policies in favor of trade and commerce. This was something that ordinary civilians couldn't understand, but Jiang Eveningphone could. It's normal to engage in economics. Things like establishing a palace that was a labor of love. Although it was wasteful, Jiang Eveningphone could understand it. You've been fighting for half your life, and you don't let people have fun with the mad emperor? It was just that this restarting of slavery was really incomprehensible to Jiang Wanfeng. It is said that one of the reasons for the downfall of the former dynasty was slavery, which was abolished within the borders of Dacian early on in its creation. But the Great Qian crazy emperor directly contradicted the decision of his ancestors and restarted slavery, which is very epileptic. Because of this move, it is said that there were a number of officials who died admonishing in the Golden Palace that year, and there were a number of rebellions in the territory of Dacian Kyushu. However, the Dacian Mad Emperor has high strength and is bent on having his own way, and the Dacian Iron Army has been in the battlefield for a long time, so it is not afraid at all. Although many ministers died, many rebels were killed, many people ran away, many demons were fattened, and the country was greatly damaged. But above the courtroom, it had completely turned into the one-word hall of the crazy emperor of Dacian. To summarize, inexplicably, it feels like fishing, just at a higher cost. Jiang Eveningphone, who had noticed that his thoughts had run off course, collected his thoughts and looked down to the exit below. Without realizing it, they had almost reached where the stone door of the test was. This testing stone door, even asking questions about the previous dynasty, it wasn't born at that time, was it? A guess flashed in Jiang Eveningfeng's mind. Apart from the fact that the former dynasty was brutal and was overthrown by the righteous division of Dacian, he merely knew only some black information about the former dynasty. For example, in the former dynasty, the eggs were cut off to keep the chickens, which led to some eunuchs not castrating cleanly and plagued the harem, making it all cut off later on. There are even Dacian's official history blacking out the previous dynasty, saying that the last emperor of the previous dynasty was the bloodline of eunuchs and harem consorts, and all sorts of other inexplicable wild blackouts. Jiang Eveningphone occasionally had the illusion that Chen had been mindlessly hacking the former dynasty, never letting go. Here it is, big brother, watch me. After arriving at the stone door of the test, Tong Fei Shui pulled out a dagger and cut her finger. She will answer the questions on the stone door of the test with her blood and her thoughts. With the faint light of the fire from the fire folders, Jiang Eveningphone could also see the problem on the stone door. What was the real name of the first emperor of Dacian who overthrew the previous dynasty? Jiang Wanfeng blinked. He only knew that emperor, known as Emperor Yuan, and really didn't know the other party's real name. After all, in order to avoid the situation of being caned for disrespecting the royal family, whether it was in the history books of Dacian or in some occasional conversations, the Yuan emperor was used as a substitute. Even if it was the real name of the Great Qian crazy emperor, Jiang Wanfeng didn't know it because it was usually referred to as His Majesty, His Holiness, etc. But he was pretty sure that the Great Qian crazy emperor was not surnamed Tong. For Tong Fei Shui to understand the history of more than 10,000 years ago and know the true name of that Yuan emperor was truly knowledgeable. Connecting again to the special relationship that perhaps exists between Tong Fei Shui and the Great Qian crazy emperor, Tong Fei Shui should have received a very good education from a young age. Scholastic girl up belongs to be. Under Jiang Eveningfeng's gaze, Tong Fei Shui dripped her fingertip blood onto the stone door. At the next moment, the stone door suddenly shrunk downward, and the originally impenetrable material was as if it had turned into a soluble liquid that melted when it encountered soil. In the blink of an eye, however, the stone door disappeared without a trace, revealing the downward passage behind it that led deeper into the earth. Jiang Eveningfeng's expression was calm. After all, he had already known the situation behind the stone door in his deduction, even if his attitude towards sinful extrapolation has always been credible, but not to be believed in its entirety. Big brother, you were right. behind this door, there really is a passageway to the depths below. Your family's ancestral means of fortune-telling is quite accurate. Let's go to the other passages. There are many branching offshoots here, so we can use your fortune-telling tactics to project if there's any danger in the future, Tong Fei Shui said cheerfully. Jiang Wanfeng's scalp tingled when Tong Fei Shui said this, and halfway through his words, he wanted to reach out and cover Tong Fei Shui's mouth. However, he forced himself to restrain this impulse and did not show any abnormality. Hell knows if that unknown existence that might be hidden within this underground passageway is watching this place. Just some little tricks. I'm not very good at learning. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. If I'm not allowed to do it in the future, don't blame me for not counting well. Jiang Eveningfeng revealed a gentle smile and said very modestly. As the words fell, an extremely weak and cloudy wind blew, brushing against Jiang Eveningfeng's ears. It felt like something was behind him, blowing in his ear. At this moment, Jiang Wanfeng began to sweat. Chapter 38 Psychological Intervention from a Hidden Presence. Let's go and check out the other branches. Jiang Eveningfeng was calm and collected, and swept the fire folders without a trace. The fire folder he held up in his left hand, with the small flame on it, rippled and was very stable. It remains the same as the last time I was here. In this tunnel, there is no wind. Suggests that the cloudy wind in his ears he felt might have been some kind of hallucination. That hidden presence hidden in the tunnel should be restricted in some way and not be able to do as it pleases. Like, is the other person subdued deeper into the earth? Big brother, don't you want to take a look down there? Maybe there are hidden chances down there? Tong Fei Shui raised her hand and pointed at the passage in front of her that went deeper into the earth, as if she had suddenly become interested. Jiang Eveningfeng's heart was tight. You girl? I just felt that you were not right. Jiang Eveningfeng suddenly moved, using his body to force Tong Fei Shui towards the tunnel wall, his left hand holding up the fire discount and his right hand bracing against the wall. Walloped Tong Fei Shui on the spot. Big brother, what are you doing? Don't you do that. I'm scared. Tong Fei Shui's voice trembled, like a white rabbit cornered by the big bad wolf. Jiang Eveningfeng's gaze was deep, staring tightly into Tong Fei Shui's eyes. Before the last time they parted, he had clearly spoken to Tong Fei Shui about the strangeness of this tunnel, about the risk of disappearing if they went any deeper, and he also explained that in this tunnel, he should talk as little as possible and be careful with his words. But Tong Fei Shui just now first inexplicably said that he was accurate in his calculations, and originally said that he was going to explore the branch road, but he temporarily changed his mind and wanted to go deeper down. It's some kind of psychological intervention, I think. Forget what we agreed upon earlier? We're here to find an exit to the outside of the palace, not to explore deep underground. Jiang Eveningfeng spoke quietly. Between words, the hot air Jiang Eveningfeng exhaled sprayed on Tong Fei Shui's delicate little face, making Tong Fei Shui's little face gradually red. Under the firelight, it looked more and more delicate. It was just an impromptu idea, wondering if there would be a chance down there. We won't go down if you don't agree. Big brother, let's check out the other branches. Tong Fei Shui pouted. That small appearance, very delicate and cute. Well, let's go. Jiang Eveningfeng nodded and didn't say anything more. According to the current situation, that hidden existence was more than likely suppressed deeper into the earth. The opponent's divine thoughts, divine sense, spiritual power and the like should have an extremely limited impact on the surface. Even this tunnel doesn't seem to be monitored 24/7. The odds are that when someone uses blood as a matchmaker and replies with a thought, that's what attracts the attention of the other person. It felt like some sort of ritual with blood, similar to a believer summoning the gaze of an evil god. However, because the opponent is limited by suppression, or the amount of blood used as a medium is too small, it makes the opponent limited in the amount of power it can ooze out, resulting in the other party casting some painless illusions in this tunnel at most, as well as targeting some people with weak heart defenses for some psychological interventions. But it seems that's where it stops, without going deeper into the ground. It shouldn't be enough to fear. In the middle of his thoughts, Jiang Wanfeng took Tong Fei Shui's hand and prepared to head to the other branches. Snap! At that exact moment, a strange noise came from the side. Jiang Wanfeng twisted his head to look and realized that a silver token had fallen on the ground, as well as a book page that flowed with a faint white jade light. Ha! This time there's even a pass reward out. I saw that there was no response just now and thought there wasn't one this time, but surprisingly my token wasn't recycled this time, probably because there were two of us down. Big brother, these are for you. It's convenient for you to have a token. Tong Fei Shui looked at the white silver token and white jade book page and spoke. Jiang Wanfeng looked at the silver token and then associated it with Tong Fei Shui's bronze token. Dude, you're shelving this undead pesticide? Fei, you only said before that you could get the token by passing the test levels in the tunnels, and yet it doesn't say that the token is something that can still be recycled and a new one obtained. which is quite interesting. Does this token of different materials have different uses? Zhang Eveningfeng revealed an interested expression and sent out an inquiry. This kind of crucial information was not said. Tong Fei Shui, this little confused. Just how many things were not told to him? It's just a small thing, so I didn't go into that much detail. Like when I first came in, unreadable writing would appear on the stone door in question. When I came in on the second night, the questions would change, and when I answered the first question correctly, I was awarded a black iron token. Then, as I got more questions right, once before the stone door in question disappeared, the token alcove appeared and I put the original black iron token in it. Then I got the bronze token I have now. Tong Fei Shui walked over and picked up the silver token, as well as the white jade book page, and continued to add. The only difference between a token and a token, aside from the different materials, should be the different organs that can be opened. There are some entrance and exit mechanisms to the ground that cannot be opened by black iron tokens, but bronze tokens can. I've previously encountered some entrance and exit mechanisms that couldn't be opened even with bronze tokens. So turn around and we can try this silver token. Perhaps it can be opened? At those words, Zhang Eveningfeng nodded. Black iron, bronze, silver. Turns out it's not the dead pesticide. It's the Incheon Alliance. Bronze that is brass. Brass is no longer bronze. This old Incheon Union Terrier. Jiang Wanfeng still no. Just as Jiang Wanfeng was secretly contemplating, Tong Feiqiu walked over. Big brother, these two things are for you. After the token, it's time to talk about this strange paper. This thing is like paper, not paper, like cloth, not cloth. Feel strange. The body is also flowing with a light alabaster-colored light. Through the divine. It's a pity that the gods on it can't be utilized. And the writing on it, I can't read. Brother, take a look and try to see if you can read? Tong Fei Shui said as she slipped the silver token and the white jade book page into his hand. Jiang Wanfeng merely swept a glance, and after noticing the simplified Chinese characters written in strokes on top of the white jade pages, he immediately averted his gaze. Holding it in your hand is more like holding a hot potato. Little fool, this strange writing, haven't we seen it before? If you can't read it, how can I? And you were the one who answered the questions just now. I didn't do anything, so how can I ask for these 2 pass rewards? Just give me your original bronze token. Zhang Wanfeng revealed a gentle smile and shoved the 2 items back into Tong Feiqiu's hands. Psychological intervention. Definitely psychological intervention. Tong Fei Shui, this girl, unknowingly being influenced again. Chapter 39, Diary of a Traveler? It would be a lie to say that Jiang Wanfeng wasn't curious about this white jade book page. He was eager to take a closer look at the white jade pages and see what was actually written on them. But he can't look in this tunnel. He would have to wait for Tong Fei Shui to send him back. Then he would find an excuse to bring the white jade pages for a closer look. Tong Fei Shui spat out her tongue very mischievously and then opened her mouth. I'm surprised you didn't fall for it. Big brother, I was going to tease you. The words on the pages of this white jade book should have been affected by a divine power that is very strange. After looking at it for a long time, the text on it distorts and can make you dizzy. Even if you grit your teeth and hold on, you'll still get a nosebleed after looking at it for a long time. But this token and the pages, it's better for you to take them. You can try to project them later. See if you can project anything? After saying that, Tong Fei Shui took the token and the pages of the book again, and stuffed them back into Zhang Eveningfeng's hands. Jiang Wanfeng also stopped excusing himself, and casually took the token and the pages of the book, and stuffed them into his arms. Teasing? How could a normal person tease a fellow human being in this atmosphere? What's the difference between that and having a seizure? Even if Tong Fei Shui inadvertently generates this kind of thought, reason should also suppress it, right? Psychological intervention from that hidden presence. Not forcibly, but quietly amplifying an unintended thought in someone's mind and channeling it into its desired outcome? There was also the power above the pages of this white jade book. It shouldn't be called divine. It should be evil. To read is to understand. And to not be able to read is to create a text-distorting effect in one's vision that makes one dizzy and unable to continue studying the text. Grit your teeth and watch. Even get a nosebleed. This should qualify as somehow unseeable, right? Screening. This is another screening. Fortunately, I didn't show any abnormalities just now, and that hidden existence is still testing me. Zhang Evening Maple secretly celebrated in his heart. Fei, walk and talk. Don't waste time before it's light out. Listening to what you just said. This isn't the first time you've seen this kind of white jade book page. How many did you get before? Haven't been able to work out what else it does? Jiang Wanfeng greeted Tong Feiqiu as she explored the other branches and casually chatted away as she walked. On the one hand, he was distracting Tong Fei Shui, trying to interrupt the effects of the psychological intervention. On the other hand, it was that he was genuinely curious. At the same time, he had 3 vague guesses in his mind. 1. The hidden existence that had been suppressed deeper into the earth had long ago eaten the former travelers dry and obtained the traveler's memories through means similar to soul searching. The existence of underground passages, the setting of a questionable stone door, and the release of the white jade pages were all screening for travelers. The lifting of the seal of its suppression may require the aid of something from the traveler, for example, life, but in that case, there was no need for this hidden existence to exert an evil power on the pages of the white jade book to prohibit others from studying the simplified characters. One should try to utilize psychological interventions to hook people to go deeper and brainwash the deeper to make the other person a subordinate, and then borrow the subordinate's hands to go towards the outside world to massively spread the alabaster book pages. Then drive your subordinates to seek out and capture them. So wouldn't that be a better way to screen out the travelers and get out of the trap by doing so? Overall, it feels like the chances of that possibility should be relatively small. Secondly, that hidden existence under the ground was sealed by that traveler once. And these problematic stone doors may also be a backhand left behind by the traveler. The stone doors that cause problems here follow a certain pattern, such as when an outsider enters for the first time. The probability is that they will transform into a simplified version of the problem. The one who was once a traveler. Sifting through the travelers as a way to find out how the old folks solved that hidden presence in the ground? The chances of this possibility are relatively high, but the one who once traveled through the country has overestimated the later a bit. Or was it the influence of the circumstances of the time that made the other side think that those who came after them who could discover and explore this place would be strong characters? Of course, there is also the last possibility with the highest chance. The hidden existence that is suppressed in the ground is the one who once traveled. Zhang Evening Feng secretly thought. That old countryman of his, chances are he's asking for help. But even so, Zhang Wanfeng wouldn't risk going deeper. Old-timers meet old-timers and stab them in the back. When the strength is not equal, the weaker side, for sure, will be slaughtered by the stronger, especially at this depth. The other party had been able to exert hallucinatory influence on him and psychologically intervene on Tong Fei Shui. In the previous push, when they went deeper down, they would fall into a weird coma, and Tong Fei Shui even disappeared because of it. In that push, but Tong Fei Shui answered the question with blood, probably misjudged by the other side as a traveler and took the bullet for him, although the other party didn't take his life, but sent him back to the surface. And didn't seem to look like bottomless, vicious people? But I can't bet my life on your kindness, friend. Zhang Evening Feng whispered in his heart. What if the other side is deep in suppression and guiding the traveler over there to take over the body? In the midst of their thoughts, Zhang Evening Feng came to the problematic stone gate on the other path. Do you like watermelon? Looking at the Diqian script on the stone door in question, Zhang Wanfeng was a bit confused. This is a test? It's a giveaway. No. This is screening the taste preferences of the visitors? But what does this liking or disliking tell us? And the last question was also about watermelon. How much of a problem are you with watermelon? It's natural to like it. Tong Fei Shui took out her dagger and scratched on her finger, squeezing out blood once again and dropping it on the stone door in reply. In the next moment, a small area on the stone door was dented, and it was clearly in the shape of a token. Ha! You can exchange the token again so soon? Big brother, bring your silver token and try to see if you can exchange it for a better one. Tong Fei Shui extended her hand to Zhang Evening Feng. Zhang Wanfeng pulled out the silver token from his pocket and handed it to Tong Fei Shui. But after the silver token was placed into the stone door recess, there was no response. I knew it wasn't that good. That silver token. It looks like it's for you, big brother. Tong Fei Shui said as she placed her own bronze token into the alcove. What words? I've clearly dipped into your light. Zhang Evening Feng shook his head and laughed. Without knowing for sure if Child Face Snow is still under psychological intervention, he majors on a drip. Snap. The next moment, the stone door melted like water towards the ground, and next to it another silver token emerged from the wall and fell to the ground. Tong Fei Shui picked up the silver token and beamed with joy. With this token, she could explore those organs that she couldn't open with the bronze token before. And she's not on her own anymore. Afterward, Tong Fei Shui took the piece of silver token from Zhang Evening Feng and handed it back. Zhang Wanfeng took the token and casually stuffed it into his arms. I don't know if it was driven by a curiosity that had been suppressed or if it was meditatively influenced by a psychological intervention. When Zhang Evening Feng stuffed the token into his arms, he ghostly used the light of the fire to look down towards his arms. It was precisely because of the angle that he vaguely saw the first sentence written on the page that flowed with a faint alabaster glow. Today is the first day I crossed into this world, and I'm lonely. Zhang Wanfeng's heart thumped. Diary of a Traveler? Chapter 40. Old folks, you're falling short. There's a billion points, big ah. In the next moment, Zhang Wanfeng collected his thoughts and diverted his attention away from the white jade pages. Normal people, who keep a diary. Zhang Evening Feng raised his eyes to look at Tong Fei Shui and smiled. Let's stop here for tonight. Past 2 test levels. Good progress. This night down, 2 questionable stone doors were opened, 2 silver tokens were obtained, and an alabaster page suspected to be the diary of a traveler. It is reasonable to take what you can get and not be too greedy. Moreover, Zhang Wanfeng very much suspected that Tong Fei Shui's answering the questions with blood as a medium and thoughts belonged to some kind of evil ritual. When this ritual was completed, it would not only draw the attention of the hidden existence, but also allow the other party to use blood as a medium to exert influence over them. After Tong Fei Shui answered the question for the first time, he was suspected to have been subjected to psychological interventions several times, and along with it, he was also subjected to the yin and yang hallucination. Just now, Tong Fei Shui completed his second answer, causing him to be affected by the psychological intervention as well. Zhang Wanfeng couldn't help but develop a conjecture as a result. The more questions he answered in a single day, the stronger the connection he established with that hidden existence, and the more influence that hidden existence could exert. And then think of the question-shifting pattern of the question stone door. A question that can't be answered the night before is shifted when you come back the next night. Is this supposed to be a hint of a reset in some sense? So, you can't answer too many questions in one night, preferably no more than 2. Otherwise the influence that the hidden presence can exert becomes greater and greater as the medium of blood increases. Big brother, then let's split up here? We have 2 tokens now anyway. Tong Fei Shui opened her mouth. You gave me a ride last time. It's my turn to give you a ride this time. Zhang Evening Feng laughed. On the one hand, he was uneasy about Tong Fei Shui going back on his own, and he was planning to go back to the surface with Tong Fei Shui to say some private words. On the other hand, it was because he wanted to see the so-called Qingqian Palace. My side. It's not convenient. Big brother, are you afraid of the dark? Or I send you back? Tong Fei Shui revealed a dainty smile, her voice sweet. It's okay. Zhang Evening Feng nodded. Tong Fei Shui looked naive but was actually wise. She should have understood what he meant. Innocence, just Tong Fei Shui is too young, not deeply involved in the world, contact with too few people, the kind of young girl's unique sense of naivety cultivated. But essentially, the girl is still smart. Didn't you see that last time he first sneak attacked and interrogated? This girl's mouth froze without a few words of truth? At that time, with that naive and youthful feeling of the other party adding to the fact that Zhang Evening Feng didn't hear anything broken, he almost believed part of it. After a while, Zhang Evening Feng and the others returned to the small secluded courtyard. Fei, you will bring that white jade page you are holding to me tomorrow night. I'll turn around and try to see if I can figure something out with my ancestral fortune-telling tactics. Zhang Evening Feng whispered while picking the orange from the tree and handing it to Tong Fei Shui. After chatting in the tunnels, Zhang Wanfeng knew that Tong Fei Shui still had a white jade book page in her hands, and so far she hadn't researched any effects. Tong Fei Shui only knows that the white jade book page material is strange. Like paper is not paper. Like cloth is not cloth. Cannot be damaged. It is also impregnated by a strange power that cannot be utilized, so it cannot be looked at directly for too long, and there is a strange writing on it that cannot be read. But putting aside the material and strange power of the white jade pages, what Zhang Wanfeng was most interested in, instead, was the content on it. Okay, big brother, you've treated me to oranges twice. I'll bring you something to eat someday. After saying that, Tong Fei Shui broke the orange and ate it in small bites with elegant manners. Well, some other time you buy me a bun. Zhang Evening Feng looked deeply at Tong Fei Shui, testing to see if Tong Fei Shui was still affected by the psychological intervention. It is hard to change the habits and bone-deep grooming that you have developed since you were a child. In Tong Fei Shui's demeanor, it could be seen that the other party was well-educated and not a commoner from the city. But Tong Fei Shui has repeatedly used blood as a medium to answer questions in the weird tunnels, and it is unknown whether she has established a deeper connection with the hidden existence in the underworld. Zhang Evening Feng's test was not a flirtation, but he wanted to know if the other party had returned to normal after coming out of the tunnels, and can the influence of that hidden being reach above the surface? And that hidden existence, is it possible that it is a traveler? If Tong Fei Shui did have a deeper connection with the hidden presence, and the other party could influence the Earth's surface, or was a traveler, he would naturally be able to understand the deeper meaning of his words. Yeah, then I'll see if tomorrow I can steal 2 buns and bring them over. Tong Fei Shui laughed, her eyes squinting with a smile like 2 curved crescent moons. Zhang Evening Feng, it looks like you didn't get it, but are you sure it's stealing? The prettier the woman, sure enough, the better she is at cheating. However, Zhang Evening Feng thought on second thought that at this point, if Tong Fei Shui hadn't lied to him, it rather indicated that the other party might also be under some sort of restriction in the Qingqian Palace. Not only can't you come and go freely from the surface, quite being confined to the Qingqian Palace, but your meals will also be somewhat restricted? Fei, do you like baked or boiled sweet potatoes? I'll save some for you to bring back tomorrow. Jiang Evening Fang's heart softened and said softly, "That would be great, I don't get enough to eat very often." Tong Fei Shue's eyes were glowing, as if she was sprouting little stars. "It turns out that you still have the foodie attribute, ah." Jiang Evening Fang was slightly stunned. He suddenly had a feeling that Tong Fei Shui should have something in common with Fragrant Princess, and these two people often can't eat enough. Jiang Wanfeng felt some pity and couldn't help but raise his hand to touch Tong Fei Shui's little head. "Then I'll make and save more for you tomorrow afternoon and try to feed you white. Remember to come earlier tomorrow night before you let it get too cold." Jiang Evening Feng opened his mouth and admonished. "Well, thank you, big brother." Tong Fei Shui stuffed oranges into her mouth while opening her mouth to thank her. Afterward, Jiang Wanfeng instructed Tong Fei Shui on some precautions. Since Tong Fei Shui didn't notice the presence of the psychological intervention, Jiang Evening Feng didn't mention it directly, but only urged her to be careful and as silent as possible in the tunnels. If he directly nailed the presence of psychological intervention, he was unsure if Tong Fei Shui would be psychologically stressed upon re-entering the tunnels, subsequently drawing more attention from the hidden presence. By the time Tong Fei Shui left, under the other party's repeated insistence, Jiang Evening Feng was unable to see her off and had to watch her step into the stairway passage leading to the underground. After Tong Fei Shui left, Jiang Evening Feng once again walked out of the adobe room, closed the door, and came under the tree with branches and leaves to cover it, pulling out the white jade book page from his arms. "Today, the first day I crossed over to this world. I'm lonely and want to cry. I should not have rushed out to save people. The old lady who touched the porcelain, but also scolded me little bad her good thing. Angry, crossed over and took the villain's script right off the bat. Can I go back in if I self-sabotage now?" Seeing this, Jiang Evening Feng's mouth twitched for a moment. The opening to take the villain's script. The old township you this life winners fall. There are a billion points big ah. Chapter 41 A Sudden Promotion. Jiang Wanfeng fixed his mind and continued to focus his attention on the white jade pages. Went through and took the villain's script as soon as I started. Can I go back through if I cut myself now? Those travelers in the novels, who can immediately accept reality within seconds of crossing over, were they fatherless, motherless and friendless superheroes in their original world? I want to go home. I miss my dad. I miss my mom. I miss my sister. Whoa. Looking further down, there were all kinds of complaining words, and the sky-high resentment was almost ready to numb Jiang Wanfeng. It had to be said that the feeling he got from this old countryman of a traveler made a great impact on the inherent impression he once had. According to the deeds of this man who had, at one time in history, carried countless inventions, copied a whole bunch of poems, and was suspected of influencing the cultivation system. It feels like a speculative party that has memorized a bunch of books before crossing over, is well prepared for the crossing over, and is a little smart. But now look at how to feel this is still a child. He was reincarnated into this world in the first place, and then, in the midst of intense pain, he awakened the memories of his past life. While it is true that there is resentment afterward, there are also thoughts of home, of those who were in life, and of the splendor and convenience of that world. But his resentment has never reached this level. Jiang Wanfeng was silent as he stuffed the white jade pages back into his arms and began to think. Judging by the emotions of this old countryman, he doesn't seem to be very old. He's more emotional, and he crumbles his mindset straight out of the gate. Moreover, his crossing over is different from mine. I was a transmigrated fetus crossing, and then by mistake, I awakened the memories of my past life. He took the villain's script right off the bat, so it's definitely not a body. It should be a soul, forced to take over the karma caused by his predecessor. But he writes that he has a bright future, a proper winner in life, and yet he rushes to the rescue of an old lady with a bumper car who was almost hit by a dump truck. If you are an adult, you should have enough strength and speed to rush over and hug or drag the elderly bumper car lady out of the range of the dump truck. Look at his description. After he was knocked away, there is still conscious mass when the wolf-hearted old lady bumper called him small, suggesting that he was pushing the old lady bumper out of the way. In the middle of his thoughts, the image of that traveler's hometown gradually became clear in Jiang Evening Feng's mind. That would be a child with a good heart and good character. Perhaps a prodigy? That's why he's sure he has a bright future. And it also explains the other person's horrible knowledge base. This old homie, some copy. He's a real copy. Not a single space for him. Moreover, the other party considered himself a proper winner in life. Perhaps his family before crossing over, and was quite well off? The fact that you would miss your parents and sister, and want to go home so badly, seems like your family should be happy. A rich kid with a good heart, good character, and a good family? Wait a minute. Not quite right. His word to say good point, called Panwalk Snake. To put it bluntly, it is simply a scribble that is hard to see. Jiang Evening Maple's brain flashed through the handwriting of that old township. How does that handwriting feel? It looks like it's not very well educated. But on second thought, It didn't seem like there was necessarily a relationship between being good at studying and being a good writer. It seems reasonable that people read a lot, have a large knowledge base, and practice less, resulting in difficult handwriting. Of course, it could also be this old countryman's golden fingers, like a supercomputer bound to his soul, which also has a huge amount of knowledge stored offline. After Jiang Evening Feng had some thoughts, he roughly had a certain knowledge of that traveler's old town. Afterward, he looked at the demonic scarlet moonlight that spilled over the courtyard, and he silently went back to the house to catch up on his sleep. The number of sinful pushes he had accumulated so far was only 4, not quite the number of years he wanted to push. As for that homie's diary, he could understand and sympathize with what the other man was going through, but what interested him most was why the other man disappeared later. Even most of the traces that the other party had once left behind had been erased, and countless works had become of unknown authorship. Does it have anything to do with him? What does he want? Is it because the traveler's destiny is special, outside of this world, and cultivated for harvesting has a special effect? Or, between thoughts, Jiang Wanfeng gradually fell asleep. Dang! The morning bell rang, and the melodious sound of the bell came, but it was dawning time. Jiang Wanfeng, who hadn't slept for long, opened his eyes. After a wash, the diligent Master Jiang started his busy day cooking. I don't know if Yen will come over for breakfast today. Make his share too, so he doesn't come over at short notice and not have enough for breakfast. And I can't expect people to bring me breakfast every day. Jiang Evening Feng thought so as he washed the cabbage. As a result, it wasn't long before there was a rattling sound from outside the yard, like someone pushing a loaded wheelbarrow over and the wheels rolling on the ground. Jiang Evening Feng frowned. It was not even dawn. Passing by this remote corner? Under Jiang Evening Feng's puzzled gaze, there was a knock on his courtyard door. Jiang Evening Feng got up and rubbed his hands on the eunuch clothes on his body, casually rubbing them a few times. When Jiang Evening Feng opened the courtyard door, what met his eyes were the 2 eunuchs standing one in front of the other, as well as the bundles of dry firewood on the 2 wheelbarrows, and a single cloth bag that he didn't know what it contained. At the top, there was a very conspicuous purple eunuch's hat. Congratulations to Eunuch Jiang. Congratulations to Eunuch Jiang. The 9th grade eunuch who was leading the group out and arched his hand, his face full of smiles. Behind him the handyman eunuch in charge of the cart was also low-browed and full of deference. Where does the joy come from? Jiang Evening Feng looked toward the purple eunuch hat and vaguely had a guess. This is Yen helping him to get promoted. Right. It's just fast and a little sudden. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray and black. Purple eunuch hat is the 7th rank. Congratulations to Eunuch Jiang on his promotion to the 7th rank. After saying that 9th grade eunuch took off his eunuch hat from the top of the cart and bent down to present it to Jiang Evening Feng with both hands. It's a good start to the day when you're promoted before dawn. Rather, I'd like to trouble the eunuch to see me off. Come on, dip your toe in the water. Jiang Wanfeng said as he pulled out a 10-taels silver ticket from his pocket and stuffed it to the 9th grade eunuch. Eunuchs are very careful. Before dawn, let people pull goods to send cap over. Although the order's from the top, but if there is no indication, back cannot know how to make a demon it. In this palace, sometimes eunuchs are like difficult little ghosts, playing dirty. That is one said after another. Well, it's like a strange walking species that could be shady and twisted and creepy at any moment. No way. No way. Eunuch Jiang is too polite. That 9th grade eunuch hurriedly pushed Jiang Even Feng's hand that was stuffing money, but the fire in his eyes was very obvious. After 3 pushes and 3 tucks, that 9th grade eunuch accepted the silver ticket and smiled as brightly as a blooming chrysanthemum. The current remaining funds of 12,671 taels, plus 2 pieces of small broken silver. That together are not enough for 1 taels. Jiang Evening Feng's brain flashed this idea. By the way, I was promoted all of a sudden. What did the higher-ups say? There's always a reason, right? Jiang Evening Feng opened his mouth and inquired. Chapter 42, The Sadness of the Times? In the face of Jiang Wanfeng's inquiry, that 9th grade eunuch cheerfully laughed. What's going on at the top? How could we, the errand boys below, possibly know? Jiang Evening Feng's face was calm, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He cursed the dog eunuch for being insatiable, obviously wanting to raise the money, although he suspected that Yen had helped him get promoted. But the eunuch's hat can be explained. Those individual cloth bags containing unknown things, and bundles of dry firewood, can't be explained. I've never heard of a eunuch being promoted to a higher position with a reward for basic living goods, to send, but also to establish a great merit, reward some damask, gold and silver and so on. He had given 10 taels before, which was already considered to be a bit more, and the extra portion was naturally filled as intelligence fees. Jiang Wanfeng silently probed into his pocket and pulled out another 10 taels of silver ticket. stuffing it towards that 9th grade eunuch. No way. No way. Eunuch Xiang is really too polite. Although that 9th grade eunuch said so on his lips, after going through 3 pushes and pulls with Zhang Evening Feng, he still accepted it with a joyful smile. Then, the 9th grade eunuch turned his head and scolded the servant eunuch, lazy thing. No eyesight. Why don't you quickly push the cart in to unload the goods? Yes. The handyman eunuch who was past middle age with frosty temples answered in a loud voice, his face full of fear and humility, and the hint of confusion that flashed in his eyes was as if it was the struggle of a bottom eunuch who couldn't see the way forward. A handful of years old, unexpectedly not yet entered the product. Zhang Evening Feng swept the other party. His heart was slightly intolerant. The feeling is like the heartbreak of life in a previous life when you happen to meet some migrant workers who are working and are old enough to be helpless. But Zhang Evening Feng didn't say anything, just silently got out of the way and let this handyman eunuch cart in to unload the goods. He knew that the 9th grade eunuch was deliberately sidetracking the other party, which made it easier to say something private to him. After the handyman eunuchs carted into the courtyard, that 9th grade eunuch tugged on Zhang Evening Feng's coat corner and walked a short distance in a direction away from the handyman eunuchs. Zhang Wanfeng instantly understood and followed. Eunuch Jiang. Surely the higher-ups won't reveal anything to me. After all, I am humble in rank. But I happen to hear some whispers. So Eunuch Jiang should just listen to them and not take them too seriously. That 9th grade eunuch was very cautious, keeping his voice extremely low and not filling his mouth with words. Zhang Wanfeng nodded. Then the 9th grade eunuch continued. Your master's nature. Eunuch Jiang should know well. He offended many people in his early years. So even though he was older, he stopped at the 7th rank. As a matter of fact, the normal paladin eunuchs are all 7th grade. And besides you, the other 2 have been in the position for a long time and have risen to 6th grade. But I've heard that it was actually the higher-ups who got the wrong idea, causing you to be implicated by your master as well. And that the others didn't actually mean to target you. That's why, when the higher-ups woke up, they rushed to promote you back to the 7th rank. Listening to the 9th grade eunuch, Zhang Wanfeng suddenly came to a realization. Therefore, the high-ranking eunuch that his master had offended in his early years was actually only suppressing his master, and had no intention of targeting him at all. It is only the relevant steward eunuchs of the Ministry of the Interior will be wrong, only to delay his promotion to the 7th rank. But even with the temporary wake-up call, the big deal is that the mistake will be made. So why compensate him now? It was that high-ranking eunuch who said something, wasn't it? In those cloth bags, what are they filled with? Zhang Evening Feng opened his mouth and asked. There are 2 bags of, and the rest are some dried goods, bacon, preserved fish, preserved chicken, preserved duck, and so on. I heard that it was because there was no way to pay you back your monthly salary from previous years. After all, the account about the salary had been kept long ago, and it was not easy to change it. So the higher-ups reported the loss of these things and sent us to send them to you, Eunuch Jiang, as a credit against your monthly salary from previous years. Of course, this is just something I happened to hear. Eunuch Jiang shouldn't take it seriously. The 9th grade eunuch whispered. Understood. Thank you, eunuch. Zhang Evening Feng opened his mouth to thank him. The world which has so much coincidence heard. Is that the housekeeping eunuchs? Deliberately leaked to you the windit. I just want to use your mouth to settle the grudge so that I don't hold a grudge. To put it bluntly, it should have been the high-ranking eunuch. Who was the source? Who said something? Then, those eunuchs who were stewards of the House of the Interior were terrified in their hearts and immediately made amends to him. Being intentionally stuck in the 8th grade for some years, he was not only restored to his normal due 7th grade, but the rest of the supplies were given to him as a credit against the lesser monthly salary he had been paid over the years. Looking at the quantity, it should only be a few more. So, this promotion of his was not because of yen, but because of that high-ranking eunuch. At this moment, he thought of the squinting eunuch. Uncle, this is you right. Eunuch Jiang. Then I will leave first. That 9th grade eunuch bowed and arched his hand at Zhang Evening Feng, ready to take his leave and leave. Slow down. Zhang Evening Feng nodded. Afterward, that 9th grade eunuch walked to the courtyard door and issued a scolding towards the handyman eunuchs who were unloading the goods inside. Slow-handed, slow-footed old thing. Finish the job neatly and don't delay, Eunuch Jiang. When you're done, go back by yourself. After saying that 9th grade eunuch once again bowed and arched his hand towards Zhang Evening Feng before turning to leave. Looking at the back of that 9th grade eunuch, a trace of disgust flashed under Zhang Evening Feng's eyes. Flattering to the top and mean to the bottom is kind of how you play it. The current remaining funds of 12,661 taels, plus 2 pieces of combined are not enough for 1 taels of small broken silver. Zhang Evening Maple a bit of meat pain. Afterward, Zhang Evening Feng took a big step forward and stepped into the small secluded courtyard. Older brother, take a break. I'll just carry it myself. Jiang Evening Phone walked over to the wheelbarrow and spoke to the handyman eunuch while getting on and unloading the goods himself. The busy and sweaty handyman eunuch panicked and said, No. Eunuch Jiang, just rest. I'll be done moving soon. That appearance was coy and full of fear. Looking at Jiang Evening Phone was a little heartbreaking. If he hadn't been in the palace, this old brother would have been the father and husband of whoever. No need. You go inside and get a chair. Rest under the tree and eat some oranges. That's an order. Jiang Evening Phone said. This small chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. That handyman eunuch's face twitched as he looked at Jiang Evening Phone. His eyes complex, as if he had the feeling of wanting to cry out. Yes. Thank you, Eunuch Jiang. The handyman eunuch bowed and arched his hand to Jiang Evening Phone, then silently came under the orange tree. He was very formal and didn't really go inside to move the chair, but just stood under the tree and somewhat hesitantly raised his hand to pick an orange, and with a slightly curious glance, he swept the wall of the cold palace courtyard next to him. When Jiang Wanfeng finished moving things, he extended another invitation to the handyman eunuch. Older brother, I happen to be building a fire to cook. Stay and eat together? As the words fell, the servant eunuch panicked and waved his hands, calling out that he didn't dare, almost kneeling down for Jiang Evening Phone. Jiang Evening Phone had no choice but to take out the 2 pieces of broken silver and stuff them into the other party's hands. Not that he was stingy and didn't want to give more. It was just that with the other party's performance, if he gave more, he was worried that the other party wouldn't be able to keep it and would harm them instead. Unexpectedly, he stuffed money to the other side, and the other side also died. It took a while of pushing and shoving before the other man reluctantly took a piece. Eunuch Jiang, you are truly a good man. Before leaving, the handyman eunuch showed a touched look and thanked him repeatedly before pushing the cart away. The sadness of the times. Jiang Evening Phone looked at the other parties departing back, shaking his head and sighing. He then closed the gate to the courtyard and turned his head to build a fire to cook. But what Jiang Evening Phone didn't see was the gradually moving away from the handyman eunuchs, the gradually straightening up of the waist and back, and the smile at the corner of his mouth if there was any. Jiang Evening Maple. That small-eyed dead fat guy. No mistake. This little guy is okay. While being quick-witted, he still has a good heart. I just don't know if he's tough enough, but it's so much better than his deadbeat master. The murmur of the handyman eunuchs drowned in the wind and went unnoticed. Chapter 43, This will be the last rain before winter sets in. Jiang Wanfeng had a busy time, and prepared all the various dishes to be made. Just as he was about to start the fire, he suddenly remembered the 2 lunchboxes still left in the cold room. He immediately left the house and went to the cold palace. He hadn't taken a few steps and was just about to reach the door of the cold palace when ink writing suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Li Si hates you for harming him, and bought his life with 20 taels of silver. I regret that I shouldn't have accepted this life buying money. Your sin is so great that the number of sin projections is increased by 1. Jiang Wanfeng was confused. 22 silver tickets. Li Si, this is the 9th grade eunuch who was insatiable and took 2 rounds of money from him not too long ago and was very two-faced about it. Because of the money received from him, he died. Can know that the 9th grade eunuch who received the money was only him, the 9th grade eunuch, and the miscellaneous eunuch. That 9th grade eunuch was practiced and died so quickly. It shouldn't be someone else's hand. After all, it takes time to receive the news. Zhang Lianfeng's face twitched. So that handyman eunuch was a pretender? Well, Yen, a 4th grade Imperial eunuch, until now are still pretending to be a handyman eunuch. Small Anzi. You're an old guy past middle age, gray at the temples, all pathetic and sweaty from work. So it's all an act. A martial arts expert. Definitely a martial arts expert. The control over the body has definitely reached a very high level. Working and sweating all over the place. Definitely forced out with cultivation. I also wondered. Almost very few eunuchs mix to this age. Or not into the grade of miscellaneous eunuchs. The original put aside this playing pig-eating tiger. I'm glad I didn't make any mistakes earlier. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind, and he felt like he was almost underhanded. I just don't know whether that handyman eunuch is a subordinate of Uncle I's or another high-ranking eunuch. He suspected that he had fallen into a misconception in his thinking earlier, when he had assumed that the high-ranking eunuchs who had embarrassed his master in the early days were squinty-eyed eunuchs. But the squinty-eyed eunuch once said that those castrated by his master were not a few in this palace. What if the high-ranking eunuch who had targeted his master before was not Uncle I, but another high-ranking eunuch? Oh master, just how many pits have you left for me? Jiang Wanfeng spat in his heart, walking on thin ice, real thin ice. In the middle of his thoughts, Jiang Evening Feng entered the cold palace and came to the old house where Princess Xiang was, and the fragrant princess, who had heard the commotion, as usual, ducked into the inner room and did not meet him face to face. 2 lunchboxes, on the hall table. Beside the table, There were copper pots that looked like they had been randomly placed after use. Xiang Fei, you are really a haughty Jingjing. Jiang Evening Phone was instantly enlightened. You are kind-hearted, but in this palace, a heart that is too kind is prone to suffer. Xiang Fei in the inner room quietly opened her mouth. Obviously, because Qing Xiaoyuan and the Cold Palace were next to each other. Jiang Wenfeng's previous incident of helping the handyman eunuchs unload their goods was overheard by Princess Xiang. Princess Xiang is quite elegant today. Before dawn, she went to the courtyard to listen to the wall. Jiang Evening Phone clamped the copper basin under his armpit and picked up the 2 lunchboxes in one hand, not forgetting to flirt with fragrant concubine. Fragrant concubine, you haughty Jingjing, after hiding in the inner room and picking at the door, you have actually evolved to the point where you get up at dawning time and go to listen to the roots of the wall. Not bad. Not bad. An unintentional act of kindness that not only got a suspected bigot to kill a villain he didn't like the look of, but also garnered a wave of Shannon's concern. 20 silver tickets, plus a small piece of broken silver, swiped the favor of 2 people at the same time. It's a good deal, not a bad deal. The current remaining funds are 12,661 taels, plus a small piece of broken silver. That is less than 1-2 taels. Jiang Evening Maple subconsciously took another inventory of his own money. What listening to wall roots? I just happened to get up and happened to hear it without even leaving the house. Fragrant concubine's voice lifted a bit, as if she had been poked by Jiang Evening Phone in some little secret. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your concern, Princess Shannon. Jiang Evening Phone laughed and turned around. The size of the Cold Palace was almost 4 times the size of the small courtyard of the Pure and Beautiful. The courtyard of the small, clear and quiet house is next to the front area of the Cold Palace, and exists at a certain distance from the old house at the back end of the Cold Palace. And although the 2 sides are next to each other, but separated by 2 courtyard walls, the courtyard wall of the Qingyi small courtyard is still shorter than the Cold Palace courtyard wall. Not to mention, there's the soundproofing of the old house. There was no way that Shannon could have stayed in the house and heard the normal sounds of their side of the conversation. It wasn't like she was yelling, "You, rude." Fragrant concubine was a bit mortified. She had heard some eunuch heckling another eunuch earlier before she stepped out of the house and went to go near the courtyard wall to listen to the commotion next door. She wasn't sure if something had happened to Jiang Wanfeng. Only later, listening to it, he heard that Jiang Wanfeng was more sympathetic to the eunuch who was working, and felt that Jiang Wanfeng was more kind-hearted. It led to her not being able to resist reminding Jiang Evening Phone when she saw him. But Jiang Evening Phone poked and prodded, making it seem as if she cared about him, coupled with all the verbal entanglements the 2 of them had had before. It instantly made concubine Fragrance shy and annoyed. To come here and leave without saying a few words. What do you take her for? You're not a human being. However, at this time, Jiang Evening Phone had already walked out of the old house and headed towards the Cold Palace gate. Fragrant concubine scolded you for being rude and molested noble concubine before dawn. You are as if you were a newborn. The number of sinful thrusts is increased by 1. Fragrant concubine is annoyed that you come and go, not treating her like a human being. You're an animal. Add 1 to your sin count. Looking at the ink and water writing floating in front of him, Jiang Wanfeng blinked. If he'd counted the flirting as flirting before when he'd nudged Shannon to listen to the wall and thanked her for her concern, he'd grudgingly conceded it. But to treat the fragrant princess as a human being, where is this argument from? This ink writing, it's definitely a divine translation. Absolutely brilliant. Jiang Wanfeng whispered in his heart. With that, he summoned the panel as he walked around. On seeing the number of sin pushes, it accumulates to 7. And the sin level up progress reaches 22/100. Jiang Evening Phone nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't in a hurry to push. He wanted to save up for a big wave and try another direction of pushing. After returning to the small secluded courtyard, Jiang Evening Phone placed the lunchbox under the tree and put the copper basin inside. He then did a little checking against the vegetables and meat that he had prepared earlier. It hasn't been tampered with. It seems that the sneaky inner courtyard eunuch wasn't that bold, just wanting to seek wealth. At most they want to steal a little money from me, or see if they can strike lucky and steal some qi and blood elixirs. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Evening Feng's mind, making it roughly clear what the other party was thinking. After all, on the surface he was covered by yen. There was no enmity or grudge, so people would not be able to harm his life. Then, Jiang Evening Feng started building a fire to cook. After a while, the sky brightened, but there were still overcast clouds. Jiang Wanfeng also finished his work and made both his breakfast and lunch at once. Beef soup with cabbage, fried bacon with cabbage, fried preserved duck, steamed preserved fish, steamed rice with preserved meat. Looking at this weather, it's supposed to rain tonight. Jiang Evening Phone looked up at the sky. Looking at the somewhat gloomy sky, he felt that tonight would be a good time to go out. This will be the last rain before winter sets in. Chapter 44, What a surprise! Zhang Evening Foam served the dishes on the table and started eating. Right now the dawning hour has passed most of the time, and it is estimated that Yen will not come. By the time he was almost done eating, the round-faced eunuch who delivered the food should have arrived as well. At that exact moment, ink writing once again twisted and floated before his eyes. Xiao Tinglong is whipped and in pain. He hates you so much that he adds 1 to the number of sinful projections. Xiao Tinglong's wound disintegrates, complaining that you cut corners and want to kill your entire clan. The number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Xiao Tinglong's blood flows like a stream, crying out not to. His heart is filled with resentment and anger, cursing you for being worse than a pig or a dog. The number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. In an instant, Zhang Wanfeng's available number of sinful deductions doubled up to 10. Aha! What kind of unexpected joy is this? Is Mouth Stinky Brother so nostalgic about me? Zhang Evening Phone was slightly surprised and couldn't help but smile. It seems like Uncle I is starting to toss Xiao Tinglong again early in the morning, and he's even taking a small whip directly. But Uncle I knows how to hit people specifically where it hurts. And surprisingly, he smacked them until the wounds crumbled and the blood flowed. That picture, 10 times, which translates into 20 years of deduction time, would be a good time to try it out. Zhang Evening Foam secretly calculated in his heart, then decisively added 10 sinful thrusts on top of the evil barbaric bull technique. In the first year, you began to refine your body diligently. Soon, you ushered in the rainy night and took the opportunity to raid the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital. On the way back, you happened to meet the eunuch of the inner courtyard who spied on you from time to time. You engaged in a furious fight, and you ended it by exchanging your injuries for your life in order to save time. But your spirited fight has attracted the attention of the inner courtyards patrolling in the distance. You won't be able to dispose of the body in time to quickly escape back to the small secluded courtyard and clean up all suspicious traces. It didn't take long for the inner courtyards to come to your door and search you. You were well disguised and the loot was in the panel space. Due to lack of evidence, the inner guards left. Inevitably, however, you still aroused the suspicion of the inner courtyards. It wasn't long before Yen came to you and passed on the Lotus treasure code. You received the Lotus Book of Treasures, and, with a turn of phrase, inquired of Yen about your promotion, and described to him the middle-aged eunuch with frosty temples. Yen slightly headache, said that person is difficult to get along with the butcher. He cannot figure out what that person wants to do. Only let you try to contact as little as possible in the future. Do not offend. You obediently asked Yen about the Chengqian Palace again. But as soon as I heard the word Chengqian Palace, Yen's face changed greatly, full of fear, panicked and covered your mouth. You must remember, in this Dakian Palace, there is no such place as Chengqian Palace. In the future, you must also never ask others about it, much less go in. Yan's voice trembled. You nod silently, unable to comprehend the reason why Yen is so afraid. Waiting for Yen to leave, you began your daily routine, borrowing the scavenged cultivation resources and began to frantically refine your body, taking time out during the day to cultivate a relationship with Princess Xiang, and exploring the tunnels with Tong Fei Shui at night. Time like water. Turn the eye of the year-cold ancestral festival has arrived. During this period, the tunnel did not have any more problems. The mobilization of personnel for the annual cold festival has not affected you either. Your days are calm and full. In the second year, when you felt the time was ripe, you attacked Nailan Jingxiang at night and forced her to refine her body with you. She refused to accept your kindness and took your savings, which you had carefully and painstakingly saved for more than 20 years. It didn't take long before you also night attacked Tong Fei Shui. The days in the palace are plain and boring. Your daily routine is nothing more than refining your body, as well as the daily routine of refining your body with Nailan Jingxiang or Tong Fei Shui. In the 8th year, with the help of the memory fragments of your past acquisitions of exploration, you and Tong Fei Shui find the tunnel exit ahead of schedule. It's just that this time you've changed your mind a long time ago, and you're not going to leave the palace. You tell Tong Fei Shui that her home should be gone, and tell her to go and come back, and that the world outside is already like a hell on earth. Tong Fei Shui wanted you to accompany her, but you said you wanted to wait for her. She agreed, stepped into the tunnel exit, and left there. It turns out that every night she dresses up as a man, in disguise, and has long been prepared to leave as soon as she discovers the exit. In the days after this, you focus on refining your body each time, as well as refining your body with Nailan Jingxiang. You arrange flowers and smell them day after day. The flowers grow brighter and brighter as you water them. Only Tong Fei Shui never came back. The 10th year. This year everything is calm as usual. You are living a happy life. Nailan Jingxiang is living a fulfilling life. And your evil barbaric bull kung fu is also gradually approaching the great completion. You are not in a hurry to ask Nailan Jingxiang for the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, because you know that with a sense of fondness, The other party will tell you sooner or later. The only abnormality you've noticed this year is that after the yearly cold sacrifice at the end of the year, there's been another group of people missing and some more raw faces. You didn't care. You thought those men were sent as scouts to neighboring countries. In the 12th year, Xiang Fei still didn't come back, as if she had disappeared. You suspected that something had happened to her and hesitated to go out of the palace to look for her. You have asked her for the exact location of her home. You finally decided to go to her. And before you left, you looked for Yen and asked him to cover for you, and that you would return as soon as possible. Yen agreed and asked if you needed him to go with you. You politely declined his kind offer. And then you said goodbye to Nailin Jingxiang. And she cried, questioning why you didn't take her with you? You tell her that unless you die, you will absolutely come back. Nailin Jingxiang believed and passed on your divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis mythic art and told you to come back. If she waits for January and doesn't return, she will wear a red dress with a white damask hanging around her neck. And even if she turns into a severe ghost, she will seek you, the heartless man, to claim her life. Again you coaxed and made her life fulfilling again. It wasn't long before you used the silver token to open the tunnel exit to the outside of the palace. You spend a lot of money on a good horse and travel day and night to get to Xiang Fei's home. In Xiang Fei's description, it was a peach blossom stream valley, a paradise very suitable for seclusion. When you first heard about it, you thought that Xiang Fei's family must be very powerful. Outside the city, from time to time, there are demons in turmoil. Dare to live in seclusion in the wild streams and valleys, without some strength has long been gnawed by the demons. But when you come to that so-called paradise, it's full of decay. The so-called peach blossom stream valley, the stream has long since dried up. The peach trees have turned into charred black dead trees, and the ground is like scorched earth. You didn't find any traces of anyone ever living here, much less Xiang Fei. You should have come with her in the first place. Chapter 45, Dokufu Path. Introduction to the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques. You spent several more days wandering the neighborhood trying to search for clues. You've encountered a demon. At this point in time, although you are still plagued by the Skylock Jedi vein, years have passed and you have long since stepped out of your own way. With the help of the palace's cultivation resources and daily body refining, you have long been at the 15th level of body refining, and with your physical strength alone, you easily blew away that low-level demon. You suspect that the destruction of Peach Blossom Stream Valley may be related to demons. Because you were hung up on Nailin Jingxiang, you didn't stay much longer. You hurried back to the palace. Fortunately, all is well. You live your happy life again. In the 13th year, the great Qian crazy emperor you once guessed to conquer the four directions did not appear. The crazy emperor of Qian has abdicated, allowing the crown prince to succeed and become the new emperor, while the crazy emperor of Qian has become the supreme emperor. You're a little confused, but don't really care. You focus on refining your body every day, and painstakingly study the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques. But the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques you never got started, while the evil barbaric bull technique was practiced by you to its great completion. At this time, you are as strong as an ox and full of muscles. Nailin Jingxiang, who was refining her body with you, was often killed by you, losing her armor and begging for mercy. Nailin Jingxiang said that you can actually get her more sisters. She doesn't mind. In the grasslands, powerful men are able to have many wives. You tell her that you favored her alone in this life. She was very touched and believed your bull *******, and told you to get started with the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques as soon as possible, at which time she had a surprise for you. You smiled faintly. Very dare to move, said to let her fly. In the 20th year, you spent your days refining your body and your cultivation increased greatly, but due to your irregular harvesting in past years, the Imperial Catering House and the Imperial Hospital have long since developed the ability to send multiple people on duty at night. The cultivation resources that you scavenged from the Imperial Catering House and the Imperial Hospital have been exhausted. You don't care about it. You just think about Xiang Fei a lot. The girl who came into your life in the dead of night and wowed you in the firelight is never coming back. You regret that you didn't go with her back then. All these years, you were in the palace, living a peaceful and happy life, nestled in a small secluded courtyard in Cold Palace in the corner of the palace, nearly isolated from the world. After many years, your evil barbaric bull kung fu has still not been perfected, but it has caused your body to grow stronger and stronger, and your meridians to distort, so you are already different from normal people. This year, that new emperor who has been on the throne for a long time is still like a puppet, and everything needs to follow the meaning of the great Qian Mad Emperor who is the supreme emperor. You have privately joked with Nailin Jingxiang that the new emperor is the cow and horse of the Mad Emperor. At that time, Nailin Jingxiang rhetorically asked you whether the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses mysterious technique was comprehended at the beginning. You told her not to mention this pot. then you made her fly. One day, you happened to see a cocoon on a tree in the courtyard, and you came to be interested in it, not forgetting to observe it every day while refining your body. Suddenly, one day, you are blessed to look up and happen to witness the whole process of breaking the cocoon into a butterfly. You associate yourself with your own skylocked Jedi chakra. And how is that ever not a cocoon wrapped around you? You inexplicably felt some empathy and fell into the first epiphany of your life outside of the way of the sword. Introduction to the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques Sensation. You went and shared this joy with Nalan Jingxiang. Nalan Jingxiang couldn't help but feel. 8 years. You even took 8 years to realize. You really let her open her eyes. You're annoyed and determined to help her open her eyes. After some body refining, she tearfully told you the true secret of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques. The entrance to the sense of the Divine Silkworm's 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Arts is only the first threshold, which is about the enlightenment of the mind. But to truly cultivate this ancestral secret art of her family, it's more about physical enlightenment. The second threshold requires the possession of a direct bloodline of her family's tribe, the Nalan blood. You're all dumbfounded. So what's the point of you sensing initiation? It's not like you're a member of the Nalan family. She tells you it doesn't matter, even for those who possess the blood of Nalan. If they want to successfully cultivate the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses mythic art, they need to go through 9 deaths and 9 lives, and break through 9 passages of life and death before the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses can be perfected. And her previous so-called wearing red clothes and hanging herself, in fact, also has the meaning of this aspect, to become a breakthrough, but not to want to turn into a severe ghost to the North Mang royal family to claim their lives. And although you are not a direct descendant of the Nalan family, you can use the trickery method instead. The Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques is divided into 9 layers, and the one she passed on to you is only the first layer with the lowest danger. The poison needs to be configured with a poison formula, and then swallowed with a drop of her blood as an introduction to the medicine. In this way, between life and death, metamorphosis and sublimation, completing the first metamorphosis of the god Silkworm. She even said that in fact, your skylocked extinct vein is a blessing. This heaven-locking Jedi vein, although it restricts you from refining chi and advancing on the path of Wufu, it seems to have made it so that there are no physical shackles on you in the netherworld. In her entire life, she has never heard of anyone being able to break through the 9th perfection of body refining in the Wufu path, and instead of entering into chi refining, she has also pioneered body refining at the 10th level, and even beyond. It is a path that no one has traveled. She looks at you and whispers, perhaps the path you forged could be called the dictator. The farther you go above body refining, the lower the threat of death the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques will bring to you for each metamorphosis, and the greater the chance of success. She told you that in their Nalan family, the highest only people practice to the 7th layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis wonderful art, and the so-called 9th metamorphosis has long been a legend. But you, who possesses the heaven-locked Jedi vein, can break the limits of the human body by relying on body refining alone, which is simply a perfect match for the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis mythic art. She then couldn't resist another jab at your abstract heavenly negativity. You get a boner and open her eyes again. Afterward, you collected all kinds of poisons in accordance with the poison formula given by Nalan Jingxiang, configured them, and then paired them with Nalan's blood. You got a bowl of very weird venom. Your eyes closed, your head tilted back, and you drank with determination. Between life and death, you struggle and eventually transform and ascend. You made it. At the expiration of the 20-year period, the evil barbaric Cao Kung Fu stops short of the great completion, and I look forward to your next deduction. It turns out that my Skylock extinct vein is actually a kind of luck. Zhang Eveningfeng had a complicated face. In this instant, Zhang Eveningfeng's thoughts were racing and he thought of many things. Just like other people's bodies existed with genetic locks, they could only advance step by step according to the normal cultivation path, whereas his body was able to break the shackles just by refining his body. Like the bald-caped crusader in One Punch Man, he breaks the human limiter just by exercising his body. Another example is Heaven and the Tyrant from a certain spellback, who can't possess spell power but can kill all sorts of crunchy messes with his body alone. So, I'm a dictator. Zhang Eveningfeng let out a whisper. In the next moment, the sense of merit surged, accompanied by 10 random memories. Chapter 46, I'll be a pervert sooner or later as long as I stay alive. In the midst of the rapid absorption of the Gongfu sense, the remaining 10 random memories were also stirring in Jiang Wanfeng's mind. Some of it was about his experiences exploring the tunnels with Tong Fei Shui. One paragraph is about his infiltration into the Imperial hospital and the Imperial catering room to scavenge. There were also memories of his fierce fight with the inner courtyard eunuchs and the beating of the demons. Most of the rest were daily routines. But the most crucial thing was that he got that memory of him witnessing the breaking of the cocoon into a butterfly, followed by the epiphany of the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques. Finally, Zhang Wanfeng closed his eyes, carefully comprehending the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad art. The Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses mysterious art is very counterintuitive in its microphrases and exhaustive in its wonders. Just the first layer alone gave Zhang Wanfeng the feeling of going beyond the range of heavenly ranked techniques, between life and death, metamorphosis and sublimation. I Ching washes the marrow, shedding the bones, and rebirth of broken limbs, is worth it. Zhang Evening Foam opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. The secret art was already in hand. The poison formula and Naren's blood, could it be far behind? It was the right time to take the opportunity of raiding the Imperial Hospital to try to gather all the materials for the poison formula in one go, and then get the poison formula from Princess Xiang, and then slowly select the materials. How am I going to ask for a drop of blood with Princess Xiang so that it doesn't seem so strange? Zhang Evening Feng frowned. He wasn't exactly close to the fragrant princess at the moment. Rushing to her for a drop of blood would definitely cause fragrant princess to be wary. After all, once the fragrant concubine's ancestral secret technique was involved, her vigilance would be infinitely heightened and her mouth would become ridiculously tight. After Zhang Evening Feng secretly thought about it, he decided to talk about it later. Afterward, Zhang Wanfeng ate his breakfast while taking stock of the details of this push. The first is that he returned from raiding the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital, and on the way, he met that eunuch of the inner court guards, started a fierce fight and exchanged his life for a wound, and also aroused the tracing and suspicion of the inner court guards. Through the memories I've gained, I already know his martial arts path, realm, and brokenness. If I have the intention to kill him, I don't need to exchange my injuries for my life to kill him quickly. It's just a matter of needing to pick a good venue, not making a scene, not arousing the suspicion of the inner court guards, and avoiding any subsequent trouble. Zhang Wanfeng said in his heart, steady as old go. In fact, in the deduction, the description also suggests that the inner court guards were suspicious of him, but in the end, they couldn't do anything about it. It showed that even if the inner court guards had suspicions about him, in the end, they were most likely suppressed by Yen using his power and connections to keep things down. Perhaps behind this, there is the secret care of both Uncle I and the middle-aged eunuch with frosty temples? The projection is from his perspective, for intelligence acquisition, and does not get intelligence outside of his perspective. Smiling Tiger and Butcher. It seems that Uncle I and that big uncle, their grades are not lower than Yen. Zhang Wanfeng thought back to this deduction, and the description of Yan's reaction related to the last deduction, after he inquired about the squinty-eyed eunuch and the middle-aged eunuch from Yen. Then, he remembered Yan's fearful behavior when he heard about the Changqian Palace, and the instructions. First, in the Daqian Palace, there is no Changqian Palace. Secondly, you should never ask others about the Sunghyun Palace. Third, you may not enter the Changqian Palace. It's a feeling that the whole thing smacks of rules weirdness, but based on this round of projections, I can determine two things. As long as I'm in the tunnels and don't continue to go deeper into the ground, normal exploration of the tunnels is not life-threatening. Also, as long as I don't die, I'm safe in this palace and have no fear for my life. Even if I refine my body with Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feiqiu, as long as I don't escape with them, I won't attract the attention of the Mad Emperor. Zhang Evening Feng secretly pondered and tasted it. He felt that the crazy Emperor of Daqian regarded Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feiqiu as pawns, and as long as they didn't leave the palace or get out of control, the crazy Emperor was simply too lazy to care. Fei's final disappearance may also have something to do with the Mad Emperor. In a previous projection, we left the palace in our 10th year as a pair and realized that Fei's home was gone. And in this projection, Fei left the palace in the 8th year, and then disappeared for good. It means that between the 8th and 10th years, certain changes should have occurred in her family, resulting in the destruction of Peach Blossom Creek Valley, suspected to be the work of demons. Zhang Evening Phone was pondering continuously while he was chucking vegetables and drying rice. As for the age-cold sacrifice, Zhang Wanfeng felt that this seemed like it wouldn't affect him. The mobilization of some manpower this year, and then some manpower in the 10th year down the road, is presumably the long layout of the Great Qian Crazy Emperor in response to the war. Later, the Qianlong Crazy Emperor, presumably when the cattle and horses went tired, simply let the Crown Prince ascended the throne. He when the Supreme Emperor, remote control up the Crown Prince this new Emperor cattle and horses. But what does that have to do with him? It's just like working in a company. As long as the paycheck stays the same and the workload doesn't increase, what difference does it make who's the boss? There's also the strangeness of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad technique. It turns out that this secret technique is exclusively for the Nailan family to cultivate under normal circumstances. It's worthy of being an ancestral secret technique. If an outsider wants to learn, on top of ensuring that the sense is initiated, they also need to use the poison formula to make a unique venom and pair it with Nalan's blood to take advantage of it, in order to have the qualifications to break through the 9 passes of life and death. Now that I think about it, at that time, when the fragrant concubine hanged herself, even without my first aid, it was possible for her to metamorphose and ascend, and resurrect herself. Jiang Wanfeng secretly pondered, feeling that fragrant concubine was actually quite brave, worthy of being a prairie child. Moreover, when the fragrant concubine passed on the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques to him, there was more than likely also a reason to value his heaven-locked Jedi vein physique, and it was not just a matter of day-to-day aesthetics. He was able to break the shackles of the human body's limits just by exercising, and was a natural fit for the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad art. No wonder in the previous deduction, even though he showed abstract heavenly negativity and a low cultivation level, fragrant concubine all but made him promise to avenge the Nalan tribe after passing down the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis mythic art. It was because the fragrant concubine believed that as long as he was able to comprehend the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, he would be able to use the special venom to take advantage of the trick and ask for the pinnacle of this secret technique, realizing the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis, the ultimate sublimation, created by me, the dokufu path that only the heaven-locked Jedi vein can take, paired with the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, plus sinful deduction to make up for my abstract heavenly negative. As long as I meddle long enough, I'll be able to keep metamorphosing to the point of perversion. This heaven-locked absolute vein makes it impossible for me to refine my chi, like an invisible shackle, but it allows me to be innately free of the normal human body's limiter, allowing me to refine my body without any upper limit. At this moment, Zhang Eveningfang's heart was relieved. How do you know if it's a misfortune or a blessing? The skylocked extinct vein is actually a blessing. After many years of heart not once nodded, Zhang Evening maple dry rice or dry very fragrant. At that moment, over at the courtyard gate, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Zhang Lianfeng answered and got up, running towards the courtyard gate, in the morning light spilling through the cracks in the overcast clouds. At this moment, Zhang Wanfeng was running against the shimmering light as if he was running towards a brighter future. Chapter 47, Sprinting toward the 9th level of body refinement. Zhang Wanfeng opened the door and saw that the one standing outside was indeed the round-faced eunuch responsible for delivering the food. Only unlike yesterday, the round-faced eunuch was bending and bowing at this time, but some bruises could still be seen on his face. Obviously, this is being taught a lesson by the old greasy eunuch, belonging to the ancient palace version of workplace bullying. Have you eaten yet, old boy? I happen to be eating. Why don't you join me? Zhang Eveningfeng didn't inquire about the bruises on the other party's face. He just invited the round-faced eunuch to eat with him. There are so many eunuchs in the supervisory column yard, and there are quite a few eunuchs in charge of delivering meals to the Imperial catering room. Non-relative and non-relative. He neither knows the inside story, and is not directly in charge of the relevant work of the steward eunuch. It is not good to directly interfere. It's already goodwill to be able to invite each other to dinner. Thank you, Eunuch Jiang, for your kindness. I've eaten. The round-faced eunuch, with a timid face, bent over and handed the lunchbox with both hands. Zhang Wanfeng took the lunchbox with one hand, while the other grabbed the round-faced eunuch's wrist and dragged the other into the courtyard. Come as you are. Eat before you go, Zhang Eveningfeng said while pulling the round-faced eunuch towards the adobe house. Don't Eunuch Jiang, don't please let me go. The round-faced eunuch let out a mournful wail. That voice, that demeanor, as if he was about to be abused. You have committed a crime against an innocent passerby, causing them to tremble with fear and trepidation. You're like an animal. Add 1 to the number of times you've committed a sin. Zhang Eveningfeng was confused. No, your little round face is not so much, and you're retarded in characters. Don't get together at this time. He subconsciously loosened his hand, and the round-faced eunuch immediately scurried out frantically toward the outside of the courtyard like a frightened bunny. But the round-faced eunuch just ran a few steps, as if he thought of something, and on the way, he also took the 2 lunchboxes that Zhang Eveningfeng had placed under the orange tree before. Zhang Wanfeng looked at the other parties hastily departing back and couldn't help but scratch his head. Too big a reaction. Zhang Wanfeng was a bit puzzled. Then he suddenly thought of a certain possibility. This child. It cannot be met the kind of eunuchs who have the dragon yang goodness. Right. Or the Imperial chef. The Imperial guards? Zhang Eveningfeng frowned and pressed the matter down. There's too much injustice in this world for him to manage. Subsequently, Zhang Lianfeng also lost interest in eating. After picking some of the previously uneaten meal into a couple small bowls and putting them into the same lunchbox that had been given to Shannon. For the other meals, Zhang Wanfeng put them into his own lunchbox to keep them warm. Before he left the house, He made a few more arrangements on the door of the adobe room. After doing this, the time had reached the hour, and he went straight out of the small secluded courtyard and headed for the cold palace. When Jiang Eveningfeng arrived at the old house where fragrant concubine was, the other party had long since entered the inner room and stood behind the door. "Why did you bully that little eunuch just now?" I heard him screaming very loudly. After a moment's hesitation, fragrant concubine spoke quietly. Although she wasn't quite familiar with Jiang Eveningfeng, after a few encounters, she felt that the other party should be a good person, so she couldn't understand the wailing that had come from next door earlier, which was not only loud, but sounded old and miserable. Jiang Eveningfeng pondered slightly. He knew that the next answer was important. With fragrant concubine's very sensitive and vigilant nature, if he didn't make this clear, I'm afraid that the other party would be extremely wary of him. I just looked at the kid with the bruise on his face and took pity on him, and it just so happened that I was eating breakfast, so I wanted to drag him inside to eat with me. As it turned out, he reacted violently all of a sudden, like I was going to do something to him. I'm afraid something bad has happened to him. Lady Fragrance, you know me. I'm not like that. I'm not interested in men, and I won't force myself on anyone. Otherwise that day. You understand, right? Jiang Eveningfeng opened his mouth and said, not only making things clear, but also emphasizing his own rigidity for corroboration. You, frivolous. Xiang Fei was ashamed and angry. I asked you why someone in the courtyard screamed so badly. You have nothing to mention that day for what? Even if you have the heart, do you have the ability? Try it if you dare. I think you're just castrated. Otherwise wouldn't you want to eat me? At the same time, there were ink words floating in front of Jiang Eveningfeng. Nailan Jingxiang rebukes you for being frivolous. You're trying to commit a crime from below. Add 1 to the number of sinful deductions. Nailan Jingxiang recalls the verbal entanglement of that day, and secretly questions your skill, wanting to try again with you. You're practically newborn. The number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Nailan Jingxiang thinks you're just castrated and wants you to eat her. You're not even as good as Hatsune. Add 1 to the number of sinful thrusts. Looking at the ink writing that appeared in front of him, a big question mark seemed to pop up on Jiang Wanfeng's head. The first one is the truth. He doesn't deny it. But what the hell were the last two? There was no way he could have gotten to this point with the current progress bar of his relationship with the fragrant princess. The inked characters that come with this panel are absolutely divine translations. Lady Fragrant Concubine, I will leave first, so eat your meal while it's hot and don't let it get cold. With me, I won't allow you to starve. Jiang Eveningfeng finished speaking and left without looking back. Angry Xiang Fei secretly grinding her teeth behind the door. On purpose? You are absolutely on purpose. While the heat, this stubble is not going to pass, is it? Sooner or later, I want you to look good. Nailan Jingxiang grinds her teeth and thinks you're pretty. You're a real animal. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Jiang Wanfeng, who was walking towards the gate of the cold palace, looked at the ink text that surfaced. You have this front foot messy translation, I look good, and the back foot says that I am livestock. You are very difficult to comment on branding iron. Jiang Eveningfeng's corner of the eye twitched a bit. After Jiang Wanfeng left the cold palace, concubine Xiang came out from the inner room and sat down at the table to eat. Looking at the cabbage and beef soup, fried bacon with cabbage, fried preserved duck, steamed preserved fish, and steamed rice with preserved meat that Jiang Evening Maple gave her in extra quantity. Really? Why did you take so much extra? You'll eat it all. With him, he won't allow me to starve. This inappropriate son of a man, and he's quite bossy. If only the talk wasn't so exasperating. A warm current surged in fragrant princess's heart, and she took small sips of the still warm cabbage and beef soup. It's kinda good. More warm than the Imperial kitchen made. More warm. On the contrary, Jiang Wanfeng sighed, who had already returned to the small secluded courtyard. Nailan Jingxiang scolds you for being an overbearing and inappropriate son of a man who eats and supports you. You are full of sins, and the number of sinful projections is increased by 1. Jiang Eveningfeng? It's just a matter of translating what you like, you retarded thing, and giving sin the number of times it's been deduced. Jiang Wanfeng ignored the ink text, pulled out the small porcelain bottle given by Squint from the panel space, and poured the rest of the pills into his mouth with a brain. Afterwards, he began to perform the evil barbaric bowl technique to refine his body. The medicinal power was like a tidal wave, surging and churning, stirring within him. Jiang Eveningfeng's fist was thick and heavy, the force was like 1,000 pounds, and he was frantically running the evil barbaric bowl gong to digest the medicinal power, launching a sprint towards the 9th level of body refining. Chapter 48. I want to be Jiang Dufu, the lawless Jiang Dufu. In the agitation of the raging medicinal power, Jiang Eveningfeng's skin around his body was as red as a boiled prawn. His body was getting hotter and hotter. The moisture in his body frantically turned into sweat and flowed out. evaporating in the heat. Not long after, a faint white mist lingered around Zhang Evening Phone. Between changes of pace, he was like a lone figure walking through the mist, traveling through time and space, wandering through this world, witnessing everything he was not supposed to meet. The medicinal power was absorbed by Zhang Evening Phone at a rapid pace, causing his body strength to gradually increase. However, Zhang Evening Phone was keenly aware that the remaining medicinal power was not enough to allow him to break through to the 9th level of body refining. If it was according to his usual nature, he would only stop after consuming the medicine. But because of the encounters in recent times, as well as the round-faced eunuch's mournful cries just now, Zhang Wanfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of depression in his heart. Between the fist movements, many images flashed through Zhang Evening Feng's mind. The humble cowardice of the round-faced eunuch, the dismal wailing of the overreaction. Tong Fei Shui is trapped in a deep palace, with nothing but the anticipation of going home and the helplessness of having to explore the creepy tunnels every night. Naylan Jingxiang, dressed in red, hung above the white damask, so desperate that she wanted to gamble her life to fight for the success of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques. The ink writing that first appeared in front of him in a strange twist, and the hidden presence in the ground with an unknown purpose. And he was ignorantly sold into the palace by his gambling dog old man back then, which made him take 3 stabs and opened up the palace life of walking on thin ice in the future. There are more and more. He had seen similar to that sideburn slightly frost middle-aged eunuch's heartbreaking scene. That is in this palace in all corners of every day may happen the epitome of. The difference is that the middle-aged eunuchs with slightly frosty temples were acting, while the ones he once saw were real. Who wants to break it all? I'm not a pawn. I want to be Jiang Dufu, the lawless Jiang Dufu. Jiang Wanfeng let out a roar in his heart, and his fist momentum changed subtly without him realizing it. The medicinal power, which was completely exhausted at this point, he still hadn't broken through to the 9th level of body refinement, nor did he stop there. In the underworld, he seemed to have fallen into some kind of marvelous state, letting the evil brute bull kung fu turn on the self-eating without stopping. Boom! Unconsciously, Zhang Evening Phone vaguely heard a dull, low sound coming from within him. He came back to his senses and realized that he had already broken through into the 9th level of body refinement, and the evil brute bull technique had undergone some subtle changes. But the key thing is that he has lost a whole lot of weight. Zhang Wanfeng hurriedly stopped and didn't continue to forcefully practice. After taking a little breather, Zhang Wanfeng opened the Sinful Deduction panel. Sin level, 2, 31 out of 100. Realm, 9th level of body refining. Martial arts, Demon Barbarian Bull Kung Fu, perfect. Demon encountered without queen, great. Secret technique, Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses level 1, introductory. Number of sin projections, 6. Zhang Wanfeng silently gazed at the panel, his mind churning with thoughts. The evil barbaric bull technique has turned into the devil barbaric bull technique. And it has also turned into a consummation from originally approaching a consummation. Well, it seems that I'm going further and further down the path of going off the rails, but this demon barbaric bull technique should only be going to target the physical side of going off the rails. I don't have true chi. I won't have a true chi riot or even a true chi explosion. This body side goings on will only cause me to become as physically strong as an ox, with my meridians twisted. This doesn't seem like it will have any effect on me. At most I just can't practice the true chi techniques that normal people learn. But I don't have the means to possess true chi myself. Rounding up equals no effect at all. Zhang Evening Phone secretly pondered, feeling that there was not much of a problem. The mainstream cultivation system on this side of Dakian was the martial artist. Body refining was just the beginning of the martial artist realm, and further up was chi refining. True chi transforming into true energy transforming into true astral, and so on. And the cultivation system he practiced would be the dokufu path that he himself had pioneered. A dictator, which would be more extreme than a martial artist, is a path that goes all the way down the path of body refining. Give up fancy true chi, true yuan, and true astral deities, and go all the way on the path of body refining to develop the body to the extreme. Zhang Evening Phone secretly whispered, firming up his future course. Harder body than others, more fierce strength than others, faster speed than others, stronger 5 senses than others, more rapid nerve reaction speed than others. Even if he fell into an unknown psychedelic state, he was able to explosively kill his peers with just his body's fighting instincts. Letting thousands of armies kill him, he was only one person. Letting the other party's attack could not break his defense, and he raised his hand for a piece of explosive killing. This is the dictator he had in mind. Goo 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 goo. Just as Zhang Wanfeng was secretly thinking, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. He had long been famished after the magic barbaric bull feet had turned on self-eating. It's done. Let's eat first. Zhang Wanfeng decisively went back to the house to dry rice. After a bit of a whirlwind, he swept up all the extra meals he had made and was going to bring and save for lunch. When he was done, he looked at the sky. He had fallen into an epiphany earlier, and he didn't know how much time had passed, making it difficult for him to judge the current time. And at the moment, the air was cloudy, not seeing the sun, and it was also difficult to judge the hour. Zhang Eveningfeng did not dwell on it too much. Straight out of the small secluded courtyard, went to the cold palace, and began to borrow the toilet on a daily basis. After breakfast, fragrant princess, staying in the inner room, heard the commotion and opened a window crack to check. She looked at Jiang Lianfeng's back as he entered the thatched toilet and was slightly startled. What kind of evil kung fu has this practiced? How did he lose so much weight all of a sudden? The fragrant concubine was secretly worried, and after Jiang Eveningfeng entered the thatched toilet, he started squatting while thinking. In my last push, I was completely safe and sound during my 20 years in the palace, and exploring the tunnels was never dangerous. That hidden existence under the ground should be limited by the suppression seal, so as long as I don't go deeper down, I won't be in danger. On the Mad Emperor's side as well, it seems that as long as I don't bring Princess Xiang and Tong Fei Shui to escape the palace, he won't make a demon either. By the same token, in 20 years, he has not made a whole lot of trouble. Am I to assume that his state, in fact, is not too good? In the midst of his thoughts, Jiang Wanfeng began to wonder about his state. This is not a wild guess. On the one hand, he is judging based on what he has experienced in his projections. On the other hand, it is the corroboration of the ink text. That the divine translation of the ink text is really very nerve-wracking and inexplicably has a feeling of artificial retardation. Does the abnormality of the ink writing side by side prove the abnormality of his state? He might also be under some kind of seal, or have a mental problem, or maybe both. After some thought, Zhang Eveningfeng finished the work related to impurity elimination and walked out of the thatched toilet. You, come here. As soon as he raised his eyes, Fragrance opened the window and was waving at him. Chapter 49, If I Can Fulfill My Ambition in the Future. Faced with fragrant concubine's call, Zhang Eveningfeng didn't refuse and walked straight over. He stood by the window, looking at the gap in the window that wasn't open very far, and couldn't figure out what Shannon wanted to do. You put your hand in. Shannon stood behind the window and spoke. What's this about? Princess Xiang? Zhang Eveningfeng put his hand inside while sending out an inquiry. Fragrant concubine didn't answer and silently put her finger on Jiang Wanfeng's pulse. Just so a hand. Fragrant princess suddenly slightly shocked. How can a big living person have no pulse? Is it a reverse pulse? Or is it a diagonal pulse? Fragrant concubine didn't say anything and unbelievingly looked for Zhang Eveningfeng's pulse. Jiang Wanfeng felt Princess Xiang's fingers, switching back and forth between his wrist chakra, the side of his wrist, and the back of his hand. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, the fragrant lady spoke first, switched to the other hand. Jiang Wanfeng silently replaced his hand and reached in. Lady fragrant concubine, are you taking my pulse? You still know how to heal? Zhang Eveningfeng asked with some curiosity. Slightly. You into the house. Fragrant concubine was a little anxious. What evil power did you eunuch blindly practice? And now you cannot even find the pulse. Nalan Jingxiang curses you for being blind. You have no one in your sight. You don't know how to honor and demean yourself. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Jiang Eveningfeng, I suspect you're taking things out of context, but I have no proof. People Xiang Fei should be concerned about me. Zhang Eveningfeng secretly thought. He then lifted his feet and stepped into the old house, heading for the inner room where the fragrant princess was. Just as he had put his hand on the door of the inner room and was about to push it in, fragrant princess said sharply, Who let you in here? Sit down in the hall with your back to me. Without permission. You want to force your way into the boudoir of the cold palace concubine and plot against her. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Well. So you are this variety of planted panel. Zhang Evening Maple was almost amused. Afterward, Zhang Eveningfeng sat silently at the table, his back turned to the side of the inner room. Squeak! Behind them came the sound of a room door opening, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps and a dark scent. Zhang Eveningfeng's nose flicked, and his body vaguely became a little hot. Fragrant concubine stood behind Jiang Wanfeng and put her fingers on the side of Jiang Wanfeng's neck. What kind of evil kung fu have you practiced? Why can't I still feel your pulse? After a while, Fragrance couldn't help but ask. Weird. Too weird. She couldn't feel a pulse in the other's hand. She couldn't feel a pulse in her neck. She couldn't touch the other's feet. I'm a skylocked Jedi pulse, and my pulse will beat much slower than a normal person's. And with my self-created body refining technique, which causes the meridians to shift, it's normal that Lady Fragrance can't touch them. Thank you for your concern, mistress. Zhang Eveningfeng said as he raised his hand and grabbed fragrant concubine's small, soft, boneless hand to help the other party find her position. Fragrant concubine subconsciously wanted to break free, but she was unable to do so because Jiang Wanfeng's palm wrapped her hand firmly. She originally wanted to angrily scold Jiang Eveningfeng for being unbridled, but when the words reached her mouth and she saw that Jiang Eveningfeng's entire body had lost a large amount of weight, she was a bit reluctant to say anything. Anger, shyness, intolerance, shock about the skylocked extinct vein, concern against the evil power distorting the meridians, and a hint of affection for Jiang Eveningfeng after a few contacts, as well as the verbal entanglement of that day. All sorts of emotions, 1,000 words converged to her mouth. Fragrant concubine spoke quietly. You spread out. Who cares about you? Men and women are not related to each other. You force violence on a tender woman. Add 1 to the number of sinful inferences. Jiang Wanfeng saw it and silently let go of his hand. At the same time, Fragrant concubine also vaguely detected Jiang Wanfeng's pulse beating. So this is the legendary heaven-locking Jedi pulse. Not only is it much slower than normal people, it is also a lot more obscure. According to the pulse, you're as strong as an ox? At this moment, Fragrant concubine had been made to start doubting her own medical skills by Jiang Wanfeng's pulse. Although she is not a famous doctor of the country, but at least it is not an ordinary quack doctor can be compared. But Jiang Evening Maple suddenly lost a big circle. According to reason should be chi and blood 2 losses right, but according to the pulse, evil, too evil. Lady Shannon doesn't have to worry about me. I'll be fine. Jiang Eveningfeng said softly. I was worried that no one would bring me food if you had a health problem. After saying that, Fragrant Princess twisted her head and went straight back to the inner room, closing the door behind her. What a mouthful of arrogant Jing ah. Jiang Eveningfeng's mouth was slightly hooked. The next moment he got up and headed out the door. Fragrant concubine, who heard the commotion, silently stood behind the window and watched Jiang Wanfeng leave through the window crack. The legendary heaven-locking Jedi vein that can only refine the body and not the chi? Fragrant concubine gazed at Jiang Wanfeng's back as he walked away, and inexplicably some thoughts arose in her heart. Whirling around, the fragrant lady forced those thoughts to be pressed out again. Jiang Eveningfeng, who had returned to the small secluded courtyard, silently opened the panel and checked it. The progress of the sin level up reached 34/100, and the number of available sin extrapolations accumulated to 9. Out of 9 times, 8 times you contributed. Not bad for you, Jing. If only Fei was as arrogant as you are. Fei is too gentle and understanding. Jiang Eveningfeng looked at the panel and couldn't help but feel a secret emotion in the bottom of his heart. However, on second thought, he suddenly felt that the increase in the number of sinful deductions seemed to follow a certain logic. For example, he must have committed a certain number of so-called crimes before he can be counted, and this crime is not judged entirely by secular law, but partly by the panel's intellectual judgment. There's also the status of the person he's targeting for his so-called crime, and the higher the status of the other person, the more likely it seems to be that there will be a number of sin projections, as well as the character of the object violated by his so-called crime. For example, Uncle Eyes let him castrate Xiaotinglong, and afterwards Xiaotinglong was abused by Uncle Eyes in various ways and hated him to death. Which belongs to the crime of continuation of the injury? If you look at it according to this logic, if I go to the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital to raid them, it will cause a series of chain reactions. If I take less, those corrupt Imperial doctors and chefs will cover up for me in order not to expose their own corruption. This kind should go nowhere and only earn a wave of sin push times. If you can take as much as you can, the number is huge. And those embezzling Imperial doctors and chefs take advantage of the situation and use the theft to even out the books. Following that, it will lead to the Mad Emperor's anger and order a strict investigation, which will be used to discover some traces and uncover those corrupt royal doctors and royal chefs. Do I count this as a crime perpetuating injury in some sense? Is there going to be another wave of sin push counts then? Jiang Wanfeng secretly pondered in his heart, feeling that his behavior of removing corruption for the country in disguise seemed to be quite cost-effective. Jiang Eveningfeng raised his eyes to the cloudy sky and couldn't help but murmur softly, if I fulfill my ambition in my life, I will kill all the corrupt officials and put a smile on their faces. Chapter 50, Why did you lie to me? Time passed and the sky became more and more cloudy. Jiang Wanfeng took a shower and went inside to catch up on his nap. When he gauged the time and it was almost into the unspecified hour, he got up and started washing and cooking the dishes. When he was done, he boiled a big pot of hot water. It was nearly the hour of the 10th of the month when he, who was eating in the house, heard a knock at the door of the courtyard from the other side, followed by a rush of footsteps running away. Jiang Wanfeng went over to open the door and found that the round-faced eunuch had placed the cold palace lunchbox in front of the courtyard door and ran away after knocking on the door. Am I that scary? Jiang Wanfeng looked at the round-faced eunuch's faraway back, and some self-doubt rose. You are so evil and infamous that your colleagues fear you like a tiger. Add 1 to the number of sinful projections. Jiang Eveningfeng, Is there a possibility that I was actually okay with my fellow officers when I was in the purser's room before? At this moment, Jiang Wanfeng couldn't help but think of the other 2 sword-carrying eunuchs in the purification room. Those 2 old greaseballs, smooth handling, not like his master so stubborn and old-fashioned temper stinks. Although the work is little, but the speech is really good, and the relationship with him is really not bad. Along with that, he was getting along just fine with these 2 old, greasy disciples. Next month's relationship will still need to rely on that network. After all, the examination of purity is supervised by a stewardship eunuch sent by the Ministry of the Interior. But those who do the work are the people involved in the purification room. At least if the purification test finds something unusual, the one who goes out and cuts it all over again is the eunuch in charge of the purification room. Jiang Eveningfeng secretly said in his heart, for the next month to come check the net, and did not worry too much. The connections, the money stuffing, and the deterrence of the face. Haven't seen any previous projections that he'll be able to stay in the palace for 20 years peacefully. Jiang Wanfeng took the lunchbox, closed the courtyard door, and turned around to go back inside to add food to fragrant concubine. Before he left the house, he still did something to the door. Then, with the lunchbox in one hand and the copper basin filled with hot water in the other, he went to the cold palace. Upon arriving at the cold palace, he set down the lunchbox and copper basin, asked if fragrant princess needed to be waited on to bathe and change, and completed some daily teasing. Dabble reached the 3 sin push times contributed by fragrant princess, bringing his sin level up progress to 38 out of 100, and the number of available sin extrapolations accumulated to 13. Then, Jiang Eveningfeng went back to the small and tranquil courtyard in a beautiful manner. We, the common people, are so happy today. Jiang Wanfeng hummed a little song and ate the half-eaten dinner just now. When the meal was finished, Jiang Wanfeng, who had kept in mind that he wanted to leave a snack for Tong Feiqi, began to do some maneuvering. He poured out some of the hot water from the cauldron on the stove that was still being kept warm by the coals of the fire for his bath later, and used it to lower the level of the water in the cauldron. Then it was time to put the portion of the evening meal that he had picked out and put in the lunchbox to keep it warm at the beginning, and left for Tong Feiqi, into the pot. The rest of the hot water, which is close to the mouth of the bowl, does not flow into the bowl and affect the flavor of the meal. It's going to rain soon. I hope Fei comes early or she won't even get a hot bite. And when it rains, I'll have to bring the pot inside. I don't know how late it will last on the insulation of the hot water in the pot alone. Jiang Eveningfeng looked up at the sky, only to see dark clouds in the air, with lightning streaking through the clouds from time to time, and occasional muffled thunder low in the air. Jiang Wanfeng covered the pot and went to take a hot bath. By the time he had finished washing his clothes, it had also begun to drizzle sparsely in the sky. Jiang Wanfeng had no choice but to fourfold carry the pot into the adobe room and place it in the corner. I'm going to raid the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering Room, and it can't be too late, or Fei will come over and there will be no one in the house. It can't be too early, even though the sun sets. There may be people left to work overtime in the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering Room, and time it right, lest you run into that inner courtyard eunuch, and a heated fight in the rain will attract the attention of the other inner courtyards, and there will be unnecessary trouble to follow. Jiang Eveningfeng was secretly calculating while hanging up his wet clothes in the right place in the house. After everything was taken care of, Jiang Eveningfeng moved a chair and sat by the door of the house, watching the rain outside the house gradually start to get heavier. In the next moment, he silently opened the panel and added 1 sinful deduction count to demon encountered without queen. In the first year, you practiced your sword for a while, and in the deep rainy night, you quietly went to the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering House, and launched a windy search. On the way back, you met that inner courtyard eunuch by chance near the small secluded courtyard, and you had a fierce fight in the rain. You, who have broken through the realm, know your opponent's martial arts path and weaknesses, and quickly killed him. But the sound of your fierce fight still attracted the attention of the inner courtyards, and you fled in haste without having time to dispose of the body. When you returned to the small secluded courtyard and flew through all the traces, an inner courtyard soon came to your door to question you. You didn't show any breaks, but because of the disappearance of the miscellaneous eunuchs not long ago, coupled with the location of the deaths of the eunuchs of the inner courtyards this time, which was too close to the secluded courtyard, you managed to arouse the suspicion of a certain inner courtyard. You didn't care. You knew it would go away. After the other person questioned and mocked you, you became furious and verbally abused them. The other man tried to make a move and was pulled away by his companion. It didn't take long for Tong Feiqi to arrive. While the other party was dining, you, because of some lingering anger, simply asked the other party directly about their relationship with the Deqian Mad Emperor. Tong Feiqi hesitates and tells you that she doesn't have any relationship with the Great Qian Crazy Emperor. You originally had lingering anger. And when you saw that Tong Fei Shui didn't want to tell the truth, you were instantly enraged and forcibly tried to pull Tong Fei Shui along with you to refine your body. In the whimpering sound of Tong Fei Shui's mouth covered by you are like an animal. After refining the body together, Tong Fei Shui cried and said to you, she is the daughter of a sinful minister. Indeed, there is no relationship with the great Qian Mad Emperor. Her father has long since resigned from his post and lived in seclusion, and she has entered the palace by mistake. In the end, with tears in her eyes, she said to you, I hate you, opened the entrance and exit of the organ, and left. You stare blankly at that flash of red, and you know that you may never see her again. Time passes, and after Yan's visit, you silently accept the other party's Lotus treasure code and focus on practicing your sword. For the rest of the time, when you have time, go and cultivate a relationship with Nailan Jingxiang. In the second year, you practiced your sword daily, so that the demon encountered without Queen, which was already close to perfection, managed to break through to perfection. One night, you attacked Nailan Jingxiang at night. After a while, you couldn't hold back your temperament and showed her the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques for sensory initiation. Asking what was the content of the poison formula in the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques, Nailan Jingxiang's face changed drastically. Asking where you got the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques, and looking at your eyes, filled with wariness, you tell her that you once met someone from the Nailan family and that it was passed on to you from the other side. Nailan Jingxiang looked at you. Eyes gradually lost their luster. Heart sad as if dead. Said, impossible, why do you want to lie to me? Original, you're good to me. All is false. Chapter 51, Zhang Wanfeng suspected that he had a split personality. You don't understand how Nailan Jingxiang can recognize your lies. You are infuriated and turn into a beast. Nailan Jingxiang sheds tears and is at your mercy without uttering a word. You are unwilling to change your mind, and in the years to come, you will change your methods to force Nailan Jingxiang day after day. But her mouth, it's really tight. You got nothing. At the end of the 2-year period, the devil encountered without a queen reaches its consummation, and although you had sporadic epiphanies during that time, they were not enough to allow for its metamorphosis and sublimation. Light rain pattered. The wind grew stronger. The branches and leaves of the orange tree in the courtyard shook slightly. Zhang Evening Maple raised his hand and rubbed his temples. A little dizzy. He had felt this sinful deduction before, and sometimes it was unusual. In the middle of his thoughts, he was interrupted, because the epiphany of demon encountered without a queen was inserted strongly into his brain, accompanied by a random daily memory. After absorbing the epiphanies and memories, Zhang Wanfeng continued to meditate. That self in a sinful deduction will generally do what he wants to do and get the information he wants to know, according to what he was thinking when he started the deduction. But as the deduction proceeded, that self occasionally, as if the evil in his heart were amplified, went further and further astray, and would do things inconsistent with his character. Things like the occasional bouts of rage and anger in past projections, followed by all sorts of risky behavior, or things he wouldn't normally do. For example, in this projection, when that inner courtyard eunuch dies, he will take a more disciplined tactic of disliking him when faced with a door-to-door challenge from another inner courtyard. Afterward, when the furor died down, he'd go back to knifing the other guy and destroying his body, instead of just insulting each other and tearing each other apart on the spot like a 2-bit rashpunk and getting into a near fight. Sometimes, however, that self in sinister extrapolation acted more normal again, occasionally so steady and cautious that he wished he could be a little more reckless. Is it because of the billions of futures and all the differences? Or is it the anomaly of this sinful projection that is reacting to his state, combined with the divine translation of inked text, and the occasional display of retardation in judging sinful behavior? Does this suggest that he is in some kind of split personality and is under some kind of seal? So, could the hidden being under the earth be him? This was a further speculation derived from the second of his 3 previous speculations that the traveler sealed the hidden existence. The traveler and he have a fierce fight. The traveler dies. He is sealed, and he acquires a portion of the traveler's memories. The stone door in question is the handiwork of the traveler, following some sort of pattern, and he is trying to impersonate the traveler to lure him deeper into the earth to lift the seal. The head is a bit big. This is not to be thought of for now. Anyway, I will never go deep into the ground before I have a certain strength. That being said, in this push, I actually stumbled upon that inner courtyard eunuch in the vicinity of Ciyu's small courtyard, combined with the previous deduced encounters. It means that he will come to explore the vicinity of the small courtyard of Qingyu tonight. Only this time, I came back early, so I encountered him in the vicinity, and the time before that, it would have been a late return, resulting in an encounter with him further away from the small, secluded courtyard. Zhang Evening Feng pondered in his heart. If he could pinpoint the right time point, He could lure the other party into the small courtyard of Qingyu tonight, and then sneak attack and speedily kill the other party. Then, Zhang Eveningfeng thought about where Tong Fei Shui came from, the daughter of a sinful minister, whose father has long since resigned from his post and returned to his hometown, entered the palace by mistake, and has no relationship with the crazy emperor of Daqian? So, why did the great Qian crazy emperor target Tong Fei Shui? The relationship between Tong Fei Shui and the great Qian crazy emperor was definitely more than that simple. There must be some kind of special reason for the great Qian crazy emperor to value Tong Fei Shui. It's just that Tong Fei Shui didn't know it. This kind of thing can be asked personally by the great Qian crazy emperor in the next deduction. The idea flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind. Lastly, it's about fragrant princess. After exposing the first layer of the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques of sense initiation and lying that it was taught by someone from the previous Nalan family, using this to claim the poison formula simply wouldn't work. The fragrant concubine would recognize the lie straight away and never mention the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis mythic art from then on. This means that the inheritance of the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques definitely follows some sort of rules, such as getting the first layer of content and sensing the introductory level. One would know the content of the poison formula along with it? The people of the Nalan family generally do not outsource the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad technique, an ancestral secret technique, and even if they do, they will follow some sort of rules. This is a metaphysical world. I'm afraid that the memories in the other party's brain about the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques have also been placed under some kind of prohibition. This kind of prohibition requires the fulfillment of specific people, specific conditions, before the Nalan family will outsource the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad technique and follow certain rules of inheritance. Zhang Eveningfeng had a rough judgment in his mind. He got up and moved his chair to the table and closed the door to the room and put the bolt in. Then, he peeled off the eunuch's uniform he was wearing and changed into a nighttime outfit. Why did he have night clothes in the palace? This is his master's early years for him to purchase, and a variety of poisons, psychedelic drugs and so on, said to be walking in the Jianghu essential. That old man, he even makes human skin masks, causing Zhang Wanfeng to keep wondering if his master had any side jobs before entering the palace, or maybe even hiding himself in the palace because he was being chased. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu, and the palace is also a Jianghu. When his master was alive, he would occasionally recite these words and look in the direction outside the palace, leaving aside the old man's matter. Zhang Eveningfeng made a thought and pulled out the silver token from the panel space. After leaving the tunnels last time, he threw the silver token into the panel space after finishing that white jade page. The alabaster page, on the other hand, was placed in his arms, through his lining, against his heart. Although the strange power on the white jade pages could not be utilized, it was made of a special material that could not be destroyed, so it was just right to be used as a guest protector. There are 12 sinful extrapolation opportunities left, but 2 things can be verified at once. Zhang Wanfeng thought so while getting up and coming to the floor organ entrance and exit, opening the ladder passage to the underground. Going from the ground requires constant vigilance, bypassing the patrols and deployment of the inner court guards and Imperial guards, and inevitably delays the process. In that case, go straight underground. Anyway, Tong Fei Shui had once said that any mechanism she could open with a bronze token before, but the exit to the surface was in no man's land. However, the silver token has a higher authority than the bronze token, and can open exits that the latter cannot open. There is some risk to this, but it's not a big problem. In the middle of his thoughts, Zhang Wanfeng, who was ready, lifted his foot to step into the ladder passage and raised his hand to prepare to close the floor mechanism. Outside the house the sky is dark and cloudy. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The wind is starting to howl, and the branches and leaves of the orange trees in the yard are fluttering. Inside the adobe room with the door locked, there is no one. The floor mechanism closes, and Zhang Eveningfeng's figure disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 52, Facing the Mad Emperor. In a dark tunnel, Zhang Eveningfeng took out his fire folders and blew on a small flame. In the infinite darkness, he held up as tiny a light as a faint starburst and drifted away. After a while, Zhang Eveningfeng, who had stepped out of the stepped passage, ignored the passage on the left that went deeper into the earth and turned straight to the right. He measured the distance with his feet as he brushed against the 2 stairway entrances and exits. These step passages are not regular, not straight up and down. At times they will wind and twist, at times they will spiral, and there will be sharp turns on diagonal paths. But there's no point in choosing the closest up to the clearing of the small courtyard passages, or there's still the possibility of the inner court area. Find one a little farther away, preferably one that, once you get up there, is an unused and unoccupied abandoned palace over at the outer court. Zhang Eveningfeng thought so while following his sense of direction to choose one of a certain 3-way road. He had lived in the Great Qian Palace for more than 10 years, and although he spent most of his time in the purification room cutting and slashing, he still occasionally went out and walked around. Though the stepped passages down would have some effect of interfering with the sense of direction, he always judged his general bearing. He was thankful that he had a good sense of direction and wasn't a roadrunner. Between walks, Zhang Wanfeng stopped at an upward stepped passageway entrance and exit, then stepped into it. I can tell roughly where I was on the previous step passage down, then pass the fork in the road and choose the branch passage going toward the outer court. What I can't say for sure, however, is whether the upward ladder passage will now lead irregularly elsewhere. To be on the safe side, I try to avoid using the push in the tunnels, Zhang Evening Feng secretly said in his heart, though he hadn't planned to use the push in the tunnels. He had planned to use it near the entrance and exit of the stairway. He was both going to question the great Qian Crazy Emperor about the other party's relationship with Tong Fei Shui in his deduction. It is also to be used to verify whether the observation of the hidden presence of the underground is confined to the underground passages only, or whether it can be extended to the vicinity of the entrances and exits of the stepped passages adjacent to the surface of the earth. As Zhang Wanfeng continued to ascend, it didn't take him long to arrive at the entrance and exit of the stairway at the surface. He blew out the fire, tossed the fire folders into the panel space, and took out the silver token, sticking it on top of the entrance/exit mechanism. Afterwards, Zhang Wanfeng opened the sin push panel and added one sin push opportunity to the devil encountered without a queen. In year 1, you narrow your knife out of your sleeve and carefully lift the entrance/exit mechanism to reveal a gap through which you very cautiously look outside. At the same time, you keep an eye out for changes in the ladder passage and realize that nothing is happening. After some observation, you see that the entrance and exit of this ladder passage should be in an unused and abandoned unoccupied palace in some outer court area. Your body is taut and ready for anything. You open the entrance/exit mechanism and walk out. You hold the narrow blade, and with the darkness around you, you don't notice any danger. You quietly left this place, utilizing the relevant scavenging memories you had accumulated many times before, and avoided the Imperial Guard's patrols and deployment along the way. You're lucky that you came up here almost between the Imperial cuisine and the Imperial hospital. Out of prudence, you went to the Imperial catering house and then to the Imperial hospital, completing 2 rounds of scavenging with no surprises. Subsequently, you return to that abandoned palace and go deeper into the earth through the step entrances and exits. You returned the way you came, and nothing unusual happened on the way, eventually returning to the adobe house in the small, secluded courtyard. You checked inside the adobe and found that the inner courtyard eunuch did not come secretly. You changed out of your night clothes, eliminated all traces of suspicion, opened the door to your room and walked out, and closed it again on the outside. When it was dark and lightless, and the rain fell incessantly, you stood under the eaves of the house and took out a bottle of the finest elixir you had ever obtained from the Imperial hospital. You uncorked the bottle and let the faint scent of Dan fill the air, after which you close your eyes and listen intently. After a while, you vaguely hear light footsteps nearly muffled by the rain, and you open your eyes, cork the bottle, and put away the elixir. You walk lightly, land without a sound, and come quietly to the courtyard wall. Lurking against it, the rain has, to a certain extent, interfered with the spread of the dance fragrance, but you're sure that with a martial artist's sense of smell, it's possible to barely pick up a hint of the odor outside the courtyard. You hear footsteps wandering around outside the yard, the kind of light footsteps you can't hear unless you listen intently. You can feel the other person hesitating. The narrow knife quietly came out of your sleeve and was held in your hand, and you were fully prepared to wait for that man to come in over the wall, and you immediately knifed him. However, the other wandered, hesitated for a while, and finally left. You're cursing all kinds of things in your mind, with the regret of having your pants down and nothing happening. After a while, the rain stopped, and Tong Fei Shui quietly arrived. You pull out a special snack for her, still warm, and she eats it happily. You're relieved that you didn't put these meals in there, after all, because you wanted to scavenge as much of the harvest as possible in order to conserve room in the panel space. On this night, you explored the tunnels. As you talked and laughed, time is like water. You focus on practicing your sword daily and keep close contact with Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feixiu. At the same time, you began to pay attention to the clear and quiet small courtyard to the crazy emperor's bedchamber of the inner courtyard's change of defense. That inner courtyard's eunuch did not reappear. In the second year, the devil encountered without a queen is still in the process of being perfected, and there is an accumulation of sensations in your mind, and your use of the narrow blade is becoming more and more rounded and comfortable. You continue to cultivate a relationship with Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feixiu, and you're getting closer by the day. During this period, you occasionally sneak to the outskirts of the Mad Emperor's chambers at night. From the small, secluded courtyard, you have become very familiar with the patrolling and changing of the inner courtyards all the way over here. One day, You deliberately and tentatively told Nalan Jingxiang that you had once met someone with the surname Nalan, and that the other party had passed on a secret technique. Nalan Jingxiang instantly tensed her body, her gaze somewhat guarded, and asked, "What is that secret art called? Did that person only pass on the secret art to you? Nothing else? You took the good with the bad and pulled a random name of a secret art to cover it up, but since then, Nalan Jingxiang has become suspicious of you and has grown distant from you." One night later, you went ahead and put in the nightly snack for Tong Fei Shui, a drug powder that makes people flaccid and powerless. Waiting until Tong Fei Shui finished her midnight snack, she sensed the abnormality. You picked her up by the waist, but she managed to struggle. You're a little shocked, and according to what you know about that powder, even if you took a small amount, you'd be all flaccid and at the mercy of others. Tong Fei Shui's physique, it's very problematic. You suppress the doubts in your heart, hold Tong Fei Shui, and quickly and stealthily approach the Mad Emperor's chambers in the night. You have to face the Mad Emperor head-on and ask him what his relationship with Tong Fei Shui really is. Chapter 53, The Demon is by my side. All the way over there, Tong Fei Shui begged you in a small voice to hurry back, and you treated it as if you didn't hear. Until the outline of the Mad Emperor's bedchamber was vaguely outlined in the night, Tong Fei Shui fell into despair. Big brother, you're going to die. Tong Fei Shui buries her head into your arms and cries silently, gradually bursting into tears. You still don't answer. After you quietly arrived at the outskirts of the Mad Emperor's bedchamber, you gazed at the distance between you and the Mad Emperor's bedchamber of less than 100 feet, and you knew that if you went any further in, you would surely be discovered by the inner court guards. Mad Emperor, come out. Your chi sinks into the dantian and your tongue explodes with thunder. The voice breaks through the silent night sky, and the gazes of the inner court guards are projected. You don't care. You explode into the fastest speed of your life and rush towards the Mad Emperor's chambers. There are assassins. The inner court guard shouted as a figure shot in an electric jet, sheathing a snow-white blade that flickered continuously under the night sky. But the fastest, not the inner court guards, was a creepy figure that swept out of the stump. Why you? The man steps in front of you, sounding dismayed. You had to stop your footsteps, and suddenly realized that the person in front of you was actually that middle-aged eunuch with slightly frosted temples. On top of his head is a red eunuch's hat, chief of the Grand Chamberlain, the first grade. You're confused. A flicker of struggle flashed in the middle-aged eunuch's eyes as he raised his hand and made a gesture to stop the large number of inner court guards who were rushing towards him. When he looks at you again, the struggle in his eyes has sunk in and become emotionless. Let him through. At this time, Tong Fei Shui, who had originally buried her head in your arms, turned her head out to look at the middle-aged eunuch. The middle-aged eunuch's face changed drastically, nearly distorting his face, and a strong fear and shock surfaced in his eyes, as if he had suddenly seen something incomparably terrifying. He plopped down on his knees and didn't say a word. A good girl is one who knows how to go home. Don't get to know some unsavory mole out there. A voice drifted over from afar. Faster than the voice is the figure of the great Qian Crazy Emperor. Mad Emperor, Yuan Fei, what exactly is your relationship? You ask loudly. You know, if you don't ask, you won't have a chance to ask. The great Qian Crazy Emperor let out a light laugh without the slightest movement. The next moment, you're in tatters, blood spurting. Tong Fei Shui fell amongst your bloody limbs and cried out in pain. Her head full of green silk steeply turned white, her dark eyes turned purple, and something seemed to be coming out of her head. Demon? The thought flashes through your mind as your vision blurs and you fall into darkness. You're dead. This push is over. Welcome to the next one. The demon is actually by my side. Jiang Eveningfeng is a little confused. He had suspected that Tong Fei Shui was the daughter of the great Qian Crazy Emperor, and that the great Qian Crazy Emperor valued Tong Fei Shui's special physique. Also suspected that Tong Fei Shui's father resigned from the government and went into hiding, behind which hides the secret that the great Qian Crazy Emperor cares about. But he had never really thought about it. Tong Fei Shui was actually a demon. Wait, it's possible that it's a half-demon that hasn't awakened, transformed into a big demon, and it's impossible to be spit out blood by a kick from me before. This idea flashed through Jiang Eveningfeng's mind. At the same time, an accumulation of related blade senses flooded into his mind, along with a random daily memory. In the next moment, Jiang Eveningfeng observed his surroundings. After realizing that in the latter passage, there was no abnormality, Jiang Wanfeng was still very cautious as he slowly opened the entrance and exit of the organ and carefully observed the outside. He then stepped out of the stepped passageway and gently covered the mechanism's entrance and exit back to the ground. Looking around, Jiang Eveningfeng came to the front door of the abandoned palace, keeping an eye on the movements outside the house. Between the opening and closing of the gate, Jiang Wanfeng's figure, blending into the night, quietly disappeared into the distance. The sound of rain, masking much of the commotion, the lightning that cut through the sky and the thunder that exploded from time to time also, to to a certain extent, disturbed the attention of the Imperial guards. With the help of his past acquisition of those memories related to scouring the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital, he sneaked all the way there without attracting the attention of others. Zhang Eveningfeng stealthily and quickly approached the Imperial dining room and quickly completed his infiltration. In the deduction, there is a relevant description that says I will complete 2 rounds of scavenging, without any danger. Unfortunately, I didn't randomize the memory of this section. The idea flashed through Zhang Eveningfeng's mind. In the darkened Imperial catering room, Zhang Eveningfeng did not use a fire discount to illuminate the room, and quickly approached the reserve area of ingredients exclusively supplied to ordinary concubines. Many of the ingredients of the Imperial catering house come from the royal hunting grounds and medicinal gardens in the outer court area, and those sent in from outside the palace are on the low side instead. And the royal hunting ground is not just a captive enclosure of fierce beasts and fey for hunting by the Mad Emperor and his royal family. Over there, in order to squeeze the surplus labor from the eunuchs on duty, there are also vegetable plots near the entrances and exits, and some poultry are raised. After all, the royal hunting ground covered an extremely large area, and the last thing it lacked was land. So that every 2 days there will be a batch of poultry, beasts of prey exotic species, was sent to the side of the Imperial cuisine, is concerned about the live kill now, the main fresh, and Zhang Eveningfeng's goal was the fierce beast fey that he hadn't finished killing. Then there are the herbs that are used as supplemental ingredients. As for those farmed poultry, limited panel space, no room for them. Between walks, Zhang Wanfeng came to the ingredient reserve area, found the area corresponding to the fierce beasts and fey, pried open the cage lock, and began to quickly knife up the half-dead living creatures such as the Ursus deer and the hexagonal sheep. They say it's a manticore fey, but it's really just a hint of fey blood, or one that's already crippled and has a gag cage over its mouth. Zhang Wanfeng thought so while frantically knifing these fierce beast fey that had been crippled and sent to him. At the same time, he was paying close attention to the guy's movements, wary of them making grunting noises. They are all crippled, though, with less air coming out than going in, and with mouth cages over their mouths. They can't scream much. But as soon as any of them attempted to open their mouths and scream, Zhang Wanfeng directly stabbed them. Panel space couldn't hold living things, or he wouldn't have bothered. As he kept swinging his sword, a hexagonal goat next to Zhang Eveningfeng, as if it was returning to the light of day, violently fought to leap and slammed into him. The sharp-pointed horn on its head locked onto Zhang Wanfeng's chest and abdomen. Swish! Zhang Wanfeng, who was always on guard, immediately dodged, and in the instant he brushed past, he raised his left hand and grabbed one of the hexagonal sheep's horns. In the next moment, the narrow knife in his right hand stabbed frantically at the bottom of his opponent's neck. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, until the hexagonal goat's body, gradually no longer struggling, he put the other into the panel space. So, this is the surprise in having a surprise. Zhang Eveningfeng let out a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any more accidents, right? Chapter 54, Demons Stealing the Country? Zhang Wanfeng, who had collected a dozen or so fierce beasts and fey one after another, scavenged for as many great tonic herbs as he could find. Before he left, he purposely took care of the traces, such as his wet shoe prints, and the beast's blood spatter marks and so on. Zhang Wanfeng glanced deeper into the Imperial dining room, his gaze translucent with some regret. Afterward, he twisted his head and left the Imperial kitchen, heading straight over to the Imperial hospital. The fierce fey that are exclusively supplied to ordinary consorts, with just a hint of fey blood, are much more replenishing than ordinary fowl, but not replenishing enough. A live ingredient exclusively for people like the Mad Emperor, the Empress Dowager and the Empress. That's what's called a tonic. It's a pity that those bears, wolves, tigers, and panther-type fierce fey, even if they're crippled, make a lot of noise. Zhang Eveningfeng thought secretly in his heart. His footsteps flew fast, sneaking farther and farther into the rainy night. This world, even though it was in a world of demonic chaos, demons and devils were actually 2 kinds of things. Demons, most of them are born from wild beasts and plants, or they have got the chance, or they have become demons over the years, and those who are in a high level can be transformed into human beings. The devil, on the other hand, is relatively mysterious, humanoid rather than human, and is more adept at playing with people's hearts and disguises, which Zhang Wanfeng doesn't know much about. On top of that, there are also fey in this world, with beasts that are more ferocious than demons, flesh that is stronger than demons, and looks that are more strange than demons. The difference between a fey and a demon is like originally being of the same origin, but later taking 2 separate routes of derivation. Not long after, Zhang Eveningfeng quietly came to the Imperial Hospital and entered the outer courtyard. The Imperial Hospital is divided into internal and external, and the herbs and pills stocked in the external hospital are of medium and low grades, and are of the kind that satisfy daily use. The inner courtyard had a Dan library, which was guarded by strong men, and was not something that Zhang Wanfeng could currently get his hands on. As of now, the outer courtyard's great tonic herbs and qi and blood elixirs are more than enough to satisfy my needs. Dang ku, we'll find another chance later. Zhang Evening Feng thought so while preparing to start working on his scavenging. At that exact moment, his ears twitched slightly and he vaguely heard footsteps coming. At this hour, there are cow horses coming over to work overtime? Zhang Evening Feng was slightly startled and immediately quickly dealt with the wet shoe prints, then lightly hid behind the medicine cabinet. It wasn't long before the footsteps of the visitor came closer. Zhang Wanfeng held his breath and silently gripped the narrow blade. He just wanted to come and get his medicine. He didn't want to kill anyone. The visitor walked to the front of the medicine cabinet and seemed to be looking for some kind of herbs. And Zhang Evening Feng, who was only a cupboard away from the visitor, still held his breath and didn't move a muscle. After a while, after not finding what he wanted, the man turned away. Hearing the footsteps gradually walking away, Zhang Evening Feng let out a sigh of relief and returned to the medicine cabinet. His nostrils flicked, vaguely smelling some faint aroma lingering in the air, somewhat similar to lilacs. It's a female. No wonder the footing is on the light side. This time it's early enough to cause a change. In the random memories I've gained before, I've never encountered anyone while scavenging in the outer courtyard. Thoughts floated in Zhang Evening Feng's head as he began to quickly scavenge for medicinal herbs and qi and blood elixirs, and some drugs with poison. He still didn't know what the poison formula for the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques was, so the toxic materials that should be prepared still had to be prepared. Anyway, if it didn't match the ingredients of the poison formula at that time, he could also use it to configure other poisons, psychedelics and the like. Under his master's tutelage, he could do more than just learn swordsmanship. After completing his scavenging, Zhang Evening Feng drifted away, and his panel space, too, was filled to the brim. After avoiding the patrols of the Imperial guards along the way, he returned to the abandoned palace and used the silver token to open the entrance and exit mechanisms. A quick descent down the stairway and back the way we came, and nothing out of the ordinary really happened on the way. This deduction, it's still accurate. No abnormal changes have occurred, Zhang Evening Feng whispered in his heart. After a brisk walk, Zhang Evening Feng returned to the adobe house via the small secluded courtyard step passage up. To be on the safe side, Zhang Wanfeng still checked the room. After realizing that the inner courtyard eunuch hadn't come yet, he began to clean up all suspicious traces, but this time, he didn't step out of the house again. Didn't intend to seduce that inner courtyard eunuch to come in with his Dan Xiang. It's pouring rain outside, and that guy must have something up his sleeve if he's up all night and has to come skulking around my place. In the previous few pushes, it either didn't come in outside the courtyard, or it wandered around the neighborhood to the point of gradually walking away to have a chance encounter with me. If the last push was because the fragrance of the Dan made his heart flutter but he was suspicious and didn't dare to come in the first couple of pushes, he must have come in and realized I wasn't there before he wandered around or even expanded his search to meet me. Zhang Wanfeng pondered in his mind, feeling that there should be nothing wrong with this line of thought. In this world, there are not so many chance encounters. Zhang Evening Feng silently came to the door, leaned against the wall, and quietly waited up. While he waited, he began to think back to what was behind this recent push. Firstly, it was about the first layer of the poison formula of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses Myriad Art. According to the current situation, he couldn't directly ask Nailin Jingxiang for it, otherwise it would cause the other party to be wary. The return is still a pushover. The trouble is the blood of Naren. He can't just go and cut the fragrant princess and bleed her out. In the midst of his scattered thoughts, Zhang Wanfeng inexplicably thought of the thing that girls must bleed every month. Too much taste. I'm not a warrior on this track. Zhang Wanfeng decisively ruled out this option. Then, he thought of Tong Fei Shui's special physique. Suspected demon. High defense. Extremely resistant to drugs. Seems to have good self-healing? Tong Fei Shui often cut her fingers in the tunnels to answer questions before she met him, but he didn't find scars on Tong Fei Shui's hands. Moreover, Yan and that middle-aged eunuch with slightly frosty temples both knew Tong Fei Shui and were still very much in awe of her. They know of Fei, and they know of the Changqian Palace, but they are too afraid of it to say much. In front of Fei, even the profoundly cultivated and profoundly powerful first-grade chief of the great household has to obediently kneel down. Mad Emperor, daughter of a sinful minister. What connection can there be between the two? It can't be that the Mad Emperor greened Fei's old man and Fei didn't know it? But then, wouldn't Fei's mom be a demon? Various thoughts flashed through Zhang Wanfeng's mind. It can't be that the great Qian crazy emperor is a demon. At the thought of this, Zhang Evening Feng suddenly felt crazy and crazy. It seems that there is no difference between it and the demon. This guy has been on the warpath all his life. killing people at every turn. And the people he has killed in his lifetime are estimated to be able to feed the 9 clans of individual demons. If the great Qian crazy emperor is really a demon, then this world is too epileptic and abstract. Demons stealing the country. A palace that is like a millstone of flesh and blood, and a bizarre passageway under the ground. What kind of copy of hell am I entering? On another day when I open my eyes, it won't be except that I am a human being, the others are all demons. I will then be whether the high and low to shout a mouth. Can't distinguish. I really can't distinguish. Zhang Eveningfang's thoughts gradually ran off, and he began to think all sorts of nonsense. Just as he was having mixed thoughts, he heard the sound of something falling to the ground, very inconspicuously interspersed with the sound of the rain outside the house. Branding iron. You are finally in. Chapter 55. A contest between 2 Go kings. Zhang Wanfeng collected his thoughts and stared at his guard. He stood against the wall, motionless, listening carefully for movement outside the house. In the midst of the tumultuous rain, he heard an extremely light footstep that was slowly approaching this side of the adobe. Zhang Eveningfeng silently gripped the narrow blade, ready for the other party to sneak in for a quick kill. Dogs, be so cautious. It's 2 turtle speed. Zhang Eveningfeng cursed in his heart. It's not even positive to get on the road. It's not a delay of a good hour. However, the man outside was in no hurry at all. That person, like a poisonous snake hidden in the darkness, slowly spitting out its letters and silently approaching its target, only waiting for an optimal moment to launch a sneak attack. After a while, Zhang Wanfeng heard the man come to the door and stop. Zhang Wanfeng silently held his breath. He suspected that the guy outside was listening to the commotion in the house. Okay. Let's see who's better tonight. Zhang Eveningfeng cursed angrily in his heart, and couldn't help but start to feel anxious for the person outside the house. He didn't believe that the other party was more meticulous than him. It's just a matter of patience. Who's afraid of who? In his place, he would not only listen to the movements in the house, but would even blow smoke into the house. Just as Zhang Eveningfeng was thinking this, he heard some slight rattling outside, and it seemed like the man had gotten down. Zhang Wanfeng is a bit confused. What are you doing? Shouldn't the normal process be that you use a thinner dagger or piece of metal, stick it through the doorway and rattle the bolt a little bit? Get down. You are surprisingly as meticulous as I am. Zhang Wanfeng's gaze shifted downward, and his eyes, which had long since adapted to the dark environment, saw a thin tube poking out of the doorway below the wooden door. Then, from that thin tube, a wisp of smoke began to rise, quietly spreading through the adobe room. At this moment, Zhang Wanfeng inexplicably had a feeling in his heart that he had met a fellow traveler, but he wasn't happy at all. Zhang Wanfeng kept his breath held while secretly thinking in his head, based on the random memories I got earlier, this guy is either crouching me a little farther away from Cuyu's small courtyard, or he's encountering me in the vicinity of Cuyu's small courtyard. In all those deductions, it was because I left late and was traveling back and forth through the ground, resulting in a late return, that I didn't meet him at the adobe. So going backwards in time in the projection, this guy came to the secluded little compound first, blew misty smoke into the adobe room, then came in and found me gone. Then it was time to open the door to dissipate the air and quickly deal with the suspicious marks in the adobe room, restoring everything to its original state before going out to guard me. Once I was encountered before I got far, and once I was encountered by expanding my search, should be the right logic for this. At this moment, Zhang Eveningfeng felt an extremely strong threat, though in all past projections, even if he hadn't killed this guy, nothing would have happened in the end. He had even suspected for a moment that it was Yen who had quietly helped him slaughter this guy later on in the deduction. But what if Yen hadn't killed this guy? Was there a future where this guy found out that he and Yen had close dealings, temporarily broke his heart, and directly lurked, keeping a secret watch on him instead? This hidden danger hadn't erupted simply because he hadn't pushed it out long enough. Okay. Looks like it's a contest between the 2 Go Kings tonight. Zhang Eveningfang's heart was secretly vicious. This dog thing had threatened everything he owned. After a while, the misty smoke filled the adobe, turning the hut into an almost misty environment. Zhang Wanfeng always kept his breath held and did not breathe. As a body refinement 9, his breath holding time must have finished off ordinary people, so this maze won't affect him much for the time being. It's just a bit of interference with his vision. Big brother, why don't you stop? Are you treating me like an elephant? Zhang Eveningfang's heart let out a roar of anger, feeling that the guy outside was no longer King Go. It was the firstborn. In terms of the degree of Go, he might be in the middle of the pack with his opponent, or maybe even slightly higher, but in terms of the degree of primordiality, he felt that he was nowhere near as good as the primordials out there. With this concentration of ecstasy, an elephant would faint. However, even though Jiang Wanfeng was starting to freak out a bit, the mesmerizing smoke under the doorway remained unbroken. After another while, until Jiang Wanfeng's entire body was almost numb, the misty smoke under the doorway broke. Jiang Wanfeng held his breath, knowing that the main event was about to come. The next moment he saw the front end of an extremely thin dagger emerge from the doorway, approaching the bolt a little from below. Then, as the front end of the dagger touched the bottom of the bolt, the man outside began to exert a slight force, a light and slow one, to pivot up the bolt with the dagger. The corner of Jiang Wanfeng's eye twitched. Details. This is the details. No wonder that didn't come across in the push. For even he, if he chose to take the surface route to raid the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital, would have come in with a narrow knife inserted outside the house and shut the bolt from the inside. So with the possible overlap of the knife marks, he would be hard-pressed to spot the marks left by this firstborn from the bottom of the bolt. Especially with the other party's caution, it might be possible to get rid of that slight trace before leaving as well. Your Excellency has such a heart. If you don't die tonight, you will definitely become a great danger to my heart in the future. Jiang Wanfeng cursed in his heart and silently grabbed the narrow blade, just waiting for the other guy to enter the room. He let him have his fun. At the same time, the bolt was rattled. The next moment, the person outside the door quickly opened the door, cat waist, dodging into the house, head without looking back on the backhand fast and steady to close the door. Like Zhang Evening Feng, the other party obviously didn't want to make a commotion lest they attract the attention of the inner court guards. Not only that, as someone who had once entered an adobe house and knew the internal layout very well, the other party subconsciously looked in the direction of the bedside as soon as he entered the house. Influenced by inertia, how could he possibly think of it? Jiang Wanfeng staying up late at night, still holding his breath in the misty smoke-rich environment, standing by the door on the other side, further away from the bed? At the same time, Jiang Evening Feng also moved. He sprinted with his arrows and landed without a sound. The narrow blade was as fast as lightning, a few as if it were a thunderbolt in a silent place. Although the other party had his back, but because the other party came in with a cat's back, affected by this posture, Jiang Evening Feng was not able to directly cut his throat, but could only stab the other party's back heart. Snort! A knife into the flesh. The opponent ate the pain. Just when the other party was about to instinctively let out a scream of pain, Jiang Evening Feng's other hand duly probed to the front of the other party's neck and backhanded the other party's neck. He managed to choke the other man's screams of pain into his throat, with only a low, muffled, meaningless sound coming out. At that moment, the opponent, who had reacted, backhanded the dagger and stabbed it towards the back. Jiang Evening Feng twisted his waist and shrunk his belly to avoid it, and stabbed frantically at the other party's back heart position, just wanting to stab the other party's heart to death. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, changing the wet, to pay pig. The man who had been strangled by Jiang Evening Feng and stabbed frantically, his struggles weakened and his mouth struggled to let out words of unknown significance. Change the wet picture pig? What do you mean? ING natives. At this moment, Jiang Evening Feng's pupils quaked. Chapter 56, Are Crossers Special? Jiang Wanfeng stopped the stabbing, letting the front end of the narrow blade stick in the other party's heart. At the same time, he relaxed his grip on the man's throat a little. What were you just talking about? Jiang Evening Feng's throat was dry, his voice was low, and his heart was somewhat tightened as if it had been grabbed by the big hand of fate. In the random memories he had gained before, he was all about catching his opponent in a break and killing them with a single blow. It didn't give the other side a chance to speak, because Jiang Wanfeng never intended to leave him alive, nor did he intend to force the other party to ask the reason why they were staring at him. The previous thought was nothing more than seeing that he was related to Yen, and the other party just wanted to be rich and famous. But what the hell is with the damn natives now? I didn't think. Poof. I'd die in. Poof. A native. The other party spat out blood while saying his last words unwillingly, but he lost his voice before he could finish his sentence. Jiang Evening Feng's eyes became incredibly complicated. Traveler. Surprisingly a traveler. In an instant, Jiang Wanfeng's mind flashed through countless mixed thoughts. He used to think he was special, though he had remained steady and cautious throughout his years in the palace, but in the back of his mind, there was still the pride of a traveler. Compared to those who lived in the background of the feudal era, he had seen a more exciting world and a more splendid technological civilization. However, as far as known intelligence goes, including him, he already knows of the existence of 3 travelers, especially this one in front of me, whose body isn't even cold yet. What makes him think he is special in the face of death? This world. Is it possible that just to consolidate the imperial power and adopt the strategy of fooling the people, and stopped developing the technological side, The kid who crossed over who knows how many years ago didn't remake the world into what it was in their previous life. Oh, this feeling is really kind of similar to growing up. When we were young and foolish, we all felt special and unique. The heart is high, the spirit is great, and we want to compete with the God of heaven. It's not until we're held down by life and forcefully sampled that most of us realize that we're cattle and horses like everyone else, and that we're not really that different. Zhang Eveningfang's thoughts were in turmoil. His mind was shaken, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Even though he had long since gone through the stages of suspecting that there had been travelers in this world, and obtaining the alabaster pages to confirm that there had indeed been travelers in this world. But that's not as big a mind blow as a traveler dying in front of him. Especially this traveler, who was also knifed to death by his own hand. I can't be shaken by his death. I can't be presumptuous. And there is a difference between a traveler and a traveler. It's a done deal. At least I survived and he's dead. Since this guy is a traveler, did he get his attention and did he get a golden finger? This time, as well as the relevant memories from previous deductions, nothing more special about him was found. If I have to say, it's go. But that shouldn't be considered special for a traveler, right? Or is his golden finger, like mine, a secondary class? Zhang Eveningfeng fixed his mind and secretly pondered. His panel, as of the current Sin Level 2 situation, could only access feat sense, randomly access relevant memories, and learn the details of the inferred descriptions, and so on. For the time being, it doesn't directly acquire feats, and belongs to a composite gold finger that is a proficiency type plus acquiring intelligence type. Therefore, under the assumption that the other party has attracted the attention of he, it should also have obtained a secondary type of golden finger, which is not reflected in the battle. At this thought, Zhang Eveningfeng, who always held his breath, smoothly stabbed the other party a few more times. Only after confirming that the other party was dead through and through did he turn the other party around, peeling off the black scarf covering the other party's face and confirming the other party's identity once again. It was indeed the young inner courtyard eunuch who had once sized him up. The inner courtyards are generally made up of relatively older eunuchs and palace maids, and even the grassroots should at least be cultivators of the second realm of Wufu, refining qi, but he's just a refined body 8th grader, which falls under the category of being broken. Does he possess any special talents? Or has he recently shown any idiosyncrasies, such as a fast rise in martial arts realm? That's why it was regarded as a talent and joined the inner courtyard at a young age. Zhang Eveningfeng thought so while reaching out to grope around the other party's body. Judging from the fact that he had seen this guy's face before, the other party wasn't very old, and should be about the same as him, i.e., around 20 years old, and he was groping around the other party's body at the moment, both to determine the other party's root and bone qualifications, as well as scavenging for loot. As an old-timer, he will live on with tears in his eyes and with the legacy of the other. After a bit of scavenging, he stuffed the loot into his arms without taking a detailed inventory. Now is not the time to take stock of the harvest. If we wait any longer, the blood of the old folks should grow cold. Old-timers meet old-timers. Stab them in the back. Go on your way in peace. And don't blame me. After all, you're the one who messed with me first. As an old-timer, just give me some more residual value. Zhang Wanfeng thought so while carrying the other party's corpse to the location of the entrance and exit of the organ. Tong Fei Shui was able to use her own blood to open the entrance and exit of the mechanism without a token. Well, what about the traveler's blood? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Zhang Eveningfeng grabbed the other party's neck and made the other party's back heart wound position, dripping blood towards the entrance and exit of the organ. After a while, Zhang Wanfeng probed his hand to feel the entrance and exit of the mechanism and tried to lift the flip-flop floor mechanism. However, it didn't work. Fei's blood, compared to the blood of the traveler, would be more special? Or is it because this old countryman is already dead, that's why his blood loses its effect? Well, when I'm done with this dear old countryman, maybe I can try to push the envelope and try it with my own blood. Because of Fei as an example, I knew that dropping blood would deepen the connection with the hidden presence and would be more severely affected. With the outcome known, I didn't feel the need to try with my own blood even in the push, lest I die a wasted number of times. After all, whether that hidden being is a traveler or not, I don't want to explore deeper into the earth anytime soon, and I'm under no obligation to rescue the other side. But now there is a need to verify. The blood of the traveler, is it special for this organ entrance and exit, the stone door in question, and even the hidden existence? Zhang Eveningfeng thought continuously and pulled out a small porcelain bottle from the panel space, storing the elixir in it in the panel space. Then, using the small, empty porcelain vial, he filled it with the old countryman's blood, which had other uses. At this time, Zhang Eveningfeng thought of another operation. Perhaps he could try something else besides the blood of the traveler. Chapter 57, Tong Fei Shui is special. Zhang Wanfeng threw the small porcelain vial filled with the blood of the traveler back into the panel space. Then he placed the body of the traveler against the wall. It was inconvenient to dispose of the body for the time being. With that, Zhang Eveningfoam opened the door of his room just enough for him to pass through the gap and dashed out of the room to change his breath. At the same time, after dodging out, he purposely turned down the gap in the room door to provide a slow ventilation effect. It didn't help that the house had a high concentration of LSD. If you just let the door to the room open wide and let the mists inside come out like crazy, there was a chance that it would attract the attention of the inner court guards. Even with the cover of a rainy night, it is ultimately risky. Traveler's blood. It's been tried at the floor entry and exit points. Next, try those fierce Fei I just slaughtered. But I have another bold idea that's a little less polite for the floor. Zhang Eveningfoam thought so while standing under the eaves of the house, looking at the curtain of rain. As the saying goes, one drop of that what 10 drops of blood. If he, forget it, be a human being, the floor shouldn't have to endure this. At this thought, Zhang Eveningfoam raised his hand and stroked his chin. A male beard, which grows and develops primarily on the basis of the hormone androgen. He entered the palace at the age of 6, when he was not even old enough to grow a beard, and now he has just regained his full body not long ago, and his beard needs time to develop, so it hasn't sprung up for a while. After all, the body needs a process of adjustment and acclimatization as well. When the beard first grows, it will be sparse, on the soft and thin side, like fuzz. At first, you can scrape. After scraping and applying some powder and makeup, you can cover it up. I at least have learned disguise with my master. It's a pity that only martial arts and secret arts are listed in the panel, but this skill class is not listed, so you can't just pile up the number of times to deduce. But it's okay, with my level of disguise, the problem is not too big. Is that when the beard becomes dense and thick? For safety reasons, it is still prudent to use plucking. While Zhang Eveningfoam was secretly thinking, he smoothly touched the top of his lips again. In addition to the beard, you need to think about shrinking the yang into the belly. He had previously added from the basic body refinement technique to the barbarian bull technique, and actually emphasized this thought before he pushed on. However, this was not reflected in the deduction, and Zhang Wanfeng suspected that there were two factors influencing this. On the one hand, it was because his thoughts could influence that self in the projection, so that the other party could verify some of his conjectures and spy on relevant information. However, it seems that it is difficult to derive functions without strong correlation on the basis of the characteristics of the original feats in the study of feats. Moreover, he is in the refining of the body on the sky negative abstraction. On the other hand, it is the sinful projection that sometimes goes crazy, magnifying the evil in the heart of the self and the projection and deviating from what he had envisioned at the beginning. But it's no big deal. Sooner or later you can pile it up with times. Anyway, after tonight's round, the number of sinful thrusts I had used from 13 to 11 has been added to. It's just that I was so busy all the way over here before that I had no time for others and didn't care about the ink writing hints. Zhang Eveningfoam looked at the rain curtain streaking under the dark night and pondered in his heart. Earlier, when he infiltrated the Imperial dining room and made a big kill, the ink text suggested that he had committed the crime of indiscriminate killing, and the number of sinful projections was added by 1, and stealing ingredients from the Imperial catering room, as well as scavenging herbs and elixirs from the Imperial hospital. Is the crime of stealing, plus 1 for each, totaling 2 times, but by the time he knifed that old-timer to death, it was the crime of murder, and the count was increased by 1. All of the above managed to increase the number of sinful thrusts he had used to only 11, to 15. But there's a problem here in that this crime determination seems to take into account both secular statutes and the panel's subjective judgment. Like killing people, killing 1 counts as 1 time, and killing those fierce Fei, I knifed a dozen of them, also counts as 1 time, and I've stopped by before to take boiling water to an ant hole, and filled more than 1, and 1 didn't give a damn. This judgment should be related to whether or not 1 is enlightened. Ants can't talk about being enlightened, so killing them isn't even considered indiscriminate. Beasts with a hint of Fey bloodline are barely considered initially enlightened, with a smidgen of intelligence such that killing a dozen or so would count as 1 time. Humans are normal intelligent life forms, so kill 1, count 1. Zhang Wanfeng pondered over the panel's rules for judging crimes, feeling that it was almost like tempting the panel owner to go on a killing spree. This is a trap, right? Zhang Wanfeng had come up with this idea because, on the one hand, his steady character, coupled with his observation of the panel, he suspected that this was a pit. On the other hand, it is because he a person with a bottom line. People don't come to mess with him. He won't indiscriminately kill. As for verifying the existence of a kill trap inside the panel, oh, come on. People set traps and will tell him about it in the deduction? Trustworthy, but not trustworthy in its entirety. This was his attitude towards sinful deduction. Almost time to get to work. This thought flashed through Zhang Eveningfang's mind as he turned toward the door of the house. Before entering the door, Zhang Eveningfang's nose flicked, still able to smell the lingering aftertaste of ecstasy left in the house, giving him a slight sense of vertigo. Dog thing, with the ecstasy, it's quite effective. Zhang Eveningfang once again held his breath and entered the house, bringing the door of the room closed with his backhand. He was still adopting a slow air exchange strategy, which would allow the odor of the ecstasy to blend into the air relatively naturally. Immediately afterward, Zhang Eveningfang took out some deer blood and goat blood from the panel space and sprinkled them on the floor entrances and exits respectively. When he was done, he found it still didn't help. Not just any blood will open the entrance and exit of the steps leading to the underground passage. Fei really is special. It's time to get rid of this old countryman's body, and the blood at the scene, quickly. But now it's raining outside. The effect of the corpse powder will be greatly reduced. Settling it in this house is simply disgusting to yourself. Next, it's time to validate the wave with a push. Zhang Eveningfang thought so while opening the panel and adding 1 count to magic encountered without queen. In the first year, you stepped into the ladder passage with the dead bodies in the house. As you walked, you were stabbing each other frantically with your knife. This first line just appeared. Zhang Wanfeng instantly became clear in his mind. This time it seems to be an extra-legal fanatic version of himself. The evil in the heart of that self is magnified. By the time you came to the tunnel passage, the nameless corpse had already been tossed by you. You quickly find a stone door to a question you know the answer to, and you answer it in your mind with the blood of a nameless corpse. It's not working. You opened the panel space in the tunnels, took out the previously saved blood of the nameless corpse, and answered again. It's not working, and you answered with deer blood and goat blood. In that order. It's still not working. You burst into a rage and pull down your pants. Chapter 58, the second white jade book page. You pee at the stone door of the question and roar out the answer. It's still not working. You explode with rage, pulling out the corpse transforming powder, sprinkling it on the nameless corpse, and spreading the bizarre liquid mixed with blood and water that begins to melt towards the stone door. Still no use. Seeing this, you bite your finger and spill your blood on the stone door in question. This time, you answer with blood and thoughts. Door opens. The next moment, the wind is howling like a roar. You burst into a rage and roar at the wind. Then you brandish your narrow blade and run in the direction the wind is blowing. You come to the tunnel that leads deeper into the earth, and you hesitate for a moment. But what's left of your sanity can't stand up to the rage that's raging. You rushed in. You, in a coma. When you wake up again, you are back in the small secluded courtyard, surrounded by people at some point. Who I am, where I am, and who I'm going to screw. You're lost. Your Majesty, it's time to ascend the throne. Yen kneels before you with a big smile. You realize something's wrong, but you don't know what's wrong, and you always feel like you're forgetting a lot. After ascending to the throne, you have been widely admiring beauties from all over the world and hanging out in the harem day in and day out. A number of years later, your hair is gray and you step into the cold palace again, and you feel like there should be someone here waiting for you. She, who should be waiting for me every day. But who is she? You inexplicably wet your eyes. Then you return to the adobe room in the small, secluded courtyard, and you survey the place. You vaguely remember that once, every night here, someone would creep over to you, like a mysterious spirit that would pop out of the ground. You can't tell if it's a hallucination. You really can't. You're dead. 2 years have not yet expired, and although I have gained a slight realization, the devil encounter has no queen, still stops at perfection and fails to metamorphose. Illusion. Late stage is definitely an illusion. That hidden existence under the ground is extremely good at illusionary means. In the presence of a blood medium, the other side can perform illusions of the netherworld and psychic interventions in the tunnels. And these tactics, once one goes even deeper into the ground, the other party's illusionary tactics are even more powerful, and will make one forget past memories and fall into an illusionary realm. And the illusion time will be much faster than the outside time. Numerous thoughts flashed through Zhang Wanfeng's mind, secretly thankful that he had never made a mistake and explored deeper into the earth. In the next moment, sporadic epiphanies about the blade technique entered his brain, and along with it, there was also a memory of a harem pink in the illusionary realm. Jiu Yinjing? Playing so fancy. Next time, have the guts to experience the 36 holes for me. Zhang Wanfeng mentally spat while silently pressing his gun. Immediately afterward, he quickly disposed of any suspicious marks in the house and opened the door to go out for a change of air. At the same time, Zhang Eveningfeng also took the body of that old townsman, and brought it out, braving the rain to place the other person under the tree temporarily. In that projection situation just now, he would never have brought the body down. Before, it was still a light breeze of Yin, but this time it directly turned into a roaring wind. Although in the projection, it was only after that self had used his own living blood that the wind was blowing. However, this could also be due to the effects of increased blood media. It's still not safe to bring the body down to dispose of it, so we'll have to wait until the rain stops. The dead blood of the travelers, the dead blood of the manticore Fei, plus my own living blood, and that piss of Z's. Although it's possible that it's due to the increase in the blood medium and my own living blood, the other party came straight up with the wind roaring and it felt like they were angry. Is it because of that pee? Well, the extra-legal maniac version of me is just so epileptic. It was so close to pulling a big one on the door and having another one on the way. That door was miserable. John Evening Phone thought so while once again carefully handling the remaining traces in the house. There was also a bit of blood that had gotten on him and opened the door to the room wide to dissipate the residual ecstasy smell and blood. That old countryman's blood, as much as it should be, is pretty much gone. What shouldn't have flowed should have turned sticky or have solidified by now as well. Thrown outside, with the rain washing away, the smell of blood is almost too faint to smell, and there is no worry about attracting the inner courtyards. After all, this was a remote corner of the palace, and it would be some time before the next patrol of the inner courtyards arrived here. There's no point in wasting times pushing for such a trivial matter, and staying in the house. When Tong Fei Shui came over, it might cause unnecessary trouble instead. Fei is suspected to have a demon bloodline, and I wonder if she would be more sensitive to human blood? In case putting that homing in the house triggers some sort of impulse in her, then I might be in a bit of danger. Kind of worried she'll eat me, but it shouldn't be so bad. I'm the one who's being too cautious. And the white-haired, purple-pupiled beast-eared lady is kind of exciting to think about. John Evening Phone thought so while opening the panel. There are 14 remaining sinful extrapolations left, and the upgrade progress has reached 42/100. Is it a straight pokey now while you have the time? Or should I wait to save up for a big one so I can try another line of thrust? John Evening Phone pondered in his heart, somewhat hesitant. Just then, he heard a soft click of the floor mechanism opening. John Wanfeng immediately closed the door to the room and inserted the bolt. Hearing this ringing, Tong Fei Shui, who was under the floor organ, was a bit hesitant, but Tong Fei Shui still taps, giving the code word they agreed on last night. And John Evening Phone immediately clapped his hands and gave a response code. The next moment, Tong Fei Shui lifted the floor organ a little wider, but did not walk up. At the same time, her nose flicked as if she smelled something. Big brother? Tong Fei Shui's voice trembled a little. Everything is normal. Come out. John Evening Phone spoke. However, he was secretly surprised that Tong Fei Shui's sense of smell was better than his. He had obviously handled it so cleanly that even he himself couldn't smell it anymore. But Tong Fei Shui was surprised that she could still smell the abnormality. Looks like the odor wasn't dissipated long enough. And this detail was not reflected in the previous deduction. But it's normal. Sin deduction sometimes reflects the details. Sometimes it will be skipped directly. In the middle of his thoughts, John Wanfeng saw Tong Fei Shui completely lifting the floor organ and stepping out of the ladder passage. Big brother, I brought you meat buns. Tong Fei Shui walked up, and after covering the floor organ, she pulled out 2 meat buns from her arms. Thanks Fei, I've got a midnight snack for you too. There should still be some left. John Evening Phone brought the meals that were previously kept warm in the pot, one by one, onto the table and lit the oil lamps with the fire folders. The next moment, he saw 2 meat buns handed over by Tong Fei Shui. Big, round, white meat buns. After Jiang Wanfeng took it, Tong Fei Shui pulled out another white jade page from her bosom. Jiang Evening Phone was immobile on the surface, but his heart was a little excited. This was the second white jade book page he could currently access. It was the only known way for him to understand the traveler's child over an unknown number of years. Chapter 59, Tong Fei Shui, too knowledgeable. Jiang Wanfeng held a meat bun in his mouth and with his free hand, he took the white jade pages. But before Jiang Evening Phone could take a closer look, he saw Tong Fei Shui turn toward the bed. Jiang Wanfeng was slightly stunned. What was Fei doing? Big brother, your bed. It's small and clucky. Bed stuff, and so messy. Unlike my bed, which is big, soft and neat. Let me help you get organized. Tong Fei Shui sat on the bed and said with a smile while moving naturally to touch the bed. Well, it's still cold. Jiang Wanfeng's heart tightened as he shoved the white jade pages into his arms, taking down the bun in his mouth with his free hand, and hurriedly took up the conversation. No, I'll organize myself later. Besides, if you say so, then I'll try out your big, soft, neat bed someday? Even though he didn't have a straight face on his mouth, he realized that Tong Fei Shui had found something. Tong Fei Shui was just young and tender-looking, plus she probably had less contact with outsiders and was not deeply involved in the world. The result is a seemingly innocent and highly disorienting appearance. But in reality, this girl is not stupid. She had casually touched his bed after picking up the lingering odor through her keen sense of smell. Is this a complaint about his bed? Which is small and cloying. It was to touch his bed to see if there was any residual warmth from sleeping in it. Big brother, be serious. Tong Fei Shui gave Zhang Evening Feng a blank look and raised her hand, ready to make Zhang Evening Feng's bed. Hurry up and don't get it. Hurry over and eat it while it's hot. Don't let it get cold in a while. Zhang Evening Feng opened his mouth, forcibly digressing from the topic and asking Tong Fei Shui to come over for a late-night snack. He didn't want Tong Fei Shui to discover the mechanism on the bed, and he had no intention of coming clean with Tong Fei Shui. He couldn't tell Tong Fei Shui that there was a Go Wang who had set his sights on him, and then he had done the same on the bed, and then he ended up decisively knifing the other person while they were coming in. The mechanism that led to the bed was useless. The man's body was still lying outside the house, and when the rain stopped, he would have to go and destroy the body. This is so weird. Okay, Tong Fei Shui pouted. I don't know if it was because Zhang Lianfeng wasn't telling her the truth and she was a bit unhappy, or was it because Zhang Nanfeng's attitude towards getting her out of bed was a bit forceful? Then, Tong Fei Shui collected her different colors and obediently sat down at the table. After such an interruption, Zhang Wanfeng didn't pull out the white jade book page again, but just naturally sat down opposite Tong Fei Shui and ate the meat bun. The meat buns are still warm, and still tainted with some light knife fragrance. Once in the mouth, the bun skin is fragrant and fluffy, soft with elasticity, but also thin skin with a lot of filling. The meat is juicy and the dunking soup is oily, yet not fatty and full of flavor. Flesh of the manticore Fei. Zhang Evening Feng let out a whisper from his mouth, feeling that it was somewhat unexpected, but on second thought, it made sense. Not the fierce Fei that are exclusively supplied to ordinary concubines, but the fierce Fei that are prepared for the class of mad emperors, empress dowagers, and queens. By the taste of this craft, it wasn't made by an ordinary imperial chef either. If big brother likes it, I'll bring it to you every night from now on. It's something I secretly hid down, Tong Fei Shui said cheerfully when she heard Zhang Evening Feng's whisper. Then I'll prepare you a midnight snack every night from now on as well, and I hope you don't mind my handiwork. Zhang Evening Feng looked deeply at Tong Fei Shui and said this with his mouth. At his level of ordinary home cooking, he's comparing himself to an imperial chef. For Tong Fei Shui, who was used to eating well, this kind of crude tea and rice was already despicable food. Big brother's cooking. It's delicious. I love it. It has a different flavor. Tong Fei Shui smiled and narrowed her eyes, taking small bites of her meal with great elegance, but in a fast-forward version of elegance. It's a small bite, but it's fast. It looked like it was really hungry. Zhang Evening Feng smiled and didn't say anything. A different flavor? It's the flavor of poverty, right? Between thoughts, Zhang Wanfeng went down in 3 or 5 bites, and a large meat bun was finished by him. The meat stuffing made by the fierce beast Fei not only warmed his stomach, but also slowly transformed into qi and blood nutrients that nourished his body. It wasn't long before the rain outside the house tapered off, and Zhang Evening Feng also nibbled off another large meat bun, and Tong Fei Shui ate most of the meal that filled the table in small quick bites. You should know that what Zhang Wanfeng had reserved was a meal for 2. In Zhang Wanfeng's original conception, he was prepared to have a late-night snack with Tong Fei Shui, but now, looking at Tong Fei Shui's pace, it was obvious that she could finish the meal all by herself. She looks really hungry. Zhang Evening Feng was secretly shocked as he watched Tong Fei Shui's eating. At first, he thought that the Mad Emperor was abusing Tong Fei Shui, making the girl hungry. But now it seemed that even the buns brought by Tong Fei Shui were made with exquisite materials and the handiwork of the Imperial chef. It was obvious that the Mad Emperor would not starve her. But why has this never been reflected in previous projections? This unusual amount of food. Big brother, I'm weirdly embarrassed when you look at me like that. I'm bursting at the seams. Can't you help a little? Put it away for tomorrow and the food won't even be fresh. Noticing Zhang Wanfeng's gaze, Tong Fei Shui stopped her chopsticks and stopped eating. No, I wasn't hungry in the first place, and I'm already pretty stuffed after eating 2 buns. Try harder and finish the rest too. Don't waste it. Zhang Evening Feng smiled slightly. Child Fei Snow knows too much. Perhaps it was this understanding that kept others from realizing how much she really ate. The Mad Emperor lived like a cow or a horse every day. It was impossible for him to manage so finely, so naturally he would not notice such a subtle thing. With Tong Fei Shui's understanding character, she shouldn't be able to say that she didn't have enough to eat to the waiter who delivered the meal to the Changqian Palace. Even in the extrapolation, Tong Fei Shui fled the palace with him and went out into seclusion. A grueling escape. That, too, is not reflected. Yes, Tong Fei Shui had been very understanding and had been trying to hide the abnormality in herself. With this deliberate concealment, it is not like there is random access to corresponding fragments of memory based only on some brief textual descriptions within the reasoning. How could he detect the subtle change in Tong Fei Shui's expression during the deduction? Think of it this way. In the once pushed escape, Tong Fei Shui was always hungry and fled with them. While Jiang Wanfeng was thinking, Tong Fei Shui raised her chopsticks again and said, "Since you said so, big brother, I'll make an effort to eat more in order not to waste it." "Well, but I'm really braced. I ate it so it wouldn't go to waste. You're not allowed to laugh at me, big brother." After saying that, Tong Fei Shui's small face slightly reddened and continued to eat quickly in small bites. Fei is so understanding. How could big brother laugh at you? Feel free to treat me here, as your own home, and don't be formal. That's just it. I'm going to go out and get the white jade book page to project, so I don't have to sit here and watch you eat and make you embarrassed. My ancestral means of fortune-telling needs to be accompanied by a special ceremony, so don't peek and don't come out, or else you'll interfere with the ceremony, rendering the projected results ineffective, and it will also cause me to suffer a backlash. Jiang Wanfeng first complimented Tong Fei Shui, then he went along with the excuse and prepared to go out to check the white jade book page, destroying the corpse in the process. "Okay, definitely don't go out and peek," Tong Fei Shui made a promise. Jiang Evening Feng nodded, got up and quickly opened the door to walk out of the adobe room, and used his body to block the sight of Tong Fei Shui behind him. The body of that old-timer is lying under the orange tree right now. Chapter 60 The Shepherd. Jiang Evening Feng had previously placed the old townsman's body under the tree. It was because he wanted to use the branches of the trees for cover, in case someone flew over the wall and passed by from a high place and looked down and found the body. At the same time, considering the dark environment outside the house where it was dark and lightless, coupled with the cover of the rain curtain, he wasn't worried that Tong Fei Shui would be able to see the body from inside the house. He even made a point of placing the body down on the side of the orange tree's body facing the doorway, using the tree for secondary cover. But he really didn't expect it before Tong Fei Shui's sense of smell was so sensitive that he detected the abnormality. But then again, with my cover, I shouldn't be able to see it. Jiang Wanfeng thought so while walking out of the room and closed the door with his backhand without looking back. Tong Fei Shui looked at Jiang Wanfeng's back, which was covered by the door of the house, and her nose flicked, the smell of blood, getting a little thicker. But Tong Fei Shui didn't have any unusual expression, but turned her head and continued to look at the night snacks on the table. Big brother said, "Let me take him here, as my own home. He even made me good food. He didn't even want to stay and watch me so I wouldn't be embarrassed. Big brother, a very gentle and good man." These thoughts flashed through Tong Fei Shui's mind and began to take small quick bites once again. She guessed that Jiang Wanfeng might have encountered some trouble, but her mother had once told her that a good girl would not pry blindly into a man's affairs, and that when a man was willing to talk, he would naturally talk to her. "Well, Fei is good girl. Mother, Fei misses you." At the same time that Tong Fei Shui's heart was turning 100 times, Jiang Wanfeng, who was under the orange tree outside the house, also silently pulled out the white jade pages from his bosom. At the moment, the rain was getting lighter, and the dense branches of the orange trees were blocking most of it from falling. Jiang Wanfeng cast his eyes on the white jade pages of the book, checking out the past fragments of what had happened to that child. 49th day of crossing over. Almost got my ass kicked by a savage Wookiee today. Hate him. Damn martial artists. Are they building muscles into their brains? Savage. Crude. Yuck. But it's just that even I'm a martial artist myself. You're crazy. Who in their right mind would want to be a martial artist? I don't want to play dangerous close combat with people or monsters. Why is it that this world has only martial arts paths of cultivation? Are there no hidden paths similar to that of a priest? I just want to hide behind the crowd and fling healing spells. Before I crossed over, my favorite game to play was priest, and I got to play with fragrant and soft young ladies. Hated the smell of sweat and blood on Takeshi. Today, another day of homesickness. It won't work. I still hate martial artists and don't want to refine my body. Since cultivation paths are all opened up by people, why can't I open up a new path? With my ingenuity, I'm going to blaze a path similar to that of a priest. You can fling healing spells, you can mentally shock, and you can fling curses and such. Well, just call it Shepherd. After reading through the pages of this white jade book, Jiang Wanfeng frowned. Was this world a long time ago with only martial paths? Although he didn't know much about other cultivation paths, he knew that in this world, at least the 4 cultivation paths of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and witchcraft still existed. This is because the 4 neighboring countries surrounding the Great Xian are dominated by the 4 cultivation paths of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and witchcraft. Like Xiang Fei originated from the North Mang, the mainstream cultivation path over there is the path of witch, known for its strong physical body, and all kinds of bizarre witchcraft means. But in front of the Dacian Mad Emperor, a brawny martial artist, the Northern Mang experts are a bit less than impressive. Once the #1 expert in North Mang, he had assassinated the Mad Emperor. It was said to have been held down by the Mad Emperor and rubbed frantically on the ground, hard and fast, and that the Mad Emperor had even taunted the Northern Mang, dared to laugh at the Northern Mang's lack of children, because it was rumored that the once #1 master of North Mang was a woman. The world that was originally only a martial arts path has spawned major cultivation paths. Was it the kid's later handiwork? Or was it a series of butterfly effects he caused? But why have I never heard of Shepherd? Jiang Evening Foam secretly pondered in his heart, his brows getting tighter and tighter. The key thing is the word pastor in this pastor. Although he didn't know the full name of the great Qian Crazy Emperor, he knew the Crazy Emperor's surname, Mac. Moreover, he suspected that there should be the word Phoenix in the name of the Crazy Emperor of Deqian, because the great Qian Crazy Emperor is known as both the Shepherd Emperor and the Phoenix Emperor. The so-called Crazy Emperor is actually a harmonization of the Phoenix Emperor. Coincidence? Or is it connected? Shepherds, similar to priests, play at long range, can fling healing spells and curses, and can mentally shock. Go on the spiritual side. Or is it the soul side? Wufu starts with body refining and then leads qi into the body, taking the route of compounding the body and true qi. If the martial artist is added to the shepherd, the three cultivations of essence and spirit, able to melee, able to long range, able to carry, able to fight, able to breastfeed, able to pull full physical defense and magic defense, able to attack with high blood, extremely fast, and also with play curse. It's invincible, isn't it? Jiang Wanfeng's heart shook. Did such a crazy emperor have any weaknesses? Crazy emperor? What are you waiting for? Why don't you just level the 4 neighboring countries? Is it true that the part of the people who were missing after the age-old ancestral sacrifice was sent by the Western factory to lurk in a foreign country? Or is the Mad Emperor strong, but not strong enough? And the 4 neighboring countries, which have long been united in a group, can intimidate the crazy emperor? And he had previously suspected that the Mad Emperor was a demon pretending to be a demon, playing a demon stealing the country. So, what kind of monster would a demon stacked with a martial artist stacked with a shepherd accomplish? Jiang Evening Maple Brain thought continuously, vaguely surfaced a certain conjecture. Just then, the rain stopped. Jiang Evening Foam suppressed his strange thoughts and carried the old townsman's body to the corner of the small courtyard, and took out the corpse transforming powder. Folks, I'm sending you on your way with all your whiskers and all your tails, and I promise not to leave a single part behind. So don't you blame me. Jiang Evening Foam began the final aftermath while murmuring this in his heart. The air was thick with black clouds, the surrounding area was silent, and wisps of demonic scarlet moonlight spilled down through the still unbroken gaps in the clouds. Tong Fei Shui was still sitting in the house eating the last bit of late-night snacks, while Jiang Wanfeng was quietly destroying the corpse outside the house. The atmosphere was one of trepidation, with a hint of serenity and harmony mixed in. When Jiang Evening Foam had completely finished the aftermath, he raised his feet and walked towards the adobe house. He actually really suspected that Tong Fei Shui was the daughter of the great Qian Crazy Emperor, but it always felt like the flavor wasn't right. In that escape push, the great Qian Crazy Emperor had tortured them extremely. Who is a decent father who would let his daughter run away for years outside of yellow hair, let his men play cat and mouse torture, and kill yellow hair in front of his daughter? The flavor, it's not right. Not to mention that the great Qian Crazy Emperor is a man, even if it is a woman. This flavor is not right. Jiang Evening Foam stepped into the adobe room, closed the door with his backhand, looked at Tong Fei Shui, and spoke quietly. Fei, you're not a wolf path, are you? Chapter 61, The Only Friend. Fei, you're not a wolf path, are you? Hearing Jiang Wanfeng ask this, Tong Fei's body stiffened slightly, and a trace of undetectable panic flashed under her eyes. Big brother, why do you ask? I really am Takeshi. Tong Fei Shui revealed a sweet smile, but in the midst of the sweetness, there was a hint of awkwardness and politeness hidden. Oh, nothing, just asking in passing. I'll pack up and we'll go down later. Jiang Evening Foam didn't insist and smoothly brought the topic over. Counting, this was the 3rd night he and Tong Fei Shui had seen each other. Though with each other, they can already be considered friends. But ultimately, it's not that kind of intimacy. He had already accumulated feelings for Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang because of the many random memories he had acquired during the deduction. But these two were currently at the stage of having a favorable opinion of him, at best. Therefore, it was normal that Tong Fei Shui did not confess. And what Tong Fei Shui said may not be false, just may not have finished the truth. Being of demonic bloodline, majoring in the shepherd's path and supplementing with the martial arts path, his previous full-force nesting kick just let people simply spit blood. The next day found that the kicked place green and swollen, by the evening and nothing. Although he didn't know Tong Fei Shui's exact realm, at Tong Fei Shui's age, this kind of defense, this kind of recovery power, it was already quite heaven-defying. Big brother, You've cooked for me to eat, how can I make you clean up the dishes? I'll clean it up. I'll wash it. Tong Fei Shui couldn't help but get up and start cleaning up the dishes, not giving Jiang Evening Feng a chance to refuse at all. She didn't even ask Jiang Wanfeng what exactly she had projected when she took the white jade book page out to project just now. Why don't I do it? Okay, you do it. Jiang Wanfeng raised his hand to stop Tong Fei Shui, but looking at the other party's stance, he knew it was useless to stop. It's late at night. Don't fight over who cleans up and who washes the dishes. If you make a noise, it's easy to be detected outside. But with Tong Fei Shui's sense of smell, if she went out to fetch water to wash the dishes and chopsticks, I'm afraid she would smell the residual odor in that corner. Big brother, just stay in the house. I'll come over when I'm done washing. Don't worry, I'll be very quiet. Tong Fei Shui said as she packed up the dishes and prepared to go out. Jiang Evening Feng, don't say things that will make people misunderstand. In his heart, he spat, but Jiang Evening Feng's movements were not slow at all. Upon seeing Tong Fei Shui carrying dishes and dinner plates ready to go out, Jiang Wanfeng had already opened the door of the house to let the other party out. He then watched as Tong Fei Shui went to the well and began to fetch water to wash the dishes. The odds are that Fei is not the daughter of the Mad Emperor, but she's special to the Mad Emperor, and to that hidden presence in the ground. Perhaps the traveler would have some special significance to that hidden existence, but the degree of specialness should not be as high as Fei's. Jiang Evening Feng sat down at the table and secretly pondered. In the last round of deduction, that self was magnified in the beginning by the evil in his heart, and did not act exactly as he thought, though in the tunnel passages, the traveler's dead blood, the manticore Fei dead blood, and his living blood were tested in that order, but not with his living blood, testing the floor organ entrances and exits, but according to the previous test with that old-timer's blood. When the old-timer was just not moving for a little while, the heart blood was still hot. The floor organs shouldn't be so sensitive that they can distinguish between live and dead blood, right? By the same reasoning, his living blood should not be able to open the floor mechanism. Only Tong Fei Shui is known to be able to do so. In the middle of his thoughts, Jiang Wanfeng stood up and walked over to the bed. He didn't intend to use sinful deduction just for this little thing. He was going to save up his times for a big wave, especially Yan's Lotus Treasure Code. After tonight, Yan should send over the Lotus Treasure Code soon. He would draw on the knowledge of the Lotus Treasure Code to deepen his accumulation and create a technique that best suited himself. Now, while Tong Fei Shui went to wash the dishes, he had just enough time to make up the bed in the meantime. I didn't know before that the old-timer would go crazy blowing misty smoke into the house. Thanks to my elaborate setup. Jiang Evening Feng secretly spat in his heart and packed up his bed. Steady as old go. Earlier this afternoon, after waking up from his nap and before going out, he had used clothes and miscellaneous items to cover the bed with a quilt and make a sleeping dummy outline, and at the chest and abdomen of that dummy, a simple organ that would be triggered by force was set up. But that old township, people have not yet entered the house. The first blowing smoke. Originally he also wanted to use the dummy to confuse each other, maybe also can first in each other a hand and then sneak attack. It turned out, in vain, that he had made some arrangements. Before Tong Fei Shui came, because of the need to deal with the bloodstained ones and the limited time, he would just break up the dummy shape and return that organ to the foot of the bed. This was also the reason why he was adamant about not letting Tong Fei Shui help him make his bed. Otherwise you're going to accidentally shoot a friendly fire. By the time Jiang Wanfeng had taken care of it, Tong Fei Shui's side was nearing the end. Fei is so virtuous, and gentle, and atmospheric, but it would be nice to be a little more chipper and swish me times like Shizuku. Jiang Evening Feng sat at the table and looked at Tong Fei Shui, who was washing dishes outside the house. Jing is the arrogant sister. Fei is the gentle sister. The big meat packet that my sister brought with her still rhymes. Just as Jiang Wanfeng was secretly contemplating, Tong Fei Shui's side also washed those dishes and plates. She straightened up, picked up those dishes, and headed for the adobe. Between her eyes, she swept over to the corner of the small courtyard out of the corner of her eye for a moment, her mind in a flurry of thoughts. Big brother seems to be in real trouble. If I let someone help him, it will expose the comings and goings between me and him. There is a possibility that it will cause that person's suspicion and be unfavorable to Big Brother. I can't expose my relationship with Big Brother, and I have to find a way to raise my Big Brother's cultivation. Let's bring him more food in the future. If I let him drink my blood directly, the effect will be better. Drink more, and you can still reborn with broken limbs, but then Big Brother will treat me as a monster, right? Think again. With 100 turns in her mind, Tong Fei Shui stepped into the adobe room. While Tong Fei Shui placed the dishes, Jiang Wanfeng silently went to close the door and insert the bolt. Then, Jiang Evening Feng turned to look at Tong Fei Shui and walked towards the other party. Tough Fei. Let me see those nice little hands. Are they frozen? Jiang Wanfeng said as he cupped Tong Fei's two small hands with both of his hands. The skin is white and delicate, leaving no scars on the fingers. What an amazing recovery. Big brother, be serious. Tong Fei was a little shy and a little worried. She, for one, did not want to be treated like a monster, especially in front of her only friend, Jiang Evening Feng, but she is in the Great Qian Palace, the only friend. Chapter 62 Yanyan's Visit. Lotus Treasure Code. Let's go down. Jiang Wanfeng revealed a smile and led Tong Feixiu with one hand, while the other took out a silver token to open the floor mechanism. Tong Feixiu's small face was slightly red, and she kind of wanted to struggle, but she didn't want Jiang Evening Feng to be unhappy. Then, she was cluelessly pulled into the ladder passage by Jiang Evening Feng. After closing the floor mechanism, Jiang Evening Feng led Tong Feixiu with one hand and held up the fire folders that lit a small flame with the other. In the darkness, he held the fire to ignite the light, and she followed behind, exploring the depths of the darkness together. The closed, dark environment. The young, lonely man and woman. The strange feelings are growing. At this moment, Jiang Wanfeng suddenly wondered. In fact, he was in this world, perhaps not as lonely as he originally thought. At this moment, Tong Feixiu silently held Jiang Wanfeng's hand tightly, feeling that this was the only warmth she could safely draw on in this great Qian palace. Special circumstances, secret relationships, invariably become the catalyst for certain emotions, so that the original green, ignorant good feelings in the quiet sprouting, growth. The night's exploration of the tunnel showed nothing out of the ordinary. After finding two stone gates that knew the answers to the questions, Tong Feixiu completed the blood drop answer. After finishing her exploration, Tong Feixiu insisted on sending Jiang Evening Feng back to the Qingyu small courtyard before she returned to the Changqian palace herself. After seeing Tong Feixiu leave, Jiang Evening Feng silently pulled out two white jade pages from his arms. The Fei one. I'm going to hand it back to her, and I can't believe she doesn't want it. In that case, I'll have two white jade book pages in my hands. The white jade pages cannot be damaged. I have no needles and threads at hand. Otherwise I can sew two pieces of cloth before and after the lingerie, insert the white jade pages into it, and use it as a front and back heart protector. Or get some glue or paste or something to stick it. Jiang Wanfeng secretly pondered, once again scrutinizing the white jade pages, the handwriting that was written in a long line. The simplified characters on the stone door in question were just as penciled in when he first descended the tunnels. That abstract twisted font should be hard for others to imitate. As things stand, the stone door in question should have come from the handiwork of that child back then. That hidden existence in the ground is either the monster that was sealed by that child or that child. But according to current known intelligence, the chances of the hidden presence being that child are not good. Jiang Wanfeng thought so while turning the pages of the white jade book over and over. Judging from the pages of the book, that child is kind-hearted and shouldn't have done anything to kill him in the push, but there's no guarantee that time changes hearts and minds. People change. However, Jiang Wanfeng thought for a moment that in the deduction, that self had gone deeper into the tunnels twice, and the endings were not the same. The first time was a normal deep dive, which resulted in falling into a coma and being sent back to the small, secluded courtyard. The second time was for doing all sorts of abstract things to the stone door in question, and then going deeper into the earth and getting killed. When you think about it that way, it seems normal for that self to be killed the second time around. If it's the shepherd's path, the diary only mentions flinging healing spells, curses, and mental shock, and there's no mention of illusionary means. But the shepherd is going on the soul side, and it makes sense that that child would develop illusionary means later in life. Say, how old is this kid anyway? There's a childishness between the lines, but then it mentions wanting to play with fragrant and soft young ladies. 12 or 13 years old? Jiang Wanfeng muttered in his heart, looking at the white jade page given by Tong Feixiu and guessing the age of the child. He still didn't believe that the hidden existence under the ground could be that child. Who in their right mind is fed up and blowing up their own dark history, just to fool people into going deeper into the earth to find a strange being? Ruling out the possibility that the hidden existence under the ground is that child can prompt the other side to leave the stone door in question and the white jade pages, not bothering to blow up his own black history. He also wants to show it to those who come after him is to let those who come after him access the strange power on this white jade book page? Ordinary people can't even read what he wrote. Travelers can read it, but there is nothing written in the content about ways to utilize strange powers. Is there some other condition that needs to be triggered? Or maybe the traveler can utilize the strange power attached to it without any knowledge as long as he gets this white jade book page? Jiang Wanfeng frowned and pondered. Could it be some kind of default code word agreed upon between travelers? Odd change even? Symbols look at the quadrant? Hang yourself? 3, 141, 5926? I'm your father? The great river flows east. Jiang Evening Feng held the white jade pages, whispered softly, and finally even sang at a very low volume. After some trial and error, he helplessly realized that he didn't know how to utilize the strange power of the white jade pages either. It's done. Go to bed first. Jiang Wanfeng decisively gave up. Might as well catch up on your sleep while there's still time. Dang. The morning bell rang, and the cowhorse Jiang Lianfeng silently got up. Then he started a cooking routine. The round-faced eunuch who delivered the food was still afraid of him. After delivering the meal and taking back yesterday's lunchbox, the round-faced eunuch immediately left at a quick pace. Jiang Eveningfeng didn't try to make a change. Anyway, in this palace, the relationship between people was usually indifferent, only when it was well into the hour. After Jiang Wanfeng confirmed that Yan wouldn't be coming in the morning, did he go to the cold palace to bring meals to Princess Xiang? After the daily teasing of fragrant concubine, which increased the number of sinful thrusts by 2, Jiang Evening Maple had whisked his clothes away, and deeply hid his merits in fame. Thanks to fragrant concubine's contribution, his available number of sinful deductions becomes 16, and his upgrade progress reaches 44/100. After returning to the small courtyard of Chengyu, he took a qi and blood elixir that he got from the Imperial hospital from the panel space and consumed it for his daily body refining. His accumulation of the 9th level of body refinement was deepened, nearing a breakthrough. Almost at noon, the inner court guards came to the door for a routine search, and asked him if he had heard any unusual noises or other questions last night. Jiang Wanfeng answered the question fluently, without revealing the slightest crack. At the unspecified time, Jiang Eveningfeng once again built a fire to cook. At Shenzhen time, I don't know if Yan will come or not, now that the wind is tight. The meat of those fierce Fei. For now, start by swallowing pills in small amounts many times. Jiang Eveningfeng secretly made up his mind while cooking. Time passed, and by the time Jiang Eveningfeng carded the point to make the meal, Shin time had arrived. A knock sounded at the door. Jiang Wanfeng revealed a smile. This should be Yan arriving, right? He went and opened the door to see that, standing at the door, was indeed Yan. Yan's eyes were red, with a bit of fatigue mixed between his brows, and he was carrying a large bag in his hand, showing a gentle smile to Jiang Eveningfeng. Jiang Eveningfeng's heart thumped. Yan would not have been awake since the last time they parted, and stayed up all kinds of nights to give him the Lotus treasure code to copy out. Right? Eunuch Jiang. It's been a long time. I'm coming. Yan smiled with his phoenix eyes narrowed in a beautiful manner. Chapter 63, I want to open your vein. Good brother. Hard work. After saying that, Jiang Wanfeng hurriedly sidestepped to make way so that Yan could enter. I don't know if it was intentional, or unintentional, but Jiang Wanfeng, who had sidestepped out of the way, avoided meeting Yan's eyes. It's not hard. Eunuch Jiang is my closest brother. It's not like he's an outsider, Yan said with a smile, lifting his feet and stepping into the small secluded courtyard. Jiang Wanfeng closed the courtyard door and turned to greet Yan as he entered the house to eat. After the two of them entered the adobe room and took their respective seats, Yan handed Jiang Eveningfeng the large bundle. Eunuch Jiang, this is the Lotus treasure code that I have recopied. Its true grade is unknown, but it definitely surpasses the heavenly ranking technique. Although it is mainly based on the internal heart technique, it also contains other Jedi techniques, so you can study them more, and in the future, if there is anything you don't know, feel free to ask me. For example, the soft bone 1000 kills of this can make one's body extremely flexible, enabling one to kill the enemy with various tricky angles in a strange attack, and attacking people off guard. Step-by-step stance was as fast as a sly charm, landing on the lotus, and there were residual shadows to confuse the enemy. There are also the evil execution sword technique, the flying needle stance, and more. As soon as Yan sat down, he introduced the Lotus treasure code to Jiang Eveningfeng, and Jiang Eveningfeng's mind began to wander as he listened. At this moment, Jiang Wanfeng was like a dumbfounded school dropout listening to his teacher say how many tests he had to take next. Well, the time to test his abstract heavenly negative had finally arrived. Luckily, he's got the hang of it. But how does this soft bones 1000 kills and step-by-step feel? Just as Jiang Wanfeng was recalling something, Yan continued, this Lotus treasure code has more content, and I don't want to keep Eunuch Jiang waiting for a long time, so there are some inconsequential content that I skipped over and didn't write. For example, that ancient book has in the opening paragraph to practice this technique, you must first self-circumcise. This I didn't write on it. You don't have one anyway. It doesn't matter at all, Yan said as she began to pick up her chopsticks and prepare to eat. Jiang Wanfeng is a little taut. I do have it. It's just that you didn't. But the thought of Yan staying up all night until his eyes were red, copying the Lotus treasure code for him and sending it to him, and then a link to the previous deduction. Yan detected his abnormality. Perhaps in that deduction, Yan was the one who stayed up all night with red eyes and came over to him. while he was in the cold palace teasing fragrant concubine. Once he thought about this, Zhang Evening Fang's heart inexplicably produced guilt, as well as some feelings of guilt. Yan, you, really, I cried to death. Good brother for life. By the way, how did you obtain the Lotus Treasure Ancient Book before? In the ancient books, is there any mention of who created this Lotus Treasure Code? Zhang Evening Feng didn't check the Lotus Treasure Code in his bag, but raised his chopsticks to eat with Yan and asked questions in passing. He suspected that the founder of this Lotus Treasure Code should also be a traveler. After all, there is only one word difference between a lotus flower and a sunflower. I stumbled upon that ancient book in a hidden corner of an abandoned palace a long time ago. Regarding the founder of the treasure code, there is no mention of that in it. However, when I look at the style and material of the ancient book, it is suspected to be something from the end of the previous dynasty. Yan's eyes flashed with reminiscence as he spoke his judgment. Things from the end of the previous dynasty. Zhang Evening Feng frowned slightly. That legendary eunuch who didn't castrate cleanly and plagued the harem was pretty much a character from that era. The official history of Dakian, the Black former dynasty, has mentioned that the last emperor of the former dynasty was born to a concubine in the harem and that eunuch. It is reasonable to say that the previous dynasty cut the eggs and left the chickens. That eunuch, although he could move, should not be able to procreate. So, that uncastrated eunuch, if he really is a traveler and the Lotus Book was really created by him, one of those. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-circumcise. Is it just a matter of cutting the egg? If the last emperor of the previous dynasty was really born to the other party and his harem consort, then it would be that the other party had encountered a chance to have an egg again after creating the Lotus Treasure Code. Never mind. Too many assumptions to ignore for now. Who gave birth to the last emperor of the previous dynasty? What does it have to do with him? Zhang Evening Feng? Anyway, it is not his birth. It's just a suspicion. It could be something from the early part of this dynasty. Or of course it could be something from the middle or late part of the previous dynasty. It's hard to say. The Lotus Treasure Code is vast and profound. Eunuch Jiang, you should study it carefully. I will try to find time to come over every day or two in the future, and you can ask me if you have doubts accumulated by then. After saying that, Yan's bowl of rice had already reached the bottom. Thank you so much, Eunuch. And Zhang Wanfeng looked at Yan, who was adding more rice, and he didn't know what to say other than thanking him. Yan was still using the disguise of Little Anzi, so he was not in a position to poke holes in it. Once something is poked and prodded, a lot of things may have to go sour. Eunuch Jiang need not be so polite. I see you as a brother in arms, a brother to the core, and you don't treat me as an outsider. After you finish eating, while there is still time, let me open your vein for you. I heard that you are a skylocked extinct vein. After Yan finished speaking, he started clunking dry rice again. No need. No need. Since you treat me as your closest brother, how can I let you use up your vital energy? I'm fine as I am. I don't need to open my veins. Zhang Wanfeng hastily refused. According to the deduction he had once made, he had learned from Princess Xiang that there were two methods to improve the heaven-locking Jedi vein. First, to find a strange technique that has the effect of cleansing the marrow and transforming the bones of the body, so as to cultivate metamorphosis. Second, to find a great master with strong cultivation, so that the other party will laboriously open his meridians for him. Despite the great loss of vitality, it's still just an improvement, not a complete return to normal. Right now, his heaven-locked Jedi vein, under the effect of the Devil Barbaric Bull technique, had undergone meridian deviation and mutation. Unlike ordinary people, even the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad technique was unsure if it could improve this mutated version of the heaven-locked Jedi vein, and there were no relevant details described in the previous deduction. So, why bother letting Yan's vitality be greatly damaged to open his veins? What he owed Yan was already a lot. Besides, if he let Yan open his pulse, the other party's power would enter his body and would definitely discover the abnormalities of his body. The abnormalities in that area. By then, Zhang Evening Feng doesn't even know what things will turn into. The Lotus Flower Treasure Cannon will cultivate Lotus True Qi after entering the Wu Fu second realm of refining Qi. How do you cultivate if you don't open your veins? Of course, if I open your vein for you, although it will improve your heaven-locked absolute vein, it will also limit your path in the future. Because it's a foreign power from the outside forcing open your veins, your meridians will be thinner and narrower than normal people, and branded with the foreign power, which will affect your future achievements. But you can circumvent this effect to a great extent by practicing the Lotus Treasure Code afterwards. Yen paused for a moment and added very seriously, I'm willing to expend my Yuan Qi for Eunuch Jiang. No, this is more than simply draining vital energy. It's a great loss of vital energy. A bad one may even shake the foundation and affect your future achievements. I won't agree to that. Zhang Wanfeng decisively refused. I'd like to open your veins. Yen continued to insist, his eyes burning. Jiang Wanfeng avoided her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Chapter 64, He's going to show fragrant princess. In the end, Jiang Wanfeng still refused not to suffer. Yen could only leave helplessly. Jiang Eveningfeng sent Yen to the entrance of the small courtyard and watched the other party drift away. I have the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques, and I'm planning to take the Dekuro path again. Having Yen open my veins for me is the next best thing. There's no need for that. My meridians, which have been mutated under the effects of the Demon Barbarian Bull technique, are different from normal people. It may not be possible to cultivate the Lotus Treasure Cannon, and I'm still heavily negative about the abstraction. For me, it's mainly a reference and accumulation role, not to mention that after opening my veins, my meridians will still be thinner and narrower than normal people and branded with alien powers from others, which will instead affect my future cultivation. Jiang Eveningfeng looked at Yan's single, distant back and thought this in his heart. No matter how one calculated it, it was not cost-effective to let Yen open his veins for him. Putting aside the difficulty of Jiang Wanfeng's cultivation of the Lotus Blossom Treasure Code, the hidden danger of opening veins, and other issues, the most crucial thing was that it would cause Yan's vitality to be greatly damaged, and might even shake his foundation. As of now, Yen was the only great expert he could trust in the Great Qian Palace. For the sake of a vein opening, letting their side's great masters lose their vitality and their battle power fall, might even affect their foundation and future achievements. It's unnecessary how it's thought of. Besides, he owed Yen too much. If he owes any more, he won't know what to pay. Moreover, that soft bone 1,000 kills and step by step really make me a bit uneasy. Jiang Eveningfeng thought so while turning around and closing the courtyard door. When Jiang Eveningfeng returned to the adobe room, he opened the bag Yen had given him and took out the Lotus Treasure Book. The length and width were almost as long as his laptop in his previous life, and the thickness was almost as thick as 2 flat slabs. The whole thing is pretty much like an enlarged slab. This isn't 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations anymore. It's 30 years of college entrance exams and 18 years of simulations, right? This idea flashed inexplicably through Jiang Wanfeng's mind, and he raised his hand to turn over the Lotus Treasure Code. He turned the pages quickly, his eyes sweeping over the beautifully drawn portraits of the human body on the paper, and the neat, beautifully written words. These are all made by Yen after the last time they were separated, taking out the free time during the day and staying up all night to get it out. Counting, Yen hadn't slept for 2 nights, there was no sleep at night, and during the day he had to serve at the Mad Emperor's heels, and probably hook up with his peers, and I guess he had to make time to transcribe in his free time in the afternoon. It's such a huge drain on the mind. What a good brother. No, all ready to be worshipped as a righteous father. Jiang Eveningfeng's face was complicated. Then he found the soft bones 1,000 kills. According to the description of the Lotus Treasure Cannon, soft bone 1,000 kills was a body refining technique. It can make one's bones and body incredibly pliable, with a certain amount of stretch. Practicing to a high depth makes the body extremely flexible, casually twisting it into a twist, completely breaking through the limitations of a normal human body. It really looks like Uncle I's strange body. The first time Uncle I did it to me before, he was able to twist his upper body 180 degrees, right behind his back. When we parted later, he deliberately scared me, and his head could also be twisted directly behind his back. This should be practicing the soft bone 1,000 kills to its great completion or consummation, right? In Jiang Wanfeng's mind, images related to the abnormal body of the squinting eunuch from before surfaced. By the looks of it, Uncle I had more than likely cultivated the Lotus Flower Treasure Code as well. Jiang Wanfeng frowned and continued to rummage through the step-by-step in the Lotus Flower Treasure Code. Soon, he found it. This step-by-step stance. The main focus is to be as fast as a ghost, and to look good on the side. When practiced to a high depth, it can make the stance as fast as a sly charm, with white lotus shadows appearing where it lands, and residual shadows confusing the enemy where it passes. Combined with the cultivation of the high realm of Wufu, one can also step into the air and step to manifest the Holy Spirit in front of people. Jiang Eveningfeng scrutinized the relevant description about step-by-step, and the contents of a certain previous deduction flashed in his mind. In that push, he held Tong Fei Shui, went to the Mad Emperor's chambers, and confronted the Mad Emperor, wanting to question the other party about his relationship with Tong Fei Shui. But before the Mad Emperor appeared, in addition to the inner court guards, it was the middle-aged eunuch with slightly frosted temples who made his debut first. Its figure is strange and phantom, where it passes can sweep out the residual shadow. Although the description of landing on the lotus did not appear, the tricky charm and the residual shadow were related to the step-by-step lotus. Unfortunately, what Jiang Wanfeng got from that deduction was a random daily memory. Instead of the encounter scene with the middle-aged eunuch, it was not easy to tell if the other party was practicing step-by-step. Yen, Uncle I's first-grade chief eunuch of the great household. These three are all high-grade eunuchs. And apart from Yen, who is practicing the Lotus Treasure Code with a solid hammer, there is a high probability that Uncle Ice has also practiced it. That middle-aged eunuch is suspected of cultivating. What do these three people have in common besides their high grade? Zhang Evening Foam secretly pondered in his heart. Enlightened. Qualified. Lucky? Is it because one after another, they got the Lotus Book of Treasures, and their strength became more and more profound, so they came into prominence and rose up naturally? Or is it because someone in the palace hidden place spread Lotus Treasure Code ancient books, so that the later found, and wait for the later to learn something, and then promote accordingly? Is it the Mad Emperor's setup? This thought flashed through Zhang Evening Feng's mind, and his brows furrowed even tighter. The Mad Emperor is murderous and will kill at the slightest upset. Kill the eunuchs, kill the palace maids, kill the imperial cooks, kill the imperial physicians, kill the imperial guards, kill the ministers of the court. Among the eunuchs who died at the hands of the Mad Emperor, there were many. Was there a possibility that the Mad Emperor was spreading the Lotus Treasure Code, using it to select talented eunuchs that could be cultivated? And those eunuchs who were killed, except for some of them who were really in the wrong, those others who had practiced the Lotus Treasure Code but failed to meet the Mad Emperor's requirements? Hot potato. This damn thing mostly has pits and can't be practiced. It's best to use it to learn from and deepen my accumulation. Use its knowledge to improve and sublimate my kung fu. Zhang Evening Feng had a decision in his mind. After all, he was really pushing it in his heart regarding his abstract sky negative. Although he wasn't sure if the Mad Emperor had sensed the means of the Lotus Treasure Code practitioners, there was no harm in being careful. The Mad Emperor had reigned for hundreds of years. His methods were profound and unpredictable, and God knows how many arrangements the other side had left behind. Not to mention the fact that he had a heaven-locked extinct vein, and was originally unable to cultivate the Lotus Treasure Classic's internal heart technique, and was also unable to practice Lotus True Chi. If you practice well, you may catch the attention of the Mad Emperor and be promoted and reused as a high-ranking cowhorse. If you don't practice well, it could be a death. Whoever wants to practice. Zhang Wanfeng only felt full of grooves, but locked his heart tightly and didn't spit it out. Just then, there was a knock at the door of the courtyard. Zhang Evening Feng raised an eyebrow. No surprise, this was the round-faced eunuch who had sent the cold palace dinner. Well, it's time to tease Shannon again. Now that the Lotus Treasure Code was in his hands, he could let go a little and go about speeding up Fragrant Concubine's goodwill boost. He was going to show Fragrant Princess what it meant to be a tease routine from the age of the information explosion. Chapter 65. You calm down. Zhang Wanfeng walked to open the door and took the lunchbox from the round-faced eunuch. Then he watched the round-faced eunuch leave at a hasty and quick pace. A sort of tacit understanding had been formed between Zhang Wanfeng, consort Xiang, and the round-faced eunuch now. Zhang Wanfeng would add a meal to Fragrant Concubine when the round-faced eunuchs would bring her breakfast and keep it warm with a lunchbox so that Fragrant Concubine could finish her breakfast and still have lunch at noon. At night, Zhang Evening Foam would go over to the cold palace to borrow the toilet on a daily basis and collect the 2 lunchboxes in the morning and evening. And in the meantime, he would tease Princess Xiang. The round-faced eunuchs, on the other hand, would take the 2 lunchboxes that had been delivered the day before when they came to deliver the food the next morning, and go back to turn in their orders. In addition to the internal heart technique, soft bones 1000 kills, and step-by-step lotus, the Lotus Treasure Code also has flying needle stance, evil execution sword technique, and so on. I don't know which of Yan's disciplines he is best at, but when I heard about the flying needle stance earlier, I was going to ask him if he had any needles and threads with him, but after thinking about it, forget it. It feels like if I told him I wanted to sew a cloth pocket in each of the front and back center locations of the lingerie, he'd probably do it himself. Zhang Evening Phone thought this while closing the courtyard door and turning around to go back to the adobe room, ready to add some rice to Fragrant Concubine. He guessed that if he had made such a request before, Yen would definitely have made him take out his lingerie. Then Yen showed him needlework on the spot, helping him sew cloth pockets on his inner garment. That picture is too beautiful. Zhang Wanfeng feels that he cannot afford. I have no needles or threads at hand at the moment, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass to try to sew cloth pockets in my lining and put the alabaster pages in them as a heart protector. Previously, I had intended to use the skins or horns of an ocelot deer or a hexagonal goat, which would be used to boil down animal blue to adhere the pages of the alabaster book to the lining. But that stuff is about craftsmanship and proportions, and the first time I boiled it, I may not be able to boil the viscous. Plus the wind is now tight, but it is not good to take it out. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Zhang Evening Feng's mind. He felt he could ask Fragrance. A girl should have a needle and thread on hand, right? If not necessary, he did not want to ask Yen. After completing the additional meal for Princess Xiang, Zhang Evening Feng carried the lunchbox and went straight to the cold palace. After Jiang Evening Feng arrived at the old house of the cold palace, consort Xiang had already silently entered the inner room. Lady Fragrance, do you have any sticky rice glue, fish bladder glue, or anything like that on your side? Or needles and thread? Jiang Evening Feng placed the lunchbox on the table in the hall and cast his eyes toward the inner room. In this world, the relatively common and commonly used glues are vegetable and animal glues. For him, gluing is a much easier task than taking a needle and thread and sewing. There's no glue, but there are needles and thread. What do you need a needle and thread for? To sew something? This morning, the inner court guards came to search and ask questions, saying that last night the Imperial catering room lost hundreds of fierce beasts and Fei, and the Imperial hospital lost thousands of pounds of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Did you do that? Shannon hid behind the door of the inner room and voiced her question. The amount was too staggering, and her reasoning told her that it couldn't possibly be something Jiang Evening Feng could do. But her intuition told her that this might have something to do with Jiang Evening Feng. Jiang Wanfeng's entire body went numb when he heard this. When the inner court guards had come over earlier to search and question, he hadn't asked much at all in order to avoid suspicion. He answered whatever people asked him, and didn't say a word in excess. Although he had already known in his deductions that those corrupt Imperial doctors and chefs would use the thefts from the Imperial hospital and the Imperial catering house to even out the books. However, he was never expecting that those Imperial doctors and chefs would dare to report so boldly. In his former life, what's the difference between that and going to a bank and robbing it for $2 million and turning around and saying on TV that the bank was robbed for $200 million? Convex, ****** dish, convex. Lady Shannon, why is it that whenever something bad happens, you think it has something to do with me? What am I in your mind? Is that how you see me? Hundreds of fierce beasts and Fei, thousands of pounds of medicinal herbs and pills. Do I take my life to carry them? I want needles and thread because my quilt is torn and I want to sew and mend it. Or failing that, glue it a little so I can bring it over to you to keep you warm. Today is already winter. The weather is getting colder and colder. I'm afraid you'll freeze to death in this cold palace. At this moment, Jiang Evening Feng, like a movie star possessed, was so sincere that he was close to shedding tears. For the sake of realism, Jiang Evening Feng even recalled that year he was sold into the palace by the gambling dog old man, received his master that 3 knife. It hurts so much. In an instant, the corners of Jiang Wanfeng's eyes moistened. Although Nalan Jingxiang has fallen into the cold palace, she is still a noble consort, and you have spoken out of turn, questioning the noble consort, which is a violation of the law and disrespectful. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Meanwhile, the fragrant concubine, who was hiding behind the door of the inner room, seeing all this through the doorway and hearing all this, couldn't help but be moved by it. I don't know if it was out of guilt, or some other complex emotion, but Shannon opened the door. She walked briskly, intolerance surfacing on her delicate, blown-out face, guilt mingling in her complex eyes. Okay, I just said that off the top of my head. Don't take it personally. I know you're good and I've seen how good you've been to me. I really didn't mean to hurt you with my words. It was just unintentional. Men have tears, so don't be so sad. Fragrant concubine was a bit at a loss for words and couldn't help but softly comfort Jiang Evening Feng. The other party gave her extra meals every day, brought her hot water, afraid that she would be hungry and cold, and would also ask for warmth. Very sweet. Not to mention the pestering that day that saved my life. At this moment, in this huge Dakian palace, Jiang Evening Feng was the only person who treated her well. All sorts of things. Can she not be clear? Would she not be half as grateful? Although there were times when Jiang Evening Feng spoke exasperatingly and occasionally molested her, none of this could hide the other's goodness. She panicked. Then let me be the light in your darkness. Jiang Evening Feng's mind flashed this idea. In the next moment, he walked over to fragrant concubine's face and raised his hands to cup both of her small hands. His face filled with sincerity, his eyes gradually drawing silk. Lady Fragrance, I didn't go anywhere last night. I just stayed in the next room and tossed and turned all night. Know why I couldn't sleep last night? Because that's the night to think of you. When Jiang Wanfeng said this, it was as if fragrant concubine had received a mental shock, and her pupils directly quaked. What do you want? Insolence, great insolence. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Fragrant concubine's face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, with some bewilderment and anger in her eyes. She wanted to pull her hand out of Jiang Evening Feng's palm, but she was helplessly too weak and hard to get rid of Jiang Evening Feng's palm covering. No, calm down. You are too. I don't mean to look down on you. I didn't mean that. You know what I mean? You're making me so confused. Anyway, spread your hands first. Fragrance was panicking, and she didn't know why she was panicking so much. She felt her face burning. It should be red now. She did not know what to say. She had never met such a gentle person as Zhang Eveningfeng, but also very overbearing. Talking is talking. Nothing to pull her hand for what? Really? It's so humiliating. Chapter 66, Today is actually your birthday? Zhang Eveningfeng saw the good in it and let go of Fragrant Concubine's hand. Fragrant Princess is a haughty, quiet, wary, and rambunctious. Pushing too hard and purposeful at once could easily cause Fragrance to be wary. It's easier to pull up Shannon's favor by being open and relaxed, occasionally teasing slightly, occasionally playing it straight, and occasionally airing it out. To dominate interspersed with tenderness, tenderness interspersed with affection, affection interspersed with wildness, wildness interspersed with selling out. I'm sorry, Princess Shannon, I was abrupt. I just had a momentary fling. I didn't mean to. After all, I'm just a eunuch, and you're His Majesty's consort. Zhang Eveningfeng spoke while once again recalling the image of him being GA3 knives back then. At this moment, the corners of Zhang Wanfeng's eyes were, once again, moist. It hurts so much, and that kind of aggravation. He was sold into the palace by his gambling dog of a father. That kind of pain, that kind of aggravation, even for family members, is something you don't understand. At those words, Fragrant Concubine, who saw this scene, stopped in her tracks. She had originally wanted to flee back to the inner room to escape this embarrassing situation after Zhang Lianfeng let go of her hand. But Zhang Eveningfeng, he was about to cry out. Don't you say such things? What's wrong with eunuchs? Eunuchs are no big deal, in my eyes. Your crazy emperor of Diqian, in some ways, may not be much of a difference from you either. Anyway, don't get ahead of yourself. I really don't mean to look down on you. Fragrant Concubine was a bit anxious. Her hands and feet took out a handkerchief, wanting to wipe the wet corners of Zhang Wanfeng's eyes, but with her hand halfway out, she didn't feel quite right again. Too soon. Although she was very clear about all the good that Zhang Eveningfeng had done for her. But in the end, it was too soon. At this moment, the Fragrant Concubine's brain cannot help but flash back to the day of oral entanglement. Mother said that men and women are not related. If there is a slightly intimate behavior with a man, then he must marry him, but if the other person is a negative person, then they must be killed. Eunuchs. What's the big deal about eunuchs? If it was a good man that could be entrusted for life. It was not impossible for her Nalan tribe's divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques to revive the eunuch's severed limbs, but it's still too soon. Day by day, she still needs time to observe and to think properly again. Just as Fragrant Concubine was lost in contemplation, Zhang Eveningfeng decisively grabbed Fragrant Concubine's hand that was frozen in mid-stride. He took Fragrance's small hand in his large one and wiped the corners of his moist eyes with the handkerchief in Fragrance's hand. Thank you, Princess Shannon, for your thoughtfulness. I will remember it for the rest of my life. In what way did you mean when you said earlier that His Majesty is no different from me in some ways? Is he also a two? Zhang Eveningfeng gripped Fragrant Concubine's hand while gazing at her with burning eyes and asked his doubts. The Mad Emperor is actually a eunuch? But he has a son and a daughter. In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Eveningfeng's mind. The Mad Emperor had reigned for hundreds of years and had given birth to hundreds of imperial sons and princesses with his harem consorts, and there was no shortage of offspring. During his reign, he has even survived 3 empresses and 2 crown princes, and the current crown prince is already the 3rd. The age of today's crown prince should be more than 30, about to be 40, which is properly in his prime for a martial artist. The youngest of the emperor's sons and daughters, the 876th in line, will turn 14 in a few months, at which time he will need to leave the palace and go out to live. So the Mad Emperor is not working in the last 14 years? Why? The Lotus Book. But, just as Zhang Wanfeng's mind was racing, there were ink words twisting out weirdly in front of him, interrupting his thoughts. The firstborn you, molesting the cold palace concubine, shall be beheaded according to the law, and the number of sinful deductions shall be increased by 1. At the same time, Fragrant Concubine began to struggle, trying to pull her hand out of Zhang Eveningfeng's palm, and said, "You spread out. I just slipped up for a moment, and I'm just guessing. You absolutely mustn't say anything about this to the public. Be careful what you say in this palace. Also, the handyman eunuch who disappeared a few days ago, the one whose position you took over, may have someone behind him. Otherwise, he shouldn't be so reckless, and you should be more careful." Concern was evident as the fragrant lady opened her mouth to remind her. "Don't worry, Princess Xiang. I have a backer behind me as well." Zhang Wanfeng laughed and released Fragrant Concubine's hand. According to the previous deduction, the person behind that handyman eunuch, who had never come out to make a demon, was obviously jealous of Yen. Right now in this palace, Yen was his strongest backer. Something is up. This dude is really on. In addition to Yen, Uncle Eyes and that first-grade chief of the great household seem to have some intention of caring for him as well, based on Uncle Eyes' kind mention earlier, and the details in the deduction where that first-grade chief of the great household scolded him for being confused, the struggle that flashed in his eyes before killing him, and so on. It means that without involving his life, Uncle Eyes and that first-class chief of the great household might also take care of him in secret? Perhaps the connection between him and these two is not as shallow as he knows. Well, it's time for you to go. Don't stay in the cold palace for too long, lest you attract attention. As soon as she had finished speaking, Fragrance twisted her head and ran, going straight back into the inner room and slamming the door behind her. Mother, remember to eat early. While it's hot, don't let it get cold. Jiang Eveningfeng delivered the exhortation before turning to leave. Fragrant Princess leaned behind the door, gasping for air, only to feel her cheeks burning and her heart beating faster. Inappropriate son of man. I didn't see you this bold before. You're really getting more and more excessive. Fragrant Concubine cursed. Nope, something more daring. He's already done it. Fragrant Princess remembers the day's oral entanglement again. The eyes of the Fragrant Concubine gradually became mesmerized. Nope, that's not being a son of man. I forgot to bring him a needle and thread and he didn't remind me. Fragrant Princess snapped out of it, opened the door to her room, and rushed to the door of the old house, looking over to the cold palace entrance and exit. Jiang Eveningfeng has disappeared, and the cold palace returned to its usual silence. And again she was the only one left. This small chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. Jiang Eveningfeng. Fragrant Concubine murmured his name, her mind complicated. On the other hand, on the side of Jiang Eveningfeng, who had just stepped out of the cold palace, he looked at the ink writing that was slowly dissipating in front of him, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Nailan Jingshan curses you for not being a proper son, blaming you for not being so bold before, hoping that you are getting more and more excessive. What's the difference between you and the firstborn? Add 1 to the number of sinful deductions. Nailan Jingshan blames you for not taking a single stitch from her and not reminding her. This is a crime of dereliction of duty, and the number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. With Fragrant Concubine's contribution, he has accumulated 21 available sinful deductions and his upgrade progress has reached 49/100. However, Jiang Eveningfeng was in no hurry to push through. He still planned to save up for a big wave. At that time, no matter which one it was added to, it would be enough to cause the corresponding feats to undergo a metamorphosis. After returning to the small secluded courtyard, Jiang Wanfeng practiced the demonic barbaric bowl technique for a while and ate some more rice. The realm was already at the 9th level of body refining consummation, deeper in accumulation than before, and more rounded as well. I've eaten too many pills in the last few days, so I'll take a break today before I accumulate too much damn poison in my body. And according to the know-how I acquired in my previous deduction to break the 9th perfection of body refining, it requires a large amount of qi and blood to rush through the barrier. Wait until tomorrow to get crazy high. Jiang Wanfeng thought so while taking a shower and washing his clothes. When he was done, he went to the cold palace to bring hot water and perform his daily borrowing of the latrine, and brought back 2 lunchboxes and his needle and thread. After ending this bull and horse day, Jiang Wanfeng went to bed and waited for Tong Feixi's late-night visit. Late at night, Tong Fei Shui arrived quietly. After the two of them exchanged code words, Tong Fei Shui stepped out of the stairway. Jiang Eveningfeng also brought the insulated night snacks that he had prepared long ago to the table. Wow, big brother, you've made even more today than yesterday. And it's even more scrumptious. Did you use projections before to know that today is my 18th birthday? Tong Fei Shui had a look of surprise on her face. Her eyes were on the verge of sprouting little stars. When she finished speaking, she reached into her arms and pulled out 2 large, still warm meat buns. It's just a coincidence. Thought I'd let you eat more in case you were hungry. I didn't realize it was your birthday either. Jiang Wanfeng raised his hand to receive the meat bun, his expression a little stunned. The calendar of this world was different from his previous life. There is no solar or lunar calendar, only a red moon calendar. The 11 months of the year are fixed at 30 days, except for February, which is fixed at 28 days, resulting in this world's festivals. Although the name was the same as his previous life, the exact dates were not the same. For example, today's winterization, in his previous life was usually in early November, and in this world, it's November 18th of every year. At the same time, this date is not only winter, but also the night of the blood moon. If a red moon appeared in the sky on a normal night, tonight it was an even more demonic scarlet blood moon. It will be a night of great gloom and raging moonlight. The chances of a demonic riot in the outside world would be drastically increased, as if it were the opening of a night of revelry. The result is that children born on this day are seen as unlucky. Brother, you don't mind that I was born on this day, do you? Tong Fei Shui was a bit nervous, looking at Jiang Evening Feng with apprehension in her eyes. She had thought that it was Jiang Evening Feng who had utilized his ancestral fortune-telling tactics to figure out that it was her birthday today, and had specially prepared extra night snacks for her. I didn't realize it was just a coincidence and her slip of the tongue revealed her birthday. How could I mind? The so-called ominous is just a rumor based on blackmail. I never believe in such things. Fei is so cute and well-behaved. How can she be ominous? You're 18 today. Officially a big girl. I'd like to think of a present for you? Jiang Evening Feng said cheerfully. If it wasn't for the fact that he was grasping 2 large meat buns in his hands, he would have wanted to give Tong Fei Shui an affectionate head touch. The fact that you don't mind, big brother, is the best gift for me. Tong Fei Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Her hanging heart released, and there was even a small joy tumbling over her. Brother, he really doesn't mind. Happy. But the so-called ominous is not just a rumor. It's true. And she's ominous. She's a monster. She's the monster that her father rejected and only her mother loved. More than that, it is an ominous monster that can bring a flourishing dynasty to its end. Chapter 67. Fei is really a history expert. When Tong Feiqia finished her late-night snack, Jiang Wanfeng nibbled on the snow-white meat bun. They stepped into the stairway in pairs and began this night's exploration of the tunnels. They first used silver tokens to open 2 organ entrances and exits that Tong Fei Shui had previously been unable to open with bronze tokens. After realizing that it was an uninhabited abandoned palace, Jiang Wanfeng asked Tong Feiqia to guard under the entrance and exit of the organ, and he stepped out of the stairway to investigate. After discovering those 2 abandoned palaces, one located at the edge of the inner court and one located next to the outer court's medicinal garden, Jiang Wanfeng silently returned to the stairway passage. You can't grab the royal cuisine or the Imperial hospital to wool-gather one way or the other. You have to change your target. Let the Imperial catering house and the Imperial hospital side go cold for a while and wait for the follow-up supplies to be replenished. When the realm is raised, the next target can be considered a medicinal garden. Jiang Wanfeng secretly pondered, and continued to explore the tunnels with Tong Feiqia, and then they opened 2 questionable stone doors in a row. The first, which inquires about the works of Li Bai, is the almost obligatory copy of The Travelers Will Enter Wine. The second one, on the other hand, inquired whether there was a mole of tears in the left corner of the eye of the 7th daughter of the former chancellor. The second question was just plain screwed up, but on the contrary, Tong Fei Shui answered it correctly in a hard way. At that time, Jiang Wanfeng was shocked. What kind of history scholar was this? Jiang Wanfeng praised Tong Feiqia on the spot. Tong Feiqia spat out her lilac tongue and made a face, saying she was guessing. After finishing the exploration of the tunnels, Jiang Wanfeng and Tong Feiqia went back to their respective homes. Jiang Wanfeng had wanted to take the Lotus treasure code out and study it, but after thinking about it, he decided to talk about it tomorrow. Then he stepped out of the adobe and went out into the yard to pick 2 oranges. He broke off an orange and ate it while looking up at the incomparably demonic scarlet blood moon in the sky. I'm afraid some more people will die out there on this blood moon night. Those who live in the city are fine, but those who live in the village, if there happens to be a demon entrenched nearby, I'm afraid it will only usher in a demonic riot. Diqian's Evil Suppression Division. I've heard that it's always been strapped for manpower, and this blood moon night should be very busy. Jiang Wanfeng looked up at the blood moon as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Compared to the outside world of the demonic chaos, the palace, although there are dangerous lurking, strange and unpredictable, but ultimately it will be relatively safe. After all, he was covered. While Jiang Evening Feng was secretly thinking, he didn't notice one thing happening. The 2 white jade pages that were placed in his arms were silently absorbing the light of the blood moon with an extremely weak and imperceptible frequency. After a while, Zhang Lianfeng went back to the house to catch up on his sleep. Dang! The morning bell rang, and the cowhorse Jiang Lianfeng silently opened his eyes and got up to start the day's labor. Washing, chopping, handling waxy goods, building fires and cooking. As soon as breakfast was ready, the round-faced eunuch arrived. The other, still looking like a timid little sufferer, brought the breakfast from the cold palace and removed the 2 lunchboxes from yesterday. Looking at the round-faced eunuch with another bruise on his face, Jiang Evening Feng wanted to say something, but he ended up saying nothing. After seeing the other party leave, Jiang Wanfeng silently added to fragrant concubine's meal. Then, with his lunchbox in one hand and the quilt rolled up in the other, he went out into the cold. With my body refining cultivation, I don't fear the cold or the heat, and it doesn't matter if I don't cover myself in winter. Leave a square towel down. Just cover your stomach or I won't be able to sleep. The quilt is given to Princess Xiang. Her cultivation is abolished. Her constitution is weak. She needs more quilts to keep her warm. When the day gets colder, it is time to go to the House of the Interior to buy some fire charcoal and use it as a winter warmer. Jiang Evening Feng thought so while entering the old house of the cold palace. Princess Xiang, I've brought the quilt over for you. I just washed it a couple days before I was transferred here and it's clean. If you don't mind, I'll just take it back and wash it again. Jiang Eveningphone placed the lunchbox on the table in the hall and spoke out of his mouth while lifting his feet towards the inner room where Fragrant Concubine was. I don't mind you staying away. Fragrant Concubine hid behind the door of the inner room, looking at Jiang Eveningphone holding the quilt, getting closer and closer, and panicking a bit. As the cold palace caretaker, it is my duty and responsibility to make the bed and fold the quilts for Empress Xiang. Jiang Eveningphone had a righteous face and decisively pushed open the door of the inner room that separated him and Fragrant Concubine. Although Fragrant Concubine pressed her hand on the door with the intention of stopping it, probably because her strength was too weak, she was still pushed open by Jiang Eveningphone. I stopped it. Just can't stop it. Didn't he mean to let him in? Fragrant Concubine's pretty face was slightly red, and said so in the bottom of her heart. And when Jiang Wanfeng's left foot had just stepped into the inner room, there were ink and water words floating before his eyes in a weird twist. It is a crime of great disrespect to forcefully enter your consort's boudoir without regard to the other party's wishes. You are no different from the firstborn, and the number of sinful deductions is increased by 1. Well, Xiang Fei, this noble consort status, is simply on the big score. Jiang Evening Maple mouth corner slightly curved up. Then, he made the bed and folded the quilts for Fragrant Concubine very carefully under her somewhat nervous, somewhat guarded gaze. Throughout the whole process, he did not tease the Fragrant Princess and was very proper. After finishing, Jiang Wanfeng smiled at Fragrant Concubine, turned around and headed out of the house. Fragrant Concubine was slightly stunned. Leaving like this? You were very bold yesterday. Fragrant Concubine hesitated slightly, but still lightly opened her cherry lips and said, you took the needle and thread last night when you came to retrieve the lunchbox, but you didn't return it today. You're supposed to sew something besides a quilt, right? Have you sewn it now? If it's not sewn, I'll sew it for you. Fragrant Princess paused for a moment, making a point to emphasize, don't get me wrong. I'm just throwing in the towel, not caring about you. Fragrant Concubine's pretty face was slightly red, and she squirmed a bit. She's actually not very good at needlework. The needles and threads in the cold palace were prepared before her maid. In the old days, there was no need for her to do her own needlework. Hearing this, Jiang Eveningphone blinked. It seems that these days of effort has not been wasted. The relationship has been brought much closer. That's a real pain in the ass to Lady Shannon. I'm not really good at needlework, but I'm going to sew the lining, which isn't very convenient right now. I'll send the lining in tomorrow when I've washed it tonight. Then I'll take my leave first. Lady Fragrant Concubine seized the time to eat. Don't let the food get cold. After saying that, Jiang Eveningphone left. Fragrant Concubine looked at Jiang Eveningfang's back, her eyes a little complicated. This inappropriate son of a man. I'm surprised he didn't say while it's hot this time. Nailan Jingshan thinks you're as timid as a mouse and wants you to take advantage of the heat. Tai, how dare you have an affair with noble consort? You should be beheaded according to the law. The number of sinful deductions will be increased by 1. Jiang Wanfeng, who had just stepped out of the door of the old house, looked at the ink writing floating in front of his eyes, and he knew that the ink writing had begun to translate divinely again. Cowardly and hopeful while the heat is on? Shannon had some rather nagging thoughts at best, and in no way was she so lustful. Jiang Wanfeng suppressed his spit on the divine translation of the ink script and moved to prepare for the deduction. The number of times had accumulated almost enough. He wanted to change the direction of the deduction this time. Chapter 68, he decided to let Yin go. Jiang Wanfeng silently opened the sinful deduction panel. The current number of available sin extrapolations has accumulated to 23, and the upgrade progress has reached 51/100. 23 sinful thrusts can be evolved into 46 years of thrusting time. It was enough to cause his devil barbarian bull technique to undergo a metamorphosis. Jiang Wanfeng made up his mind and silently entered the house, pulling out the Lotus treasure code from the panel space. His panel space was too stuffed with swag to cram in the big stuff, but something like the Lotus treasure book, with a little squeezing, could still be squeezed in. The Lotus treasure code's internal heart technique. Let's eat dust for now. I can't practice true chi anyway, and this Lotus true chi mostly has pits. The body technique step by step will be studied after some time. As for flying needle stunts and evil destroying sword techniques like this, we'll also wait until later. For now, let's first specialize in soft bone 1000 kills and draw on its nutrients to metamorphose and sublimate my barbarian bull technique. Jiang Wanfeng thought so while flipping through the Lotus Treasure Codex to focus on the contents of the soft bone 1000 kills. With his deep knowledge of his abstract heavenly negation, he definitely wouldn't be able to learn soft bone 1000 kills directly. It would be better to memorize the contents of the soft bones 1000 kills and see if he could touch some senses in his deduction, upgrading his devil barbaric bull technique under the touch. Logically speaking, He should have actually sought out Yen for all sorts of advice after studying the soft bone 1000 kills before making his deductions. This maximizes the benefits. But he was heavenly negative and abstract. And he suspected that even if Yen were to impart all sorts of lessons to him, he wouldn't understand them. And at this moment, that was exactly what was proved. He could read every single word of the content related to soft bone's 1000 kills. But combined, he was blind. His path, as it turns out, can only be realized by himself. His path can only be walked by himself. Yen is good enough for him. It's better to let Yen go. With this in mind, Zhang Wanfeng once again opened the panel and shuttled the 23 sinful deduction times at once onto the already perfected magic barbaric bull feat. In the first year, you start refining your body like crazy, with the help of the harvests from the Imperial hospital and the Imperial cuisine, as well as the know-how of how to break through to the 9th perfection of body refinement that you have known for a long time. You will soon break through to the 10th level of body refinement. You painstakingly delve into the long successful demon barbarian bull kung fu and take out the soft bones 1000 kills from the Lotus treasure code as a mutual corroboration reference. You realize that your magic barbarian kung fu doesn't feel like it's for people to practice in contrast to soft bones 1000 kills. You are acutely aware that you probably, maybe, probably can't practice soft bone 1000 kills. You're abstract Tian negative. A few like a demon. Very different from normal people. You silently lament that if you keep practicing like this, you might get more and more inhuman, but you don't mind about that. Subsequently, you took the lining and went to Nailan Jingxiang and asked her to sew cloth pockets in the front and back center positions of the lining and described the size to her. Nailan Jingxiang's eyes flickered slightly. Didn't say anything more? Just told you to go back and come back to get the clothes in a couple of days. 2 days later, you go to get your clothes and find that they are sewn up but stained with a bit of blood. Nailan Jingxiang explained that she wasn't very good at needlework and accidentally stubbed her finger. You cupped her hand in heartache and variously comforted her. But you've come to realize that this is probably the fastest and least suspicious way for you to get the Naren's blood. But at this moment you do not have access to the poison formula. Rather, you are not in a hurry to get the Naren's blood. If you have passed through the purity check with ease, you will soon be able to celebrate the Ancestors' Day. All's well that ends well. In the 4th year, in addition to refining your body, your relationship with Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feichu has grown deeper with each passing day. One night, you first attacked Nailan Jingxiang at night. You pulled her on and had your favorite body refining. She's a little shocked you're not a eunuch, but doesn't say no. Afterward, she bit you and said that if you dare to harm her in this life, she will kill you. You know what she's saying isn't a lie. You know she still has her cards. As long as she goes out of her way to commit suicide, she will have a chance to wrestle for the success of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques, and as long as she passes through the life and death barrier, she will surely metamorphose and ascend. This is the horror of the Nailan clan's first line cultivating the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques, and at the same time, you're suspicious of the Nailan clan's extermination. Is there a possibility that the Nailan tribe is strong because of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques and dares to call the shots with the North Mang royal family, but also perishes because of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques? In the 7th year, with the help of the memory fragments of exploration you once acquired, you and Tong Fei Shui found the tunnel exit ahead of schedule. But you who have already planned, persuade Tong Fei Shui not to rush home first in Diqian Kyoto to collect some intelligence. Ready to move again. Tong Fei Shui hesitated and agreed. She said that she's been in the palace for too long and doesn't come into contact with many people on a regular basis, so she really needs to learn about the outside world first. After some time, one night you departed early and left the palace through the tunnels. You wandered through Dakian's Kyoto, went to night markets, ate late-night snacks, and listened to all kinds of city rumors. During this time, Tong Fei Shui inexplicably reddened her eyes, but she didn't say why. After returning to the palace, she told you she didn't want to go home. You are perplexed and ask why. She doesn't say. Afterward, you have absolutely no idea what went wrong. Those out of the palace sightings. What Tong Fei Shui knows, you also know. What information did Tong Fei Shui learn in it? What prompted her to decide not to go home? What in that information made her realize that her home was gone? You suppress your doubts and continue refining your body. You have long been able to use the Demon Barbarian Bull technique in a rounded and as-needed manner, and you have also accumulated some senses, but you can't grasp them. The soft bones 1000 kills have been plausibly studied by you and have long since changed. Do you occasionally feel that the soft bones of 1000 kills are, in a sense, quite like a cow or horse that can bend and stretch and be flexible? Your abstract heavenly negativity makes you start to gradually go off the rails and go astray. In the 15th year, you have been refining your body daily, and your cultivation has been rising day by day. The Devil Barbarian Bull technique still hasn't metamorphosed, but you've accumulated a certain amount of enlightenment. but you always feel like something's missing? Many years have passed, and the soft bone 1000 kills have been studied by you, and you feel that it is vaguely beginning to fit in somewhat with the magic barbarian cow kung fu. Do you think, perhaps, you need an opportunity? An epiphany opportunity that can make your abstract sky negative work weird. Chapter 69, His Abstract Heavenly Negative. Invincible. In the passing years, you have lived a very happy life, and you have made Nailan Jingxiang and Tong Feiqi's lives fulfilling for them as well. You occasionally go to the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering House to beat the bushes and replenish your resources, but it's getting tougher by the day. You sometimes observe the perimeter of the herb garden and the guards, patrols, and changing of the guards in the neighborhood. Over at the medicine garden, far more heavily guarded than the Imperial Hospital or the Imperial Catering House, you are not taking any chances. And Nailan Jingxiang has long since given you the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques, as well as the related poison formula for the first layer, as well as Nailan's blood. You have long since completed the metamorphosis and sublimation of the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques, and then Nailan Jingxiang also passed on to you the second layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Techniques content, but you can't read it. You really can't. On top of that, a lot has happened over the years. For example, the Mad Emperor decisively abdicated his throne and became the Supreme Emperor, manipulating the accession of the puppet new emperor. But no matter what, the Crown Prince has made it to the top. Don't take the puppet emperor for the emperor. Putting aside those things you are not concerned about, you had also asked Yen to cover for you and opened your temptations. You have utilized your savings to acquire a small compound in Diqian, Kyoto, a relatively remote and inexpensive location. You would occasionally, at night, bring Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang to the small courtyard separately, using this to test the Mad Emperor's reaction. Safe and sound. Later, you would even take advantage of the night and bring Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang out of the palace with you to come to the small courtyard to refine your body together. Still safe and sound. Evolving to the present day, you even occasionally bring Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang out for a few days for a small stay, and only return to the palace when you are done. Still safe and sound. You're not sure if it's because of Yan's cover-up, or is it the Mad Emperor's indulgence? You began to be bolder and bolder, testing the bottom line of the Mad Emperor. In the 29th year, you refined your body daily, and the Devil Barbarian Bull technique was practiced by you, and your cultivation became more and more profound. The soft bone 1000 kills has been completely distorted under your borrowing, enlightenment, and chaotic alterations, and has become a thoroughly evil technique. Evil transformation soft bone 1000 kills, and magic barbarian cow kung fu can be mostly compatible. But you still think it's not enough. You want better. And over these past years, you've continued to test the Mad Emperor's bottom line like crazy. You once took Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang to live in the small courtyard you purchased for the longest period of time without returning to the palace. However, it's totally fine. The Mad Emperor doesn't care about you. This can no longer be explained by the cover-up of the face. It's the Mad Emperor who really doesn't mind you guys living out of the palace. You suddenly feel that the Mad Emperor seems to be quite tolerant as well. And it seems that as long as you don't leave the great Qian Kyoto, you'll be fine? Inadvertently, you recall the memory fragments you once got in the deduction. Those memories of being hunted down by the Mad Emperor's men in various ways and running away like a runaway wild horse. You are vaguely touched, and cannot help but think of your young age into the palace received the 3 cuts, the beginning of the long more than a decade of hard work years. Thoughts of you flying, even associated with you often as the old oxen plowing the fields day by day. At this moment, you feel really like a cow or a horse. A cow and horse that can bend and stretch. A cow and horse with a flexible bottom line that can change in 100 different ways. A cow and horse with a thick skin and thick flesh that can withstand. A cow and horse with incredible endurance plus a lot of stamina plus a lot of energy. At this moment, you enter an epiphany. Under the negative effect of your abstract heaven, you drew part of the essence of the evilized softbones 1000 kills and incorporated it into the Devil Barbarian Bull technique. You, who created the bull and horse body forging technique. At this moment, Zhang Wanfeng expression stunned. What the hell? Bull and horse body forging technique? What kind of abstract martial art is that? His abstract heavenly negative. Invincible. Anything weird. He can create. While Zhang Wanfeng was briefly staggered, the deduction continued. In the 30th year, you spent your days refining your body and practicing the bull and horse body forging technique with all kinds of hard work. Your body, your meridians, gradually begin to undergo further mutations. You drilled hard. And besides refining your body, you were refining your body with Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang and the others. You're a bodybuilder. In the 37th year, the bull and horse body forging technique breaks through from introductory to proficient, and your cultivation grows more advanced by the day. Your body, becoming both soft and hard, is extremely pliable, able to bend and stretch. Shrinking the sun into your belly is a piece of cake for you. You can even change any bone in your body to achieve the effect of bone reduction. And you can also change your facial bones for a different look. You're not only flexible, you're also thick-skinned and durable. And you're incredibly patient, physical, and energetic. Tong Fei Shu and Nailan Jingxiang, who refined their bodies with you, were often killed by you, losing their armor and crying for mercy. Even after so many years, Tong Fei Shui's doll face, which has only slightly grown apart and become more youthful and cute, is ripe in some ways. Nailan Jingxiang is still young, just more mature and beautiful. She said that this is the incidental effect of the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis wonderful art. As long as one practiced the first layer, one's face will be everlasting and one's body will remain in a state of vitality. Nailan Jingxiang, whose cultivation was abolished, can still be explained by the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques. But Tong Fei Shui really confuses you. Time. It seems to pass very slowly on her. Even cultivators, less than a high realm, don't seem to be so counterintuitive. Perhaps it is Tong Fei Shui's special physique. This speculation flashes through your mind. In the 46th year, the bull and horse forging technique breaks through from proficiency to minor accomplishment, and you feel that you can already be considered a strong person. The Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering House, under your many years of untimely beatings, have long since arranged for special men to be on duty at night. It's been a long time since you've been there, and the reason you think you're a strong person is because Tong Fei Shui often brings you food. Is the stuff delicious and tonic, with just the occasional taste of blood mixed in? The very sweet and delicious smell of blood. Tong Fei Shui said that it is the blood from some kind of magical creature, and it is a great tonic for you. Doubts build up in your mind and one day you tell her that you don't want to drink her blood anymore. Tong Fei Shui is horrified, realizes you found out, and suspects you're disliking her. You softly comfort and make her fly. After some time, you found another opportunity to try the medicinal garden side one rainy night. There are still strong people on guard there, and you escaped gracefully before the other side came out. After the incident, you went and came back to try to kill one back. You smell the faint scent of lilacs, familiar and unfamiliar in that original place. That seems to be the smell of that unwelcome guest you smelled many years ago, on the night of your first visit to the Imperial Hospital? Chapter 70, Advancing into the Dokufu 2 realm. You didn't care and fled again, because you perceive that the other person may perceive you. You prejudge the other person's prejudgment. Upon returning to the secluded little adobe house, you began your other attempt. You cut your palm and use your blood to drip on the floor organ. You can't open the floor mechanism. You know in your heart, Tong Fei Shui really is the most special. On the following day, you sought out Yen, saying that you were preparing to leave the palace for a march excursion to test the Mad Emperor's reaction, so that he could go with you. Yen thinks you're crazy, but he still won't go, saying he wants to stay in the palace to help cover it up. You have no choice but to let him be. After a few days, you take Tong Fei Shui and Nailan Jingxiang and secretly leave the palace through the underground passage. After you left the palace, you didn't stay long in Daki and Kyoto and went straight north, traveling all the way, acting as a hero. The low and middle-ranking demons that you killed died one after another. When the period of 3 months was about to expire, you returned to Daki and Kyoto and used the underground passage to secretly return to the palace. You quietly find Yen and inquire about the situation. Yen tells you that in recent times, the way the Mad Emperor looks at him has become more and more frightening. You understand the Mad Emperor's bottom line at once. In the days to come, you are contented. Obediently stay in the palace. Daily body refining. Flowers and snow. So comfortable. At the end of the 46-year period, the bull and horse forging technique stops at a small completion, and I look forward to your next deduction. Fei, former dynasty, immortal witch? Zhang Evening Feng reached out and held his forehead, only to realize that the amount of information in this deduction was a bit too much. As countless thoughts flashed through his mind, the memories associated with the bull and horse body forging technique surged forth, covering off the original demonic barbaric bull technique, and with it, 23 random memories. Part of it is refining the body daily. Some were his experiences observing the medicinal garden, and some were battle scenes where he went out to kill demons. But the bottom line is that he finally randomized the poison formula. The poison Feng, finally in hand, is just short of Nailan's blood. Zhang Evening Feng secretly whispered in his heart, absorbing the chaotic and complicated memories. When he used the materials to configure the venom, and then obtained Nailan's blood, he would be able to carry out the first metamorphosis of the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad technique. After digesting the gains from this deduction thoroughly, Zhang Evening Feng got up, stripped off his clothes, and walked out of the adobe room with his bare shoulders. He stood under the orange tree, pulled out a bottle of elixir from the panel space, and tilted his head to take it. Immediately afterward, he began to execute the ox and horse body forging technique. His body, twisted to the point of near inhumanity, performed a maneuver that a normal person could not put up. The medicine began to rage and stir within him, causing his body to begin to burn and redden. Crunch! His bones, which began to make an unbearable sound, seemed to have a tendency to break. His skin, bright red like blood, seemed to have collapsed capillaries and inexplicably had a rhythm that his skin was about to crack. The bull and horse body forging technique is so cool and evil that it can't be practiced by anyone. If Jiang Wanfeng hadn't already practiced the demon barbarian bull gong, his body and meridians would have already undergone a mutation. If not for the fact that Jiang Eveningfeng is an extremely bizarre heaven-locked extinct vein special physique that can only specialize in refining the body would have been different from normal people. He simply couldn't practice the ox and horse body forging technique. Amidst the bizarre crunching sounds, Jiang Wanfeng's body, bones, and meridians eventually held up, like the oxen and horses that persevere and hold up with fortitude in the face of insolent, brainless, human rights-less demands. Crunch, crunch. The eerie sound gradually became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Zhang Lianfeng was getting into a good position, sweating like a pig. Gradually, the pores around his body began to ooze out red and black intermingled filaments of blood, which was accompanied by a small amount of strangely smelly and incomparable black impurities. Well, this is probably also considered to be a certain sense of poor spewing feces. Jiang Eveningfeng flashed this idea in his head, and then focused on refining his body. A small secluded courtyard. Under the orange tree, the mist is rising. Under the influence of the body's high temperature, the moisture evaporated by Jiang Eveningfeng's sweat and blood evolved into a wisp of mist in this cooling environment on the second day of winter. A faint blood-red mist filled the orange tree, gradually spreading within the small secluded courtyard. Jiang Eveningfeng's figure, in the blood-red mist, gradually blurred. What was dimly visible was a very bizarre, twisted, flickering figure in the faint blood-red mist. Evil, demonic, almost inhuman. Click, click, click. An eerie sound resounded around Jiang Eveningfeng. Amidst the qi and blood pills from the Imperial hospital, as well as the cool and evil body refining effects of the bull and horse body forging technique, Jiang Eveningfeng used his massive qi and blood to rush through the barrier, shattering the barrier of the ninth perfection of body refining. Routinely, normal people were unable to break through the barrier of the 9 perfections of body refinement on the path of body refinement. Jiang Wanfeng at this moment stepped onto a different path from other martial artists. Unable to refine his qi, he officially took his first step on the path of the Dokoroku. But right at this moment, in the underworld, Jiang Eveningfeng inexplicably had the feeling of being watched. Jiang Wanfeng's heart thumped, and while maintaining the movement cast, he scanned his surroundings without trace in quickly. No one. Is it an illusion? Jiang Eveningfeng said in his heart, his brows slightly furrowed. That feeling of being watched appeared for just a moment and then disappeared. It's he? Or is he just too sensitive? Jiang Wanfeng collected his thoughts and continued to perform the ox and horse body forging technique, digesting the residual medicinal power. After a while, Jiang Eveningfeng collected his energy and stopped. That said, should I name the new realm? The first realm of Wufu is called body refinement and is divided into 9 levels. The Dokufu path is stripped of martial artists, and the first realm is likewise body refining, so it should be divided into 9 levels as well. My current realm is considered to be the 10th level of body refining, but it should be classified as the first level of the Dokufu 2 realm. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Eveningfeng's mind, and then some names surfaced, but they were very entangled. He was a waste of a name, and a bit of a chooser, and for a moment it was hard to settle on a name for the second realm of Dokufu, but in no time, Jiang Wanfeng gave up dwelling on it. I'm not thinking about it, so I'm not sure for a while. Anyway, he practiced his sword and changed it as he went along, and he refined his body as he went along. Talk to you later. Jiang Eveningfeng walked over to the well and began to draw water. It was sticky and smelly, needed a shower to cool off. Wow. Jiang Lianfeng used a wooden bucket to fetch water and flushed his body one bucket after another. With his current physique, even if the weather cooled down, a cold shower wouldn't affect him. In the midst of the well water pouring down his head, Jiang Eveningfeng began to recall the details from this deduction and began to combine them with the clues he had gotten earlier. The Mad Emperor. Chapter 71, Steady Not Panic. You can win. Jiang Eveningfeng took a bath and went inside to change into clean clothes. Then, sitting down at the table, he began to take stock of the details in this push. First, there is the acquisition of Naren's blood. In deduction, I know that Princess Shannon is not good at needlework. If I take the lining and sew a cloth pocket for her, she'll zap her hand. If I had been there then, I could have found a way to get the Nalen's blood, but it would have inevitably aroused her suspicion, and would have even made her very wary of me in the future. Jiang Eveningfeng pondered secretly in his heart. Somewhat hesitant, He had randomly gained memories many times during one of his projections. In that one fickle future, if anything, the current fragrant princess was still in the stage of budding good feelings and ambiguous entanglements towards him, and he had actually built up a lot of feelings for Princess Xiang, especially since they had shared life and death during that push to escape. He went ahead and steered this future course as a way to gain the blood of Nalan, knowing full well that the fragrant concubine would have her hand pierced by a needle. Always felt a bit of firstborn subtlety. The bottom line is, he's heartbroken. Excluding the need for Nalan's blood to cultivate the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad arts, this special case, the woman he looks at, bleeds for him, just once is enough. Well, it could be twice. On second thought, wait until the venom is configured. And in the deduction, after knowing that I was going to sew cloth pockets in the lining, and after determining the size of the cloth pockets, the fragrant lady had a twinkle in her eye. It's possible that the Nalan tribe she belongs to has once obtained white jade book pages, so she can associate them with special material based on the size and location of the cloth pockets. The Nalan clan possesses the divine silkworm 9 metamorphosis myriad techniques, so it's reasonable to say that they shouldn't all be wiped out. So what led to the Nalan clan's decline? Is there a possibility that the first master of Northmang who failed to assassinate the Mad Emperor and was killed, and who made the Mad Emperor dare to laugh at Northmang's lack of children, is from the Nalan clan? Is it because that person's death led to the decline of the Nalan clan and the break with the Northern Mang royal family, ultimately leading to the extermination of the clan? As these thoughts flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind, he didn't dwell on them too much, and for the time being, he pushed down the matters related to fragrant concubine. After the fragrant princess, it was the matter of Tong Fei Shui. Tong Fei Shui was really very familiar with the affairs of the former dynasty. Not only do you know the name of the founding emperor of Dacian, but you also know if there is a mole of tears in the left corner of the eye of the seventh daughter of a certain chancellor of the previous dynasty, combined with the details in the deduction. After leaving the palace, Tong Fei Shui, who had her heart set on going home, inexplicably reddened her eyes when she heard certain city rumors. It has since been decided that I will never go home again. It shows that Tong Fei Shui realizes that her home may be gone, so it's possible that the destruction of Peachtree Valley will not happen between years 8 to 10 in the future, but earlier. So, was there a possibility that Tong Fei Shui was actually a person from the previous dynasty, but had fallen asleep more than 10,000 years later for some special reason? And she didn't even realize it. In the 7th year of the future in the projection, Fei says she has been in the palace for too long and doesn't have much contact with people on a regular basis. Assuming that the waiters who normally deliver meals to the Sungchun Palace are mute, so that they won't interact with Fei. But why is it that in the 7 years that Fei has been with me in the projection, she hasn't realized this? Is it because she and we haven't been talking about things related to the fact that the former dynasty has been extinguished for more than 10,000 years? Yeah, the former dynasty has been extinguished for more than 10,000 years. This is a fact known to all. Nothing how could it be mentioned? So after the fall of the former dynasty and the establishment of the Great Qian, Fei fell into a deep sleep, and the present Mad Emperor used certain means to construct a false era for her. Jiang Evening Feng secretly said in his heart, gradually smoothing out some things. For example, in one of the previous thrusts, the Mad Emperor had practiced cat and mouse tactics on them and then killed Tong Fei Shui in front of him. For example, in one of the previous projections, Tong Fei Shui would disappear after traveling alone to Peach Blossom Stream Valley. In previous projections, Fei returned to Peach Creek Valley a total of 2 times. Once was accompanied by me. After seeing that the home was gone, Fei did not awaken. So the Mad Emperor played cat and mouse and finally killed me to make Fei awaken. And in that push, we had been secluded and not communicating much with the outside world so as not to attract pursuers, resulting in Fei not acquiring the relevant information. Of course, it's also possible that she glossed over it, or perhaps skipped over the relevant details in the description of the deduction. The other time, it was because I focused on nurturing my relationship with Jing, leaving Fei sadly departed. That time Fei went back to Peach Blossom Stream Valley alone. It should have been after witnessing the loss of her family and my coldness that made her possibly awaken. So, after she awakened, she was captured by the Mad Emperor and has been missing ever since. Jiang Wanfeng's brain was racing. The Mad Emperor, who coveted Tong Fei Shui's awakened bloodline, was trying to find ways and means to stimulate Tong Fei Shui to awaken his bloodline. The Mad Emperor had constructed a false era and a false world, blinding Tong Fei Shui and giving her hope, and then, at some point, bestow the greatest despair on Tong Fei Shui. A conspiracy. A great conspiracy running from the former dynasty to the present. It is possible that the founding emperor of Deqian is the mastermind of this plot. All the generations of Deqian emperors since then have probably been the executors of this plan. And the Mad Emperor, the ultimate finisher of this plan. Jiang Evening Feng was secretly alarmed in his heart. What did these guys want to do? Tong Fei Shui has a special physique with high defense, strong recovery, and the blood also has the effect of making cultivation faster. It feels like it's almost as good as donut meat like this. The emperors of Dakian, exhausting 10,000 years of time and generations. Is this raising the immortal medicine? Then by borrowing the power of the immortal god pill, the Mad Emperor would be able to gather the strength of all the systems such as demons, shepherds, and martial artists, and become an invincible setter of the current world. So, in extrapolating, the Mad Emperor's indulgence of me, Fei, and quiet is using me as sustenance for Fei? Let Fei and I cultivate a relationship, then kill me? Stimulate Fei to awaken her bloodline? So what's the deal with Jing? A gift from charging the phone bill? No, it's the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad Arts. Zhang Evening Feng's thoughts were becoming clearer and clearer. Martial artists, shepherds, and demons, superimposed on the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphosis Myriad techniques from the Nalan clan. Crazy Emperor, this is trying to go against the grain. How do you break this game? Lift up all the emperors of Great Qian. Many schemes, from the former dynasty through to the present. With over 10,000 years of accumulated heritage, the inscrutable and secret of Diqian Crazy Emperor. How am I going to break this? Zhang Evening Feng's state of mind is a little shaken. He is just a dictator of the second realm only. To not come up with such a great difficulty. Despair that borders on no hope. Being in the middle of the game, how is he going to break this unsolvable game? He, the hidden presence in the earth. Steady and don't panic. You can win. Chapter 72. He succeeded in getting the Mad Emperor's attention. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Or there may be a silver lining. And now the time has not yet come. I have not yet attracted the attention of the Mad Emperor. I still have a great deal of time to continue to go. Continue to lewdly develop. Zhang Evening Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. It's going to be a race against time. To develop to a height where the Mad Emperor had no way of getting him killed before he got his hands on him. And to survive the tug of war between the Mad Emperor, him, and the hidden presence in the earth. I, for one, need more sinful deduction times, faster cultivation speeds, and more cultivation resources. This thought flashed through Jiang Wanfeng's mind. At that exact moment, there was a knock on the door from the other side of the courtyard gate. Jiang Wanfeng was slightly startled. Why would someone come at this time? After he delivered breakfast to fragrant concubine, he returned to perform the deduction, followed by a refining breakthrough, and then went inside to take stock of the details of the deduction. It didn't take much time before and after, and now it's not even noon. Even if Yin came over, it should be the Shin hour in the afternoon. And the round-faced eunuch in charge of delivering the food should not appear until the hour of 5 o'clock was approaching. Who can come to him now? Zhang Evening Feng got up and walked over to the courtyard gate while secretly pondering in his mind. At this moment, he couldn't help but associate it with the feeling of being watched that appeared for just a moment when he made a breakthrough in refining his body before. Squeak! The courtyard door opened, and standing outside the courtyard was clearly Yen. And in Yan's hand, he was holding a blue eunuch's hat. The blue eunuch's hat symbolizing the 6th rank. Eunuch, why are you here at this hour? Since Yen had never indicated his identity, and Zhang Evening Feng had never pointed it out, he issued an inquiry with great curiosity on the surface. But in fact, his heart was already in his throat. Cultivating the Lotus Treasure Code could potentially lead to being reused by the Mad Emperor. He crumbled the soft bone 1000 kills and incorporated it into the Devil Barbaric Bull technique, creating the bull and horse body forging technique. As a result, it was still detected by the Mad Emperor. The prying eyes that appeared for just a moment before did not come from him, but probably from the Mad Emperor. Eunuch Jiang, it's really good luck. I heard Eunuch Yen say that today. After His Majesty finished the morning court, he went to Xi Ning Palace to give the Empress Dowager peace. I heard that it was when His Majesty and the Empress Dowager were chattering about their family. They suddenly glanced this way to the cold palace and remembered Lady Fragrant Concubine. Then, His Majesty asked about the recent situation of Lady Fragrant Concubine, and by the way, asked how the cold palace caretaker eunuchs were taking care of her. Eunuch Yen regards you as his closest brother. So naturally, in front of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, he put in a good word for you. So you were promoted. Yen still didn't identify himself, and was clearly a participant in the scene, but froze and related from the perspective of a bystander. Not only that, while Yen was talking, he pulled Jiang Evenfeng's sleeve corner and entered the small secluded courtyard, not forgetting to close the courtyard door behind him. That's really thanks to Eunuch Yen for his kind words. Zhang Evening Feng revealed a smile. The heart that was hanging in the air finally died. It turned out that even if one ignored the internal heart method of the Lotus Treasure Code and did not cultivate the Lotus True Chi, but as long as one cultivates the techniques on the Lotus Treasure Code, Even if one rubs the soft bone 1000 kills and incorporates it into the devil barbaric bowl technique, it will still be detected by the mad emperor. The crazy emperor is also an acting The crazy emperor, which is a glance toward the cold palace, is a glance toward the small secluded courtyard. The mad emperor even asked in a roundabout way how Princess Xiang was doing, and asked whether the eunuchs in the cold palace were well taken care of. Then take Yan's kind words as an excuse to sweeten the deal and get him promoted. Yan, this stupid simpleton, still thought he had done a good thing. This is putting him on the fire. And the reason this didn't happen in the sinful extrapolation was because he didn't create the bull and horse forging technique until the 29th year of the extrapolated future, when things may be changed. Leading up to the 29th year in the future, the mad emperor didn't even bother to promote him. Just as Jiang Wanfeng's mind was racing, Yan spoke again. Actually, it's not entirely due to Eunuch Yan. It's also due to the fact that you did take good care of Princess Xiang. And of course, it's not just Eunuch Yan who speaks for you. The chief administrator of Xianing Palace, the deputy chief administrator of the Grand Interior, who was ranked at the second rank, Eunuch Mi Gaomi, also said a few words for you, praising you for your sharp sword skills and for having done things for the Empress Dowager. Even His Majesty's beloved, the first-grade great inner governor, Eunuch Moumo, praised you. Eunuch Yan lamented afterwards, saying that he didn't expect you to have such a wide range of connections. As Yan spoke, a shocked look still surfaced in his eyes. Yan really didn't expect that those two difficult guys, Michael and Mou, would actually help Jiang Eveningfeng. This really is the sun coming out of the west. Eunuch Mi Gaomi, but an eunuch with a relatively rich figure, smaller eyes, and squinted eyes that might even be almost invisible? Jiang Eveningfeng asked. In Jiang Evenfeng's opinion, Yan's shock was quite normal. It was because he had only pried into the identity of the squinty-eyed eunuch and the middle-aged eunuch with slightly frosted temples from Yan in his deduction. In reality, Yan did not know that he was acquainted with those two. Based on the previous deduction, it was known that the middle-aged eunuch with slightly frosted temples who came to act him out was the first-grade chief of the great household beside the Mad Emperor. The name is now confirmed. Then, that Xianing Palace chief and second-ranking deputy chief of the great household boasted that he was sharp with a knife and had done things for the Empress Dowager. The probability is that the squinting eunuch, the office, naturally, is to help the Empress Dowager to castrate Xiaotinglong. Well, Yan is holding me up to the fire. Rice cake cuttlefish, you two with the modest names really want me to die. With this wave of maneuvering up, he not only managed to attract the attention of the Mad Emperor, but also the attention of that demonic Empress Dowager. This mother and son, one crazy, together can be called crazy mother and son. Yes, that's right, Eunuch Mi is exactly what you said. Eunuch Jiang, do you know that under Eunuch Mi's praise, the Empress Dowager even moved to transfer you to Xianing Palace? It's just that His Majesty thought about it and decided that it would be better for you to stay in the small courtyard of pure purity for now and look after Princess Xiang. But there are some things that I think are better said behind closed doors. After saying that, Yan, who was in the small secluded courtyard, pulled the corner of Jiang Eveningfeng's sleeve again and entered the adobe room. It's still Eunuch and who thought it through. Jiang Eveningfeng complimented Yan very much for knowing how to be human, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Come on, the demonic Empress Dowager even wanted to transfer him to the Xianing Palace, but it was the crazy emperor pulled him, otherwise he nearly cooled this wave. Make demon empress, temperamental. I heard that the eunuchs of Xianing Palace, the death of the eunuchs, but very quickly. Sometimes, Xianing Palace eunuchs may be because the left foot first door, the posture is not good enough. The Empress Dowager will order dragged to caning to feed the dog. In the middle of their thoughts, Jiang Wanfeng and Yan entered the house, closed the door, and sat down at the table. Jiang Eveningfeng was silent, sitting and waiting for Yan to say what he wanted to whisper behind closed doors. Chapter 73, The Second Realm of the Dictator. Let's call it Jade Shattering. Under Jiang Eveningfeng's gaze, Yan lowered his voice and whispered, I heard Eunuch Yan say that the Xianing Palace is treacherous, and that staying by the Empress Dowager is more dangerous than staying by His Majesty's side. And then there are the two eunuchs, Michael and Mou, who are no good either. Eunuch Mi Gaomi is a smiling tiger, torturing people to death between laughs, very ruthless, but on the surface he is extremely kind, a smiling tiger. Mou eunuch, on the other hand, is a bloody butcher, looking simple and honest on the surface, but in reality, he is ruthless, killing countless people, and doing a lot of dirty work for His Majesty. Yan hesitated when he reached the end, wanting to expose Mou, but not wanting Jiang Eveningfeng to have any bad impression of him. Although he never identified himself, he, Yan, was after all someone who served at the Mad Emperor's side. Mou had done a lot of dirty work for the Mad Emperor. How clean could he, Yan, be? In this palace, which is like a millstone of flesh and blood, How many people can live cleanly? In order to live. In order to be powerful. In order to be rich. In order to better repay Jiang Wanfeng. In order to better protect Jiang Wanfeng. He, Yan, will go higher, step by step, step by step. He, to guard the only light in his life. For this reason, he cannot expose his identity. Cannot let Jiang Eveningfeng know that he is Yan. Cannot let Jiang Eveningfeng know that he is the murderous Yan. Yan is Yan. Little Yasuko is little Yasuko. To be able to occasionally come to the small secluded courtyard, and Jiang Eveningfeng to talk and eat, he is already very contented. Because Jiang Wanfeng is a benefactor. A brother, the only light in his life. I see. Thanks for reminding Unicorn. Jiang Eveningfeng nodded. His life was really like walking on thin ice. It had been thought that he hadn't caught the Mad Emperor's attention yet, and that there was still plenty of time for him to meddle and develop obscenely. As a result, with this wave, he managed to attract the attention of the Mad Emperor and Empress Dowager. So how much more time does he have for obscene development? Eunuch Jiang. In short, you must be careful in the future. Mou and Michael. These two are not good people. To deal with them, stay cautious. Don't offend. It's best to avoid them. Especially Migao. You don't have any involvement with Ci Ning Palace as much as possible. Yen continued to remind. Okay, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thanks for the reminder, Unicorn. Jiang Eveningfeng finished, hesitating for a while. He finally raised his head and looked straight into Yan's eyes. What kind of phoenix eyes are those? Eyes arc soft, inexplicably through the noble and elegant. The pair of eyes in the sockets were as deep as the sea, seemingly clear and translucent on the surface, but inside they seemed to be laced with the settling of years of bitterness. Those years of bitterness, hidden very, very deep. If this had been born on the face of a beautiful woman, I think it would have been a beauty with extremely good eyes, and these phoenix eyes, too, had blossomed with a searing light for him, so that he had shunned them and dared not look at them. Really good brother. Eunuch Jiang. Why are you looking at me like this? Facing Jiang Eveningfeng's sudden long gaze, Yen was a bit flustered and subconsciously avoided Jiang Eveningfeng's deep gaze. Because, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. You've really done too much for me. You, in the future, don't come back to the Qingyu little courtyard. Don't have any more dealings with me, and don't say anything good about me in front of His Majesty. Even, you can say something bad about it and get as far away from me as possible, so that you don't get implicated by me in the future. Jiang Eveningfeng looked at Yen and said this. At this moment, he had caught the attention of the Mad Emperor and Empress Dowager, and the future had definitely changed. Extrapolating the future by panels alone may not be insurance, and you don't get direct access to feats. Plus the panel is from him whose purpose is unknown. He was in a very strange state, and even if he wanted to stir up the water and pull him and the hidden existence into the game, he would need time. But right now, perhaps what he lacks most is time. Time to develop. If the end of the future is to lead to despair, why should Yen be implicated? As long as Yen distanced herself from him, she shouldn't be involved in the Mad Emperor's game, right? Yen would have a better future, enjoying a lifetime of glory and wealth. Mou is older than Yen and may not be able to survive Yen. As long as Yen stayed by the Mad Emperor's side, perhaps he would eventually be able to rise to the rank of first-grade chief of the great household, right? Although the first grade of the great inner governor is still a eunuch, but that is the eunuch does not rebel as the emperor, do not usurp power as the 9,000 years old, the pinnacle of the situation that can be reached. As Jiang Eveningfeng's words fell, Yan's pupils quaked, and sadness surfaced like a raging tide. Yan's heart is like a knife twisting, not understanding what has happened. Obviously your promotion is a happy thing. Why did you say this? So, why are you hurting people like this? You're worse than a beast. Add 1 to the number of sinful inferences. Jiang Wanfeng looked at the weirdly twisted ink writing in front of him and wanted to say something, but it was like a lump in his throat. Yen, who was sitting at the table, silently stood up, as if he had weakened a lot all of a sudden, and the mere act of standing up seemed to have consumed a great deal of his strength. Yen silently walked towards the door. Before opening the wooden door of the adobe room, the expression on Yan's face seemed to cry or laugh. He hissed and said his last words. Regardless of what will happen, I do not wish to sever ties with Eunuch Jiang, nor will I say anything bad about you in front of His Majesty, nor am I afraid of being implicated by you. After saying that, Yen opened the wooden door and walked straight away. Jiang Eveningfeng raised his hand and wanted to say something, but didn't. Brother, I am really afraid of implicating you. Know each other. Do not have to get killed for me. As for Yen, who walked out of the house door, he did not open the courtyard door and step out of the small secluded courtyard, but instead made a long leap outward, leaping out of the courtyard wall to the outside. Yen walked on the road in the palace, drifting away from the small secluded courtyard, his mind reeling with thoughts. Brother Feng, That year I was sold into the palace by my parents. If it wasn't for you, if it was anyone else, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. You may only vaguely remember the year you took a stab at me, but you may not be thinking of something else. Little Lord. There's more later in this chapter. Carrot. Please click the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. After I was cut that year, I lay in the silkworm room to nurse my wounds, and the eunuch who delivered the food bullied me for being young, having no silver money on me, and having no connections in the palace. The delivery eunuch deducted the meal and only gave me a bowl of water, making me nearly wait for death. That kind of pain and hunger is really torturous. When I thought I was really dying, you were the one who brought me food every day, fed me, and got medicine from somewhere to help me heal my wounds. I may not be special to you because you did similar things back in the day for other people you castrated, but they were all white trash and didn't even miss you. When I was healed, I heard that you gradually stopped going to the silkworm room to give people food to heal their wounds. It should be chilled, but it's okay. Those white-eyed wolves, they were all killed by me later. Yen secretly whispered in his heart, his eyes gradually tinted with the color of madness. Brother Feng, the kindness you showed me that year, maybe you thought it was insignificant and didn't even think about it, but the kindness you showed me, all that warmth, really stayed with me for many years. For your sake, if the Mad Emperor and Empress Dowager really want to do you harm, I dare to kill you even if I have to fight with my eggs. I'm not even afraid of death. I'm not afraid of the Mad Emperor and Empress Dowager. After Yen left, John Eveningfeng opened the sinful deduction panel and took a look at it. Currently there is only one available sin push and the upgrade progress is at 52/100. I raided the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Catering Room the night before last, and yesterday during the day an inner court guard came to my door to search and question me. The Mad Emperor might have been able to suppress his temper yesterday and have the inner court guards and Imperial guards conduct a search and interrogation of the entire palace, but when there are still no results after a day or two, the Mad Emperor should be very unhappy, and the Imperial guards will also find out the traces of embezzlement by the relevant Imperial chefs and Imperial doctors. At that time, when the Mad Emperor is enraged and orders the execution of those corrupt royal chefs and eunuchs, it will be the time when I reap the number of times that the sinful continuation of harm has caused. Zhang Wanfeng thought secretly and closed the panel, opening the panel space. After a bit of rummaging, he took out the materials of the poison formula that needed to be paired with the first layer of the Divine Silkworm 9 Metamorphoses Myriad Art. Half a tail of ginseng whiskers, 2 tail of arsenic, 1 tail of powdered haunted goat flowers, half a tail of red powder, half a tail of Rehmannia, and 1.5 tail of ground centipede. Add any water and simmer 8 bowls of water to make 1 bowl. When it has cooled completely, swallow it straight away. Zhang Wanfeng recalled the memories related to the poison formula while he set his hands to configure the corresponding toxic herbs. It is not surprising that arsenic and centipede can be found in the Imperial Hospital, because in the system of traditional Chinese medicine, some toxic herbs can be used in small quantities in combination with medicines. The night before, not only did he scavenge for great tonic herbs, qi and blood elixirs, and toxic herbs, he even took a small pole scale for weighing herbs. Arbitrage, also known as weighing scale. After Jian Wanfeng grabbed the herbs, he once again opened the sinful deduction panel. In the next moment, he casually added the only number of sinful inferences to the long-successful demon encountered without queen. 2 years of deduction passed with the snap of a finger. Zhang Eveningfeng's face was calm and carefree. Of the billions of futures, if countless trajectories ultimately lead to despair, then I will spell out the only path to happiness in countless desperate futures. Even if he turns into a demon and becomes a sinful dictator, he still wants to fight for a future that sees hope. If not, then we will fight him to the death. Dokufu's second realm. Let's call it Jade Shattering.